the world from the eye of the Horus. If you Alexander the Great, then I am the Porus. Coming straight from the mud like I am a Lotus. So हाथियों का बल कैसे सकेगा तू मुझे रोका? देख तू कैसे मैं लड़ूं, तुम लोगों से ऐसे ना डरूं. करूं मैं जैसे मैं तरुण, पानी पे चलूं मैं जैसे मैं वरुण. चाहे मैं जीऊं या मरूं, जो करना चाहूं मैं वही तो करूं. आता है तू ना करीब, तू बेटी चीप, जब ना कटे ना तेरी ये जीप. Better believe you're gonna be, pick up a seat, get your team. I'm the king of kings, brother in arms in a battle. You all gonna die if you act like a vandal. Bring the realms to reality from every angle. This is the public service announcement from Mumbai to the rest of the world. I am a Raja. I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना, तू मेरी तरफ आना. आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाज़ाना. ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना. 'Cause I am the Raja. 'Cause I am the Raja. What do you see? I'm more than an average man. I'm a maverick, I can grow flowers on a barren land. Break a mountain with my bare hands and step back and cause a literal avalanche. Should've been about us traveling. अष्टभुजाएं मेरी जैसे मैं tarantula. ना है कोई तोड़ मेरा जब से पूर्वजों का ज्ञान मिला. मेरे जैसा मिलेगा कोई ना तू और चाहे जो भी था सबकी कबर मैंने खोदी. क्या तुम लगाओगे बोलियां, कम पड़े गोलियां. चंद्रगुप्त ने मौर्य या किला तू लोरियां. Come to me and you just gonna die. That's really a given. I am invincible and you are invisible. See, that's really a difference. Get out of my way, I'll leave the world. The choice is yours. I don't kill my enemies, I play with them. That's what the toys are for. From Mumbai to the rest of the world, I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना, तू मेरी तरफ आना. आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाज़ाना. ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना. 'Cause I am the Raja. 'Cause I am the Raja.
Y'all sit back and watch me speak. About to take over your screen. Talking bulls in 93. Talking mom, I'm on TV. Y'all know all I do is me. All I do is me. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and all I know, my money green. About to snap and make a scene. My cup off and make this free. My cup off and make them scream. Go back off for TMZ. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch. Watch me. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Money long, nothing on credit. I got style, don't catch no feelings. All this bread ain't got no lettuce. I got style, don't catch no feelings. Watch me. Watch look, look. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look, 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 look. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Watch me. Sit back. Sit back. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back.
What's up, Valorant fans? It's Valorant Champions Tour Ascension Pacific 2023. We are live in Bangkok, Thailand, and we've entered the unforgiving knockout stage where we find out who is destined to be the final 4 teams here in Bangkok. The teams are facing off each other for the very first time. Scars from Japan and Fancy United from Vietnam.
Before getting taken down himself, Torneko in the meantime, holding it down, nearly got the collapse, but he's got the quick little kill going off that hip fire. Looking to nade, but he's already shifted away, but oh, he strafes.
A lot of pressure on him.
He's gonna hold the line, and he's just gonna find both of them. Now sends it towards heaven. Does it get the kill? It absolutely does. Give it. Looks like they are. He swings out, and the ace will be confirmed. The Scars get themselves up. A quick start. Showstopper is out, but Yoshi just domes him from backside behind the screens. The flash is through. Doesn't confirm the kill, but Alan certainly does. And in the blink of an eye, there it goes. Start working their way forward. There's the push in, the instant headshot. Torneko finds a third. Draws down to the classic. It's going to be a 4K. They will not allow for the Thrifty to come through. Scars now moving up by 3. This is possible, but they have to get on this soon. Time starting to dwindle. The swing out. Allen moves his way forward. Yes, I can. Sprays down for 2. Looks for the third. Will get it. Damn close, but Fancy. Lear out. Izzy lurking inside of the smoke. Crystal finds an opening kill. The swing in. Izzy good for only 1. Great sense here. Not quite realizing how close he is, but Crystal now the last man standing. The Showstopper at the ready. He's been spotted. He's annihilated. But it's now a nightmare as the defuse will come in. It's 17-15. Scars. They will end the tournament here for the side of Fancy United. Their season, their chance at promotion.
We have 2 teams here. Both of them have maintained their rosters throughout the tournament. Boom and Bonkers. I mean, these 2 teams, we have high expectations of both of them.
We're about to find out as we go into their map pick of Haven. Noted, Paranoia goes across. It's rather early. Trying to swing in. The push forward. Blaze King just rushes up, gets in front of the wall, finds himself a third. 7-1, boom, not looking to be denied.
It's just beautiful utility again. Happy birthday, Darion, as well. Why is everybody born on this day? What happened?
I don't know. They managed to disengage to get themselves out of the sight. Severin in a spot to try to get their slug. And Famous gets back to back, make it a triple. He shuts them down. Minimizing what? Need to clear out 3 and get this defuse. Minimize good for the first, but then it's going to be Berserk's holding it down. Cleans up 3 kills, and 13-6 is the scoreline as Boom will knock Bonkers off their feet. Going to be quite the position to try to breach as one finds 2. Gets himself a third, looks for the 4th, can't find it. Dragon. Now there's the dash in. Should have spotted one on that cross, but it's just going to be into the meat grinder and Severin.
Nice. Nice deal.
Able to take him down at the very end, but damn how get rid of Blaze King. They'll have heard that judge now, but Famous swinging in the corner, finds minimize. Blaze King gets one. That's the spike now stuck inside of the pit. As Blaze King looks for more, has to go for the reload. RDW will be able to strike him down. That drops the pit, but he's all in his lonesome. And Famous, does he even check it? The answer is no. Execution style, Severin will put him down as Bonkers are eliminated from Ascension Pacific. Boom will be advancing forward to play against Bleed.
Just a great Pearl here from both teams. Loved the way that Bonkers were able to bounce back.
Uninterrupted gaming with Grab Unlimited. Free delivery every day.
Champions Tour Ascension Pacific 2023. We are on day 2 of playoffs here at Queen Sirikit National Convention Center. I'm your host, Victoria Cheng, and at the desk with me, my favorite Pacific casters, Paper Thin and Achilles.
Yeah, get wrecked, everybody else.
No, hang on. Pump the brakes. What is this nonsense? Because she said the same exact thing yesterday with Black and Showbro.
Oh, I see how it is. She just,
I have ears, they work. I heard what you said.
Look, I love anyone from Pacific, so today you guys are my favorites.
Okay.
Today,
I see
you're
how
my
it is.
favorites.
It's a day-to-day thing.
Yeah.
So how are you guys doing? I mean, you guys casted yesterday here in Thailand.
I'd be better if we were really the favorites, but
Good matches, obviously double 2-0s, I should say, 4-0 overall in the day. Not what we were hoping for, but we did get that banger overtime between Scars and Fancy United as well to start things off. So overall, great, but always feels bad to send some teams home, but them's the breaks.
Yeah, I mean, that's the rules of the game, though. So we're down to the final 4 teams today for the semifinals, but before we get into that, we got something special for you guys. We have a show match of 10 of Thailand's most famous streamers, pro players. We got CGRS from PaperX here today leading one of the teams. I mean, this is going to be pretty fun. Now, the difference with this show match is that it's going to be featuring Team Deathmatch. Have you guys played Team Deathmatch yet?
Actually, haven't gotten the opportunity.
I barely had time to squeeze a few in between Masters and here, so it is a lot of fun. I mean, for me, it's, coming from some arena shooters a long time ago, I did have a lot of fun playing it. It is kind of a welcome breath of fresh air to kind of just get in there, play some of those games, get warmed up, kind of get your feet underneath you before you start really going in and grinding some ranked.
Yeah. I mean, how do you find the concept? Like, it's been a long time coming for this format, like Team Deathmatch.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's good. I think it is a very solid warm-up. I think it's a bit better if if you have a 5 stack and you're going to be going in and trying to get prepared to play some ranked matches and whatnot, because you can actually play off each other a little bit more compared to if you just go 5 stack and play a deathmatch by yourself and you're 1v19 or whatever. So I think it's good as a nice little way to just kind of, like Clinton was saying, get your feet under you before you dive into the action. But go ahead and take a glance at the players that we're going to have.
Yeah, I mean, these are very recognizable faces here in Thailand. I know a lot of these guys, they can barely walk into the stadium. They're being bombarded by fans who love all of these. I mean, look, let's introduce the 2 teams. I believe CGRS is the team captain of the right side here, and Cute Boy is the captain of the red team. Do these guys need an introduction? I don't know. Do you guys know who CGRS is?
I don't know. He's all right. I think I've heard the name before.
Yeah,
we might have casted him. I'm not sure.
Hey, you guys saw him in Masters, actually, and this is when we really saw CGRS make his debut. Any quick summaries about how that went over in Masters for those of you who, for some reason, didn't catch it?
He's good at Gecko.
He's good at Gecko, but he's also good at killing Som when Som has a shorty in his hand. So
good at clutches, but that doesn't matter in the team deathmatch so much.
But was incredibly clutch, and I think that, obviously earned a lot of respect the world around, because a lot of people just saying, oh, he's a content creator, he's a streamer, whatever, blah, blah, blah. But the guy can actually perform. He really can, and he was called upon by PaperX. The guy answered the call. He absolutely crushed all of our expectations and went so far beyond it. So I think another round of applause for CTRS and Masters Tokyo.
100%.
Without him, 3rd place would definitely not have been achievable, because it wasn't one of those. It wasn't the scenario that we kind of expected, which was that he was going to be there. He's going to be getting carried by the rest of the team. He was there, and a lot of times he was at the forefront. He was the one leading the charge, and also just keeping the team's spirits up. You could see him constantly in the cams, even if they're losing a round. He's just smiling, having a good time, keeping spirits high. So, great guy.
He's a lovely, lovely guy, and I have to say, for right now, he's definitely in the pride of Pacific, which is where we're located. All right, here are the 5v5 rules. It's TDM rules, so first team to 100 kills wins. Any of the agents can be played, so maybe we'll see some deadlock here. And there are 3 brand new maps. They're kind of like this mishmash, right, of some of the old maps. And they've created them for this. So for those of you who haven't played Deathmatch yet, they have orbs that you can pick up, and it helps get your ult a little bit faster. And every time you kill, you get your abilities a little bit faster. And it seems that total match time is only going to be about 9 minutes and 30 seconds. But it's a best of 3. But we're going to let them play all 3 matches, right?
Might as well. Let's have some fun with it.
Have fun with it. We got them all out here. Might as well get our money's worth.
Yeah. I mean, look, it's super fun playing deathmatch. I think what's great about it is it doesn't matter what the skill disparity is. Like, you can go in with your friend who's played Valorant for the very first time versus, well, kind of, maybe the second time, and someone who is Radiant. It's okay. So it's good for first-time players, mixed skills. It's a good way to get introduced to some of the abilities.
Yeah, and you can mess around with some of the agents that maybe you don't, your teammates might rage at you if you picked in ranked. So if you want to go Yoru, Phoenix, those kind of things, they're very viable in deathmatch. And a lot of the agents that are self-sufficient, Reyna as well, are very popular in team deathmatch.
Yeah. So deathmatch, super fun. You guys are going to get to see it if you haven't caught it already at Masters. And I believe the two teams are ready for their walkouts. Let's check out those streamers, players, content creators, and Paper Rex subs. Know each other, and I like that. I miss these walkouts. I'm so glad Jazz there has his all dressed up and what is that, an alien?
It looks like an alien.
He's being carried away by an alien. I don't know how he's going to get into the chair and sit down and play, but we'll have to see if that's going to affect his performance or not.
I did talk to Team Cute Boy. They're a little nervous. I think with Claw on the other side, they're not expecting to win, but I did give them a little, hopefully extra motivation. Said they'd get them all coffee if they could get one melee hit on CGRS there.
Well, I guess that means they're going to be probably inching forward, desperately trying to knife him, and given the format and just the size of the map, feels pretty likely that it can happen.
It definitely can. You can definitely sneak your way through, stagger some flashes, and definitely find your way into that beautiful, beautiful knife. I don't know. This is going to be pretty interesting. You've got some pros in here too, like John Olsen and Lammy Snacks, right? Like really, really good players, especially John Olsen. A guy that we've casted before. He's absolutely nuts at the game, and so it should be a lot of fun.
I think it'll be interesting to know here in Team Deathmatch, you can pick different agents. I know everyone treats it like Deathmatch at the moment, but using these abilities, you can just blind the heck out of the other team. Oh, look at that.
He's got a custom shirt just for this very event.
I see he copy and pasted one of my stat lines from the game.
Because you play inverted.
Yeah, well, okay.
Fun fact for everyone watching. Paper Thin plays inverted.
Inverted, y-axis, not x-axis. The up and down.
That would be true.
Yeah, that would be truly horrific. What if you did both? Like, they give you the option.
Oh, God, I don't even want to think about it.
It's not that bad.
It sounds like the worst thing.
No, it's not. Well, the x-axis, yes, but the y-axis, no, it's fine. You get used to it. It's the same thing, just different. Backwards.
I don't think I'm getting used to that one, but I mean, I guess that's you. I don't know.
Okay.
All right, first map is District. I'm going to hand it over to Paper Thin and Achilleos here.
Thank you very much.
Your panelists turned casters.
Woo-hoo. Yeah, we'll be here on the desk, but it's time to guide you guys through this team deathmatch. We'll see how these guys fare. We will be starting things off on District. I'm looking forward to this because, again, haven't gotten the chance to play it myself. So I get to cast it before I get to play.
There you go. This map is pretty fun. It's got left side control is pretty important. It's kind of like a narrow area. There's a lot of orbs over there. There's some boxes you can jump up on in middle and stuff like that. Or a lot of spots like if you're going to TP or raise, blast back up into areas to kind of get some cheeky angles. You could do that too. So it should be a lot of fun. I'm just curious to see what agents they're going to run. Like,
Yeah, do you actually try to put together a composition, or is this just going to be a full send? You know, everybody plays a duelist. Do you have anybody who plays flashes? I'm curious to see how they're going to set this one up. CGRS especially, what is he going to do? Because I can see him just going for the Gecko. It's kind of been his namesake now, one of the first players to bring it out in Pacific, and you know, has been consistently near the top ever since that. So I am curious whether or not he's going to be doing that, or if he's going to be showing us something a little bit more wild. So we'll have to just wait and see as we get ready to hop into this one.
Well, maybe after, you know, being put in Gecko jail by Alex, by Coach Alex, maybe he's like, I could play something different now. I could play something else and try to swing in. So I don't know if anybody's going to try Deadlock. I mean, she's not, I'm being perfectly honest, super useful in Team Deathmatch. Because like a lot of her abilities, right, aren't really meant to be in this format, but we'll see, I guess.
So far, all I really spotted was a Neon. So.
Well, Neon is absolutely great. I mean, any of the duelists are fine. Like, you're basically getting away with doing kind of what you want and trying to create big plays for yourself.
Alrighty, well, it looks like we should be ready to go. Players loaded up. We got Team Q-Boy going up against Team CGRS. We'll go ahead and count this one down and see what comps we do have on either side. I'm seeing a Gecko on Team Green. Number 4 right there. The question is it CGRS?
Maybe. Fly on that Neon that you were talking about. Yeah, the control over this garage, I suppose we'll call it, is pretty important.
Okay, Lamis comes out here with the Neon. It's going to be able to find that kill. Follows up for a second one. But him going to be taken down, just sprinting forward. And, I mean, he's on an absolute tear. 3 kills already going to be built up. Gets another headshot dink into the body. Trying to get the kill, and I do see a knife kill. Goes over to Kiros, but it's not going to be CGRS. He himself, though, is going to be playing on that range. Go ahead. Put him right up his front now. This is trying to hold down this corner. Left out of Bullets has to go for the reload here. Shots come flying across. Really going to be answering back so far. 3. Now, a little stretch lead coming in from side CGRS, but Q-Boy answering back to keeping it close.
Yeah, and of course, like, people should know, right, you start out with just some pistols and other things here in the opening round. You can get gun upgrades to the orbs as well. So you can see, like, Ply's got a stinger, but a lot of frenzies obviously going to be popular. Lammy Snacks, again, you know, you saw him and John Olsen kind of popping off in the beginning part of the game. Very, very strong players in their own right. Speaking of John Olsen, just smacks Pat in the side of the head there. CGRS, oh, he gets flashed up. Taken down. Kiros, though, gets a quick double. Q-Boy trying to do what he can to stabilize the lines here. Is the Neon there, 14 CGRS, pushed pretty far out.
I mean, they're keeping it pretty neck and neck here, but now we'll go into the second stage. So, well, the SMG's unlocked. A lot of stingers likely to be seen here. A spray, not quite going to be doing you any favors at that range.
Oh, Jaws.
I'm not ready.
I mean, it's just pure utter chaos. But Q-Boy are taking the lead. Only up by about 1 or 2 kills at the moment, so still dangerous close between all of them. CTRS goes for the Ares. Oh man, this is just dishonest gameplay.
Meanwhile, Kadoom with that Sheriff just absolutely destroying there. That wingman helping out a bit. And let's see what they can get done. Yeah, CGRS is having a whale of a time with that Ares. I mean, CGRS was kind of, his team was kind of blocking their spawn, but they pushed back out.
Jazz not able to find that spray to connect. Duke in the meantime, 1 for 5. Takes the dismiss out, down 29 HP. Still dangerously low. And the risk of falling is, I mean, CGRS has gotten 4 with the Ares. Now 5. Come on, man. 6. When will it end? Somebody kill him. Thank you, John Olsen. Doing us all a favor. Gets that follow-up. Oh my God. John Olsen. On 3. Now 4. And okay, the rocket will come through. I think it's probably the first one that we've actually gotten so far.
That I can remember seeing. Yeah, it takes a while for your ults to charge up, but once you start racking up these multi-kills, the Ares continues to destroy the CGRS right back at it, man. This is...
You can put the Ares down.
No, we refuse. This is Ares time.
It's never Ares time. Plateau able to find John Olsen. Put him in from the corner. Oh, the knife! That's getting in right on top of that Neon. Puts him down. Second knife kill so far here over the map. Still neck and neck as we get to the halfway point, 49 to 49.
Oh, now the Guardian starting to come out here for CGRS and company. Kiros, oof, doing some real work with these guns. Really accurate here. You control those sight lines. The Haunt there going to back up CGRS a little bit, but done a good job re-establishing control of mid. Should be able to grab some orbs over in the garage.
Target rich environment, but not going to be able to find too much of anything there. Double spray down for 3. Bolt on line at the moment. Not seeing the pop coming through here. Otherwise, we'll just opting to hold on to the Spectre. Jump on the Lamb down. In the meantime, picks up a fourth with that Guardian. Hoping to try to keep team neck and neck here. Still behind by 3 as we get closer and closer. CGRS maintaining the lead for now. To the next stage. One more left to go.
Now you can start bringing out those rifles, the Phantoms, the Vandals, etc. Even upgrade to a op if you get the right orbs and everything. Go around the corner, doing good, but back up there from the rest of his team. Lotus next, getting a quick double. The blast pack up here, not ready for his landing.
CGRS coming up with 5 now, with still holding on to the Guardian. Hasn't opted to switch over. Where's that Phantom or that Vandal quite just yet? A little bit more. Jazz holding it with the operator. Looking to take him down. Eventually, Lotus next. The ult will be able to pick up 2. John Olsen, again, doing wonders here for the squad. Trying to keep them in this, but the lead is very much starting to stretch in favor of CGRS just a bit more.
Jaws trying to do what he can with that operator. See if they can get some pressure down onto him. Gonna get Kuraz. Still Pat gonna try for it. Nope. Jaws having none of it.
There's a follow-up shot there. But I mean, when you're in this even fast-paced environment,
do it. Make Achilles angry.
I think it's a little bit too slow. I think you need to do something a little bit faster here rather than the operator.
Somebody get the Odin and make Achilles tilt.
Oh, I mean, it certainly will happen. Go for another off. Now Kuraz has one as well.
Yeah. You can pick them up off the ground. You can't like grab them out of your main spawn.
Sure.
So
I don't know. Keep going. They're down now by 11 kills. Need to have a huge turnaround, but Kaduma's just looking to finish this one. 7 kills left to go. Swing over the corner. Lemmy will find one, but he's just getting away from him. It was so neck and neck for the longest time, but CGRS, his last few minutes, have just been able to absolutely blow this game open. And one more will do it. The spray coming in, tries the ADS, can't get it done. But surely, yeah, it's going to be CGRS aptly to finish it off. The first round going to them.
Yeah, Kuraz had some big moments in there, but yeah, CGRS, you can see, guys, he's, you know, everybody was, we talked about this before, Achilles, that everybody's like, oh, he's a streamer, or, you know, he's a content creator, whatever, but he's been like a pro in so many different esports and other things. Like, this guy has so much skill. Obviously, the world knows now, after Masters Tokyo, hiding the scoreline in there is CGRS. He's like, no, look, I think I want to see CGRS's scoreline. I feel like he popped off.
He was doing quite well. Saw a lot of multi-kills popping up there for him, so suspect that his stat line's probably quite good. But also on the opposite side, Q-Boy, something tells me, didn't have a 0 and 19 score, so I think he was able to best that.
Yeah, I have a feeling it's pretty hard to come away a best of 100 with 0 kills. I mean, oh, is that a deadlock? I see somebody thinking about it there.
Oh.
Might have been CGRS. I'm going to have to learn those ability names quick because I haven't had to cast a deadlock yet. So
I got Annihilation. That's about it.
Annihilation,
I know
that's the ult. Yeah. There's the Sonic Sensor, which is the thing you put on the wall and it detects noise and then trips if there's any noise.
Call the other one the net.
The net. It's a grab net, I think, is what it's called, actually. So you're not too far off from that. And then the other one's a barrier or something, barrier mesh or mesh barrier.
We can just
call it what we want.
Plow through this one.
It's like the glass walls, like of the barrier.
I think we could just
it's like
square peg round hole this one and just force our way through the cast.
There we go. I'm down with that.
CGRS don't know. Looks like he's going to be going for a breach. The rest of the team flipping around. Saw Raze coming in for somebody else. So it looks like they're just going to be changing things up a bit.
Everybody wants to play the Raze. Raze very, very good. Obviously with the paint shells and the whatnot. The Casbah. Rock the Casbah, baby. It's a great song.
It is. It's a great band.
It is a great band. All right. Well, this one's like part bindish. And it's just, I mean, all the maps are pretty much the same, right?
Yeah.
Like they're kind of 3 lanes.
Split one, and you got this one, but not going to be too much differentiation between them all. But it's a nice little breath of fresh air, you know, a little change up, but still somewhat familiar.
Yeah, exactly. It is just, it's just fun, man. Like that's all there is to it. It's just, you know, you get in here and you can see it's pretty hectic, but really just kind of working on those reaction times, working on those flicks, things like that, kind of practicing some of your abilities with the blast packs and those kind of things. So I don't know. I see another fade. So yes, Team CGRS have 1-0 right now. They were able to get to 100 just a little bit faster than Q-Boy.
We had fade in the first one, but I don't think we saw a Nightfall at any point.
I didn't remember seeing one. It takes a long time to get your ults usually.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say I could see that having some decent value because the map is so small, but at the same time, once you die and just instantly respawn, it doesn't matter anymore and you get your audio back. So I guess it's not nearly as impactful as I was first believing. We'll see what everybody's little compositions look like here and whether or not CGRS is going to be able to get that 2-0 start here in this second round.
All right. Let's see if Cute Boy can run it back. I don't know if they're. Let's see their comp. Okay, I do see a Yoru. Very, very good. I do see the Gecko on both sides. So is that going to be CGRS now on the Gecko?
I think he's on the breach, so...
Kira's back on this fade. He's just a fade one trick, apparently.
Sticking with it.
Hey, it worked well last time.
John Olsen as well.
No way.
Oh, my God.
Oh, they're just knifing. Oh, I'm all about this. Let's go.
Boy. All right, well, it's a very good start. Q-Boy does get taken down by Pat here, who finds a second.
They need to protect CGRS?
Oh,
yes.
Okay. Get down, Mr. President. He doesn't find John Olsen, but he's still very much being surrounded, and CGRS will get taken down, so I think Vic now has to... pay up some coffees, even though, yeah, they've agreed to do this. Are they going to do the entire game to 100 with just 5?
It's looking like they're considering it. I mean, this is like old school. Like,
I do like this.
like standalone servers. I love this stuff. Let's just go. Just keep running at each other.
Yep, they are absolutely doing this. Could take a while.
Oh, the Trailblazer kill?
Okay, so Util's fine, I guess. Util is fine.
The BM from Jub. Yeah, Util should be allowed. Util and knives.
Oh, we saw some. Oh, okay.
Oh no. Okay, they're done.
The knife accord is over. It's all about pistols now. Just use the swing out, and then instantly CGRS, they take the lead back.
I don't know, man. CGRS broke the truce. I'm not sure how I feel about that. Like this was clearly a knife round.
Quite dishonorable.
Very dishonorable.
Yep. You had a ceasefire, and then they just lit him up. John Olsen. We'll take that Ares on hand. So, okay, around the back. Q-Boy does get one for his trouble. Instantly punished, though, by CGRS. We'll find a third before getting taken down by Lammy Snacks, but right now, 6 kills up in the lead here.
Yeah, I'm all about just watching these Yoru TPs on the map. I don't. The rest of everything else that's going on is kind of unimportant to me. Oh God, kaboom! Man, CGRS, dude.
This has been a very red kill feed for the last little while. I mean, already up by 10. Need to see a turnaround here from the side of Cute-Boy. John Olsen, Lammy Snacks gonna have to put in some serious work.
John Olsen needs to put this team on his back right now. This is his moment.
Okay. He heard you at least for 1 kill.
Yeah.
Was instantly dealt with. Swing out. Yeah, I mean, just I don't know. They're getting picked apart. This is looking pretty brutal. I thought that this was going to be really long, but I guess the knives kind of did elongate it a little bit. Took us about, what, 2.5 minutes, but now the guns are coming through. We're nearly halfway there.
Yeah, now things have really just kind of gone off the rails. Everybody's just running at each other.
Yeah.
Oh, another knife.
Okay. I mean, I was going to say, we should count how many. I guess we have like 3 legitimate knife kills, not counting all of the kerfuffle at the beginning of this one.
I think that sounds right, yeah.
So it's like 2 in the last one.
I mean, mostly it's been Jaws. Pat got the last one, but...
He has been going for him.
I mean, he's keen.
Knockout, okay. A couple decent kills, but Lammy needs to do a hell of a lot more of that. And, okay, he's delivering on it. By just not being able to see him seemingly there on that flank. Lammy now going to be racking up 5. So, all right, he's effectively killed off the entire team, but then, yeah, the flank spawn will come through. Ends up getting taken down. Reign of Terror brought to an end. 13 kills up. Still 6 minutes to play through. CGRS are just sprinting through this.
Yeah, let's go, Q-Boy. Let's go. Let's get some highlight reel.
He's got blades.
Oh,
I guess in theory you get infinite blades. Because if you just keep killing people and don't die, you forever have them.
Yep, you can. That's not. You jinxed it. Way to go, Achilleos.
I'm sorry.
Oh man, CGRS, dude, he is just really crisp. The breach is kind of an interesting choice, but I guess it can work. I can see it working.
I mean, you just get all your util back on a timer, so...
Yeah, I mean, those fault lines are pretty good on this, I would think.
I mean, not even just the fault lines, but like just aftershocks, flashes, etc. Allows you to cover multiple areas in a, where you're worried about 5 different players, lock off one position, and then just try to get a multi-kill. So I can see it being quite good. I think there's not really anything that's poor for TDM, maybe Deadlock, as you were mentioning, because some of that utility doesn't necessarily lend itself to this kind of game mode, but...
Nothing's bad.
Yeah.
Everything's playable. You can do whatever you want in this. I mean, it is pretty fun. Initiators, I think, are really good. I usually like to play KO when I'm doing this. It's just kind of fun to just, throw some pop flashes, try to swing some corners.
As a previous and probably returning Chamber 1 trick. I am curious. I guess you just regenerate his bullets over time, but is it like one at a time, or
that I don't know.
8 or all 6 at once? Like, I actually don't know how that functions.
Me neither. I'm not a chamber guy, so that you're gonna have to test that out for me and confirm. You're gonna have to do the science.
Like Rendezvous, cooldown on it. I actually I'll have to get in there when we get back to Korea and I can finally play this myself. Give it a little test, or I can play it here. We actually do have a 5%.
Yeah, exactly. If you guys come down to the studio, you can definitely come check it out, play some TDM, have some fun. It's a great setup they have out there, and there's some snacks.
Quite the one way that Larry set up. Up on the ceiling. Anyway, 94 down to 78. CGRS looking to bring this one across the finish line and confirm the win. There's still going to be obviously a third round that will get played after this one, so we're going through it no matter what.
We haven't seen the dimensional drift yet. Can he get to it before this is over is the real question.
I don't know. Just given the circumstances, 2 more kills coming through, and they will be found by getting Cube Boy and Lammy going down to the back end. CGRS, they will be our victors here in this best of 3, but of course we're still going to be playing out that third round. So we'll see if Cube Boy's team can get one back, walk away with at least 1 win under their belt, or if this is just going to be an absolute sweep.
No, I think CGRS here, his team is pretty much on the money so far. I mean, they did break the truce in this one, so I'm not so sure how to feel about it. It's a kind of a dishonorable thing to do, you know? Joking, obviously. It's just team deathmatch, guys. Don't take this seriously.
In that game.
Yeah, right. Yeah. That's a war crime.
Give some waves to the fans. For anybody who's saying, why is this happening? Why don't we start the series? I want to see stars and whatnot.
Hey,
chill.
Yeah, chill out. This is like fun. Like, these are some great streamers, some great content creators for Valorant. They deserve to have the time to come out here, have some fun, you know, check things out. We've got some pros, we've got some, you know, content creators. Everybody's just here to have a good time. It's great for the fans. Like, they're clearly having a good time. And this place is already almost filled up. So, like,
oh yeah, I mean, it's sold out every single day.
Yes, every day is sold out.
So for Paper Thin telling you to come down and see the games live, you can't.
Yeah, well, you go hang out outside the studio or something.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Chill out there, eat some food. Maybe somebody will walk past and you can get an autograph.
There's a park right by. It's really nice.
Yeah.
That's where I wanted to go before I twisted my ankle.
Here we go with this again.
Well, it's true. It wasn't fake.
Uh-oh. Well, our monitors went down, but our audio still.
We can watch from the. We can watch from the. Yeah.
We'll be casting off the big monitor. Oh,
yeah.
Never mind.
Oh, we're back.
Yeah,
okay, we did it.
We're back. Okay, we're good.
Nope.
And now it's out again.
Piazza, Mike Piazza.
Okay.
Catcher for the Dodgers.
I'm going back to casting off this.
Yeah. Do you remember Mike Piazza? Were you ever a baseball guy?
Oh, that name sounds very familiar.
He was a catcher for like the Dodgers, and he's kind of like a.
Okay.
He was pretty, and then he was a broadcaster for a while too, as well. So, kind of like a, you know.
I was always, as a New Jersey and Philadelphia local, a Phillies guy. And like, hey,
you were a Phillies fan.
Too many other.
Too many other teams. As a Cubs fan, you and I also had similar levels of suffering with our bad baseball teams.
Yeah, I mean, it took a damn long while.
Because what year did the Phillies win? Was it 2009, 2000?
Something like that.
Yeah.
I was still in high school.
And the Cubs won right when I got to Korea. So I literally like got off the plane and like went to like a bar down in Itaewon to watch the games because it was the only place that had them on. It was like 9 in the morning when they started in Korea.
Right. Yeah, that is the bad thing about it. I think. Yeah, we're talking about baseball. Deal with it.
Yeah, look, the game's about to start.
The game is about to start. We're going to be casting off the big screen, so this will be an interesting.
I'm really glad I didn't put my contacts in today right now.
All right.
Oh, they got the best knife. That's my knife.
Well, it looks like John Olsen's just going to be sticking through with the Reina the entire way. Not interested in trying anything different. Swing onto the corner, and oh boy, there's so many people right there. Ends up getting cut down, but it's going to be evened up for the most part.
What would you be your go-to pistol here, Achilles, in this game mode?
I think definitely Frenzy or Ghost.
Frenzy or Ghost?
Yeah, Frenzy or Ghost, or if I'm playing Chamber the Headhunter, obviously.
Oh, well, yes.
But depending on how many bullets you get, that could be difficult. But already those CGRS getting themselves out to a nice early stretch, leading up by 4. They might just go. Maybe they are just going to go ahead and get a 3-0 sweep on this one.
The Mach kill. Let's go. CGRS, my man. She's doing a great job there. All right. Glitch Pop Frenzy. Thoughts on the skins?
Well, there's that Reaver, pretty good.
I don't know any other
I'm not
names.
much of a glitch pop guy.
I like the glitch pop. It's too distracting.
Yeah, same with like the Wasteland skins. Not really my cup of tea.
Yeah.
Very classic guy. I like the infantry skins. I want to pick up the new like Neo Wild West ones.
Those are awesome. Those are really, really good.
That's more my taste. Anything super loud in its appearance, I guess, is not really for me.
As long as you don't use the Marshall that makes the noise like you hit somebody when you didn't.
Always so
that's the
awful.
worst. That one.
Yeah.
That one tilts me into orbit, especially when players are using it. Because I'm like, did they hit somebody or not? I have to like look at their health bar.
Yeah. Let's keep it close. I'm tying it up, 26-26. I am curious to see if this Reckoning is going to be coming through since we do actually have a harbor, because I can see they're getting an immense amount of value.
Yeah.
Given on how long it lasts, so it's going to get multiple cycles of respawns and whatnot, and also will cover just damn near the entire center of the map.
Harbor's really good in this game mode because there's so many narrow angles. Like those cascades are super powerful. Obviously the high tide covers like 2/3 of the map.
Everybody on the mobs now, sheriff in hand. That's some nice shots.
Oh
no.
no.
Corner. Can't get it done.
Not like this.
Ends up getting taken down. CJRS on a massive streak. What's that, 5 right now? Obviously he's still very much at distance, so I can't quite see how many
I can't
kills.
read player names right now, just so we're clear. I can only tell what agents they are vaguely.
Yeah.
Like, obviously I can see Neon because it's pretty distinct. Cypher, maybe. CJRS. Yeah. The Gecko has very distinct hair color. Nobody else has like that pea-colored hair. I mean
The vegetable.
Yeah.
Yeah, good clarification.
I thought I should.
Oh dear.
I was like, I better make sure people understand what I mean there.
The wheels are coming off.
Yeah. This is
the monitor's down. We're casting a team deathmatch. It's time to get the
We're literally like we're fans casting this from the stadium right now. Like we should just get up and walk into the fans and like talk to them, like interview them while this is going on. That would actually be pretty fun.
If our headset wires were long enough, we could.
I know. We should get like wireless roaming mics and like cast the game from the stands and like talk to fans. Like old school baseball when they used to like back to baseball going to like when they go in the stands and cast the games from like the bleachers and stuff, like Harry Carey. That was sick.
Going on to 2, but no one swings.
Oh, that really oh my god.
Man, I mean basically a collab coming in. Just ripping them apart. 59 to 54. I mean, this has been probably the best performance so far that we've had from the side of Team Q-Boy.
Well, they need one. You know, you got to give them one.
Yeah.
Oh, that wingman.
I don't think you have to give them anything, but you know, they should earn it.
Okay, they should earn one. Fine. Man, you're
But they are.
Captain Pendant over here.
Pendant.
Pendanting. You know what I meant.
Pedant. Yes. But I'm just actually further proving your point.
Yeah. See, this is exactly. Yeah, this is like that's the most accurate thing I've ever said in my life.
I mean, I'm very self-conceited pedant there, but all right.
Oh, lightning fingers. Let's go.
Yeah, we got the Palpatine.
No.
But okay, not going to be able to get the reset. Tied up though. Now the lead in the hands of Q-Boy. Starting to walk away with this one. John Olsen on a streak. It's another headshot. Goes for the reload. Takes it to spin.
Yes.
And he's just getting so much info with every single trip.
Rain
I do see he actually just wove in a little knife kill for himself there.
Oh, John Olsen, you
John
absolute
Olsen,
beast.
He's going crazy. He's keeping them in the lead.
He just keeps dismissing it and they're infinite.
Unbelievable.
Let's go, John.
CJRS finally puts him down, but man, what a streak from John Olsen. CJRS not ready for this dishonest Odin gameplay coming in off the flank.
I knew it. As soon as that gun appeared.
Yep.
You just can't handle it.
90 achieved. Q-Boy, they're on the precipice of getting it done. 8 more to go.
Let's go. They got this.
We need to run back 15 kills.
Those paranoias really annoying on this map.
Okay, there's 2. John Olsen, though.
Oh, no.
Starting up once more. Final 5 left to go. We don't need the pip. We don't need to see the Odin. No one needs to grab it. Because they are just going to rip them to shreds. And Team Q-Boy, at the end, they will, in fact, be able to get themselves a round win. So they're not going to be going home completely defeated.
It was fun. It was a good time. I mean, John there popping off on the radar was a pleasure to watch.
Yeah, nice little play. I mean, just the dismiss back and forth, is nuts.
Yeah, no, I mean, he's insane. Obviously, you and I know that. We've seen him play many a times, and that full sense team, you know, again, talk about that 2021 LCQ. that incredible match against Northeption that went deep. You know, John Olsen, PTC. I think Superbus was on that team too, wasn't he?
Probably. Might be. I mean, speaking of which,
show some fans. Oh yeah, okay. Well, there we are.
Chilling right there in the audience.
I got it.
So I mean, they were listening to you and they said, okay, let's get a shot of Superbus. I don't know if we're on camera right now. We might be. But we're just going with the flow.
We're just having fun here today. That's all that matters. This is
okay. We're on stage shot, I guess.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're still working through our tech issues, but that's okay.
Can you?
Oh, do we have?
Do we have Vic?
No, maybe not. You're not allowed.
We need Vic's opinions on these things.
Just,
she's our TDM expert. Yeah.
We can ask you about baseball as well.
Yeah. Do you like baseball, Vic? Wait, yes, she does. Because I remember she invited me to a Korean baseball game, but we ended up not being able to make it. So.
I still haven't even.
You haven't gone to you've never gone?
No, I feel like we've talked about this.
When do you when we get back, do you have time between LCQ? Anyway.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I've never gone over there. Just haven't been able to do it. I mean, I like baseball. It's been a while since I've been to a game. I think it'd be fun, but I don't know.
Yeah, we can go to the Go Chuck Sky Dome. Yeah. In Guro. It's sick. It's really nice. And it's air conditioned.
Hello. Hi.
Now we gotcha.
Yes, I do like baseball.
Okay, then
but
we're good.
I love team deathmatch as well. It's a lot of fun. And that's all you're going to hear from me because we're ready to go to the stage with Isara, and he's going to interview the winner team. Actually, both teams. Let's go talk to the 10 Thai influencers and players.
ติดหรือเปล่าฮะทุกคนได้ยินผมไหมครับโอเคได้ยินหรือเปล่าขอเสียงหน่อยครับข้างหลังครับอ๋อโอเคได้ยินขอบคุณทุกคนด้วยนะฮะก่อนอื่นเลยนะครับก็ผมดูไปเมื่อกี้นี้มันอะไรก็รู้เต็มไปหมดเลยนะมีการมีดกันด้วยนะฮะก็ว่าไงจัดฮะโอเคอันนี้เหมือนจะไม่ติดไม่เป็นไรนะครับเอางี้ก่อนอื่นเลยนะครับเผื่อใครเนี่ยฮะที่อาจจะยังไม่รู้จักเพราะเราไม่ได้แนะนำตัวกันก่อนเนาะผมเลยอาจจะขออนุญาตเริ่มจากฝั่งของพี่แว่นก่อนแล้วกันครับรบกวนครับแนะนำตัวนิดหนึ่งฮะ
พี่แว่นนะครับผมคิวบอยนะฮะจากคิวบอยครับผมขอบคุณครับ
จัสหรือว่าเจแจ๊จากคารอนนะครับผม
ค่ะจุ๊บค่ะเจอยู่ BBB จากทารอนค่ะ
ครับลัมมี่สแน็คนะครับจาก Attack All Out ครับ
ตาลครับจอห์นโอเซนจากฟูเซนครับ
ผมเปลี่ยนไมโครโฟนได้ด้วยนะฮะก็มาฝั่งนี้บ้างนะครับมีใครไม่รู้จักคนนี้บ้างก่อนแนะนำฮะเผื่อมีคนไม่รู้จักครับยังไม่ได้แนะนำเลย
ฮัลโหลสวัสดีครับก้าครับCTRS ครับผม
สวัสดีค่ะแพทจากช่องแพทพาร์ทจากสังกัดทารอนอีสปอร์ตค่ะ
สวัสดีค่ะปายจาก MITH ค่ะ
สวัสดีครับผมอาร์ตนะครับจาก APS Thailand ครับผมขอบคุณมากครับผมกระดุมจาก MITH ครับ
ขอบคุณทุกคนมากนะครับในวันนี้ที่มาร่วมเล่นนะครับโหมดใหม่ของ VALORANT นะครับอย่างทีม Deathmatch กันนะครับแต่วันนี้นะครับเนื่องจากว่าเป็นวันที่2 Playoffs ในรายการ Ascension แล้วนะผมอยากถามกัปตันทีมทั้ง2ท่านเหมือนกันนะอยากถามทุกคนเหมือนกันแต่ว่าตรงนี้น่าจะเวลาไม่พอนะแต่อยากถามความรู้สึกครับพี่แว่นฮะและคุณกล้าด้วยเดี๋ยวเริ่มจากพี่แว่นก่อนนะว่าเฮ้ย Ascension มาจากที่ไทยเรารู้สึกยังไงบ้างครับในฐานะคนที่อยู่ในวงการของ FPS เนี่ยมานาน
คือที่จริงวงการ FPS เนี่ยเราโหยหางานแลนด์มาเยอะมากกาก็น่าจะรู้ดีมากแบบอย่าง FPS Thailand เองของแว่นเนี่ยฮะเราก็จัดงานแลนด์มาตลอดนะฮะซึ่งพอมี VALORANT เปิดขึ้นมาเราก็เฝ้ารอว่าเฮ้ยเมื่อไหร่ จะมีงานแลนที่ประเทศไทยซึ่งมาไวกว่าที่คิดนะฮะมาไวกว่าที่คิดพอสมควรเลยแล้วก็รู้สึกตื่นเต้นมากๆและหวังว่าจะมีครั้งหน้าแล้วก็อาจจะโฮสต์งานที่ใหญ่กว่านี้อาจจะเป็นระดับโลกเลยของ VALORANT นะฮะ
ขอบคุณมากเลยฮะหวังว่าจะมีงานหน้าเหมือนกันนะจะได้มาเจอทุกคนนะบรรยากาศดีอ่ะทางฝั่งคุณกล้าครับ
คำถามอะไรนะครับลืม
ครับคำถามนะมีอยู่ว่านะครับรู้สึกยังไงบ้างที่งาน Ascension เนี่ยการแข่ง VCT เนี่ยมาเยือนถึงประเทศไทยครับ
จริงๆก็ดีครับแล้วก็ดีใจครับที่ได้เห็นคนดูเยอะขนาดนี้ครับแบบว่าไม่เคยดีใจ
เดี๋ยว
ใช่ครับ
ไม่เคยดีใจหรือว่าไม่เคยเจอคนดูเยอะขนาดนี้
ไม่เคยเจอคนดูเยอะขนาดนี้
โอเคครับก็เป็นบรรยากาศดีๆเนาะสำหรับทางแฟนๆชาว VALORANT ด้วยนะครับผมแล้วก็แน่นอน
ขอบคุณ
ทางฝั่งของอินฟลูเอนเซอร์
ครับผมขอบคุณครับ
ขอบคุณนะฮะคำถามต่อมาครับตอนนี้นะฮะอยากที่จะรู้ครับว่าคิดยังไงนะผมอาจจะต้องเลื่อนไปคนข้างๆนะครับเพราะว่าเดี๋ยวกัปตันทีมจะเหนื่อยเกินไปนะครับคนข้างๆครับคุณจัดนะฮะแล้วก็น้องแพทพาวเวอร์พับคิดยังไงครับกับโหมดทีมเดธแมทครับ
โคตรนัวครับ
โคตรนัว
ไปตรงไหนก็โดนยิงอย่างเดียวครับหัวหลุดแล้วเมื่อกี้
ไม่ได้แบกหรอเห็นผมคุยข้างหลังบอกว่าจะเอา40คิวไม่ใช่เหรอครับ
นั้นฝากไว้กับ2คนนั้นไปแล้วผมสายซัพพอร์ตนะ
สายซัพพอร์ต
ก็สำหรับหนูก็รู้สึกว่าสนุกดีเป็นโหมดที่เน้นแบบวัดยิงออกมายิงกันอย่างเดียวอะไรอย่างเงี้ยค่ะใช่แล้วหนูขอบอกอะไรอีกเรื่องหนึ่งคือก่อนหน้านี้หนูกับจัดคุยกันว่าถ้าสมมติว่าทีมแพทชนะจัดจะทาวเวิร์กให้ดูเพราะฉะนั้นที่หนูชนะแล้วไง
แต่ CGRS ชนะหมดเลยนะไม่ใช่เหรอ
ใช่
เดี๋ยว
คือเขาวัดกันแบบสุดท้ายไม่ใช่ครับ2แบบแรก
ไม่จัดไม่
เดี๋ยวแต่ชนะคือชนะนะครับทุกคนอยากเห็นจัดทเวิร์กหรือเปล่าครับขอเสียงโอ้ยไม่ได้ยินเลยไม่ได้ยินเลยทุกคนครับขอใหม่นะทุกคนอยากเห็นจัดทเวิร์กขอเสียงหน่อยสัญญากับเขาไว้ครับใช่ไหมแป๊บเดียวพอครับผมก็ไม่อยากแก้อะไรเยอะแต่ว่าไอ้ตัวนี้มันครับโอเคครับขอบคุณมากครับขอบคุณความกล้าหาญของเจจัดด้วยนะฮะผมขอโทษทุกคนนะครับแล้วก็ขอโทษทางบรอดแคสต์นะครับที่มันมีอะไรแบบนี้ด้วยแต่ว่าอย่างไรก็ตามครับอันนี้ก็จบไปแล้วนะครับสำหรับโชว์แมตช์นะครับผมของเราซึ่งก็เป็นทีม Deathmatch นะอย่าลืมว่างานของเรานะครับยังมีส่วนของหน้างานที่ไม่ต้องมีบัตรเข้าแล้วก็สามารถมาร่วมสนุกเล่น TDM กันได้นะครับผมแต่สำหรับตอนนี้ครับผมพวกเราทุกคนนะฮะทั้ง10คนนะฮะก็ขอบคุณทุกท่านทั้งทางบ้านแล้วก็ที่มาวันนี้ด้วยนะครับผมและเดี๋ยวเราครับยังไม่จบแค่นี้เพราะ Ascension Playoffs วันที่2กำลังจะเริ่มต้นอีกไม่ช้าครับเพราะฉะนั้นอย่าเพิ่งไปไหนครับเดี๋ยวเรามารอดูเกมเดือดๆกันต่อเลยครับสำหรับตอนนี้เราทุกคนขอไปพักกันสักครู่ครับขอบคุณมากครับ
the realness. Give me the shovel, I already killed it. Tell everybody we them girls, hand to the ceiling. This is our empire, yeah, better start kneeling. Look at us go, we in control, take it or leave it. Unstoppable, can't cut the flow, better believe it. Me and my queens got it unlocked, this is the season. You can't mess with us, nah, you already know. You already know. We've been through it all, made us stronger. Had a couple falls, but no longer. You can bring the war, we got soldiers. We keep marching on, you can't hold us. Look at us go, we in control, take it or leave it. Unstoppable, can't cut the flow, better believe it. Me and my queens got it unlocked, this is the season. You can't mess with us, nah, you already know. You already know. You already know. You can tell us nothing, we don't need opinions. Tomorrow ain't promised, so we gon' keep on living all around the world. We be on a mission, ladies, women, girls, know we handle business. You already know. You already know. You already know.
Uninterrupted gaming with Grab Unlimited. Free delivery every day. Uninterrupted gaming with Grab Unlimited. Free delivery every day.
I want to talk about Japan, a region that has definitely been growing, has had explosive support for Valorant, and it would mean so much for them to have an extra team represent their region, and this time it's going to be Scars who has that shot.
It's really interesting because they're one of the other teams that plays a double duelist composition, and think about how they play off of that aggression. Jemkin is one of those players who has so many first kills and incredibly high ACS. Just in that grand finals alone against Jadeite, he racked up over 100 kills.
You know, while, like you mentioned, a lot of people suspected maybe it would be Jadeite, maybe even household names like Crazy Raccoon or Fennel that would represent Japan, still, I think it's maybe good news for the region that a somewhat aggressive team is now trying to evolve, you know, Valorant in Japan and have that extra representation in VCT Pacific. There's a lot of storyline here and a lot of competition going on in Challengers Japan. So if you missed it, definitely check out the grand finals to get ready for Ascension.
Xerxia honestly wasn't the team we thought would be here at Ascension.
But that just proves, I mean, that's just how deep the player pool is, that's just how big Valorant is here for this region. And let's not forget, coincidentally, it used to actually be Xerxia who always represented Thailand internationally, but they've always had international representation in VCT so far.
Let's talk about some of the Xerxia guys.
I think we can start with Zc, right, spelled out XZE. Just had some great performances, and I think, again, maybe vying for a chance to say, hey, Pacific continues to have these great controllers, because that's the role he plays as well.
I mean, that's one thing that's really interesting to me because the way that this team functions, they might swap roles around depending on the map, first of all. Second of all, Zusi had one of the highest clutches in the entire Challenges Thailand group stage.
I'm really looking forward to Xerxia playing on home ground. I think it's going to be insane.
Already over 10. Dax and Black and Blue still with you here. And in our second series, it's the Philippines trying to get that takedown. Send your card glass and then they line up for him.
NAOS anticipating this here, Fancy. Jin shuts him down single-handedly, not much of a problem.
Basically done and dusted. Trying to clip the side, trying to find that lock, but Crystal, Yoshi
needs to dish out more pain. He goes in for the fourth, a little head, but Joshi executes him outright. It's 5-1 for Bleed.
Playing with his food at this point in time. XE cannot do anything, and it will be yes, I can. Get onto that line. Does he peek the first? Yes, he does. There's the Haunt. It's available. Nightfall now can be sent out. It's winnable. It's doable. And RDW continues to be a monster. Might get a little bit stuck out, but there's Lou. 1, 2. Will it be a third? It will. It absolutely will be. What with the 1 versus 2 clutch? Would be huge. Komodo, Gem Keen. There's 1. Blast Pack to help him out. There's 2. There's 3. Oh man, I feel like we're a serial repeater for this man, aren't we, Gem Keen?
The last round of the first half, and Boom goes in for a quick setup. Oh no! Famous! He gets the triple spray, pulls out the knives, looks for another. The Paranoid coming in to assist. He checks the angle. He's going all in. Shiro cleans it up, and the Boom!
XC gets the third, but Mojo lets it rip. It's a second nature to Mojo. Are there,
no way.
And Scars cannot handle them whatsoever. Bleed Esports, this is a standard being set, and they will still try and cover the cross, but Neff is just so patient, and Neff, before we get even started, 5v2, well by 5d none.
He's good position to actually pop off, pushes through the goal, and wins! Triple kill hat trick! Like indeed. It's gonna be now surrounding the side, and Poppy Chulo! Poppy! But no!
They don't know Wits is there. Poppy Chulo though with a find. Here we go again, the dynamic duo! But look at Wits go. Back into the corner, back in position. And NAOS is bound for the playoffs. We wanted convincing, and we get...
Are you going to step up to the plate when you are needed? He's already opened up with the answer being, yes, I can. And he's not even in the server right now. Antidote failed as well, trying to do it all. And he absolutely will. Getting in, and he's going to be taken. We've seen Famous do big things with these blades in hand, and there's the second Komodo. He's looking for more. He's got it. Look at this man go. He can dance. He can dance all bloody day. Famous. How does he get away with that? There is no chances that he holds this from under heaven, but he does. And now it's all on the Seraphop, and it's not going to happen in any way. Do you picture this? The script has been torn, ripped, shredded apart.
Onto Lou with the Nano Swarm, gets caught by the Recon Dart, and this is just falling bit by Bonkers. What do you choose? He wants to go for the latter, but Juicy's just too damn good. 4K for Juicy. They're really thinning down the clock here, Quack. This is not good. Back at the site, it's Neff, it's Juicy, it's Juicy, it's Neff. Oh no, it's fallen down. Bleed has done it. It closes out 2-0. It's going to be first right in front of him. And look at that. Out of nowhere, they punish. Allow goes up onto heaven. Yoshi has the Seekers. And who let the dogs out? And who let Yoshi? Such an unorthodox Japanese team. Now with the Russians, with the coaching from Fantasys, for Bonkers here, there was a lot of...
What's up, Valorant fans? It's Valorant Champions Tour Ascension Pacific 2023. We are live in Bangkok, Thailand, and we've entered the unforgiving knockout stage where we find out who is destined to be the final 4 teams here in Bangkok. The teams are facing off each other for the very first time. Scars from Japan and Fancy United from Vietnam.
Before getting taken down himself, Tornek on the meantime, holding it down, nearly got the collect, but he's got the quick little kill going off that hip fire. Looking to nade, but he's already shifted away, but he strafes.
A lot of pressure on him.
They're gonna hold the line, and he's just gonna find both of them. Now sends it towards heaven. Does it get the kill? It absolutely does. Give it. Looks like they are. He swings out, and the ace will be confirmed. The Scars get themselves up. A quick start. Showstopper is out, but Yoshi just domes him from backside behind the screens. The flash is through. Doesn't confirm the kill, but Alan certainly does, and in the blink of an eye, There it goes. Start working their way forward. There's the push in, the instant headshot. Predico finds a third. Drops down to the classic. It's going to be a 4K. As they will not allow for the Thrifty to come through. Scars now moving up by 3. This is possible, but they have to get on this soon. Time starting to dwindle. The swing out. Allen moves his way forward. Yes, I can. Sprays down for 2. Looks for the third. Will get it. Damn close, but fancy. Lear out. Izzy lurking inside of the smoke. Crystal finds an opening kill. The swing in. Izzy good for only 1. Great sense here. Not quite realizing how close he is, but Crystal now the last man standing, the showstopper at the ready. He's been spotted. He's annihilated, but it's now a nightmare as the defuse will come in. It's 17-15. Scars, they will end the tournament here for the side of Fancy United. Their season, their chance at promotion.
We have 2 teams here. Both of them have maintained their rosters throughout the tournament. Boom and Bonkers. I mean, these 2 teams, we have high expectations of both of them.
We're about to find out as we go into their map pick of Haven. Noted, Paranoia goes across. It's rather early. Trying to swing in. The push forward. Blaze King just rushes up, gets in front of the wall, finds himself a third. 7-1, boom, not looking to be denied.
It's just beautiful utility again. Happy birthday, Darion, as well. Why is everybody born on this day? What happened?
I don't know. They managed to disengage to get themselves out of the sight. Severin in a spot to try to get their slug. As Famous gets back to back, make it a triple. He shuts them down. Minimizing what? Need to clear out 3 and get this defuse. Minimize good for the first, but then it's going to be Berserk's holding it down. Cleans up 3 kills, and 13-6 is the scoreline as Boom will knock Bonkers off their feet. Gonna be quite the position to try to breach as one finds 2. Gets himself a third, looks for the 4th, can't find it. Dragon. Now there's the dash in. Should have spotted one on that cross, but it's just gonna be into the meat grinder and Severin. Nice deal. Be able to take him down at the very end, but damn. How get rid of Blaze King. They'll have heard that judge now, but Famous swinging in the corner, finds some minimize. Blaze King gets one. That's the spike now stuck inside of the pin. As Blaze King looks for more, has to go for the reload. RDW will be able to strike him down. That drops the pit, but he's all on his lonesome. And Famous, does he even check it? The answer is no. Execution style, Severin will put him down. As Bonkers are eliminated from Ascension Pacific. Boom will be advancing forward to play against Bleed.
Just a great pearl here from both teams. Loved the way that Bonkers were able to bounce back.
Hello, Asia. It's VALORANT Champions Tour Ascension Pacific 2023. We just finished a really fun show match featuring Team Deathmatch with 10 Thai players and streamers here in Bangkok. We are located live in the Queen Sirikit Convention Center, and we're going to go into the semi-playoffs today. My name is Victoria, and again, at the desk with me, favorite casters from Pacific, Paper Thin and Achilles.
Just throwing the other casters under the bus. That's okay. I'm all about it. I definitely am about that.
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How'd you guys find the deathmatch? I know there was a little bit, you guys had to switch and watch the live stage, but how did you find your first crazy Thai team deathmatch?
It's fun.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
It's very free form, allows you to do kind of whatever you want. So, but I think I'll definitely have a lot more fun playing it.
Yeah.
So I'm looking forward to doing that when I get home.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you see it and then you just want to go and play because it just looks like so much fun, right? Like everybody in there is just having a good time, laughing. Got to see the knife battle, and I think you might have encouraged that a little bit. But
yeah,
I think you were solely responsible.
Yeah, I'm just blaming you. Yeah.
There's a little bit of instigating there, and you know what? It was worth it. It was so much fun to watch that. Now today we got the final 4 teams. We got Boom, Bleed, Scars, and NAOS. We're gonna start the first matchup today with NAOS Esports from the Philippines and Scars from Japan. And you guys were casting yesterday with Scars playing. Any thoughts as we go into the first matchup of today?
I mean, Scars kind of playing to expectation to a certain point. You know, we were anticipating that it was going to be a 2-0 series, you know, not to discredit Fancy United. I think they played really well, and their run back and having that such a long map on Bind go to those multiple overtimes was very much, you know, that it showed off their tenacity and how they weren't going to be able to be willing to back down, I should say. But Scars were able to persevere. But I think that was definitely a lot more of a struggle than we had anticipated, because it felt like, okay, they're going into Bind, this is going to be their map pick, they're going to be feeling maximum, they're going to have maximum comfort here. They should be able to just take this, especially how one-sided the first map was, and they did start to stumble. So this is a team that I thought was going to have a pretty easy time coming in, and I think now going up against NAOS, I'm a little bit concerned for Scars.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I think there were some shaky moments there, especially like you were talking about in the Bind. I thought they maybe didn't have the best game plan there, where they were kind of leaving some of their players on their own to try to pop off, and Jemkin wasn't quite as good as we've seen him in this tournament. But yeah, going up against NAOS here with Ja, Mojer, Papi Chulo, Senor Carl, and Wits. I mean, these guys are really, really good. They've been playing together here very well in this tournament. A lot of 2-1s, but a lot of them going in their favor. So this is a team that to me is really scary. A very, very deep team. Everybody on this team gets involved and does a really good job.
I think it's worth noting this is probably the most experienced team, or the second most experienced team here in Ascension, besides Boom. And these guys have been playing with each other for a really long time. Papi Chulo, Wits, Borkum from Team Secret. They used to play together. A lot of them used to play in other titles, long time even with Ja. So I think having that sort of a team camaraderie and just understanding of each other puts them also at an advantage.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, having that history and just, you know, being able to play off one another so effortlessly, you kind of get into, you know, as we say for like Paper Rex and a lot of other squads, that hive mind where you don't even really need to verbalize what you're going to do. You just have a sense of like what your teammate is going to be able to do, and you're able to play off it and set them up for success. And NAOS have that in spades.
Yeah, I'm a really big fan of a lot of these players. I mean, Papi Chulo in particular has been playing good. You know, Senor Carl has been really, really strong. Ja at times has been pretty good this tournament. Maybe not going to be on the radar for that star duelist like we see with Jemkin, and then we saw yesterday with Crystal on the Rays. But absolutely, this is a team that top to bottom does really, really well. It's nobody that's kind of just stealing the show for them just yet. It is a very much a team effort, and Witt's a guy that we got to cast at 2021 in Champs a couple times when he was on Team Secret. So it was a lot of fun to get to see him there, and now here again trying to get another team back up to that Tier 1 level.
That's right. I mean, look, NAOS Esports, really good, really interesting pacing. I think with some of the other teams, their playstyle is very distinctive, but with NAOS, it's a really nice, good mix of like slow and fast plays, mixing it up. And I think they're probably one of the more careful teams, making sure they clear everything out before they go in, and hopefully they can carry on with it today. Now, the players are arriving, and I believe we can have a chat with them. So let's go over to Mac and see what they have to say.
I have NAOS. I believe they've just turned up. Going to try to have a quick chat. We'll see if they get a bit more hype than what we saw from Scars before. Big Carl. Where's my boy, Big Carl? Huh? He's not here yet. He's not here. He's coming. I'll grab one of them. They're a bit slow. They're slow out of the gate, but I swear their VALORANT will be a bit faster than what we're seeing right now. Oh, got Ja. got Carl, got Wits, got all the boys. Carl, mate, have a chat with me. I heard from everyone in the arena that now's actually the time. So can you give me your best now's the time?
Now's the time!
Now's the time, baby! Let's go. Back to you guys.
Great interview.
Headset warning.
That was enlightening.
Yes.
I mean, look, sometimes you just want to get the players jazzed up.
Oh, no, I love that. That's
we
great.
don't want to have that slow creep out like we saw there from the van. We want to see them a bit more upbeat when they get into the lobby and start playing.
It is tricky to get out of those vans. That seat is kind of, it doesn't leave you a lot of room to fit through there. The back seat, I'm talking about like when they have to put
Right, and then you're kind of awkwardly.
Get out of a van.
Yeah. Well, with the seat in the way.
You are old.
Almost as old as NAOS players, I think. They're one of the more senior ones. I guess senior Carl's day was no joke. Okay, let's talk about Scars from Japan, and they've been looking pretty strong. I think we can dig into a bit about yesterday, but overall in the group stages, it was a clean sweep except for one team, which they lost to Bleed. But even then, they beat Bleed on Bleed's strongest map, Pearl, and they were the only team to do it. So, I mean, what do you guys think about Scars?
I mean, I think that they're a really good team, but one of the things that was lacking, one of the things that made yesterday's matchup be a little bit rough around the edges on that bind was that we did not see that big, impactful performance from Jemkin. He has been the guy that has been absolutely dominant their whole run throughout their whole season that they were playing over in Japan. He's been one of the biggest reasons why they're able to take down Jadeite, to get themselves into this event, to have that chance at promotion. But he was so quiet yesterday, aside from the very beginning of the first map. It was very much on Crystal, the IGL, and Raze for this squad to be the one to really push them over the edge to finally be able to get that win.
Yeah, and there were a lot of good plays as well from Torneko, Alan, Yoshi. These guys were really doing a good job having some impactful moments. Thinking back to Split in particular, like Torneko's really nasty with that Marshall and things like that. But they're a very good team behind Crystal and Jemkin, but a lot of their success is predicated on winning these individual duels, winning these individual battles. And, yesterday on Bind, when you shifted Jemkin over to that Reyna, a lot of times he's left on his own, trying to do showers control or things like that. And he wasn't really as effective as he needed to be, or as we're used to seeing from him. So certainly I'm looking at like potentially the Jemkin versus Ja matchup to see who's going to be really coming out ahead in those duels.
Yeah, I mean, Crystal having a whale of a time when it came down to the split. I mean, the Hail Mary chuck there on the rocket, finds the kill, got the ace. So one of the few that we've had so far in the tournament, and just kind of carried over as well as we got into this absolutely wild and long map of Bind, just going the distance all the way up to 17-15 in that final score line. But this was one that Scars really had to fight for. Even with Fancy having that sub out, bringing Wukong back into the roster for this map to play the Sky, they were just so tenacious, willing to fight back at every twist and turn, but this was an unfortunate one for Nizzy. Got into an absolute cannot win scenario.
I was just about to praise Nizzy, be like, man, I thought he played really good on this Cypher, especially on Vine yesterday. But yeah, certainly this round was one that he would like to maybe have back if possible. But I mean, things like the orbital strike in that round made it way difficult for him to get what he needed to do done. But yeah, I mean, I think for Scars here, if Jemkin can perform kind of more to that level that we had seen, I think he's top rating for a lot of the stats right now, coming in throughout the entirety of VCT Ascension Pacific. Then this should be kind of a good chance for Scars because he has been popping off a lot. But yesterday was a down day, so I don't know if it's the stage or just the team matchup. Not sure.
Yeah, it was interesting. It was a down day, and Crystal just stepped up, like you're saying, with a raise and an op, just kind of covering for all.
Attack op, too.
Yeah, which was crazy. It's kind of your style, isn't it?
It very much is my style. Yes, I am the guy that plays the raise and an attack off. If my rifling's just not there, I'm like, all right, well, I'm just going to scope it and just shoot some people. But my teammates don't like it too often when I do it.
No.
I do.
Do you?
I support it. Yeah.
I don't like
when
it.
I'm playing Killjoy, I just protect him. I'm like, just grab an op, and I'm just going to set a turret on one side, alarm bot on the other. You do your thing.
You're a good Killjoy.
I'm a team player.
You are a team player. Now, Scars is arriving, and I believe Mac is with them. Let's catch an interview with Scars.
Thank you guys, and welcome down to the back of the arena. It's a great day for a semi-final here, and Scars have just arrived. I want to have a quick chat with him. I think I'm going to grab Fidezis today. He's a man of few words, but he's just got that intimidating aura about him, mate. Come over here. Have a quick chat with me. Now, I know you're a pretty humble bloke, but how loud do you get when they win a round? What do you do to keep the vibes good on the team?
Hard questions.
Okay. Well, what do you say? Do you scream? Do you scream with the boys?
No, I'm just saying, I'm trying to say them like what kind of mistakes we did last couple of rounds, that we need to avoid some of these mistakes, and I'm trying to keep positive vibe, like without screaming on them, like just like trying to be more problem solving. That's all.
Well, look, good luck today, and I'll see you later. Back to you guys on the desk.
Man of very few words.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, look, nothing to hype a team like positivity. That's what he was saying. Just like keep it positive, point out the mistakes. It's a very pragmatic approach, and it's been working out for Scars. So why not?
I mean, not every coach is going to be Alex, banging on the desk and getting jazzed up alongside your players when things are going well.
Yeah.
Some coaches are going to be a lot more quiet, kind of like Hermie and whatnot, and you don't show as much emotion, and that can work for you. So it seems to be doing a good job so far. So hey, keep up the good work.
Yeah, exactly. Now, let's talk about some of the key players. You guys had mentioned Jemkin. We talked about Crystal, but why have you guys decided to zoom in Torin Echo and Papi Chulo?
Flipped a coin. No, genuinely, like Torin Echo was, I think, really, really impressive and very pivotal to the win yesterday. We saw some individual highlight moments. You're talking about the Marshall from him. But aside from that, the amount of assists he was also able to put up throughout the series was ridiculous. It was like 33 or something like that.
Tons of
also
paranoias,
finding, I think 38 frags for himself. So yeah, tons of paranoias that were coming across and just catching multiple people on the opposite side. So he was very much the catalyst for Crystal to be able to go out and just dominate the way that he did, especially on split. So Torin Echo, I think, is somebody that absolutely needs to be zoomed in on.
Yeah, him and Yoshi doing a really good job with their utility yesterday, and particularly on split. I was really impressed. But also, Papi Chulo, one of the best performers we have in this tournament, period. I mean, averaging like 1.3 something kills to deaths. He's absolutely just popping the heck off. His clutch percentage is really, really good. I thought Papi Chulo's clutch percentage was a little bit better than that. The stats I looked at, he was like 11 out of 41 for his clutches. So he's having a really, really impactful tournament, whether it be on that Viper, the Brimstone, or the Omen. This guy's really reliable. He's one of those kind of, quintessential controllers that you can count on to not only anchor down a site, but clutch out some really important rounds to help bring you over the line, because a lot of NAOS's matches have been very, very close, and so it's relying on guys like Papi Chulo. Jaws having good performance as well, but Papi Chulo on the back line to really kind of settle you down and get you through.
Well, you know what? The winning team of Ascension has a chance to join the main Pacific League, and I think if we get any of these kind of controllers coming in, they can contest against Mako for best controller.
Well, that's
a tall order, but obviously, I mean, it's not even just Mako at this point that you have to worry about when you're joining Pacific, because you got Mondiette right there.
Yeah, exactly.
There's a plethora of people who are incredible controller players that we have on Pacific, but these guys could absolutely, try to make that name for themselves, become one of the ones that is just talked about the world over, because they have what it takes, and if they can get through this tournament, if they can make it, if they can ascend, then why not? They absolutely deserve to have that conversation around them.
That's right. Now let's talk about our predictions, because we always talk about predictions here at the desk. What were your predictions?
I think we're pretty much on the same page today.
Yeah.
Scars?
Yeah.
Scars
for
yeah.
us.
I'm predicting a NAOS win today, especially based on yesterday's performance. But why don't you make your case for Scars first?
Well, I just don't think that yesterday's performance is going to happen again today. I feel like Jemkin especially, he's going to be the kind of player who's like, okay, if that was an off day, I cannot have that happen. He's going to focus up. He's going to make sure that he is firing on all cylinders to be able to help get the team across the finish line. So I'm expecting to see a lot more impact from him. But even if it's not there, clearly it's still... You still have Crystal, who's this IGL that says, like, okay, the strat this round is I go kill. And that was working, and the team sets him up so well to do it. So I think if Jemkin plays even 20, 30% better than he was doing yesterday, that this is going to be a Scars win. Not saying that NAOS cannot get this. I think that this is going to be close. I'm expecting maybe all the games today to actually go to 3 maps.
That's what I'm thinking, too. I don't think there's really a world where, especially this one, NAOS versus Scars, like, both of these teams have maps that they're really good at. There's some overlap potentially in the map pool, but we'll see. And I just think, like, yeah, if Jemkin kind of regresses back to what we have seen here so far, or progresses back would be a better way to describe that. But what in particular was really impressing me yesterday, especially on Split, was their ability to support each other. Yoshi and Torin Echo were doing a great job with those assists.
Yep.
Well, on the flip side of that, I'm betting against them for the same exact reason. If Jemkin doesn't perform and Scars is too heavily reliant on them, then, NAOS has really great protocol, and that experience they have in the past could carry them over the finish line here. Now with that, we're going to go over to the stage. We're going to watch a walkout for the very first match of today. We got NAOS, Esport, and Scars from Japan.
Who's flawless instead. They will stain the record of such a stellar squad. Bonkers! It absolutely will be what with the 1 versus 2 clutch. Continuing to show that Scars is king. And NAOS is bound for the playoffs, and we get the 2-0 from NAOS.
Very nicely done from the big man here. Fancy United.
One lesson I learned from this is like, we gave them too much respect.
Well done by Fancy United, can send your crown.
Meta không tồn tại trong lối chơi của chúng tôi. Thì với vòng playoff này, tính kỷ luật và lối chơi đồng nhất sẽ là chìa khóa giúp team mình.
Fancy United, make a statement.
Sobrang hirap nung simula. Pero eventually naging okay naman.
Now is the time.
In Ascension, we needed to beat our pressure. We almost every day fighting.
All of us together face nervous, but I know that as long as we keep going and stick together as a team, we should overcome it. Kita itu tim yang terbentuk dari kalah. Jadi kita datang sini sekarang mau menang. Mình muốn thấy những trận chiến đẫm máu, những yếu tố bất ngờ.
For this one, think smarter and win this tournament.
I think in playoff, we can show more our performance or aim.
We're gonna go bump in the server.
I expect a chaotic battle.
Gue yakin banget preparation kita dan mentality kita.
It's a single elimination. We don't have the second chance to bounce back.
Nasa sa inyo yung pressure, wala sa amin.
Let's see what you got.
Okay, we'll now begin the map veto process for today's first match. Scars is Team A and NAOS is Team B, so we'll begin with Scars banning the first map. Scars bans Bind, NAOS will ban the map. NAOS bans Haven, Scars will the first map. Scars picks Pearl, Cypher NAOS. Attack. NAOS picks attack. NAOS, you may pick the second map. NAOS picks Ascent. Cypher Scars. Scars will play defense. Scars, you may now ban another map. You have Fracture, Lotus, and Split left. Scars bans Lotus. NAOS, you can ban either Fracture or Split. NAOS ban Split. Final map will be Fracture, Cypher Scars. Attack. Alright guys, all of a quick recap. So Scars bans Bind, NAOS bans Haven, Scars picks Pearl, NAOS plays Attack, NAOS picks Ascent, Scars plays Defense, Scars bans Lotus, NAOS bans Split. Final map will be Scars playing Attack on Fracture. You good? Alright then, good luck and have fun guys.
semifinals of VCT Ascension. We are down to the final 4. First up, it's NAOS Esports from the Philippines and Scars from Japan. Stakes are high, where only one team gets a shot to ascend to the Pacific League and be crowned the first Ascension champions.
Gotta love that the Filipino squads are always willing to have some fun with their walkouts. I know that plenty from the side of Team Secret. I'm not sure what was happening with the balls, but you know,
I'm
just lost on me.
Well, there's like
go ahead, clip
the
it out of
ladder.
context,
Do you know
I don't
that
care.
ladder game you play where you like throw those things and you try to get them to land on? Yeah, ladder ball. Yeah.
But
that's not what I call it, but I can't say on air what we call it.
Okay, that's fine. Anyway, we'll move on. But yeah, not sure what that was about, but it looks like the guys are still very much, as expected, in high spirits and ready to play.
How are you guys feeling about these map picks now? We've got Pearl coming up first for map 1 and Ascent, which was NAOS' pick.
Makes a lot of sense to me because I think we saw yesterday that there was some confidence in that bind for the side of Scars yesterday, but didn't go great, and also it's been a pretty good map for NAOS in this event. So the Pearl, the map that they beat Bleed on, right? You would think, and especially since NAOS lost to Boom on Pearl. Yeah, they beat Fancy, but it isn't clearly one of their best maps, so there's got to be a lot of confidence here for Scars coming into Pearl, you know, putting Crystal on that Phoenix, even though the comp looks a little bit similar to the way, again, like we saw in Bind, that Paper Rex likes to play. There are some key differences in that they use Astra instead of Harbor, for example, so just really curious to see how this is piloted by Scars if they go into that Phoenix comp again.
Yeah, I think that's good, but I also, you know, the Ascent pick, not going to be surprising at all for the side of NAOS either. So we saw plenty of highlights there from Ja on that map. That has always been the Jet stomping ground when it comes down to it, and if Jemkin is going to have an off day, that is absolutely where the NAOS could take the series and run away with it. So curious to see how that is going to look once they do get to it, but I think it's going to be maximum comfort here for the Filipino squad.
Yeah, and then Fracture to finish it out. I think Split's a little scary with how good we've seen. Both teams have been good on it, but, you know, especially with the way yesterday, the comfort that Scars looked in, you know, the way they look comfortable, I should say, to me, I thought, you know, if I'm them, I go to Fracture. I think that's maybe a little bit of a weaker map potentially, so not too surprising. So everything's pretty much what they run, nothing out of the ordinary. So the difference is the Phoenix and the Viper, right? Like that's where the key difference comes in. It's an extra layer of control for the side of NAOS, and then, you know, for the side of Scars, they rely on these double duelist comps to really do that damage, to take these isolated fights. And Crystal, as we saw yesterday, very, very good at it.
Yeah, and I like that NAOS also just opting to go for the attack here. That's where that Phoenix is going to find the most value. So they say, okay, let's start on the strong side, have that Phoenix have to start on the defense, rack up as many rounds as we possibly can, and then hope that we can hold out once we swap.
I mean, it makes me a little nervous that if Scars' win is hinging so much on Jemkin's mental state and if he's feeling it or not. Is that enough? What else can Scars do to ensure their win?
I mean, I think they still have enough firepower, even, you know, as we saw yesterday, even without. I think NAOS is obviously going to be a bit of a tougher opponent for them comparatively, but if Crystal's able to find some Jing-esque impact here with this Phoenix, then they'll be right as rain.
Yeah, and I think for me, my eyes on NAOS Esports is Ja, obviously, to see how he's going to handle this head-to-head with Jemkin, potentially Crystal and as well, if they're going to be taking those point of attacks, but also Papi Chulo on that Viper. A lot of important utility going to be needed from him to kind of make sure that, you know, Crystal is kind of kept at bay. It is a little bit tough because sometimes those, especially with the toxic screen, the Phoenixes can really play through that very nicely. You can just flash through it. You can create your own wall to create your own space as well. So a very self-reliant agent is Phoenix, and that's what makes players who opt for it so powerful. It is really difficult to deal with their flexibility that it can bring.
Well, the stadium is completely full right now. Again, Thailand is one of those places that just loves VALORANT. You can hear the crowd behind us. I don't know if it's feeding into our mic right now, but the energy here is really high. We are ready to go into map 1, Pearl, which is Scars' pick. We got Scars versus NAOS. We're going to go to our casters. We've got Will and Quack.
Thank you very much, Victoria and the desk. I mean, first of all, Achilles, I'm gonna have to educate you on what Wits did.
Okay, yeah.
That's called the Lato, L-A-T-O. It's kind of like clackers, so you just kind of toss it up and down, and the balls are meant to like clack up back and forth.
Do you clack it well as Quack?
I have tried. I'm not great, but I managed to do it successfully.
Are you better than Wits, though? Are Wits'
yes, I think I could be.
But here's what I like. I like that the Des mentioned this, is the fact that Wits, as that leader, kind of trying to make sure, you know, the nerves don't get across the team, right? Let's just have some fun. This is just our personality. We're here to express ourselves both in and out of the game. Now, did it do enough to really loosen them up and get comfortable? We'll have to wait and see, because Pearl, I mean, sure, overall their record is fine, but the last time they played it, it was against Boom, and it didn't look so hot.
Yeah, it's a little bit tricky, and I think they really suffered, especially on that attacking half. And that's the thing with their composition. You got this odd little Astra Viper. You know, you don't see that too often. These days, it's more the Harbor, right? But
yeah,
they kind of use that smoke to kind of find ways around the map, and sometimes it works, sometimes they kind of confuse themselves, and that's why it does come back down to Wits.
Yes, absolutely. I like what you said, because here, if it's Viper Harbor, which we've seen time and time again, not just on Pearl, these days on across a lot of these maps, it's much more straightforward in how you set that up. But we'll have to wait and see as we get started for map 1 in this best of 3. Once again, we have to remind you, single elimination. You lose and you are out. You don't have a chance to get into VCT Pacific until next year. But if you win, you get to move on to the finals tomorrow for one more chance to get that spot, to take your place in VCT Pacific next year.
That's right, grand finals, big stage, big stakes, and interestingly enough, big stories for both these teams as well, right? They already have a bit of representation inside Pacific, but at the same time, they bring such a different vibe, a different feel to how they play the game as compared to their counterparts. Of course, though, already starting things off, you got Jemkin overconfident on that Sheriff, Will.
Yeah, I mean, and he's just holding B main, right? Going for that long distance. Now, they're not dealing with that at all. And I love the fact that they're trying to take mid control first, because here's the thing, Scars with that Phoenix, they will almost always prioritize that A main orb, try to push out. So now it's just trying to circumvent that for the time being. Does get tagged by the turrets, but they're trying to just take over mid entirely. Now, what this does, right, with over a minute left, they still have some room. They don't have to rush this at all, but Jaw's gonna fall first.
Just getting tagged up through the wall with that ghost from Yoshi. So it's going to be a little bit tricky for NAOS now. They're kind of trapped up towards Art, towards Connector. They have the option to rotate, but if they do and they go towards B-Link, that's where Jemkin is.
Yeah, so I like that Jemkin, first of all, he peeks to see if they'll quickly go for the rotate, then he would have had the jump. But he says, okay, they're even backing out, so a little bit unlike Scars, right? We talk about how Scars, they don't like to give the plant away. They're always trying to get the kills first, but this time they say, we have the numbers advantage, it's pistols around, we still have Sight Tornicles waiting. Can he get the first shot? Yeah, the shoulder pain, he doesn't fall for it, but he's still not gonna get the headshot right away.
Look at this instant reaction. Nebula down, and now Yoshi's hiding inside of it. NAOS, they're going to look for that plant. They're under pressure because of time. Papi Chulo, Motor, they hold it down because of the frenzy, and they get a triple.
Yeah,
now left up to Jemkin and Allen.
Frenzy, power all the way, and Crystal, I mean, he was really just trying to be the shield, but hold on, the round is about to end as Wits gets one more. Only Jemkin left, full health. Sheriff, not a single bullet fired just yet.
Not impossible. They don't know that he has a Sheriff. A single shot and Papi Chulo's gone. A single shot, Mojer's gone. And it comes down to Wits. Look at how they're stacking up together, Will. These could be good. Now Jemkin goes in for a oh my God! What is that? An instant double tap with the Sheriff. 2 heads gone. And Papi Chulo, he backs up in towards Flowers, and he hopes that his position works out great. A bit of a crouch, and he sprays it through.
One more clutch on the board for Papi Chulo with the low health, but guess what? I mean, he's understanding the fact that, okay, it's still a Sheriff. If I can just swing out, go for the run and gun, should be able to win with the frenzy. But I look at this, just trusting the fact that the frenzies are gonna be advantageous when you're trying to push that back side. I like that they pushed it as well, right? They know they got some tags. They want to continue the advantage.
And you want to keep that on. You want to press that momentum, but oh my God, you must be shaking a little bit. After suffering those 2 headshots from Jemkin, I mean, you always know how strong this guy is, and sometimes you think, this is the guy to disable. You've got 3 Bulldogs now, a Guardian on Papi Chulo.
Yeah, so I like this now. It's just clearly saying that, okay, we can focus on B main at any time, right? With the Guardian on top of the Bulldogs as well. Now, this is going to give them some fighting power into the next round if they can hold on to at least maybe 2 of the Bulldogs and the Guardian, something like that. For now, they check to see if Scars is going to aggress on A main. They don't see anything, and NAOS makes the call that, okay, well, if they're not pushing out of A main, they surely have to be stacking somewhere else.
In fact, that would be the right call. A bit of a bad gamble from Scars. Look at how the Killjoy utilities spaced out throughout the map. I mean, Alan, that alarm bot just blocks off Art. Nothing on A.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah, I guess.
Good look.
Yeah, if you're quick enough, it doesn't quite matter that it's still that short range. He's going to get another one with the Guardian, holding down the flank, and now suddenly the retake doesn't really have a shot here from Scars. They were really relying on those two members being able to get at least one kill, put some pressure, pick up a weapon, but all of that falls apart. And Tora, Netgo, not a single kill, a flawless here for NAOS.
You would have wanted at least a little bit more presence towards the A site so that, you know, if your gamble doesn't pay off, you have that information as NAOS does push in towards the A site. But that said, instead, it's going to be Papi Chulo with that lurk, finding 2 big headshots, and of course, everything else falling apart on the site. So, flawless win. Will, this is something they get to carry forward to the next round in full.
Yeah, and again, with that Guardian, I mean, now you can try to compete and contest for a little bit of B main pressure, right? You don't have to shy away from it too much. You can still try to go for a peek early on. I mean, sure, you still need to hit the shot, and that's exactly what they're going to do, because if they can get that pick, they can start to rush in once again and take advantage of it. They get the tag. Or they know he's in there. They push him out. The screen is still up. Will they just push forward with this tempo? It looks like they plan to right now. Jaw hiding. He wants to check. He's timing it with the utility, with the Trailblazer, right next to backside.
This is going to have to be a full retake from Scars now. They don't have the space for this. They're going to try to set up and maybe work off of Yoshi's flashes. Crystal able to assist as well.
Yeah, and double snake bite still available for Papi Chulo as well. Currently, he's still kind of close to site. He doesn't want to give too much space, especially with the smokes coming in from Scars. Jaw currently stunned up, but they cannot push into it just yet. They haven't cleared enough angles. Crystal with the blaze. Jaw's good for one. Has he bought enough time now for NAOS Esports? Trying to continue with the bonus round, but no, it's Jenkins and Crystal. Wits with the double shuts it down and shuts me up as well. Yoshi just trying to continue on, but the damage is already done. NAOS Esports, this is all just a cherry on top. The snake bite is good. Oh, and there's no time. Crystal, he just has to give it up. NAOS Esports, they not only take away 4 guns, but they will be taking the bonus round to lead 3-0 here on Pearl.
Oh, that is not how you want to start this map. And considering the fact that this is Scars' map pick, it doesn't inspire confidence. Apart from the great shots that they had, the retake, it just wasn't meant to be. They didn't have the space. They tried to create a little bit off of Crystal's blaze wall, but apart from that, the positions that NAOS have, the ideas that they had, just working off of the Nano Swarm from Mojer, everyone else holding up from Pillar, it was just too darn hard. So next round, it's going to be a bit of a half buy from Scars. Can they come back, though?
Well, they surely have to, right? I mean, I know the desk talked about, okay, well, even with the Phoenix, perhaps it is advantageous for them to get the attacking sides first, so NAOS is going to go for the attacker's side, and I like that choice, but here's the thing, even on defense, Phoenix has these tempos that a lot of teams aren't used to, right? You should be able to try to take advantage of that, you know, whether it's that A main control, whether it's a mid control, and Scars, they've been really trying to focus on the B site once again, whenever they're on the backhand here for economy, and once again, that 50-50 bet, it's not working out, Quack.
I don't know. They do have a turret, and that does give them the information this time. But you're going in for another retake play, and that is where your positions are going to matter, because now they have swarmed the site. They can use this momentum, this timing to actually push a little bit deeper in. In fact, they're just going to set up camp, hold up by A main. If there is a flank, Papi Chulo's there to watch.
Yeah, but because of that, what they're doing is Jaw's now trying to hold a little bit deeper into Secret, right, towards the back of the site, so that they can push out if they ever need to. Alarm Bot's still watching the flank as well, but guess what? Neither of those is where they need to focus, because they're all coming in from Art. Jenkins good for one. Crystal immediately fires to go for an extra kill. They've now opened up the entire site. Now lineups at the ready. We've got the gravity well as well, but has Scars gotten in there just early enough? The snake bite, it bounces, it's good. It's continuing to buy time. Papi Chulo holds. The blaze comes out, they're just trying to fake it out. Scars trying to plant Crystal. But the spam through the smoke. The spike diffuser is killed. And there's just not enough time. Jenkins gonna try to hold it if he can stick it all the way through, but it's not gonna happen. Senor Call raises his arms, shouts across the stage to prove that NAOS Esports is here to win.
They are flying high, Will. This is painful for Scars. I mean, sure, they didn't have the best buy coming into the round, but it's still that idea of trying to go for a retake after the spike's been planted, and and it just doesn't work out. Look at these ideas that NAOS has, just going in for those sprays, going in for those spams through the smokes, and nobody can do anything about it.
Yeah, I mean, yes, obviously this is Pearl, it's the composition for Scars as well, but this now harkens back to what we kept talking about the entire tournament with you guys starting from the group stage. Hold on, Jemkin, he's already up at the pillar, but he didn't have any help, and he just has to peek out 50-50 left or right. They're on both sides.
That's not what you want to have from Scars. It's Jemkin. He's meant to win duels. But now that he's gone and everyone else was kind of reinforcing around the A site, they're going to have to rotate over a little bit late. You even have the Cosmic Divide coming up from Sunil himself right now.
Yeah, and Crystal, he throws the hot hands, but it's not where they were planning on going for the plant anyway. So Crystal, he's just trying to go in with the ultimate to try to get some information, but Josh shuts every part of that down. Crystal is traded out, and once again, it's 1v3.
All you got is Yoshi. Able to only get one, but then instantly traded out. Now it's 5-0. What a win streak.
Yeah, I mean, before that round kicked off in such a quick tempo, that's what I wanted to mention is, again, maybe we're starting to see the reason why Scars doesn't like to give the plant and go for the retake, right? That's not their strength, and we've known this. They're so much stronger when they're able to just take the duels earlier, go for that earlier tempo. But we saw yesterday, other teams are starting to figure it out. They're trying to change things up, of course. They're also kind of ping-ponging on their economy, and, you know, Crystal's doing what he can to try to pick up a couple of these kills, but it really just comes down to what the Des mentioned, what we've been talking about the whole time, Quack. Jemkin needs to start getting more kills. He is at the top of the leaderboard, but that's with barely that 1.0 KD.
And that's the main thing. You have so much faith, so much trust in this insane star fragger from Scars, Jemkin. But then sometimes that translates into, you know, overconfidence. He's just trying to take duels by himself on pillar. If you don't have any assists, you don't have any support from that, you're just going off of raw aim, raw positioning, and sometimes raw reactions as well, and it doesn't really help you all that much. You need something to give you an advantage in those duels.
Yeah, and you know, sure, we've seen people get lucky to try to get away with the dash as well with the tailwind, but here's the thing, if you're all the way right up against pillar, you actually need like one extra hop after the tailwind, right? You're not entirely in the clear even if you get that one kill. Curious to see. Now, one thing I will always say, I like it when star players still go in confidently even after losing duels. Because, yeah, as soon as you lose the confidence, now you've lost everything and you're just a shell. However, maybe asking for a little support wouldn't hurt, right?
Yes.
Just saying, okay, well, I still want to push up. Can we have, you know, Yoshi come this time with the guiding light, something like that? Now, this time, for that, they're going to go for the change. Jemkin over on A site.
Now, I like the star up over by the bottom of B long as well from Torneko, because that is a little bit of support to the duelist who is anchoring the site. Now off the timeout, they're taking this slow, Will.
Yeah.
They're anticipating some sort of a play from Scars, and of course it is a full eco, but Jemkin with the blades, always a threat.
Yeah, and here's the thing is that they're also trying to test the water, see is Scars really going to try to push for these orbs. Now, not initially off the back of the very beginning of the round, but currently they will give that Cosmic Divide over to Torneko. So Scars trying to get whatever advantage they can. However, Art is opened up. Yoshi hears Trailblazer coming. The stars put up.
Ooh,
is it going to be a smoke? Okay, just to buy time.
Now just waiting for it too. This could be a tough spot for NAOS to be in. If they do push into the A side, it's a bit of a crossfire since Scars has taken control over A main. But again, that's the thing about pushing through mid. The beauty of it is that you have the option to rotate back or to go through B link. And if you do choose to go through B link, there's only one player there, but are we gonna go through water?
Okay, just checks it and says, okay, well, if someone's getting tagged right there, like I don't want to have to deal with that. I like that they check it, but here's the thing, 30 seconds, they hadn't cleared the alarm bot, it just gets tagged. Ooh. So Scars should have a pretty decent idea. However, they're not gonna move because here's the thing, you already committed on this eco. The Blaze and the hot hands being used just to buy time here from Chris. He's just looking for one kill. Well, he's good for one, but unfortunately, that's exactly all he gets.
Not too bad, though. Good bit of damage, and now we got the double updraft from Jemkin. He's looking for a head, doesn't quite find it, so now secures the spike plant. You got to be quick on setting up those post-plant positions, maybe backing up in towards long, and here comes all the smokes engulfing the site. Jemkin tries to go for the frag, but gets punished by Papichulo instead. Now they're anticipating this, they're reading this, they're prepared for the push from Scars.
Yeah, and we're starting to, I think, see that NAOS Esports, as this round should end without any more damage on the side of NAOS Esports. Yeah, just another clean round. They're starting to really give a lot more space once the retake starts to happen and kind of baiting Jemkin in, right? We just saw there the Seekers used to try to set him up with the blades, but they're all saying, okay, well, we're going to hide right outside of smoke, so at some point you just have to dry peek out, and then you don't have the better weaponry. I mean, sure, if you get the headshot, that's great, but we have seen that he's not that hot yet today.
And it just brings back to that point from the desk from Victoria, Achilles and Paper Thin. It's just all on towards Jemkin, and NAOS specifically have plays to counter this one guy. Something has to change. Meanwhile, 6-0, this is tough. You got Jemkin on an operator now, and he's locking down a main. Ooh, great pick.
Yeah, again, I mean, if you can't get those aggressive duels that you wanted with the rifle, you got to get it with the operator, and finally he's starting to come back alive, opening up the round. Again, not to say he hasn't gotten any kills. He's, quite frankly, gotten the most on the side of Scars, but overall, NAOS Esports has been one step ahead of him. So Jemkin gives space, gives a little bit more respect, and pulls his teammates back so that they can really hold on to Art and the initial entry point into A. Alarmbot also still alive on B side.
If you're thinking from NAOS' perspective, you probably don't want to re-peek A main. You know the operators around that spot. Of course, they might have to check it with some pieces of utility or a jump peek or two. So Jaw's going to use the updraft to actually get that information instead. But look at this entry frag. Driving on towards Crystal. They get to go for an option, but no, we're just committing to the A site.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing, though, is that Jaw jumps in, and he gets the kill, but not only does he get the kill, but that means that they open up Art so that they get the pit up. You know there's an operator on the other side. Numbers not quite in your favor, but it should be safe for the time being.
Still, though, the Viper's pit up. Someone got spammed. Scars is surrounding this entire green ball of gas, and it could go horribly wrong using the vantage point now. Torneko finds yet another, but look at this spray from Mojer! Suddenly 2 gone, and we're down to Yoshi at 1 HP. He pushes out, he takes out Papi Chulo. The Viper's pit is down.
I love the lockdown. I love it, Quack.
Health not there.
Yeah, I mean, this is just to buy time. He just needs to stay alive, and he's even going to get the kill because he knows Yoshi has to push out. He has to take out that lockdown. And once again, another win, 7-0. Now I know, on the desk, they were split between you and me. We were split on our predictions too, but I don't quite think any of us thought either of these teams would get such a clean record in the first half.
Definitely not, especially when Scars is picking this map. If you think about how the previous games have gone, if you think about how group stages have gone, NAOS is the one of the teams that kind of go through their best of playing all 3 maps. It's always a little bit rocky. They always stumble a little bit somewhere, but they do come out with wins. And that's the main thing. Their win rate on Pearl actually isn't terrible. It's 76%. Yes, wasn't perfect against Boom, but they made it 10-13. And they were stronger on their defensive half. If Scars don't start winning rounds right now, that will spell trouble.
Well, I mean, they just dropped the operator, right, Quack? I don't know if now is quite the time for Scars. It's definitely the time, as we heard from Senior Call for NAOS Esports. And I love, again, every econ. Because of the Phoenix, they don't want to rush into these close quarters combats. They're just taking their time, inching forward. You see that they didn't take the warp early. You say, okay, that means we can probably creep walk into A site. Relatively clear. Nobody's home. And sure, they can try to peek out, but you do have the weapons advantage. Jaw, he's a little scared of. Oh, I even like the Nebula just being used, the Nova Pulse rather, just to assist. And Mo's just going to peek out away from that. He dies though. Oh no, with the spike, you're giving away the spike drop as well. Trying to make sure they don't pick up the weapons, but NAOS gets a little too ahead of themselves. And now you gotta be able to just tail your way out of this site, and it's not gonna happen. Papi Chulo once again in a clutch situation.
Wham, bam, thank you, man. We'll take and we'll hold on to that spike. Papi Chulo slowly inching upwards, but he doesn't have that much time left, Will. Still.
Yeah, I mean, you just have to get whatever kills you can, right? Econ-wise, NAOS Esports, they can still buy up. You know that Scars is going to be able to buy up the next round anyway, so he tries to do whatever he can, maybe get just a little bit more on the board there for himself. Not going to happen. Finally, a round on the board for Scars. Can they tie this in to 4 more in a row, though? That's the big question here in the first half.
And that is a good bit of adaptation from them as well. The way that they're trying to hold out from Art instead, using the off angle, using Crystal, run it back, and just going in for it. Of course, you need to convert that into even more wins, and that's the whole point of a Thrifty. Now you get to buy back up, now you get to stand a better chance, and now it's his full buy. But they've got those ultimates, though. Allen on the lockdown. Something that they can use for a retake, perhaps. Interestingly enough, it's a 3-man setup on the B-long area, and they're waiting for those heads. They're looking for those picks. And Jemkin trying to reinvigorate his confidence, but it's not quite happening. Jaw instead outfrags him.
Yeah, and Crystal was nearby to try to support, but couldn't find a timing, so he's going to take advantage of both his smokes and the opponents to try to get out. And Scars, they'll just say, okay, it's a 1-for-1 trade, and let's back off. We do have A main control. Crystal coming over. Do they intend to just push all the way out of A main? It looks like it. Crystal's just skipping ahead because you still have that turret over in Art.
And that's a lot of presence, a lot of information that can be gained. Meanwhile, NAOS pushing towards the B site. You've got Yoshi in this one spot, and he has that information. They're not confirming it, though. Now, probably. Rotations coming through. One thing that you got to count out for is Mojer on this bit of a lurk. If anyone does come his way, he might be able to catch them off guard. But Scars, so aware, they're all going together as a team. Instead, they're working off of Allen's lockdown.
Now, here's the thing. You mentioned Mojer, but I believe he should be right outside of this lockdown. So do they think that B-Link is clear? Because otherwise, he might be able to catch the back of him right away. Currently, the site. Oh, they're trying to push out, but Crystal is good for 2. Takes out Jaw. Yeah, but here, it's going to be Mojer. Does he realize that they're on the defuse? Allen, he jumps off of it. He wants to win the duel, but he's so low health. Goes for the tap. Mojer, he knows that they're not on it just yet. And the enter. Crystal good for 1, but now he needs to fight. Yeah, half defuse still there. And Papi Chulo, another 1v1 win to get the round.
Just a one-on-one, just to buy time, and Mojer right around the corner. They had no idea that he was there. 8 wins for NAOS, and Scars just playing catch-up. They thought they had that one. They thought they had the site.
Yeah, I mean, hopping off of it, not only because you saw the kill coming in, but of course the snakebite lands as well. And again, just that timing from Mojer. They thought B-Link was clear. He's good for another. He's able to buy time within the smoke. And Papi Chulo knows, I just need to hide and peek as soon as I have the timing, because the half defuse was done. 8-1 scoreline. NAOS Esports, I mean, they're already happy with this half, but they will gladly take more if they can.
Surely. Again, this is a team that is very, very capable, especially when they're playing together. A bit of an exchange towards the middle ground, though. And that's going to be now NAOS trying to rotate back around. Seekers out to gather information, but they don't know that Jemkin has an operator. Now the shot sounded off. So maybe want to be a little bit more careful. Jemkin is falling back, so they're going to use this presence to take the B site.
Yeah, and earlier Scars did tag someone over in mid as the force of NAOS Esports enter B-Link, so they just send the Seekers to make sure it's all clear. Nobody there, so Crystal knows he doesn't have to watch his back. He can now focus on the retake, but the smoke timing, Jemkin. He doesn't predict it, but he still flicks over to get the kill onto Jaw. Now leading 4 versus 3. Still an operator in hand, though. Papi Chulo good for 1. Yoshi trades that out. Yoshi now has the flank over on Wits, but the flash not quite good. Flashes himself. He still gets the headshot. Meanwhile, another trade on the site. It's all down to Senor Carl, and he cannot clutch it up. Yoshi, a great flank to open up yet another round. Now getting the second one on the board.
The difference maker this time will coming in from Scars. It's that flank from Yoshi. It's Jemkin being a little bit more patient, just waiting for that smoke to drop. In the previous rounds, we were talking about it. We saw how aggressive NAOS were being, how aggressive Scars were being. And in those moments, they don't have that much space. They're just going headfirst into duels, and that's how NAOS comes out on top. This time, Scars, they temper themselves.
Yeah, it's good to see though, right? Because that's kind of been where a lot of their inconsistency came from, being too confident in their duels. And Jemkin, he's now got that operator. The operator has been good to him this map. He just hasn't been able to purchase too many so far, but he is able to carry that one over. Yes. Teammates bringing it back for him. Now he's able to hold A main once again. You've got the Phoenix and Art. This is what you want to see from this composition, right? Utilize that Phoenix to either take an early orb or take control of mid. And now they want to see, okay, the turret doesn't tag anyone. Do they plan to push out? It looks like it's really just meant to be a trap play here off contact.
Okay, curveball, not really needed. We're just taking away that turret, and we confirm the information that NAOS is trying to make that same play, trying to use this middle ground to rotate between sites.
Yeah, but what NAOS has always done is they peek out of art and then they push B-Link. So Scars this time, they're prepared. It's a double stack here in B-Link. Cornick was already good. He actually just doesn't need any help, but then it's going to be the Killjoy who pushes out on the timing. NAOS Esports had no idea that that's what they were waiting for, and Scars now has them trapped in mid. Yoshi continuing his momentum from the previous round. Papi Chulo, it's all down to him as it always has been, but not this time. Scars will get another third round.
The children have grown up, and they stand up to their poppies, and you just can't work against a firing squad when there are that many guns staring down your barrel. You have so much presence, so many players positioned up towards mid, positioned outside of door, positioned outside of heart, just like you were talking about, Will, and that is precisely Scars' game plan. They wanted to counter the mid play from NAOS.
Yeah, and also knowing, right, that we kept the operator, they're going to try to avoid it because Jemkin has been good with the operator whenever he had a chance. So Scars starting to get in the minds of NAOS Esports. It does feel like maybe it's a step too late, but you never know in a game of Valorant. I mean, if this goes 4-8, we said NAOS is probably happy about it, but if you're Scars, you're probably just fine with that score as well.
True. Not too bad of a scoreline. They can come back from that, but right now it comes down to this A hit. NAOS fully committing to it.
Yeah, I do find it interesting, right? Jemkin just fires off the Trailblazer because he still has Crystal to back him up. So mostly trying to goad them in. The lockdown being used early, and I don't think Scars minds this all. They already have cleared mid. Sure, they have to wait for Papi Chulo, but they're going to try to surround him on the flank. They're just going to let the plant happen. Oh, never mind. Crystal trying to go for that cheeky early kill. Not quite good yet, but Papi Chulo gets one from behind. Only one. Now, the flanks in full action, but the flash was still in action for Jemkin, and Ja will find him before he's able to look back at his screen. And now backside all cleared up, and now it's Esports the flank. It doesn't quite matter because now you're practically just on the attacking side, having to break into the site. Alan, he'll get healed up, but they only have that one guiding light, and there's the operator this time from Ja with the blades. 4K, 9-3 half for NAOS Esports.
A quadra kill in the last round of the first half. NAOS feels good about this. Scars, not so much. We were talking about it. 4-8 wouldn't have been too bad, but 3-9. Yes, there's the curse. I don't know if this is going to come in today. And look at how Ja was confident enough to go in deeper past the site, through the secret and flowers. That is confidence. That is also just how they eliminated that first prong of the attack. Off of that, all they have to worry about is the flank.
Yeah, and again, we saw a little bit of that movement earlier in the half as well. Now it's Esports, whenever they set up for A, they always had Ja ready to push out should the flank fall, right? So they would still have Papi Chulo there. Sure, you always have the Killjoy there, but it's always been ready, and this time they make use of it, and Papi Chulo has the highest ACS. Not, I would say probably not just among controllers, but he's up there overall in this tournament.
Surely, without a doubt, and that's the thing about NAOS. I mean, when you're thinking about this team, you're not just thinking of one sole player. Yes, Ja, the duelist. You have star duelists on other teams, but on NAOS, you are often thinking about them as a whole. Papi Chulo, Senor Carl, the way they all work together in tandem just to work around positions, come up with big clutches. It's not always the high-speed aggression aim duels with these guys, and they are able to make it work, especially on a map like Pearl with so much space around it.
So now we switch sides, attack and defense. We keep talking about, I mean, both teams probably preferring that attacking side. On the side of Scars, a lot thanks to their Phoenix composition. On the side of NAOS, also just kind of where they've shown that strength a bit better. But now it's going to be really rely on the toxic screen setup to really erase one side of the map for NAOS if they want to close this out early. And then you still have Senor Carl with that assistance, you know, across the map from wherever with the Astra. Is it going to be good enough to fight the tempo of Phoenix? The barriers go down. Scars desperately needs this pistol.
Well, swapping sides, swapping strats. It's also the mid play from Scars. They're exploring out towards connector, back in towards art, clearing it out, making sure that it's all safe.
Yeah,
I mean, to the A site.
Yeah, they should just be able to walk in, and here's the best part. They didn't have to use that one curveball to get into the site at all. So he can keep this against the retake, and there's so many good angles to use it within the A site, maybe even behind. They even are holding on to sewers from Yoshi. Yes, the flank's available. You can always hold that to go back into art. I mean, the mind games are absolutely in favor of Scars. Jemkin, He does get tagged by it in the end. It's actually going to be Allen who gets tagged, but do they quite expect him? No, but he doesn't get the first shot. He does get it on the second. Allen, can he get the trade? The frenzy's good. He has to reload, stays alive, but Mojer is here on the flank here from Art, but 3 members still left from Scars. Now it's Esports. They have a slight idea of the locations, but the curveball, it's too fast. Yoshi gets a kill as well across the map.
Now off to the last player. Not enough time. Only looking for frags. Just a couple more for, you know, maybe some chunk change onto the next round. But of course, Crystal with the positioning and the ideas. You were talking about that curveball for the longest time, Will, and this is precisely what it was meant for. How they saved it up, how they got so much space around the middle side, around connector, setting Yoshi up for a bit of a flank as well. NAOS had no idea what hit them. They didn't know that all that space could be used by Scars.
Yeah, and again, I mean, if you play Phoenix, which I know there aren't many of you at home, but for the some of you, you know how bad it feels if you have to use that one curveball on the pistol early just to bring him to sight. So Scars understanding that if they just go for the flank, they can save it up. Now it's a fast one. With rifles, by the way, we've got double Vandal, double Bulldog, and the Spectre. So Scars, they know that they're so far behind, and Allen just gets 2. He already saw the third as well. He's beating them in, gets a third. Does he expect Wits here? He's full flash, but he will be able to live it. Jemkin's right there to support.
What are you going to do now if you're Mojer? You know they have rifles. You can't even pick one up.
Well, quite frankly, you're not going to do much, Quack. I was really racking my brain to try to... I love coming up with wonky ideas in any game I play, especially Valorant. But there's not too much he can do.
Right click?
I think he's just going to try to creep out, see if anyone peeks out forward, and they will, but doesn't land the right click on the head. Crystal will clear that up, and it's a flawless.
And with that flawless, you know, you're thinking about these rifle purchases in the second round of the second half. This is now something that they can use to secure that momentum going into the bonus. If Scars wins this, the comeback is very, very much doable.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I would almost even say maybe even momentum-wise, right? An attacking defense side, and then the composition, all that together. We might even have to start raising the hand here on the side of Scars. Now, of course, you mentioned it. We mentioned it at the beginning of the previous round, but double Vandal, double Bulldog, they have their choice anywhere they want to go. Run it back available. Do they use it just to clear out one part of the map? Currently trying to set up for a bit of a setup here in B-Link.
It is the run it back available from Crystal as well, though. Round 3, by the way, and he's using it.
Yeah, he's just going to clear in. Really just there as backup. Jemkin had already cleared it out. So Crystal, I mean, sure, they take control of mid right now. And once again, what happened last time was they all pushed into A, but they draw out all the Killjoy utility. Now Art completely open. B-Link completely open as well.
Look at the ripples because of this, too. I mean, they cleared out so much utility. They have all the options, and NAOS actually forced to play so far back behind because they're unsure as to whether or not Scars will push out through Art.
And that's
going into Explore.
That's why they were trying to push back in. Exactly what you mentioned, Quack. They said, okay, I don't feel good about this, though. And they are starting to fall apart at the seams. I mean, Wits tried to get it with the Guiding Light over in Art, but he cannot win the first duel. Then the other side of the map, now Esports continues to try to pinch. They cannot win the duels, and at that point, there is not much hope. This was your buy round, your anti-bonus. Now Esports, they desperately want to do whatever they can. But here's the thing, you have a decent round advantage still. I know you're getting crept up on, but you got to start to think big picture. Bobby Chulo, he'll be able to save it for now.
Yeah, I'm probably going frags to frags this time. You don't want to give up too much to Scars. Yes, we got to think about the big picture. And we're going to have to hold on to this and try to scrounge up more rounds because all NAOS needs is 4 more.
And here's the thing, Scar says, well, guess what? Our Vandals are from round 2, baby. We're coming with the bonus. We're coming to hunt you down. Well, they're all surrounded. Art's already being crept up as well. Crystal good for 1. Mojer, he just wants to stay alive. Wow. He just wants the spike to go off, and it will not in time. And Scars wins the bonus, keeps even more rifles to move on, a couple upgrades to boot.
And also taking those guns away from NAOS. You don't even get to buy back up. You don't even get to pick up a stick, a stone, and turn that into a spear for the next round. This is not good. NAOS, I don't know. They're going to have to use this round to find whatever they can get, explore a little bit, maybe call the timeout on the next half. I mean, the next round. Because that is now the story. Scars are closing in on this gap.
Yeah, I mean, you saw Superbrust's face there too. He's like, wow,
right
what's
now.
going on? Like, what is going on? And now a timeout here for NAOS Esports. I mean, they were saving this up. They didn't need it in the first half, but I like it, right? Just really, this time it's about that momentum. Sure, economy-wise, they just lost the anti-bonus, their bye round, so, you know, a lot of teams sometimes they'll just let this next round pass, something like that. But obviously, there's a discussion to be had about half armors, right? Maybe drop a couple util just to buy rifles up again. Curious to see what the discussion and decision will be there on the side of NAOS Esports. Meanwhile, I love to see Scars still talking through a lot as well, not wasting this opportunity, because quite frankly, you are still behind in rounds.
And you have to think about what your game plan would be. Ooh, very nice NAOS notebook, but that's the thing, because Scars have been exploring mid, they have been using their utility, the ultimate from Crystal, to actually create so much space, to create so much presence that NAOS aren't too sure how to defend, how to rotate around it. If they just play defensive, if they just anchor down sides, would that work out? That's the thing they have to think about.
All right, so they're just going the safer route. Don't want to get caught in a rut economy-wise, so now Esports, just a couple sheriffs and frenzies in their hands. And they won't even be grouping up, right? They're just going to play very default, just buy time, see if we can waste Scar's utility, force them into a bad fight. They check B early, they leave the turret there, and now they will start to stack as 4. With the Phoenix, A site often looks a lot more enticing. They're starting to hear the Trailblazer come in too, but here's the thing. This is all a fake coming out from Scars. They have a lot of intention to start to lean towards B long.
Well, at the very least, we've got Mojo around the B site, and he hears to start getting shot out. So this is good information for now. They just have to confirm it and rotate, you know, a little bit faster. Given they don't have the guns, it's okay. Scars.
Yeah. They're just going to hang out, right? I mean, now Esports, here's the thing. You don't want to get caught flip-flopping either when you're on that eco. So they're just going to hold on. The Blaze being used. And Mojer, I mean, he might even just hide here as long as possible. Not even good for a single kill. Of course, a bit of a rough fight with those pistols. Spike has been planted way out in the open, as quite frankly, as open as it can get here on the B site. And now Esports, they don't even have a flank here. So the choice is, do we just run in, try to get whatever fights we can? I mean, we all know how difficult this can be, right? With the setups here from the attacking side.
We have a couple of sheriffs, Will. All right. I think Papi Chulo and Senior Carl might have a bit of a statement to play off of that.
Yeah, you know, I often forget these guys are a lot better with sheriffs than I am. You're right. You know, when I have the sheriff, it's like, well, I might as well have nothing. With these players, they could get a couple good headshots, maybe get a couple ult orbs.
It does come down to cover around the spike, though, and they're just holding up around in case someone does peek out. Alt orb 1 for Ja, I guess.
Oh, and I really like the gravity well as well, just to make sure everyone just stuck in there, that you're not getting away with some free upgrades, because of course, if the Jet's able to pick up a rifle, stay alive, eventually you get Blade Storm, the economy might snowball. So Scars, they play out exactly as they need to, and the run it back is back.
And that's quick from Crystal. Only 6 points needed to pick that up. This is now 4 rounds won in a row by Scars. A lot more confidence in how they work their way around the map this time, and you can see that they're demonstrating a bit of depth in how they kind of maneuver around.
Now, we just had a picture of Lou there, of course. Unfortunately eliminated here, but a lot of support for Oceania. But right now, all eyes on Japan and Philippines as they try to get a chance to make one more spot for their regions in VCT Pacific. Crystal is just running it through with the run it back. He's even going to just stand on the snake bite, try to take the duel. Gets a little bit of damage onto Papi Chulo, but here's the thing. You draw out the snake bite. You do some damage. You lock them onto that A site. Meanwhile, they've already taken control of B long.
It's the same setup, the same plan from Scars. Presence on A, rotate back over to B. Mojer has to be the one to try to do something around this. It's not smoked off. You've still got tunnel, you still have heaven. You just need line of sight. Scars are playing it safe though.
Yeah, they're gonna just say, all right, we want to make sure. Oh, we get good position. Mojer with a nice hit across through the Seekers to get that kill. And now they're just gonna wait.
I guess we don't have to see in order to find kills. You just spam through it. But still, the spike is planted, and now NAOS has to retake.
Yeah, they do have that operator, so they give it over to Wits. Ja wants to go in, break open the site. He's going to B-Hall with his teammates, and Mojer's going to take the hit for him, but Papi Chulo falls as well. This wasn't part of the plan for NAOS Esports. Wits says, did you forget about the potential operator? Senor Call, he's here. Oh no, he cannot defend his teammate. Wits, he has the operator. He's trying to peek. He's going with the classic 3 right clicks. 6, and that takes out the kneecaps of Allen. Enough time after the half defuse, and NAOS will finally get a round back to go up to 10.
Yeah, if I can't use my big boomstick at this range, I'll swap over to classic. It's faster to pull that out. It's faster to tap away with it, and he manages to win out the one-on-one. Still a good hold coming up from Scars. They turned Halls and Belong into a bit of a crossfire with how they set that up, but also with NAOS and their numbers just overwhelming, throwing bodies at the problem, going away with those trades. They come out with a retake. They manage to fight their way back. It's 7-10.
Yeah, and most importantly, you get to keep that operator, right? We always talk about what an investment that can be, and sometimes we've seen teams try to continue with the operator, and that's the eventual downfall because it's such a money sink. But this time around, NAOS Esports continues it. Good guiding light. Now they have information on mid. They're actually just going to try to pressure with the operator, but it's not good. Ja has to try to survive. His teammates are there to provide support. Wits, the lone sacrificial lamb.
Still a good pickup for Scars, a bit of information for NAOS, and they have to figure out how to defend because the spike is headed over to the A site. You might have control over A main, you might have, I guess, Senior curl up around Secret Flowers, excuse me, but...
Yeah, but most importantly, now Scars didn't quite see this, but Papi Chulo had his Poison Cloud up to pretend that they were still in sight. Crystal's going to take out Ja for the time being. Curious to see if this mind game worked for Papi Chulo, trying to hold on to A main. Meanwhile, Senior Call, he just wants a couple kills coming in from the entry, but they say no. We're just going to try to bait you into the very end. We're not going to fall for this. Oh, it's going to be Crystal, the sacrificial lamb, but there's a chain right at the last second.
Just locked out. There's that Poison Cloud that you were talking about, though, but I feel that if you are Scars, you should at least anticipate that idea coming out from NAOS. Instead, they're diverting all of their attention towards Secret, towards the back site.
They have no idea where he is, but of course, there's a lot of members that Papi Chulo has to fight against. Now we talk about, yeah, I mean, he's done a lot of clutches, Quack. But time, not quite on his side. He knows he has to clear so many angles. He's trying to take these all one by one, and Yoshi gets the timing. Takes him out from the side.
It's one of those angles, a bit of a tiny sliver, Will, and it just closes in that gap even further. Scars now 8-10, 2 rounds from tying it up. But NAOS has 5 ultimates.
No, well, hopefully they can make good use of it, because just looking at the scoreboard, once again, the story is Crystal is sick of hearing everyone only praise Jemkin because he is topping it once again on the side of Scars, leading in kills, opening the site with the run-it-backs, with the curveballs, throwing everything he's got with those hot hands of the Phoenix. And now Scars, they're getting real close. Run-it-back once again available. I mean, there's a potential that you could try to use it just to clear the Viper's pit even, right? I mean, you'd use it. If you get the kill, great. If not, I'm going to try to get some mid control. But for now, they say, that's not worth it. I mean, sure, the ultimate comes by pretty often, but not twice in one round. So we will save it for the time being.
I think that's just the thing. You want to find maximum value out of every little piece of utility that you have. And they're trying to burn out that utility away from NAOS as well. NAOS right now, not really sure how to defend around it because Scars has been going for this mid play. Now back through Art, and they're just bypassing the Viper's pit.
Yeah, they know he's somewhere here within the site, and there's the run it back to bait him out. They find the exact location. Ja answers back, but he's kind of stuck here. Cannot get the wall bangs with the blades. Just trying to stay alive. Now the spike is stranded here in the middle of the site, but Jemkin, nice peeks here from all angles of Scars, and it's a triple play as the 3 remaining members all stay alive, get the plant as well to continue the credits rolling into their bank accounts.
That's my face.
Well, from which side? Oh, just from watching it?
Yeah. I mean, it was a good little bit of an attempt from Ja, you know, finding a couple of picks, but still, Scars with the weapons, Scars with the knowledge to work their way around the site. Everyone held separate angles, and that's that bit of teamwork. That's what we wanted to see today. Not just Jemkin, but everyone from the team showing that they have value.
Yeah, well, Operator coming back here for NAOS Esports, and it's going to be very important. You mentioned the ultimates before. They had all 5, so they used 2 to do whatever damage they can from on the side of NAOS Esports in the previous round. You still got things like the Lockdown, the Seeker, and the Cosmic Divide as well.
We're going back towards mid, too, from NAOS' side. 3, maybe 4 players just reinforcing this one spot. it leaves Ja alone on B, and with the operator, he can make some noise. He finds that first impact.
Yeah, and you still have Mojer nearby as well. So, trusting that he tries to go for another kill and maybe trying to peek back out, but just one step too wide. And now with the Cosmic Divide from Scars, the site is opened up. But yeah, they're just drawing out the ultimates. They still have so much time. They have a minute on the clock. They're all just going to back out.
And that this is not so bad for Scars, right? In fact, it's a good thing.
Yes.
They are buying out those ultimates. Now they rotate back around. NAOS are playing a bit of a guessing game. Are they going back towards A? If they are, what do we do? Could they be going back towards B? So many questions. It's so much to think about.
Yeah, but they're making the best decision they can, right? Instead of saying, okay, well, they might rotate, so should we split 2 and 2? No, I mean, you already committed to a 4-man rotate. Let's just make sure that they don't take too much map control, group up in mid, make sure they're stuck in the site. However,
I'm scared, Will.
Yeah, one wild card is Jemkin. Now coming through Arch, just one tempo late, and he's got to wait for Allen to get contact. The alarm bot, Jemkin, he's waiting for the free kill. Wits, he cannot clear the angle. And now Jemkin waiting for another, and Mojer just says, well, I can't worry about that right now. I gotta go back, but he has second thoughts, and he cannot support his teammate. He's all left alone, and Allen will clear up the site, and Scars has finally caught up 10-10.
What an adaptation for this team. Just Crystal, maybe the IGL, maybe calling for this idea of buying out those ultimates from NAOS, pushing up and making so much noise up towards B-Long. You had to think that that was a commit because they had taken up so much space. And suddenly, with enough time, they rotate through and on towards the A side. Just unfortunate for NAOS, you had Jemkin on that lurk.
Yeah, that lurk was very crucial, right? And I love the angle he was holding too. That was one where the opponents had to commit. Wits had to commit fully into Art if he wanted to clear that. And you know that they just didn't really have the leisure to do so. Now, beginning of this round here in round 21, now finally tied up Scars. Can they make the comeback turn into an advantage? Or will now Esports start to creep back away? A heavy stack of utility here on the A side. Also buying all the way down with the half armors for now Esports. They start to feel the pressure.
That's why they're all stacking up around. They need that faith. They need that confidence. They need to be secure in their decisions right now. Scars, they're just inflicting mental pain, mental confusion. Senor Carl, though.
Yeah, he's just going to back up. He catches a short glimpse of it. Oh, he can't get the first kill. He's trying to run away, but okay, he will make it out alive. It looked like there was a split second where he could get caught. Now, Ja, I love it. Just try to branch out. However, Scars has thought ahead of this. They have Toroneko waiting by club here in B long. They know that there could have been someone here on B site. Ja gets one kill, but does he suspect the flank? B-Hall now taken over by his teammates, but Toroneko comes back. He's opening up B-Long, and now it's just about B-Hall. Jemkin can't get the kill, though. Wits, can he be the fortress that NAOS Esports needs? Mojer comes to support Wits. The flash is good. Mojer gets that kill, gets traded out, but Wits is still alive. And NAOS Esports, they will continue keeping the lead at 11-10.
Just playing around the site, just waiting for Scars. Wits having that patience, having that presence, that control to send out his Hawk. He saves his teammates. And off with that, a win. You're now 1 up. Can you keep that up?
Yeah, I mean, listen, we always talk about how 11 points is very different from getting to map point on 12, but Wits is doing what he can as that leader. He holds on, most importantly, he holds on to Hall. But on top of that, like you said, the utility usage continues setting up Mojer because you know Mojer can't back out. I mean, that gets enough kills, and then his teammates will deliver just a fast push onto being long from Scars. They're doing whatever they can to change up the tempo, run it back, available, and surely you know this is coming, whether the toxic screen goes up or not. Everything is being thrown down from Scars. Ja just has to stay alive. He'll clear out the ultimate, but he's not in the clear himself just yet. Trying to hold on to B-Hall. He knows Jemkin could be there. Oh, I like the idea, but Jemkin's also 1 step ahead. Jemkin's cleared out B-Hall, and it's just an absolute massacre as Scars opens up the site and takes the momentum right back out of NAOS' hand.
You know, just when you think you have a little bit of time to breathe, Scars turns that dial up to 11. They push that speed, they push that pressure onto the B site. And you were talking about that idea from Ja. He wanted to bait out a peek. He threw down a cloudburst, but all it took up was more time for him to get his weapon at the ready. Scars, they they were so quick on this push that NAOS didn't really have time to react.
So now, with that tempo change, NAOS Esports, they have two things to consider. Does Scars continue pushing fast, or is this one of those situations where that was meant to be the curveball itself? And I love it. Use the timeout, because now you also throw down your own question over to Scars and saying, okay, well, you know we just called the timeout. Do you double down, continue with whatever you were planning, or do you say, whoa, 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 hold on, maybe they're getting a read on this, let's switch it up?
I do feel like, given NAOS's economy right now, though, I feel that pressure, Will. It's one of those moments where it's kind of overtime or bust. If you cannot win this round with your current economy, you're banking everything on the next. And after that, that could be Scars on match point.
Yeah, NAOS Esports, they had the lead for so long. The first half looked so good. They felt in control. They were forcing Scars out of their comfort zone. But Scars has returned the favor as they take the initiative on the attacker's side. And now NAOS Esports, you know, they try to make some success happen with the operators. They cannot continue it. You mentioned the economy quack, and it's not looking good. So they just say, okay, well, either way, there's a good chance this goes to overtime, so let's not go too heavy. They say, okay, worst case, we just give the match point, try to go to overtime 100%. Some might say this is a bit of a passive play. However, look at the minimap. They're ready to rush out. The barriers go down. The countdown has fired, and they're now in position to fight in A main. Scars answers back with a curveball of their own. It's not looking good. I can hear the grimacing coming out from Quack right next to me, and it just does not work out. I mean, you still have that Nebula up, but they sprayed it down enough to know there's not another member hiding. Now, really, the only hope for NAOS Esports is Mojer. He's trying to get mid control, but he knows the turret is there. Perhaps got contact. Jemkin gets another kill as people are just trying to peek out. NAOS Esports, they're falling apart. They're all going for these 1v1 duels with worse weaponry. This is not the position you want to be in, no matter how good your aim is. And Mojer arrives last to be taken down by Yoshi. Scars will take map point first here on Pearl.
Like I said, overtime or bust. That was the idea. That was the play. They wanted to find maybe some control over aiming, maybe work off the information. But instead, they were met by so many players, an entire unit from Scars. You need large caliber bullets to kill large caliber players, and with the current weaponry that they had, it just would not work out no matter what. Now we have it. Now we have the guns.
Yeah, but Scars, Jemkin says, well, we've got some credits rolling around as well, so I am happy to take on that operator battle if you feel the pressure to push out a B long. I like this idea from Scars because now it's esports. You got to imagine that they're starting to, you know, just grasp at the straws here, and so Jemkin just waiting to see if there's an aggressive push out of B long. If it doesn't happen, not a big problem. Scars, they can just go back to controlling mid.
That's precisely what they're about to do. Trailblazer clearing out Art. Now it's just hovering around both extremities of the map. You only have one pivot player, and that's going to be Senior Carl. He hears a bit of noise, and that's what he's feeding information off of. But then Scars just rotate back silently through to B.
Yeah, exactly. You were holding that operator to wait to see if anyone pushes out. No one does, despite making so much noise in mid. Got the Blade Storm, you have the Cosmic Divide as well, so now it's all up to Mojer to buy time. However, the rotate is very fast because thanks to the jump peaks from Mojer. Will they fill the site? Yes, they flooded in. They're trying to support Mojer as best as they can. B Hall being held onto with the NAOS. However, the lockdown, it pressures Mojer to push out. Now Esports, they're all stuck within the radius and they cannot get the kills. It looks like it may be over, Quack, of course. Still a little bit of hope. 3 versus 4, not the end of the world just yet. Poppy Chulo on the flank, but no! That hope now just absolutely burned out. And now it's Esports. Wits and Senior call the double team. Carl and Wits, can they do it? But there's so many members. They need to take every look at the positions for Scars. Yeah, they're just all peeking out one by one for the trade. Left, right, and top, and it's going to be Yoshi with yet another multi-kill to bring the comeback to fruition and take map 1 on Pearl.
13-11. We went all 24 rounds, Will. It was 9-3 at the end of the first half, and Scars just finds the way. They are battle tested, they are battle hardened, and they take out the win on their first map pick.
And this is why, despite some of the inconsistency that we're starting to see from Scars, a lot of us keep predicting Scars. It's just the pure fragging power, and like you said, somewhat of this veterancy that they're starting to show, you know, getting used to the stage, the adaptability, not losing that confidence. I mean, you were down 9-3, like you mentioned. You still actually never got ahead until the very last 2 rounds. You barely tied it up at 10-10. And Scars, they're able to say we picked this map for a reason, and it's to win. It's to get that 1-0 lead against NAOS Esports in this do-or-die best-of-3.
I mean, especially on that attacking half, am I right? From both sides, in fact, because NAOS did have a good first half, but Scars just came back in full. They knew how to toy with them. They knew how to use that exact same playbook of playing around middle to just confuse their opponents, even rotating back and forth. And sometimes you could see Jemkin started to awaken.
Yeah, that's the biggest part, right? Is that Jemkin, he wasn't getting, you know, too many kills in the beginning, still leading the team as best as he could. But once they started going over to the attacker side and Crystal bought enough time with those running backs on the Phoenix, Jemkin starts to get fired up, eventually gets a slew of kills to his name. Same with Yoshi. So many multi-kills from that Sky on the side of Scars to really close out these rounds in the second half, and they will be able to win their map pick.
I mean, yes, this is the first map gone. It is a little bit of pressure for NAOS, and it doesn't feel the best. And that's the thing. You have to think about the stakes, because NAOS, they want to make it through to Ascension. They want to make it to their grand finals to possibly give Philippines that second representation in Pacific.
Yeah, I mean, this is what all these teams are fighting for, is to try to get to that finals, get into VCT Pacific. Well, just map 1 from this best-of-3. That's it for us to go take a short break. However, we do have Komodo standing by to break down one of the rounds here on Pearl.
Thank you very much, guys. Yes, welcome back to the breakdown segment here. We are going to start off with the round number 7, and this one is going to feature a good adjustment from Scars with the information they were able to gain in a couple of previous rounds. So we'll start off with a look up toward the minimap. Now, in the early stages, we saw Scars putting 4 players over towards B and having another player over towards the mid side, really playing absent over on A. But this time, it comes in the difference of an adjustment where there's an operator going to be put in the hands of Jemkin at A. With the utility that we do see starting to come on down, however, from the other team, we see that there's going to be a Cloudburst already here and 2 stars that are going to be used. Number 1 for a Nova Pulse and number 2 for a Dissipate. Now keep an eye on the timing for poor, unfortunate Wits. He actually misses the timing and gets taken out by Jemkin real early. So that gives an advantage for Scars, who are technically still without a round on this map just yet. So an opening pick conversion here is what Scars are going to be looking for. However, we know with this round that's not going to be the case. So as I speed up a little bit later into this one, we're going to see a guiding light thrown in towards mid from Yoshi, and that's going to signify that he still needs to be keeping a little bit of pressure around mid, and is actually going to call for a star to be placed in Art. Now, in the coming seconds, we're going to start to see an execute come over from NAOS in the form of 2 stars here and the tip of the spear, the jet. Because they're in a player disadvantage, a Cloudburst is actually going to be going into the site to dash in towards and trying to isolate a kill on towards Crystal to even us up into the 4-4. But what comes after this is showcasing the importance of utility and how you need to maximize it, knowing what you have available. So right here, as I mentioned, we are going to see Jar go in towards the site, in towards the Cloudburst to isolate the frag onto Crystal, and that's where the pressure is going to build a little bit too much for Yoshi in the link, and he's going to have to fall on back. So when the site gets taken over from NAOS, we can see that Puppy Chulo is going to be dropping the Viper's Pit in this 4-4. And you know in a Viper's Pit, you want to be getting the retake. It makes it a little bit difficult because Jemkin still does have this operator in play. So with the plant starting to go down in that Viper's Pit, Jar's going to fall, and another player in just a moment too, to give us a 4 versus 2 situation in favor of Scars. They should be propped up perfectly to be able to go into this retake. But what is lucky enough from Moja is the fact that he is able to get the Viper's, his lockdown rather, in a double spray down. And this is where things just completely turn upside down. A peek out of the pit from Yoshi, and remember, realizing what utility you have is what I just mentioned is going to be such an importance. So we can see here that Moja's got his lockdown and he has an alarm bot. With the time that he's able to buy himself here, a lockdown can get dropped and the alarm bot is going to go down. Now that wasn't actually seen from Yoshi. It's going to pop into him, it's going to make him vulnerable, and that means the classic from Moja can be pulled out to get the job done. Great realization of utility usage to come through from the side of NAOS, even though they were a player down going into that one. Thanks again for joining me here on this breakdown segment. Throw it over to the break and get ready for the next map.
Welcome back to VCT Ascension Pacific. We just finished our first game today on Pearl, and it was a little bit unexpected. We saw NAOS in a clean 7-round win, and then everything started turning around. The tides shifted in the favor of Scars, and they end up winning that map, which was their map pick. Now, Clinton and I were having a chat with the Filipino casters who were doing group stages, and they were saying, oh, it's classic Filipino mid-game choking. I mean, what do you guys make of it?
Look, I don't believe in curses. It's a 9-3.5, but I do believe in team comp strength. And one of the things we were talking about before we went into this, after we'd seen the map draft, was that once you get over to that attacking side, that is where this Phoenix Jet composition is going to come to fruition. It's going to be weak on the defense. They definitely could have piloted this better. So 9-3 was still a lot more devastating than I had anticipated. But once they got onto that attacking side, it was so much more comfortable for Scars. And you could tell that the comp was just coming together the way that it was supposed to.
Yeah, I mean, they just keep pushing space, and whether it be, if the defensive walls came out from NAOS and then Crystal can just push ahead, he doesn't care if he dies or not. He just needs to get there and delay the defuse, these kind of things. Once the plant came down, the retakes were nigh impossible. It seemed like NAOS was really struggling to come up with ideas and ways to defend it, and even then, Jemkin is just constantly pushing angles. I mean, he's shutting Ja down. Anytime Ja tried to throw a cloudburst or something like that to buy time or try to sneak into it, Jemkin's just there, pushing him, just displacing him and diffing him, frankly. So it's just, I mean, a lot of things going very well, of course, on that attacker side, as we all saw for the side of Scars, but yeah, it's kind of been NAOS' story, right? Throughout this tournament, a lot of times they're very streaky. You look at these stat lines and they're just all over the place.
Yeah, and one of the other things we're talking about was, the reason why we go for Scars in this is because we anticipated that Jemkin was not going to have another off day. It wasn't going to be that back-to-back lackluster performance, and he came out swinging, especially in the second half. But 25-15 compared to the 19-20 here from Ja. Jemkin had this one in hand. You look at yesterday, his overall performance and first kills, first deaths, he went 8-7. In this map, he went 7-1. So he's one shy in one map played. He's one first kill shy of tying up that record that he had across that entire series yesterday, which included that very long OT. So Jemkin very much in form today.
I mean, Jemkin, we saw the note happen during the game. Jemkin probably has the highest ACS in all of Ascension at the moment. I mean, the scoreline was really close. The climb back was, it was a little painful to watch, frankly speaking. But you can see the first kills coming here from Scars here. It's doubling NAOS's.
I'm not trying to call anybody out, but there were definitely clutches in there. So I'm a little bit confused what's going on with our clutch tracker. Because I was going to say Papi Chulo definitely had a clutch in the pistol round. And I was going to talk about this, how, you know, we highlighted him as this guy that has been really clutch for the side of NAOS. And he started it out on the pistol round. He won the 1v1 to give them the round. So definitely, you know, a really impactful performance from him. He had a really solid map, but the team behind him, Wits and others, were struggling mightily to really get anything done, especially once they shifted over to that defender side.
Yeah, I mean, somebody else that also I think deserves a lot of credit here is Yoshi, because he was putting up a very strong performance, coming out here, playing that Sky for the team, and just having an immense amount of impact.
Yeah.
You know, just consistently racking up assists, but in his own right also goes 4-0 to add on to the 8 of those first kills that Jemkin had. So really strong performance from him, and that's something that we are going to continue to have to see here if they want to be able to get this 2-0, because moving over to Ascent, this should be a lot more comfortable, I think, for the side of NAOS. But if Ja is not going to be able to best Jemkin in this jet battle, they're still going to have a really rough time.
And the op play was not optimal for Ja. There were a lot of weird moments. Like, I can remember the one where he's peeking down long B, and he gets the first kill, great, and he sticks around and he repeaks it, but he sticks around. He doesn't just shoot and move. He kind of tries to readjust, because one player moves behind the pillar right as he's kind of getting ready to shoot him, and instead he tries to move his aim back over, and by that point, there were already 2 other players looking at him from the side of Scars, and they just wiped him out.
Yeah, there was a definite difference here between Ja and Jemkin's performance here as the Jets. But Paper Thin, tell me your opinion going into map 2, Ascent. I mean, are we going to see another repeat performance of this, mid-game choking, or are we going to see a better performance from NAOS? I mean, this is NAOS's pick, and they generally have done great on Ascent.
Yeah, I mean, they lost to Xersha on it. That's the only time they've lost here in this event on this map. Otherwise, they've been clean on it, and they're usually pretty strong. They usually have pretty good score lines coming through to it. They're a little more sturdy, I think a little bit more comfortable here, of course, but again, it's going to now come down to, you know, like the Filipino casters were telling us, can they find these adjustments round to round? Because once they get red, it's like they don't have a way to kind of on the fly find answers. Or even when they took time out, sometimes they weren't really able to dial up any kind of change of strategy or change of pace to kind of throw Scars off.
Yeah, I mean, this is obviously pressure mounting. You're in this position. You want to be able to just continue onward, or you want to be able to make it into that grand final tomorrow. This win gets you there if you're Scars. Just one more map to go, and you have that ticket punched through, as a lot of people are expecting you to be able to make it to that. For now they're on the back foot, and they have to be able to respond here. And I mean, they're sticking with it. It's something that we don't see all that often, but the Sage is back.
I mean, this is what we've seen from them. The way that Wits plays, especially on the attacker side, which usually is pretty okay for them. There was one time where I think it wasn't so great, but you know, he's able to really, especially on the A site, that Sage gives you a lot more ability to play post plan on the A site, to make it easier to either cut off Heaven or cut off the door, whichever side you want to do, and it makes it a lot more challenging for the opponent to kind of get into those places comfortably, safely, without giving the information over to their, you know, to NAOS that they're coming.
It's true, but at the same time, I really am not all about this composition without having flashes. You basically only have a paranoia.
Yeah.
One paranoia to try to get yourself onto sites when you're on that attacking side, which they are starting on. On the opposite side, Allen here with this KO can do so much work to slow down the advances from the side of NAOS. Yes, you have that wall to try to get, you know, a safe little escort over onto like the B site, for instance, you know, cut off switch, etc. But you've got that 0 point that can go out. You can nullify, stop that wall from coming through, stop the slow orbs from coming through, stop you from being able to heal one of your teammates, but you also just have those flashes. I like this from Scars a hell of a lot more than I like it from the side of NAOS, but they have to pilot it, I think, to perfection in order to pull it off.
Yeah, the way that they've been kind of getting around that is that they pair up the utility of the Sova and the Killjoy. So what a lot of times they'll do is they'll recon dart, and then there's a nano swarm coming right behind it. So the recon dart lands like either back of stairs on B side or up at top of Heaven, and then the nano's right behind it. So that way whoever's clearing doesn't have time to clear both. So you have to respect one or the other. That gives them the ability to take that space that they're losing from those flashes. But with the individual abilities of the players on Scars, I kind of agree with the Kilios. It's going to be really tough.
I think I agree with you guys on this, but you know what? Let's hear from the casters. We've got Will and Quack to please take it away. Map 2. Is it gonna go into map 3?
Thank you, Deskers. I feel bad. I kind of want to lean towards what Achilles is saying.
You don't want to just lean towards it. Ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you, as soon as we saw the picks, or actually right before we were predicting, and Quack was like, well, I don't really like it. I don't really like the stage. so we talked about this, but for the same reasons, right, that Achilles had mentioned on the desk. I mean, Sage has her strong suits, absolutely, especially obviously on the defense. You can gain a lot of information with the way that you use your utility. However, you're not really having those flashes that can sometimes do so much setup. Yes, you've got the combination of the recon bolts, with the nanostorms just try to distract, but that's when there's one person on the site. Once they start getting used to it, if they memorize your lineups, if they've studied it, if they study the tape, which there's only one map of, maybe it's not going to be as effective.
It's a lot to consider because things can go sideways so quickly, especially if Scars adapt. That's what we saw in that first map. They adapted, especially around that second half. They knew how NAOS played defense. They knew how to work around it. On a map pick like Ascent, yes, this might be where Jaw is his strongest. I don't know if it's going to be enough to take the fight to Scars because Scars are a very strong team. That said, though, Wits does have a pretty good track record on this stage, I think. You know, when they played against one team, he was top fragging.
By a lot, right? Like 24-15 or something like that in terms of just pure KD alone. So, yes, I mean, Wits was performing quite well when he needed to over on Pearl as well, really proving that he's a leader of this team for a reason. Now, the question is, you pick this map. You've really favored it, 3-1 record here in the group stages. However, while Scars has only played it once, and it was against, the team who had the weakest record in that group, they looked very good. They looked very good, and they looked very confident. This was actually one of the maps they played in the group stage, Quack, where I realized, oh, they're like actually starting to give the plant away because they understand that Ascent, it's kind of hard to just always flood the site. So they just wait until a backup arrives and then go for these trades, not necessarily utility-based, but still, duel-based.
Yeah, duel-based, numbers-based, and they overwhelm their opponents with force. Again, something that Scars is really good at. There's so much to think about if you see how they actually play, but another thing that we can consider is also Scars' track record on the map Ascent. Yes, they played in the group stage. Yes, it was against a team that wasn't, showing up so much, although they had that potential. Scars has also played Ascent quite a bit in their own Japanese Challengers region, and that's where I think they struggle a little bit. It wasn't so bad against other opponents, but when they played against, the second best team in Japanese Challengers, Jadeite, that is where I think they struggle a lot because out of the 3 times that they played Ascent, they lost all 3, Will.
Yeah, so, I mean, if you had to pick out a weak point, perhaps this is that map that you want to get, and NAOS Esports likes playing this map. So, again, draft-wise, we can theorize all we want about it. It does seem like NAOS Esports should be able to get back in form, right? Say, okay, you know what, it was close on Pearl, but hey, it wasn't our pick. We've never really liked playing that map. We never really looked, that shining on it. So let that pass. Move on to map 2. It is a best of 3, and I mean, you guys can see it on your screen. The stage looks amazing. The crowd here is amazing in Bangkok, Thailand. However, it's single elimination. You don't get many chances if you want to continue playing here and then playing in VCT Pacific next year. So now Esports, their backs are way up against the wall.
You really have to go in for that mental reset at this point. When your backs are up against the wall, if you just keep thinking about how you performed in the last map, that's just not going to be good. Feel the energy of the crowd, right? I think that's the first thing, because right behind us is actually where all the NAOS fans are. It's on the NAOS side. And they are cheering for them. You can feel that energy, and you need to bring that forward into your gameplay. You know these guys, Ja, Papi Chulo, Senor Carl, Mojo, the whole crew, Wits as well. They have experience. They are good. Now you just need to bring it together, right? Don't think about everything else. Don't overthink your decisions.
It's the same when you're playing your own ranked games as well, right? We've all been there where we thought we could have won and something happens and you're still thinking about it. You queue up without thinking. Then you lose again and you're like, well, I can't end a loss. And then it's 4 a.m. and you're still losing. You probably D-ranked twice. It's not like this happened to me recently, but I'm just saying it can happen. Or it might have happened to me towards the end of the act, but I did redeem myself, just so we're very clear. However, all that aside, again, I mean, this is, again, we joke about obviously kind of relating to it ourselves, but this is way more than that. The stakes are very high. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it does look like we need a little bit more time to get into map 2. I can't wait either, but don't leave us. We will be right back after a short break to jump into Ascent between Scars and NAOS Esports.
At the world from the eye of the Horus. If you Alexander the Great, then I am the Porus. Coming straight from the mud like I am a Lotus. So हाथियों का बल कैसे सकेगा तू मुझे रोक अब देख तू कैसे मैं लड़ूं तुम लोगों से ऐसे ना डरूं करूं मैं जिससे मैं तरुण पानी पे चलूं मैं जिससे मैं वरुण चाहे मैं जीऊं या मरूं जो करना चाहूं मैं वही तो करूं आता है तू ना करीब तू बेटी चीप जब तक कटे ना तेरी ये जीप better believe you're gonna bleed pick up a seat get in your team I'm the king of kings brother in arms in a battle you all gonna die if you act like a vandal bring the realms to reality from every angle this is the public service announcement from Mumbai to the rest of the world I am a Raja I am the Raja भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना तू मेरी तरफ आना आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजा ना ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना 'Cause I am the Raja 'Cause I am the Raja I am the 'Cause I am the Raja Come perde goliyan Chandragupta memoria ya tilla tu loria come to me and you just gonna die that's really a given I am invincible and you are invisible see that's really a difference get out of my way or leave the world the choice is yours I don't kill my enemies I play with them that's what the toys are for from Mumbai to the rest of the world I am the Raja भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना तू मेरी तरफ आना आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजा ना ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना 'Cause I am the Raja I am the
What's up, Valorant fans? It's Valorant Champions Tour Ascension Pacific 2023. We are live in Bangkok, Thailand, and we've entered the unforgiving knockout stage where we find out who is destined to be the final 4 teams here in Bangkok. The teams are facing off each other for the very first time. Scars from Japan and Fancy United from Vietnam.
Nation before getting taken down himself toward Neck on the meantime. Holding it down, nearly got the collapse, but he's got the quick little kill going off that hip fire. Looking to nade, but he's already shifted away, but oh, he strafes.
A lot of pressure on him.
They're gonna hold the line, and he's just gonna find both of them. NAOS sends it towards heaven. Does it get the kill? It absolutely does. Give it. Looks like they are. He swings out, and the ace will be confirmed. The Scars get themselves up. A quick start. Showstopper is out, but Yoshi just domes him from backside behind the screens. The flash is through. Doesn't confirm the kill, but Allen certainly does, and in the blink of an eye, there it goes. Start working their way forward. There's the push in, the instant headshot. Predigo finds a third. Drops down to the classic. It's going to be a 4K. As they will not allow for the Thrifty to come through. Scars now moving up by 3. This is possible, but they have to get on this soon. Time starting to dwindle. The swing out. Allen moves his way forward. Yes, I can. Sprays down for 2. Looks for the third. Will get it. Damn close, but Fancy. Lear out. Nizzy lurking inside the smoke. Crystal finds an opening kill. The swing in. Nizzy good for only 1. Great sense here. Not quite realizing how close he is, but Crystal now the last man standing. The Showstopper at the ready. He's been spotted. He's annihilated. But it's now a nightmare as the defuse will come in. It's 17-15. Scars. They will end the tournament here for the side of Fancy United. Their season, their chance at promotion.
We have 2 teams here. Both of them have maintained their rosters throughout the tournament. Boom and Bonkers. I mean, these 2 teams, we have high expectations of both of them.
We're about to find out as we go into their map pick of Haven. Noted, Paranoia goes across. It's rather early from trying to swing in. The push forward. Blaze King just rushes up, gets in front of the wall, finds himself a third. 7-1, Boom, not looking to be denied.
It's just beautiful utility again. Happy birthday, Darion, as well. Why is everybody born on this day? What happened?
I don't know. They managed to disengage to get themselves out of the sight. Severin in a spot to try and get this look. As Famous gets back to back, make it a triple. He shuts them down. Minimizing what? Need to clear out 3 and get this defuse. Minimize good for the first, but then it's going to be Berserk's holding it down.
And we're back. We are. Hopefully the game will be back soon as well. For those of you guys who are just tuning in, we are in the middle of this first best of 3 for the night here in Bangkok, Thailand for VCT Ascension Pacific 2023. It's a battle between Scars from Japan and NAOS Esports from the Philippines.
Yeah, and we just talked about their composition. Right now, Esports implementing a very interesting Sage pick, but it also leaves them without any real flashes. You've got Omen, you've got a Paranoia, but that is about it. Meanwhile, it's going to be Scars with a more traditional composition. You have exactly the KO that could counter this Sage.
Yeah, and of course, kind of the KO Silva. That's a go-to. I mean, this is one of those maps. I remember I was joking with Paper Thin about this a couple weeks ago, where this is that one map when you say, well, they're playing the typical 5. Everyone knows exactly what 5 agents they're playing, and Scars will stick with that. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready. Strap into your seats, because we are going into map 2. Scars currently leading 1-0, looking to send yet another team home and shut down their dreams of taking their place in VCT Pacific. NAOS Esports, they choked at the end of that first map, but they're looking to have another strong start. See if they can continue forward now on this attacking side of Ascent.
I mean, very well could be. If you're thinking about, yes, the Sage impact from NAOS's previous game against one team, yeah, with 24 kills. Jemkin also had 24 kills in his game against Orangutan.
Yeah, I mean, high kills on both sides, and Jemkin's looking good, but I want to point out now, Esports, they're piling on to Ja in terms of credits here, supplying him with that extra pistol, just going for the double cloud burst as well, so they want to pop in, have Ja just take control of the site here with the Frenzy, the half armor, and double cloud burst. He should not be dying instantly once they go for the entry. Just checking for an early peek. with the turret. It's just a 5-stack. They're committed to this right away. Recon bolts or not. Crystal not ready to fight the initial entry. He's just going to have to try to survive. And Ja just buying time. Ooh. They get one ping. They don't have information on another. Oh! Ja just gets a domed right in the face by the Sheriff. I mean, that's not really going to do, be able to stop the Sheriff there, but still the entry happens here for NAOS Esports.
And that's when we see that barrier orb being used just to block off lane. It's a good way to kind of corner yourself into the site and maybe play around some of these artificial corners or walls. But look at how Scars are able to come in through this. It's a bit of a space, and Witz finds one shot.
Yeah, I mean, just a cheeky little angle. He's trying to go for another. He gets a second one as well. And it's going to be NAOS Esports with 3 members left alive, picking up the Sheriffs and the Ghosts, and they get the first pistol yet again. Now, we got to remember, started off this way on Pearl. In fact, it continued for 7 rounds before Scars eventually won 12-10.
It's a very scary thought to keep thinking about, but like you said, you want to reset that coming into this game, at least if you're on NAOS' side. But look at how they actually approach this B push. Oh, by the way, that is that are a couple of Game Changers players in the crowd.
Oh, I'd love to see it. I mean, we've had a lot of people, whether it's other pro players, Game Changers players coming in as well, streamers, influencers, cosplayers. There's some crazy cosplay going on here. We've got that KO walking around, ready to pop that null command now. Right here now, Esports piling on those rifles. They want to try to snowball it as much as possible. However, Scars, they're going to win the 50-50 guess this time. A 4-stack in Boathouse in the back of sight on B. Now, are they ready for this? Do they know? They spot 1. They spot 2, but there's more. And Yoshi says, welcome to my home. I'm still here. But they will eventually clear him out. Jumpkin last alive with a Sheriff.
Not too bad. Good bit of damage. But also just NAOS knowing how to respond to it. Yes, they lost to New York Carl, but it's not the worst thing in the world. Jemkin now with the Sheriff looking for some heads to click on.
Now, we've seen him do something similar when they were playing against Orangutan, right? Where they were on this eco. It didn't look like he should do anything, but Ja says this time it's a little different. No extra kills for you, sir. And that's going to be another point on the board for NAOS Esports, leading 2-0, continuing the attack. Just going to go with a, just typical bonus, right? They bought up in that second round, so they'll keep those Bulldogs and that Phantom.
Yeah, and it's a very versatile composition right now for Scars as well. Yes, NAOS gets to hold on to their weapons, but how are you going to use that now with a fully equipped Scars? They're going to continue to play safe, and they have so many options to, if they want to push up, going for a Tiles crunch, an A-main crunch, they could. NAOS has to consider all of these in mind, and now, 0 point down, it does tag up Ja.
Yeah, NAOS Esports, it looked like what they were wanting to do was if that 0 point of the one-way doesn't come out fast enough, go for another ult or right. Wit's currently only 2 points away from that resurrection. However, the one-way is going to stop them. I mean, they don't even have the better weaponry, not exactly great flashes like we talked about, only that one paranoia. So they say, okay, the Omen KO duo, they took over A main. Let's go back to B where things have worked out. Quite frankly, just a couple kills and the spike plant. Maybe Witz gets that resurrection, that ultimate on the Sage. It could be very valuable.
Oh. You still got Yoshi on the other side though. The defender spawn and he goes in for the spray. Catches up onto Ja, and then the recon coming through from Crystal. A shock dart as well. Witz is gone. And now still trying to make their way onto the side. Spike not yet planted because they're facing so much contention just coming out from market, coming out from defender spawn. Yoshi finding yet another, and now they're pushing through. Mojo tries to hold it from lane. He will be able to find the first, but that is it.
It should be it.
Carl's gone.
Yeah. Only 25 HP left here for Mojo. Sure, he's got the Phantom, but yeah, just need to be a little scratch. It's in fact going to be a headshot coming out from Toroneko, and Scars will answer back. An excellent anti-bonus, only dropping one member. It's 4 Vandals and Phantoms still in the hands of Scars' players.
A successful round just to bounce back. And look at how they actually played around it too. They knew off of that tag that there is a chance NAOS might double back into the B site, and that is why we see the Killjoy Yoshi just hiding up by defender spawn. The spray timing was kind of nice. And also the way that they retook it, because as soon as NAOS tried to push through, you had so many more players knocking at their door.
And once again, I mean, I don't see any reason why Scars would ever really change this Killjoy setup too much. I mean, maybe a little bit of shifting with the alarm bot in mid, maybe bouncing back over towards the site on B, but so far, that one-way 0-point combo on A main, there hasn't been an answer for it from NAOS. Now they're finally looking to get a timing here. Now, if Scars really wants to just keep this, they should be able to refresh this perfectly at least one more time, but it doesn't look like he's preparing for that just yet. And we're going to see it, refresh. Torneko just puts that up there. And the Paranoia as well. Okay, well, they see the drone coming out, so they just push it back. And really, the name of the game here for Scars is just to buy time, right? You're continuing to see if there's any further movement. You've already pushed up in mid. Jemkin planted right now in the middle of the site, right next to Mojer. Oh. And Jemkin gets that kill, and that means we can let them come into the site as well. We're still holding in the back. Torneko says, don't worry about us here on the site. Oh my god, they're not even gonna get the kill onto Allen! And Scars up flawless here in round 4. Now it's esports. You can't start falling apart this early if you want to try to make this comeback.
Well, this does force NAOS into a bit of a tricky spot, but they get to buy up one more round, so it's not the worst thing in the world. However, thinking about how the plays went through, right? Look at how Scars played contact. They gathered information, they threw out pieces of utility just to buy time, burned down the clock like you mentioned, Will, but they saved just enough to hold against the site push coming out from NAOS. You have Allen, the KO, with the flashpoint, and he times it so well along with Torneko just to hold.
And once again, now finally, speed being the answer to try to combat the one-way combo. However, they have the ping on Allen, and he can't win the duel! It's even a 2v1, and Allen just says, thank you, this is why I used the Phantom. Sprays down 2 headshots, and the entry is stopped. That extra round of buys that you mentioned, Quack, falling down the drain. 3 members left. You don't have a jet, you don't have flashes, you don't have that Paranoia anymore. Sure, you have the resurrection. Ooh. Is there an angle for it, though? It's not gonna happen. Jemkin will just shut everything down. Papi Chulo, we've seen him do crazy things, but it's starting to look more and more difficult, Quack.
3, one on top, one below?
Yeah, over, under. That's the hardest one, and they knew that exactly. Scars shutting down NAOS's advancements once again, and NAOS Esports already on the back foot, both in this map and this best of 3.
The only way I could see anyone ever making that shot is if you get the first one on top and then you bring down your crosshair so fast down below, maybe the shot actually hits the second player.
Well, you know, I just want to throw this question out to Kilios if he can remember on the desk. What if you use the Odin and Hipfire on the bottom person and the spray goes up to the top person and gets the headshot? Hey, I'm just saying, all right? I'm just saying, but that's for all of you guys to figure out from home. Currently,
the main thing still, though, is how Scars is defending. I mean, you talk about Allen, you talk about how they actually fall back off that relay system, and Jemkin won some kills of his own, but then you've got Senor Carl now finding a pick with the Marshall.
Yeah, it's a nice early kill. Shuts down a lot of that info that Scars is wanting to get so they can cycle through their abilities. You also already at least gain control of a main itself, but you're gonna need a bit more. You really need this mid control if you want to get into the site, and Scars knows that exactly. Oh, the flash timing as well for the peek out from Jemkin. I like the idea, and they don't over-aggress. They're gonna still hold down the site. The Paranoias get the spray down. Papi Chulo gets 1 trade, but it's not enough. Senor Cole already so low, so is Mojer. Now left all alone in tree, 18 health, and that's not nearly enough as the score goes up 4-2 in favor of Scars.
I'm not gonna lie, Will, this does not look good for NAOS.
Yes. I'm laughing because I wish you guys could see us on the desk, because I just see Quack like just having muscle spasms as he sees NAOS Esports trying to get into the site.
It doesn't feel good. You know, the way that they're playing right now, you want to see them find some rounds, and Scars are doing such a great job at countering everything that NAOS are throwing at them. Yes, it was a bit of a pick from Senor Carl, but that was about it. As soon as that happened, everyone else tried to push through A main, and it was just a blender. Again, it's Scars. They know how to shoot. They know how to hold down a set. And with all the multiple positions, all the angles being watched, it was just that much more difficult for NAOS to find duels. That's the thing about Ascent. It can be very heavily defender-sided if these choke points are reinforced and set up. So timeout being called, NAOS, they might need some form of an execute or to explore other options on map.
The problem here is, though, Quack, I like what you're saying, is that in theory that's what they need to do, but with that composition we have to go back and look at it. You don't have the flashes, right? So you don't have these mini tactics you can use to creep up close to the site, and that means you kind of have to walk in, go for a dry peek, go for dry contact, win that first duel, and then go in. Otherwise, you might have to really commit that paranoia early, and then you're out if it doesn't work out.
Yeah, that's the thing that you don't want to do. I do think that we saw a tiny inkling of what NAOS were about to attempt with this Sage, because that's the one thing that you can use with the Sage wall, right? You prop yourself up, you give yourself a little bit of vision over some dark covers from Torneko. It's an attempt, it's an idea. The thing is, your execution, again, like Achilles mentioned on the desk, it has to be perfect.
Yeah, and look at this. They're changing things up. They know that NAOS, yeah, all that's worked for them was this B site so far, 2 times in the beginning of the map. And they shut things down. The angle that Crystal takes just absolutely denies any potential. Now trying to speed through, but the alarm bot is going to spot them. Now Esports, they have no intention of stopping, though. This was never meant to be a scouting mission. It was meant to break open the site. Already through on Switch, they close it. And the main force not able to enter. You see that Jaw finally coming in to support. Meanwhile, Witz, he's pushing out. He gets 2. That's enough to slow them down for the time being. They even planted Papi Chulo in market. But Scars, they pushed up the tempo. Now Allen all alone. Jaw getting that clutch kill against Yoshi. Otherwise, Papi Chulo may have been too late, but now it's a double angle, and Allen has no idea as now Esports tries to claw back with a 3rd round.
Just trying to go a little bit faster than how Scars would have been able to react. NAOS with a B split push, they managed to make it work. And also, I think a pivotal part of that round is how Witz actually played around that dark cover in the back of Defender's spawn. So smart, so careful, and as soon as that Odin sounded off, he peeked out. He got a couple. Everyone else, though, on the site, I mean, once you got that pick onto Yoshi, Allen alone, it's just way too tough.
Yeah, and I just want to add on to the point you just mentioned, Witz. Of course, we've seen that timing, but also on top of that, what that did was really kind of fake out Papi Chulo's position, right? You don't expect someone to still be a mid if they're trying to push out, you know, towards defender spawn. So that's something they can try to continue to use in the future. Jemkin, he's looked good with the up today. Oh, what? How does he get the second one? I was gonna say the first kill, but Jemkin just doubling down and impressing us back to back. Making this a 5v3 already, only 30 seconds into the round. And now Esports once again, no Sage, no way to get that wall for some unique angles, no Jet. Here's the flash drive. Okay, they don't hear too much contact, so Scars just backing out. I mean, this is what we're talking about. Scars, sometimes on Ascent, they start to play safe. They say we have the numbers advantage. Okay. Yeah, we'll just let you through. I mean, I love this from Scars. It shows a little bit more adaptation than just go, 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 W Gaming. Not, you know, nothing against that, but obviously it's done very well on the international stage as Allen waits for the smoke to clear, gets that kill onto Mosier. Quack, this round looks like it's all but done. 5 members still left alive for Scars. All ultimates if they really needed it as well. Under being cleared by the fragment. Senor Kong cannot sneak in an extra kill. All right, Papi Chulo does some damage, but Allen will be able to finish off that round.
Precisely like you mentioned, Will. Very apt analysis. Thank you, Kowalski. Because you can see all the numbers, all those bodies being thrown at the site. You just know that you can overwhelm your opponents with numbers. There's nothing much else that NAOS could do after this presence from mid. Everything on the map was turned into a choke point. Thinking about how the previous rounds have played out, it's a lot of Allen around A main. NAOS does not want to explore that anymore. They go towards mid. You got Jemkin with an operator. You go through Garden, Allen's there this time. How do you work your way around this? You tried approaching B, and maybe that was your one bit of success towards the first portion of the half. But now, you know, all these adjustments coming through from Scars, NAOS has to find a way just to bulldoze through.
Oh, and they're hiding the operator here on B side. Oh, never mind. He tries to get a cheeky timing away from that drone. Just going to let them know of the operator position. And Jemkin will promptly reposition. We see this a lot on Ascent. There's so many angles you can hold with that weapon. Meanwhile, Alarmbot's still alive in mid as well, but Jemkin's just there to support at long range.
Guess we just cracked through it with the tailwind onto the top of Generator. But again, look at the Scars composition. Look at Scars positioning. just playing right around guard, and you've got Jemkin watching the angle. Mojer, however, a bit of a lurk towards B. He finds that first pick off. Jemkin with a wallbang onto Papichulo too.
Yeah,
the defender lockdown now in place.
Yeah, the lockdown wasn't cleared coming up for Senor Caller. He tries to go for it, but he stopped, and Allen's still alive. They can start tapping the spike right now, and it's another over-under to protect their teammates. Crystal good for one. Jemkin will miss that one, though.
Are we going for this?
Yeah, I mean, I think so, because Crystal, he doesn't really have an option. Oh, there's that. Whoa, what? And Crystal will clear out the 1v2 with absolute clean execution. And that's a clutch if I ever saw one, Quack. What a way to continue locking down the rounds. The shock boats have been good.
I can't believe that happened. First of all, you think Senor Carl was just about to make it a win for NAOS, and then Crystal comes back through. What a clutch, what a champ. He just threw that shock dart and then landed the shot on top of the barrier orb. It's just tough for NAOS now because so many rounds lost and come and gone. You have to think, again, that pressure. You want to represent the Philippines.
Oh man, that was a rough round because it just looked like Senor Carl just did enough damage to stop them. But alas, all of the ultimates being dumped by Scars. They do their job, albeit maybe not in the fashion that they imagined. But it's off the back of the captain, the IGL, Crystal. He's been the one who's buying them the time for players like Jemkin to come back online and really become the superstar in the lobby.
I mean, we saw that yesterday. We're seeing it today. Scars is a team, a force to be reckoned with. NAOS, however, taking it slow. They've got some ultimates. They can make something happen here, Will. Not a lot of noise. And that's the same thing about Scars again. They're playing so far back. They're intentionally giving up this bit of space. They're letting their turret take contact.
Yeah, and they know, right? They dumped so many of their ultimates, so they just say, okay, let the lockdown happen. But they have the lineup. Is it going to go through? The Nano Swarm and the Fragment. It's good. They don't even have to empty the site. And now Heaven backfilled up on the side of Scars. The Paranoia comes out to buy time. Only 30 seconds left now, Esports. You have to break it open by pure gunpowder. You have to go in. You have to win your duels. The Omen teleports through. Papichulo, he wants to be that hero. He needs to be that hero currently for the Philippines. Ja protects the door. They will be able to go in. They should be able to get the plant. Right now, Scars, they have to wait for Jemkin to show up and potentially use those blades to open up the site.
There is that potential. However, Scars, Crystal, pushed past a certain position and he might be able to find a couple of picks. He gets the first, and then Senor Carl trades. Now trying to waterfall off the top of Heaven. Senor Carl watching the angle gets taken out. It's Jemkin off the charge. Ellen flicks back upwards, and now down to a 1-on-2, both in beneath Hell. He gets the first, and then Papichulo with the Guardian protects the site.
I nearly knocked my chair off the stage, Quack, because I freaked out when he flicked over to Papichulo, but you got to trust in Papichulo. He's been good for NAOS Esports. Puts them back on the board. I mean, momentum-wise, it seems like it's been very heavily Scars. I love the setup for Mojer here as well, right? I mean, you gave the information. Both of them are Heaven. He goes in for the flank. He's good for one, and that just allows it to be an advantageous duel in terms of numbers. 2v1 still left alive here for NAOS Esports, but they're still behind. Momentum seems like it's always in favor of Scars. However, it's not that far off, right? I mean, currently 4-6. If you get to like a 5-7, you go over to defense with the Sage. NAOS Esports is feeling very, very happy.
Definitely wouldn't mind that. However, these rounds are won through duels and sometimes relying on Ja to crack sites open. That doesn't happen every day, especially when Scars are positioned outside of A main. Look at this setup. They want to throw down flashpoints and fragments if this one-way smoke is being peeked through.
Yeah, and Alan just aware of the fact that there might have been that Omen that Shadow steps across. Papichulo has not just a bit of that fake out. The one-way. Alan's still using this one-way. And then he checks. I like the timing, right? You wait to see if Papichulo has jumped across. He hasn't, and you clear out that the jet is still there.
And you know they're around this spot. You know that Alan's on the other side too. Shrouded step forward, and Jemkin hears this as well. I think Scars are prepared for this.
Oh, they absolutely are. And Alan was not cleared at all. Ja only looking to the left. Didn't have a chance to quite clear the right side. Alan stuck in front another as Yoshi draws the attention on the other side of the map. Alan with a 4K. They never stepped foot into into a site as Scars goes up to 7.
1, 2, 3, and to the 4 kills in this round. A 7th win for Scars, and they knew exactly how to play. It's a counter jet position. Seeing off that 0 point, hearing the shrouded step, it was an execute that was open up, and they read it like a book, and Scars played it all the way through. One more round, and it's gonna be an 8-4 will. Scars looking incredible.
Yeah, the operator still in hand for Jemkin as well. The Odin returning here for Scars. That B site does not look penetrable. Meanwhile, the operator just rotating right away. They get a little bit of utility contact on A. You still have that alarm bottom mid. Scars, they want to shut things down. They know that if they get that first kill, I mean, NAOS' composition, NAOS' esports, they don't have a lot of firepower to break through.
And that's precisely why we see these players positioned like this. They're playing it safe, minimal exposure. Anyone peeks out, and that could be their head. Jemkin was watching for Wits to potentially prop himself up on that wall, but nobody there. Now it's going to be Jaw.
And it's going to be Jaw who gets in. However, there's a lot coming out from the other side. The Hunter's Fury trying to clear for, but Allen is still there this time on the other side. It's the left side they had to worry about. Jemkin flies high into the sky as Crystal finishes off the entire first half, and now it's an 8-4 scoreline for Scars. This is why this team is so scary. The way they play off of each other in terms of duels. It's not absolute crazy set plays with the utility, but just the way they come in.
Oh my God.
Just the tempo and the clearing one side under the other. You see Allen, he gets the kill, he backs back out, Jemkin jumps up. Meanwhile, Crystal's here to support. I mean, how do you combat this if you don't win that first duel?
You just can't. Well, you're also looking at a bit of Lady Luck shining onto Allen, right? He just held that angle. Such an important anchor for Scars on their sights. Watching it through as NAOS peeked out, 2 players side by side, they got domed. And with Scars playing in this fashion, such momentum going through, flowing through their veins, it's just like the graphic said. It might very well be a 2-0. And what does that mean for NAOS? That's terrible.
Yeah, I mean, if you can't stop that momentum nice and early, and here's the thing, they tried. Yeah, Wits, he's kind of racking his brain. He's trying to figure out how they get back into this. You can see the pressure starting to get to these players, even some of the more experienced ones here on NAOS Esports, like Wits. He's trying to hold it down for the team, but you don't quite see a great opening. Now, let's be honest. It's Ascent. You're on defense. You've got the Sage. I know it's an 8-4 scoreline. However, if you win the pistol, suddenly things are looking bright again. You got to focus on the future. You cannot focus on the past. And now Esports, let's see what they have planned for us here on this pistol round of the second half.
Right. Clean slate. This is precisely how Scars came back just a map before. It's not impossible for NAOS, and they're starting things off with a clear 2-1-2 setup. You got Wits watching out for B main. He can put up that multi-paneled wall that will block off the entire portion. However, Scars bypassing it, exploring middle instead.
I like this idea, right? It's not going to be too common for the Sage to be here. The wall's already up in B main. And you're calling, he gets contact, and he tries to peek back out, but they're already spamming through the wall with the headshot. Are they aware that Jaw is here? Was this enough of an Oscar-worthy act? No, it was not. Jaw gets checked. Wits now alone with the slow art, but they say we will just jump all across that pond. And now the Sage down as well. B site opened up. Now Esports desperately needed this pistol, and it's already down to a 2v5. The door is closed. It's they hear both pistols here coming through market. Scars has all of the information they need.
Crystal's just watching the angle too, waiting for it. They peek through. Unfortunately, not timed together. One for Crystal, one for Jemkin. Scars makes it a flawless pistol win.
Well, we talked about the hope if they could get the pistol, but now Esports further on the back foot, now having to crawl and climb back into this map, into this best of 3, in fact. They're just a couple rounds away from being eliminated, from continuing that hope of bringing Philippines another slot into VCT Pacific to try to take their place. Meanwhile, Scars, we just saw Masters happen in Tokyo, and they say we want to continue that hope to bring Japan into the spotlight once again on the world map of VALORANT, and it looks like they're very well on their way to do so.
A very different style of Japanese VALORANT. So much firepower off of the pistol. They bring out those rifles again, Will. They are out here to destroy.
Yeah, the Marshall on top of it as well. I mean, anyone peeks out, they are gone in a second. Now Esports, they go for the same 4 stack here in the back of B, but Scars, whether it's because they did the same thing or not, it looks like they are leaning towards that A site. I mean, they're just not seeing any information.
Oh, man. And maybe they don't even need it. They've managed to guess the right site.
Well, now they'll get confirmation, right? You see this turret way up this front, unless it's some elaborate ruse. Clearly, this is where the Killjoy is just trying to buy time. Even the paranoia being used, Scars, they're not taking any chances. Nobody's home. But the utility there just to secure the site. They still are watching their flank with the turret as well. Scars as safe as they can be in this post plant. Now, yeah, 5v5 retake with the classics. Not too much to work with. They do have that one paranoia, though.
I don't know if that's going to be enough, Will. Again, just the firepower. Your contacts have to be good, but respecting the space. They don't want to give up ultimate points. We can see that. But Jemkin, oh god,
they're gonna
this bloodthirsty team.
They're gonna greed for this with these rifles in hand, Scars. I mean, I predicted you to win, but this is just a little cocky in my opinion. However, Alan, he's trying to close things out. They still win it. Now, it does come at a cost. But hey, you bought 4 rifles, you keep 2. Maybe it doesn't feel too bad if you're Scars right now leading 10-4 on Ascent.
I mean, if you're leading at this point with that many rounds under your belts, every single one counts a little bit, an inch forward towards match point, and I guess that's precisely what Scars are looking for. Doesn't matter the cost. Still, though, you have to think about what it means, because now is with a full buy, Scars with slightly broken buys. They are on the attack, though. If they can find picks, they can retrieve weapons, Will.
This round has to be about ult points here for Scars, right? Because if you committed that much to try to secure the round, shut down the opponents, get those ult orbs, you got to continue that ult economy, and they're doing so. Yoshi, Jemkin get one each in the middle of the map. They now not only get points to their name, but they also stay ahead in numbers 4v3. 2 Bulldogs and a Vandal trying to creep towards these extra weapons. Alan should be able to pick that one up. They're going to just toss it over. Everyone now upgraded. And Scars, they say, no. The name of the game wasn't about ult points. It's about this map. It's about this best of 3. It's about getting to the grand finals of VCT Ascension Pacific.
I think it's about kills, Will. I mean, look at Jemkin. 16, 6, and 0. And so careful as he approaches down in towards market. Might have heard a bit of a shuffle. Witz takes him out instead.
This is good information, though. It stops him from mid. So Mojer just has to focus here on to B main. However, the Shadow Step comes through, but he cuts off the second line of entry. Now Torineko slightly stranded. Allen's coming to support with the slow orb. Keeps him at bay, and Wiz just sprays through after he sees the flight path. Up the fragment, NAOS Esports. They are not quite done just yet. A 5th round on the board, and they carry on 3 rifles to the next round.
Just shutting the door in Scars' face. They deny that entry. Off of information gained. Sometimes it looks a little bit lost, but with little bits of movement, with tiny frags, bit by bit, NAOS is able to answer back. Witz, with that presence up around the middle, the first pick, and then to rotate back around, they confirmed that information. They knew the slight micro timings to peek off of, and with that, maybe just 1 round, maybe just a start.
Yeah, we'll see if they can continue it. I think something that, obviously now it's esports, you don't want to get too ahead of yourselves. You just got to focus round to round. However, you have to watch out for Scars trying to pile on their ultimates. If you find a way to bait in some of these ultimates early, whether it's by economy to force the Blade Storm, something like that, then you start to really put the pressure onto Scars to say, well, you haven't quite gotten map points just yet, right? I mean, trying to pile on 3-4 ultimates at once isn't going to win you the map. You still have a little ways to go. Currently just giving up mid control with that alarm bot watching it. Of course, rifles all still bought up with the half armors here for now. Esports. John gets taken out first. It's got to be a double for Allen. He has been on fire on that KO here on Ascent. Now Witz, the wall is still up on a main, but he's going back into sight. He's just trying to get whatever extra kills to buy time. The mind games, will they work? Witz steps out, steps back in. He's good for 1. He's peeking back and forth, and that's a triple. Senor Carl now here in time off of those triple kills. The drone Forces Torneko off the spike plant. He's trying to bait them out, but Carl will get that kill. Senor Carl on the Silva off the back of the triple from Wits.
Just a bit of a celebration for NAOS. A second win in the second half. They bring themselves back a little bit closer. Looking at how Wits plays off of this. NAOS, sometimes they go for some of these contacts trying to, well, not necessarily out-duel Scars, but they're getting information off of these plays. Wits then knows how to work around it, just anchoring down these positions, especially when he's given a bit of cover to work with. The mind games, they worked out this time.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just the weaving in and out of that smoke. And Scars, this is what they did on Pearl. Once they started to get put into pressure, they turned things up to 11, of course, and Eco as well. But the Blade Storms are down. And now it's just a couple pistols and a Stinger. That can't put a candle up to the Phantoms and Vandals. Even the operator on Jaw. Now Esports are getting fired up, and so are their fans here next to the stage in Bangkok, Thailand. Now Esports now only 3 rounds away from Scars.
Scars tries to break past this door, but now shuts it down in their face one more time. It's still going to be a bye for the next round of Scars, but with the way that they're now trying to push past, with the way that they're now trying to rush out against NAOS, this team looking slightly more prepared. They are able to answer back.
That operator still in the hands of Jaw. They sneak him in, but the gun wasn't quite ready. He's good for one. Popping Chulo here to support. They are able to save their operator, bring him back into the site, shut down A main. Now the map pretty much cut in half for Scars. They don't have much to work with. The recon bolt will spot them in mid. Senor Carl, he's just checking for B main, but if that's not there, they're going to back out, group up. I love this from NAOS Esports. You have the numbers advantage. Don't go into these unnecessary 1v1s.
No need to overpeak, right, Will? He's just watching the angle too.
Oh, but the smoke, it puts pressure on him. He's chosen his side, left or right. He's just gonna wait for it.
We still got Senor Carl on the other side, but no! Jaw, he overpeaks it, pulls out his knife too. Yeah, thankfully Carl is here to find those frags, and as Crystal answers back and pushes through, we've got the res coming up from Wits. They're thinking that he's probably up front on the site. Crystal's going to use this momentum to slowly sneak back up. Wits watches the angle, however, tags him down to red HP. Scott, it's just going to be Jaw with the angle. Wallbang punches through him. And now it's now 8-10.
Sure, Jaw overbeaks a bit, but they had that resurrection in the pocket. They didn't quite get to use it in the first half. Really no chance to do so. But this time, I mean, you had it stacked up. You got to do whatever you can to continue not only the round wins, but the economy when you can. And that forces just a bit of a numbers advantage against Crystal. You also had, of course, another member of NAOS Esports flanking all the way around. So NAOS Esports just a great finishing shot here from Jaw as they claw back round by round. Can they take us through a third map over to Fracture? We'll have to wait and see.
4 rounds in a row so far, Will. Main thing is, though, this time, Scars, they've got 4 ultimates in the bag. So far, perhaps that mid presence hasn't worked out. The rush hasn't worked out. Maybe they just take it a little bit slow, right? Try to look for an opening pick. The previous times where they've managed to do that, it kind of works out great. But you see how NAOS kind of works around that too. Getting the information and then just trying to spring that out.
The analysis is great, but they love you, Quack. Answer the call of love. They heart you, Quack. All right? Now, do you want to continue your analysis? Because I quite frankly don't remember what you were saying. But I do agree with what you're saying overall, right? Is that Scars, okay, they're kind of throwing all the things that they usually do. Doesn't quite work out. Well, they changed the tempo here with the ultimates. Now, I want to mention, this is that round that NAOS Esports had to watch out for, right? Where the ultimates are piled up. However, because like you said it, they won 4 in a row. Even if Scars wins this, they're not at 12. They're not at map point. So NAOS Esports, they can breathe easy. They don't have to feel the pressure. Operator at hand here on B main.
No peeks though.
Yeah, just hides from the turret, and that's the Vandal to clear it. Now, anytime you hear that happening, of course, you gotta start to wonder, is this a setup? Not full buys on the side of Scars either, we should mention, just trying to even out economy for the next round. They spot the push out from A main. Scars, they have to make up their mind. They decide to take whatever advantage they can here in mid.
Just trying to expand their territory as well. But NAOS are doing the same thing, just a B and A main.
Oh, and the wall comes up. Yeah, I mean, they are just trapped for Scars here in the middle of the map. Now, they quickly clear out. Oh, Yoshi wins that duel, but Senor Carl is there to equalize. However, that op has been dropped. He has to make a choice. Do I just go back into sight? Yes, they do. They give up the weapon. It's still going to be Scars who has to dive in, so they say, let them keep the operator, whatever. We want the round. Backup already arrived on the side of NAOS Esports.
Mojer now holding out from defender spawn, has a position to spam through, but it also comes down to Senor Carl and how he anchors. He hears them drop, he tries to go for a spray. Get the quadra! Oh, Crystal! He tries to fight back, but that's all you can do because Mojer is here to say that it's lights out!
I love the timing from Senor Carl. He hears the drop. As soon as he hears an extra footstep, the pre-fire begins, and I got afraid for a second because I believe it was a stinger on the other side, but the first headshot is good, and he gets 2 more to rack up 4 total kills in the round. Nice reset on that third one, and that buys just enough time for Mojer to enter safely, clean up the round, give them yet another point on the board. Now 10-9. I've seen this somewhere before, Quack, and it was only about an hour ago.
Oh man. Still, Scars gets to afford another buy. I will not count NAOS out of the woods yet. We need to see them securing a strong lead, and with this operator still in the hands of Ja, he tries to rotate back around. A bit of mid presence once more from Scars.
Yeah, it's interesting that they didn't even set up any utility here. Now, of course, Ja comes in just in time, but does he know Jemkin's close? The timing. Oh, it's actually going to be Allen who meets the operator first, and with the KO down, no true flashes on the side of Scars either. No way to really lock up these potential ultimates on the side of NAOS Esports either. Scars, they're on their back foot.
NAOS are trying, and they're actually doing a good job at denying this space. Now, information gathered because of the barrier orb. So many resources spent just to take down those panels. Wits has so much information off of this too. Scars just trying to look for that opening pick, but anytime they peek out, they could be shut down. Wits forced to fall back, and Jaws on the other side. Crystal confirms it, so they decide to push back in towards B. They're using this lockdown, but here comes that Hunter's Fury from Senor Carl.
Yeah, the Hunter Fury to answer, though, to take out Senor Carl. And Mojer just holds his ground. He will get detained, but it's buying enough time and evened out the numbers for the time being. He'll eventually die. However, he made it possible that it's a 3v2. Wits Crystal has arrived. Crystal, he's been on fire the past 2 days, Quack. A little scared here, the Blade Storm just to draw out. Oh, and the Paranoia support, but Crystal just tucks away. Torneko on the other side, he goes for the trade. Does he know the exact location of Papi Chulo? He does! Ja, he's been healed up. He's got the blades at the ready. It's a, oh, and he goes for the double blades right in the chest of Torneko. And it's going to be tied up as we hear the cheers for NAOS Esports. 10-10 scoreline on map 2. NAOS Esports trying to take us to a third map.
Even through and through, calm and collected, almost losing it. We have Ja just crouching, sending those blades to collect onto that win. NAOS, such a great play, such a good idea. Now controlling the map much better than before off of Ja's operator. You still have to work against this amazing firepower from Scars, though. Look at how Crystal almost turns this round around on its head.
Yeah, I mean, that's always a force to be reckoned with, but I love what NAOS Esports did. It's in that past round, what we saw was eventually they still got contact on Jemkin from the turret into market, and they just say, okay, let's just flood the sites. And on A site, they were prepared to push out of main because they basically gave up defender spawn. Of course, on B, we saw them trying to hide away from the potential lockdown, eventually trade for trade with the lockdown and the Hunter's Fury, but hey, they won the round. They also drew out both the lockdown and the Hunter's Fury over from Scars. I think NAOS Esports might be in the advantage now, finally, here on Ascent.
Yeah, in terms of resources, right? You just force your opponent to show their hand, spend those cards. And now NAOS, knowing that they have a slight lead in terms of this, having that space now, same setups, blocking everything off. This timeout means so much for Scars. They have none left, Will.
They don't have any. I mean, it's do or die time now. Also, I mean, there were a lot of NAOS Esports fans that were somewhat disappointed in the ending of Pearl. So the players on stage for NAOS Esports, they can't get ahead of themselves just yet. You're not quite out of the woods just yet. You just barely tied it up 10-10, just like we saw Scars do on map 1 on Pearl. Now it's going to be a 5-stack from Scars. They want to rush in with these half armors. They're just going to pile on through. If the op is there, they will go for the trade. Now, we see the op is in mid. 0 point to clear. The speed, it's all the way turned up.
It's going to be that rush through, right?
Oh, and the updraft leads it.
Yeah, but the NANOStorm just burns him alive! Senor Carl now watching the angle. The up, push through. He gets a shot onto Allen, and then his teammates cover him fully. NAOS, they secure that 1-round lead.
What a just heads up prep here from NAOS Esports. They were prepared for the potential rush. Now, we didn't see them filling the site, but the 2 members in mid, as soon as they heard the utility coming out of B main, what we saw, of course, we get the ping here, but we also had seen off the screen, Jaw floating in the air to see if further members climb through. Senor Carl able to continue holding his position that way. Jaw lands, gets a kill himself like you called, Quack, and that's just a quick shutdown. Scars, the whole fast tempo rush that they've always kept in their back pocket to bring the momentum back, it's now been shut down 2 times on this map. Now with the lead, 11-10.
Jemkin buys up a Vandal on this round, however. So I don't want to count him out yet. A couple of sprays or spams through this dark cover. But Jarvis is lurking on the other side of it. Recon Bolt will be able to give him a little bit more information, but unfortunately, his opposition is covered up. They are looking to make this B split happen, Will, but they're also blocked off with that Killjoy utility outside of B main.
Yeah, so Jaw just needs to hold on to mid. He understands the mission, right? You think you can buy a bit more time here on the site of B. The paranoia's now all being used up on both sides. Jaw, he does get tagged, but does he? No, that Jemkin is there! No, he doesn't! Jemkin 1 step ahead. They've now shaken up mid. They know they should have the numbers advantage here in the site. Draw out the NANOStorm, still 45 seconds on the clock. I mean, Scars, they have their pickings. They don't have to go B, and that's exactly what they're gonna do. Reset. They're now just going to try to push back in through B main. They showed Jemkin in mid. They know that someone has to be tied up there. And now it's the full force coming in through main. Alarm bot taken down. Smokes there to buy time. Mosher, can he delay long enough? Senor Carl's gone, but Mosher's still alive. Oh, he cannot clear mid for his teammates.
And with that shot, Crystal doubles back, goes through B main as well. He could very well hold the cross from this position. NAOS has no choice but to push through defender spawn, maybe mark it as well. But this is where Crystal is lying in wait. The trap has been set, and all it needs is for NAOS to set it off. They're looking to push through now. The drop has been heard. Crystal, as soon as more footsteps go past main, he's gonna peek out. That's precisely what he's looking for. Recon Ball confirms the shot, and he lands it perfectly onto Wits. Papi Chulo pushed into sight. He needs to make these shots good, because if not, this round could very well be over. He's running out of time. Turns back, and no! Shot through the back of his skull. Toraneko with the stinger.
Man, all off of that one Vandal, Hero Vandal purchase on Jemkin. And he opens up that kill against Jaw. Shakes up NAOS Esports long enough for them to be able to eventually get into the site. I mean, Mosher did what he could to buy time. If he had gotten that kill onto Crystal and Market, things would have looked different. Not only would they have the numbers, they would have had easy re-entry into the site. However, Crystal always good for those clutch moments for the team. Now tied back, 11-11. Operators still repurchased here for Jaw. They had stacked up a lot of creds with those continuous round wins. So the strategy remains the same. A little bit of aggression here on A main to take full control off of that one-way. Mid was cleared earlier, but the turret's still watching for contact through Market.
Well, look at how they use that deep dark cover past Market again as well. Just trying to bring that attention away from NAOS while they explore A and Garden. Scars are trying to pull NAOS away, trying to distract them from the main push. Here comes Jemkin, and that's going to be Wits gone. off that could be a site lost.
Yeah, I mean, Papichulo, he's all alone. We see Ja running as fast as he can to try to provide support. They did push out a B on the other side of the map. Senor Carl gets a kill. So right now, it's just mission keep Papichulo alive. Can he survive so they can even up the numbers? He's tagged, but he hides behind the second box. He cannot be hit. The shadow step out, and Ja is now ready with that cross. Eventually, Papichulo goes down, but we still have a 3-on-3 lockdown of it. Top! Torneco's so weak, and the lockdown now in action. Scars, you have an answer for this. They're going to just try to push through with the paranoia, but Senor Carl says, I was not hit. Moser got his vision back, and that's going to be the round for NAOS Esports. Ja, there was a reason NAOS Esports picked this map. They wanted to set it up for success on that jet with that operator, and he is delivering in just absolute spades as they get to map point first.
Match point.
Such an incredible play from NAOS. The setup, it's perfect. Scars trying to do what they can, trying to pull the attention away. But NAOS, with that push out from B main, they eliminate a front of it. And then Ja just watching down the site. That wallbang shot through, it really weakened the rest of those post-plant holds. Now on to this. We've seen this scoreline before, Will. Is it gonna go overtime, or will NAOS push us into map 3?
I think NAOS has a really good shot, because here's the thing. Wits has been having to use his utility a bit early to gain control of parts of the map. However, Scars has not been able to capitalize on it as much as they could. Sure, they got the kill on Wits earlier, but they weren't able to really push through and keep the numbers advantage. Meanwhile, early tailwind used by Ja. And Scars, they say, okay, we just go fast again, but the paranoia, this time it's preemptive. Coming up from Papichulo, they cannot enter the site. The wall greets them, and it's going to be Ja right over through the wall, gets the kill. Papichulo, he goes for one trade. Not on Jemkin, but he shuts down that initial entry. Ja still on the site as well. Senor Carl, he's trying to rotate over. He clears out mid for the time being. They know that there's nobody on the flank. Ja, you're getting spammed, but he still gets the kill onto the no-commanded KO. And it's another one. All down to Jemkin. Blades at the ready, 1v4. We've praised him all week long. 2 weeks talking about the star player of Scars. Can he extend this, or will we be going to fracture? Papichulo with the headshot. NAOS Esports keeps the dream alive for the Philippines as they tie it up 1-1 to go on to fracture next in the semifinal best of 3.
What a series, what a map, and NAOS comes back. They just wiped the slate clean. They almost looked a little bit lost at first, but in the second half, they found their footing. They found the setups. They knew how to work off of Wits' barrier orb. We see exactly what this Sage pick was meant for.
I mean, NAOS Esports proving all of us wrong. We questioned it both on the desk and the cast. The Sage comp, I mean, yes, we've seen it used here and there before, but is it strong enough against a team like Scars? Well, they say absolutely. There's a reason we continue to pick this map. There's a reason why we even changed back to the Sage comp. Not what they were using in the early parts of the group stage, but Wits makes it work. Sets up Ja for success. I mean, Jemkin continuing to shine as well, but we had some crazy moments, as you see in the highlights package, and that's just how heated this match is. And not only are we seeing the skill level of these two teams clack, but also we're starting to see just why it matters so much for them. Single elimination, but if you win, you get to play one more day, and if you win that, you get to play a full year in VCT Pacific.
And it's just so much potential that we're seeing in this challenger scene as well. You never, ever want to count these guys out. There's just so much that they can do. First of all, yes, NAOS with the comeback. We see how they control the map with Wits blocking off so many entrances throughout A main, but also Crystal with some of these insane clutches. The ones with the shock darts.
Yeah. He had some good shock darts, right? Whether it was getting kills or just absolutely clearing out angles and getting damage down. I mean, even just holding flanks with the Sheriffs, we got to continue to praise this guy. However, right now, the focus was over onto NAOS Esports. It was about Wits, it was about Ja, it was about Senor Carl, actually, answering back on his own Sova as well.
I mean, so much pressure still between both teams because the third map, Fracture, honestly, I feel like it's a bit of a toss-up.
I think it very well could be, right? It's not exactly the strongest map we've seen from either team here in Ascension, but this is also a map that can really go either way. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's it for map 2. We do have another map between these two teams, but before we go to that break, to bring you Fracture, we're going to hop over to Komodo to break down one of these crazy rounds that we had here on Ascent.
Thanks once again, guys. Of course, this one that I've chosen is not going to be necessarily one of the most crazy rounds that we do have, but it's going to highlight here the difference between these rosters in form of the KO and the Sage, and one of the challenges that NAOS actually face when running the Sage on the attacker's side here. So round number 4 is the round that I have chosen for this one, and it's going to be in the form of 4 players from NAOS stacking around the A side of the map, and 1 player in Moja playing Lurk in through towards mid. Now, his safety is going to be where his utility does actually lie, the alarm bot and the turret, to see if there's going to be any aggression on the B side of the map. And that's going to give a lot more importance for Scars, in fact, to keep an eye on what's happening over at A. Now, I mentioned the Sage for a specific reason here. Because this is only a Sage and then an Omen, where the Omen has that paranoia, it's a single point of flash. So a lot of times what we are going to see is for a Jet, either a Cloudburst to go up on top of the generator or in toward the site, and a dash. What that enforces is that your paranoia in combination with a recon bolt has to be placed down to a T. The timing is going to be so important to come through from NAOS, and this is one of the rounds that timing goes a little bit woeful for them. With the dark cover that we're going to see Scars place in front of main a little bit later on, it is actually going to give the idea to Scars as well that the Sage wall that Wits has can be placed along the back wall of main. So with that timing, we can now see over at the A side of the map that there is that dark cover. So the idea is going to be for Scars to get some information. Of course, we know they're not going to be pushing through the B side of the map. We know Moja is lurking in mid for NAOS, but what happens at the A side between Tor and Neko is going to be really important with the paranoia, because that was already thrown over towards main earlier. That flash is not there. However, the KO flashes are still going to be there, but most importantly, a 0 point. So keep an eye on where that is actually going to be landing from Alan, because that reveal just there towards main highlights so many members of the NAOS squad that Toroneko himself, here at the back of sight, is actually going to move under towards Hell. Because when the dark cover actually looks to fade, you have to know if there is going to be a Sage wall at the back. We see NAOS love to use that Sage wall all the way at the back to get a bit of a bird's eye view in towards the site to help when the dash goes in from Jar, to also help assist Puppy Chulo's flash, the paranoia. But unfortunately, it was read way too well from Scars with Moja falling in mid. Here goes the Cloudburst, the paranoia that we just saw go into the site. And unfortunately for poor old Jar, Alan's underhanded flash drive is going to completely blind him there. And that is just 2 players, essentially, with a bit of assistance late from Crystal in towards the site, able to lock down A, highlighting a little bit of a difference of what happens when you run a Sage on the attacker's side as opposed to a KO like we saw from Scars. At the end of the day, though, map goes over towards NAOS, which means we get a 3rd one in this series. Can't wait to see that one, but first, we got to go to a break.
Welcome back, Valoranters. We just finished map 2, and just when we thought it was going to be a 2-0, now said, no, we got a defensive plan here. And for anyone doubting our Sage play the second time around, well, it's proved to be completely fruitful, and they, bring us to map 3. So how do you guys feel about this? I know there are a lot of questions about the team comp. It worked for them in, some of the group stages, but going against Scars, we didn't think that was going to work again. Even I was a little skeptical.
Yeah, I still don't like it. But they were able to get the win. But I mean, Scars just, it seemed like at times they were getting in their own head. They were challenging fights that they absolutely did not need to. Go back to Toroneko trying to hold that defense against, I think it was Ja, the last player standing. He could just wait for the spike to get tapped, but instead he swings on the corner. He's got the Blade Storm out. Ja takes him down. And it's just like, just wait until he gets onto the spike. He's not pushing you. Play this out patiently. But they were challenging time and time again, and they were not getting the better of the members here from NAOS. So I think a bit disjointed here from the side of Scars, and they definitely need to clean things up if they want to win on Fracture.
Yeah, I mean, it was, actually, if you look at the scoreline, I think Scars out-frags just barely NAOS overall. So, the scoreline very tight between all of them. Senor Carl had some just huge multi-kills on the defender side. But Wits, to me, like the way he plays the Sage is really, really fascinating. Again, on the attacker side, I talked about it beforehand that a lot of times he's using that wall to cut off the angles, to limit the amount of, angles that they have to watch on the post plants, or, get the information at the very least to which direction they're trying to come from. So it does a good job of that. The pistol round, they won that, the opener on the attacker side with a wall like that, just cutting off the close alley on the B site. But on the defender side, he's able to use it to get information. He's able to use it to kind of play for himself as well. He sets up these walls where he's able to kind of trick the angles, or if they're trying to break the wall, he's able to find an angle where after it breaks, he's able to find some kills right away after it. So things like that, really impactful for them. Of course, you still got some of those like cheeky walls where you set it up behind. Sometimes those work, sometimes it didn't, after post plant, but overall, I think it works for NAOS because Wits is really smart with how he uses it. He got caught a couple times where he would like throw a wall down and then they'd pressure him from a different angle. But for the most part, I really like the way they maneuver themselves, particularly on the defensive side.
Yeah, I completely agree. Like you mentioned here, Scars had a lot of good frags here, and you can even see with the 14 first kills, but it didn't really amount to enough to get through their defensive strategy. They seemed to know what exactly Scars was going to do. Jemkin was obviously going to go for that first pick, and they just were ready on all angles. Scars was just kind of going in blind, not really blocking off different angles that they would be caught on, and now they paid the price. And we're going to go into Fracture, map 3. How do you guys feel?
I think this is concerning for both teams. Just because, I mean, obviously we've seen a little bit more from Scars on this map, and they do have some wins under their belt, but they also got absolutely bodied by Bleed. It was a 13-5 scoreline with Bleed walking away with that win. They also had a very tight map of Fracture, 13-10 versus Orangutan. So it's been one that they have overall, I think, been able to get wins on. They have a positive win record on it. But they clearly are weaknesses. There are cracks being shown here. And this is also not a map where we get to see Crystal going over to the race. It's actually Jemkin who's been picking that one up. And he's been, widely piloting that fate. I'm curious to see if they make any adjustments in that regard and maybe try a double duelist setup here as a bit of a Hail Mary. I mean, this is it. This is your year on the line. Whoever loses this map, it's over. So maybe they have that adjustment that they want to make here and pull it out, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, I'm really curious because neither team has been stellar, at least at this event. I mean, obviously, NAOS has only played it once, right? Against Fancy United, they lost. So it's hard to really judge exactly what the power levels currently of these two teams are at this event. They run somewhat similar, but also somewhat different comps, right? It's the Cypher, at least previously, for Scars, whereas it's the Killjoy for the side of NAOS. So on that alone, I don't know if that actually is beneficial towards the defender or attacker side. I would lean defenders for the Killjoy a little bit more. I think you have a little bit more presence on the sites themselves, particularly that B side. It's a lot easier to lock down that tower and that side of the map as long as you get a little bit of help from your controllers to kind of hide in the smokes and be really cagey there, whereas the Cypher is a lot more, I think, better for the attacker side. You're able to watch your flanks a little bit better, make sure that any of those lurks or rotates that are coming through or cut off like the gen pushes or the spawn pushes, things like that are powerful. But we'll see exactly what they're going to run. We don't know yet. I could see some changes coming through for both teams, frankly.
I mean, the fact that they ran that comp just now, it's a fairly new comp for NAOS to be running halfway through group stages and switching. So you're right, we don't know what's going to happen. Ascension has always been really exciting. I'm actually very glad we're going into a map 3 and, you know, predictions aside and all of that. I think we want to see as much of these teams as possible, the potential future Pacific team here. Now we're going to go into map 3. I'm, like I said, with you guys, really curious about these team comps.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to just see what they do piece together, if there are going to be adjustments coming into this one. But at the top of the day, we were talking about it, and it feels like both of the series that we have here in these semifinals could go the distance. We've already gotten the first one out of the way. We'll see if the second set is going to be able to do very much the same a little bit later on. But, okay. It is going to be, hey, there's that KO Wits. You didn't have it on the last map.
I mean, it worked out.
It did.
In the
end. It did work out. But yeah, still, this adjustment, Crystal is going to be violating that fade. So it's going to be Jemkin, solo duelist, 4 Scars on the raise.
Yeah, this is really intriguing here for this KO. This is basically very similar to the comp that Gen G used to run on this map. So, you know, kind of like setting up your duelist, setting up Ja for success here for the side of NAOS. You know, getting some of those flashes, getting some of those knives that can really shut down the utility, some of the abilities of Scars here. So, yeah, I'm really curious to see how Wits is going to pilot this. Again, I'm with NAOS going to be starting on the defender side. I think the more damage they do here, the better I feel about it. This is generally an attacker-sided map for most teams, so, and it has been for both of them, at least in recent history. So for NAOS, this is a really key start here, right off the rip.
I mean, just to kind of piggyback off of what you're saying, since you bring up Gen G, when they were looking excellent, when they were, you know, proving themselves to be one of the top teams in Pacific towards the start of the season, a lot of that setup was God Dead on KO. So I do like that addition coming through here from the side of NAOS. I think that this comp overall can work really well as long as he is very synergized with Ja. Even there, it's still Ja having a little bit of a rough time on Ascent. So I'm curious to see how he's going to be faring now, switching off that jet, coming onto the raise, and whether or not he can have that explosive performance that he absolutely needs to keep NAOS in this tournament.
Well, whatever the outcome may be, the winning team will be one step closer to that Ascension trophy. This is it. This is the make or break map. Fracture. We have NAOS Esports versus Scars, Casters, Quack, and Wilcho. Please take it away.
Well, map 3. I took a long while to get here, Quack. A very long while, as long as it could be without any overtimes. But NAOS Esports brings us back to Fracture, Scars. They try to close it out 2-0. It doesn't happen. And as the Deaths broke down, an interesting kind of switch up, going back to the KO here, back from their own region here for NAOS Esports.
It definitely is. I mean, so far throughout group stage, I think they only played this like once.
Yeah.
So far it was with the Sky. Wits was playing that, of course, but now going back to how they're fundamentally built up, it's going to be the KO pick, something that they're more comfortable with when they play throughout challengers. However, it's the same sort of story for Scars, I feel. They've been playing this map quite a bit throughout group stage, and they've almost always won. They've also played this map quite a bit throughout challengers, and it's with this exact same composition. There's just so much synergy when you have that fade going with a raise.
Well, you know what? I love to see it when it goes to map 3 and both teams say, all right, just go with what we're comfortable, go with what we know, because at this point in a tournament, at this point in a match, like a best of 3 or even, of course, in the future, a best of 5, it's all about endurance. It's all about keeping up that focus, really keeping the foundations locked down. So ladies and gentlemen, it's a battle between the Philippines and Japan. NAOS Esports versus Scars to win, to get to the grand finals, to continue their journey to take their spot at VCT Pacific next year. NAOS Esports will be starting on the defending side, and we already see a push out of Dish being prepared. Meanwhile, the spy cam to spot the north side of the map here for Scars, and they're all grouped up on the bottom side.
I mean, definitely one thing that I'm always counting on from Scars' side, apart from, you know, the fragging power of Jemkin and Crystal. Allen has been showing up so far throughout the tournament as this anchor player. Torin Echo a little bit as well, and they can bring so much value with this composition on this map. Watching the flank, the rest of them poking out the front throughout a main.
Okay, so they're just going to walk right into A main, like you said. But here's the thing. The spy cam, as soon as it spots someone, they were ready to push in, but two people get tagged by the 0 point. So now it's esports. They have no reason to push any further out of Dish. They will now just wait for contact. Wits, he finds one. No reason to push out. You've still got support over on Dish. Yeah, they sneak in, but are they aware of the potential forces coming out from Dish? They try to put it down with the smokes, and they're just trying to get the plant down. Crystal, are you really going to creep in here on the pistol round? The Patios go right above him, and oh, he has no idea. Trying to plant the boom, but it's 3 kills right off the bat here for Scars. Senor Carl does what he can to do some damage, but now a 1v4 for Mosier. Just a classic in hand, and he cannot do any damage. Toroneko will close things out.
Scars just scratched this round away from NAOS in this first part, and you can see exactly how, right? It just comes down to Crystal with that kind of sense to kind of go out throughout Dish. He saw those paint shells being popped through, and as soon as, I guess, Josh tried to continue out front, trying to deny the spike plant, he got ripped apart. I mean, that's what this map comes down to essentially, right? Not necessarily prep between the two teams, but just a full-on clash. How you play it back home, how you play it here on this stage, you just gotta go for it.
Well, now they'll go for it once again over on the Dish side, this time with the help of Wits on that KO. The 0 point clears it so that they can push out fast. However, Spy Cam on top of a tripwire will greet them over on the north side. So Scars, they say, okay, we know that they're coming. The tripwire's still there to buy time. They're going to get the orb. And yes, as soon as that wire gets hit, they say, okay, well, they committed to the push out. Let's go back over to the A side.
I like how they're watching the rope as well, in case NAOS just decides to pull off a sneaky, beaky play through. However, instead, it's just going to be a full-on gamble. The A side completely left open for Scars to plant their flag down. Now it's going to be a bit of a slow retake on this one, and I feel it's probably going to be the same scenario where they just kind of hold out for exits, maybe die to the spike. Scars, they might hunt again, Will.
They very well could. I mean, it is the first half, so we'll see if they continue that trend. Right now, they're just going to wait on those long angles, and it looks like, especially with the smokes coming out from NAOS Esports, just to kind of protect themselves from that aggression. Scar says, okay, we respect it. We're not going to get in too crazy. I mean, especially trying to push into this defender spawn. You have so many close corners you got to clear right away. And now Esports also says, play it calm, right? There's a lot of rounds we got to get through. At one side has to get to 13 first. It's a long time coming. However, Crystal is on the hunt. He has already went all the way through the flank. He's trying to see if he can find a kill. Okay, he's not going to greet it too much, though. And they will just pile on through. And it's going to be 5 men going down to the spike. 2-0 lead for Scars.
No alt orbs for anyone. All right, we're going to hold on to it. If I can't have it, you can't have it. But also so smart from Crystal. You can see that NAOS are trying to play close contact in case Scars does decide to push out front. And Crystal kind of has a sense for that too. We don't have that big of a lead yet, so we don't want to do that way too aggressively. Next round, it's going to be the full buys from NAOS and just kind of reapproaching how they set up across the site. Not so much presence towards Dish and not so much of a gamble. It's just a 3-2 split.
But look at this read from Scars. They say this might be the time when they try to focus on the south side. The Spy Cam and Tripwire will greet them over on that side of the map. And they're now just pushing through Arcade, and this is strictly because it's their bonus. They don't have as good weaponry, so they want to go in for the close quarters combat. They push through with the Boombot. Mosier gets one, but Wits, he cannot hold tower or the site. B site now opened up, and it's a 3v2 numbers advantage here for Scars. Now Esports, they're going to split 1-1 to try to go for this retake. If one of them goes down, that's the rifle given over.
All 3 inside tower? And Ja hears some drops.
He hears the drop. He gets 1, he gets 2! Can he find the 3rd? No, but he gets the information. The Aftershock to buy time. Yoshi, he's going to use it for the mind games. He's saying, all right, well, you got to make your decision first. Senor Carl, he'll definitely stick the half, but will he stick it all the way? No! Oh my God, what was that? Off of the stun, he lines himself prepared for the re-peak. And Senor Carl, a much-needed, desperate win here in round 3 because, quite frankly, damage already done and dusted from Scars.
And such an incredible retake off of it. You had Scars on rifles. They definitely could have won that round. But with all 3 surrounding tower, I think it just put too many eggs in that one basket. Thankfully, you had Josh right around the back hearing that drop in Senior Call with the quick reactions to hop off the spike, getting that final shot through. It's 1-2.
Yeah, and they will be able to buy back up with the half armors and a couple bulldogs, whatever rifles you can get your hands on here for NAOS Esports. He gets contact. You can't stay there right now. Ja throws the paint shells just to buy time. But that's an early paint shells taken out, and they cannot regain control of main just yet. So they'll climb back up to Dish. They already saw the main force in main. Just regain whatever control you can. Make sure you don't get pinched. Oof. Oh, they're actually just going to go for a full-on pinch on the north side, it looks like. Arcade being pushed out, yeah, by 2 members as well. Now, Allen's not positioned to take the rope right away. Oh, he hears them moving away. They have no idea that Allen's here. He gets a free kill, and the ult orb not even taken by Senior Carl. He's just buying time. Surely Allen goes down at some point, but how much time? Yeah, how much time can he waste away? Okay, Ja shuts that down for the time being. Now the plant goes down by Toroneko. Scar's already positioned for post plant. 2 in the site. Nope, just 1. 3 in main. 2 dodge away from the 0 point. Can Jemkin hide away for long enough? They're trying to spam it. He says, no, I'm just pretending I exist. He just lets it pass. He wants to get the diffuser. The half not quite done yet. Buys time as Crystal gets the kill onto the door, and it's just Poppy Chulo left. We've seen this so many times, but today it hasn't been as successful as Yoshi cleans up. 3-1 lead for Scars.
And you can see precisely why. That spike was planted slightly out in the open, so although Poppy Chulo tapped onto it to try to bait out some sprays, his opponents, his opposition, they could see that he was actually not diffusing fully. And it's just so smart with how Scars were holding like this. That delay from Allen, although he didn't find that many kills, right? It was so much information for his teammates to know, A-side is open, guys, we can rush in.
Yeah, I mean, just simply being a distraction, a nuisance, quite frankly, that allows Scars to continue the momentum they want. And they continue to switch up north and south side, and once again, it's going to be Crystal who opens things up. In fact, just takes out Ja. Now, of course, NAOS Esports not on a great buy economically, just a Guardian of Wits. He'll put it to good use. He is caught for the time being. Okay. Yeah, cannot survive. Door back open. And they're just trying to see, are there any more members? Yes, there are. They get pinged. Scars, they're just committing, though. They say, we have better firepower. We're already committed. We can just go for trades, shut things down, collect the ult doors wherever we can. Senior Carl will get one to his name, but eventually goes down in another quick round for Scars.
Again, firepower all the way through. Scars dominates. And you can see precisely how they just bulldoze and break their way through the A main area on towards A side. No matter how many players from NAOS are around, no matter how many guns they have, they just can't outduel them unless they pick up the initiative somehow, somewhere. Just holding the angles, it wasn't going to happen.
You have to start wondering, Quack. I mean, now they're trying to wait for contact. It does look like we have a timeout, which I think was much needed, but they're trying to wait for contact and then go for these duels, right? These semi-trap plays, but however, you're losing that first duel right away. You're not getting contact, you're just falling over. And at that point, you lose that control, or you have to use all your utilities just to stay alive. You're already on the back foot.
And that's what we kind of saw on Pearl, the first map. NAOS always somewhat unable to hold certain areas of the map, and if they fall in those numbers, it always hurts their chances of going for that retake. And we don't want to see that scenario happening. With the way that they played Ascent, it was very well adjusted. They got information, they set up traps, and they knew how to work off of it. That needs to be implemented right now onto this map.
Yeah, well, the timeout, it couldn't have been any better timing. We're talking about the cash. Surely they're talking about something similar now. However, what's the final decision? We'll have to wait and see. Rifles will be bought back up, continuing with the half armors, making sure they can just get a couple more rounds to their name over the course of the first half. Now, Scars off the timeout, they change up their default. They're not piling all onto the north or south sides. They just want to check for aggression from all points of the map. And eventually, I mean, they have some good openness. They also have 2 members 1 point away from their own ultimates as well. Scars, they could just play a very macro, big picture game here on round 6.
And that's why they're taking it slow, too. Off the timeout, you almost always anticipate that your opponents will do something crazy, something wild. But instead, both teams just kind of holding a bit of a stalemate NAOS not overly peeking, just trying to find that information or contact. However, this kind of favors Scars because cutting noise, they silently go for a journey under tunnel. Are they going to rendezvous, regroup with Crystal?
Yeah, they're just trying to clear that out, right? Because Crystal does have that Nightfall, so if you can regroup, you can definitely always go for a site execute all together. They've now cleared out. Tree and Crystal will creep forward. You still have that tripwire on both sides of the map to watch your backs. Allen still holding next to Sewers. He's just trying to make sure that no one creeps out of it. And the Nightfall, Allen's here to receive. If they try to escape, but Allen already gets one kill. He gets traded out. But meanwhile, it's going to be the showstopper from both sides. Neither getting kills just yet. Jemkin will find one to his name right at the end of the timer, though, as the fuse goes down. The plant is in. The spike now just awaiting for NAOS Esports' retake. But it's not looking strong. Only 2 members. You still got a Rolling Thunder and even the Orbital Strike available for Scars. So many places you would need to clear, and you would have to do it so quickly. You got to tap this if you want to bait out these ultimates early. The 0 point doesn't catch him either. They're just waiting for the ultimates to come out. And Jemkin says, surprise! We will save that for another round. Paint shells go down to buy time as well, and Wits. At this point, you just got to get whatever kills you can and try to see if you can get out of it, and Crystal knows that's the plan. Crystal and Torneko, they're on the hunt, and Crystal will clear it out. 5-1 lead for Scars, and now Esports, they continue to not be able to find that answer that eludes them here in the first half.
Yeah, right. They still aren't quite able to survive that contact. And despite playing so safe, so far back, it's once more this explosive setup from Scars that just blows up in front of NAOS' faces. You have these ultimates, and they all favor towards how Scars would eventually play out in the round. Even in that final moment, you see how Scars are able to kind of pinch onto a single person. NAOS needs numbers, and if they don't have it, it's just tough.
Well, this time they're trying to make it happen with a fast push out, and Crystal says, peace out. I mean, I know my limits as well. Here's the thing, though, Quack. Even though they don't get the kill, you gotta applaud NAOS' ideas here, right? Just to try to get whatever advantage they can. Oh, but look at this, Jemkin. He's continuing to push in so hard, so quickly into the defender spawn. I know exactly. And now they have to worry about approaching the site. Now they do have all of Scars locked into it, but Crystal, another cheeky idea. Oh, waiting for the second ping. He doesn't spam it. That fakes him out, and he will get 1 kill to his name first. And now it's going to be Allen waiting again. He hears him going in through the cyber cage. Oh, and they are trying to break through. Okay, they will get into the site, but they still haven't cleared main. 2 members there, Orbital Strike available. Fault line's not going to stop that one. Paint shells as well. There's just so much utility. Quack, they have to run away.
I mean, what else are you going to do, Will? You keep pressing on. It's going to be that Orbital Strike. You had Jemkin with the paint shells from before. It's so much from Scars just being dumped, being thrown at NAOS.
And you still have that Orbital Strike, right? You still have your own. Papi Chulo used his to try to push into the site, and it worked out, but didn't get the kills they needed in main. And, I mean, Jemkin even just taking that 1 step into that smoke, that slows down the backup enough. Crystal with another cheeky spot in the smokes, good for 1. Again, just these setups to make sure that they can always get the advantageous trade.
And that's kind of what you think about watching Scars. It's a lot of these procedures. They know how to respond so quickly off of information gained. If NAOS pushes them on the south side, they take the rope, they go through, and then instantly Orbital Strikes, Torneko sends an incendiary out to the spike. It's just so good, so smart, and NAOS needs a little bit more to push them over the edge. They're exploring the north side now, but Scars are taking it slow, Will. NAOS doesn't have information.
I mean, they don't have much. They don't have many guns either, Quack. Just 2 rifles saved over. And Scars says, oh, well, I guess the house is empty. We'll just plant our names on here. Jemkin will get the early kill off the peak from Papi Chulo. Wits trying to equalize whatever he can through the door, but Allen, he's been on fire. We've mentioned why he's been such a good anchor, and now even on the attacking side, oh, John not able to check the angle. He tries to distract him long enough, but there's just too many members with rifles on the side of Scars.
Again, and it comes back to it, it's going to be a numbers issue. 1-7 right now. Scars has won 5 rounds in a row. If NAOS cannot find a way to retake or even hold down a site, at this point, it's just going to be a terrible scoreline at the end of the first half.
Well, we did just see, as we're watching the replay highlights, Operator bought for Jaw. That should give them a couple more options to work with here on the defensive side. See if they kept it as we go back into the game here. Going on to round 9. And yes, the Operator being held on A main.
Just watching in case anyone peeks out of that sky smoke. Very probably deployed by Papi Chulo. Scar is just taking it slow too. I mean, if they cut noise again, they might be able to bypass this Operator from Jaw. They might be able to just surprise the anchor players on B site. And this is why it's so important for Mojer to actually play tower position so well. He hears that information, he might be able to peek off of it, but if he stays alive too, he might be able to delay them with his lockdown, but oh, here it comes.
Oh, but the Rolling Thunder, they even have the Orbital Strike if they need. Mojer, he can't get the kill. He couldn't raise his crosshairs in time as the stun locked him up in tower. Now Wits denied from trying to fill up the site to flood it. But now Esports, I mean, they have the null command, but they don't have much to push them away. And Scar says, you know what, we'll even take this time to get an extra ult orb. Crystal now only 2 away from the Nightfall. And Scars, they're just waiting to see, is there any further aggression from NAOS? Wits with a great kill though, shuts down the flank. The fragment to buy time and a high flash drive to stop the aggression coming in. He's trying to make an opening for his teammates to come in through Canteen and spawn, but the spike will get planted. Senor Carl gets a nice catch on the exit.
Still though, spike is planted and Torneko just trying to reposition to possibly drop out his incendiary. Now moving quicker on the retake. Crystal holds the angle. What? As they try to cross, he finds the double. And now Nightfall being spent. Wits is down to 1 HP. He can't hear anything.
Yeah.
Information gained from Crystal too, dropping out of tower. It's going to be full on destruction from Scars.
The Nightfall is such a good call there because with the decay, that means they can't even possibly try to sneak in a quick half off of that molly, anything like that. They would also have to push out with no audio, with lower health. A great split-second decision. Senor Carl, he does what he can to catch the exit to equalize the numbers, but Crystal, we missed it out during the game, but there was just a quick 2 headshots and a third one as well. Torneko with the quick rotate after the molly. I mean, Scars was always 2 steps ahead of NAOS Esports.
I'm just unbelievably impressed by how sneaky Crystal can get sometimes. Maybe he goes in with an Operator on a raise. Maybe he sneaks through Sky Smokes. Now on towards A main. It's a bit of early contact and Crystal finds the trade. This could be a site. And there's that dish hold again.
Yeah, and here's the thing, the whole half armor thing, I mean, a couple rounds, you got a couple saves from NAOS Esports, and they haven't really been able to make good use of it as a team, and right now it's just Wits. He's caught with the hawk, he's been spotted, he's pushed to the corner, he's running away, back turn to the enemy, and Crystal says another kill. That's already 4 points towards my next Nightfall, trying to get yet a third one in the first half of Fracture. 8-1, absolute massive lead for Scars, about to turn into a 9th one.
On this map too, another kill. It's like another day in the office for Crystal right now. They try to push out A main and it's way too obvious. Mojer only good for 1 and Yoshi trades. That 8 just turned into a 9 will. That means this round, this half, it's either 9-3 or even worse for NAOS.
That's the scary part. The best you can get is 3. The most you can get is 3 on this half. I mean, you're basically already staring down the barrel of this best of 3 as you go into the pistol in the second half. No matter what happens in these last 2 rounds, the pressure is on for NAOS Esports. They have that Operator back in the hands of Jaw, though. We've seen some incredible moments from him on Ascent. Of course, different agent, different map. Oh, he gets spotted by the Prowler. Now, they will clear it with the Vandal, trying to fake it out, but I don't think Crystal's one to bite the bait here. Counterfault line as well, trying to draw out some gunfire. They don't get confirmation, so Scar says, we don't need to check. Don't take the risk.
They confirm that presence, that defense up around A main. In fact, the push, the spike is up around P. Now, with Papi Chulo peeking out, he will be able to find that first head. However, the rest of the forces have arrived, coming out from tree. Crystal will be able to answer back. hiding inside the sky smoke. Atlan actually gets the flick onto him. Witz is trying to deny the spike plant by playing up in and around the smokes. He flashes out. He gets yet another. However, jumping back and forth, it's going to be Crystal again. He finds them as they try to cross. It's all up to Ja now. 1-on-2. He's got the operator, and he's trying to hold. He's trying to make sure that they don't make their way onto the site safely.
Yeah, they're going to rotate, though.
Still so much time, Will.
Exactly. I mean, they know it's the operator, and they say, well, don't try to cross back in across the scope. Let's just go the other way, because quite frankly, for Ja, the best idea is to stay on B. Otherwise, it's a gamble. He even used the Nightfall to make sure he's not holding that angle. He's not quite there yet. Toroneko will enter safely. And Toroneko doesn't even have to leave the site. I mean, you have main control here from Crystal. Ja, he just wants to creep out forward for an early shot, but he's only going to get his toes burned for that one. Oh, and it's just a timing peek left and right from Crystal and Toroneko. The third Nightfall used to secure another round. 10-1 lead for Scars. Can they make it 11?
I mean, such a good procedure. You look at how they work their way through the map. Crystal, Spike Plant, holding up a main.
And here's the thing, I just want to say it, Witz, I know he's trying to do whatever he can as a leader of this team to bring the confidence back, but that's also forcing him to play alone a lot of these times, right? He's going out with these pop flashes. Yes, that's why KOs and Skies are strong, but if you can't get 2-3 to your name, you're not really adding ultimate net value positive here for your team. NAOS Esports, listen, it's not over just yet. If you're a fan from the Philippines or even from across the world cheering for NAOS Esports from the Philippines, they need that support more than ever. But currently, it looks like Scars, they're going to get one step closer. Here comes the showstopper, Jepkin. He's cleared out Sands. Okay, there's a trade, though. Senor Carl, he's been putting up some good kills on these early trades. Site's still opened up. However, main, yeah, controlled by Mosier. Now, Crystal, is he going to sneak into the smoke yet again? He's looking for it. Alan's just drawing their attention. There's the neural theft. Ja, he's gonna get pinged, and there's the peek from Alan. A Cypher true and true, this lockdown. It hasn't quite found the timing.
Oh my God, look at them.
Mosier doesn't want to use the lockdown to just give away his position and also maybe make them force this aggression. He wants to make this a 1v1 first. He spots one. Oh, but the Han just to draw time. Scars is playing so smart, Quack. They just don't want him to stick the defuse and the peek over under along with the Prowler. Wow, 11-1 first half. And quite frankly, that last scene, that's what Scars is. They know how to get the advantageous peaks, the advantageous duels, and they are always one step ahead.
It's a bit of a mental scar for NAOS too. If I close my eyes right now, Will, I can see that precise moment over and under. How many times have we seen that now from Scars?
Yeah, at least once per map, right? Every time it's like a 2v1, 3v1. I mean, that's the type of foundation that you really want to see from a strong team, because here's the thing. Your set plays, your abilities, oh, hey, there are a couple of our friends.
They don't look very happy.
Hey, but they're keeping up the energy, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, Astrite still has faith. I see it, all right? Yeah, we're still seeing the energy's a little down, but the hope is still there here for the fans of NAOS Esports.
Look, if they make this comeback from 11-1, that would be one of the biggest comebacks in VALORANT in VCT history.
Hey, anything can happen. Anything can happen. It's single elimination, everything on the line to try to play one more time here on this stage in Bangkok, but then to try to get into VCT Pacific. This would mean so much. I mean, it literally changes the careers and lives of these players that are playing this weekend, Quack. NAOS Esports, they cannot give up hope. You just have to say, okay, just pretend that it's the first half again. Just continue to win through. Meanwhile, Scars, just don't get cocky. That's the name of the game. Well, Crystal, maybe he can get a little cocky as he has 20 kills, 5 assists rather, and 4 deaths. He has a 5-1 KD alone.
And that's because of how sneaky he has played. Imagine how much more sneaky he can be on this defensive side. It all starts with this pistol, right? NAOS need it now more so than ever. If they cannot make it happen, it is essentially match point and maybe even game over without the best buys. NAOS, they're holding. Turret received contact. Mojer taking the rope over. But this is also information for Scars. Look at how they're pushing out.
Oh, and Torneko, he knows that they're going to try to get a little bit more space. He will eventually get traded, though. So now, not the end of the world. Wits is still hiding away from that haunt. They have no idea. They think it's clear. Can he get more than one? He gets 2 and 3. Wits will clear out Arcade. And the spike will get planted. Allen now located. Whoa, plan not quite finished just yet. Allen down to 20 health, but now C-Sports, you cannot rush this. Okay, they will clear it out. 4 for Wits. So close to his low command already.
Yeah, half gone. And they get to buy up now. Scars, do you force? That's what I'm thinking about. Of course, for now, they want to secure this. They want to hold on to this momentum for as long as possible. And that's why we see them buying up Bulldogs. With the way that Wits was playing, hiding up for this, just springing out at the opportune moment. It's great. It's good. But I also want to see him play together with his team so much more. He's been playing great alone, hiding and going for these surprise plays sometimes, but it doesn't always bring out the best for his team.
Well, you take whatever you can get when you're in the situation of NAOS Esports right now. And quite frankly, they're on the attack. Surely, Wits is going to be a key part to their executes, to their team play. Jemkin, he's holding close. Right outside the smoke. He doesn't get spotted by the boom bot, but they also get slowed down by the fault line. Surely Jemkin's going to let some people pass forward here. Job flies all the way through, but they haven't quite cleared all the corners. Yoshi will get 1. But eventually he gets 2, eventually gets cleared out after trying to pick up and hold on to that Spectre. That's already quite a bit of damage done to NAOS Esports, but holding on to the 3 Bulldogs, that's the main mission. Wits will clear it up. All right, another point, 1 point away from the no command.
Mission success found as well for NAOS as they hold on to their Bulldogs into the next round and hopefully being able to win out this bonus against Scars full. I mean, 1 point away, right? And this null command can give them so much as they push onto sites. Maybe that's what this next round comes down to, the alt orbs.
I was just about to say that, Quack. I'm glad you mentioned, because there's 2 options here. You can try to aggress onto the alt orb, but you can also try to predict if Scars will read your mind and set up a trap play around it. For now, it looks like NAOS just says, no, we're going to pile on through. If they got a tag, they would have gone for the fault line right away, but it's just going to be Crystal trying to lay the push with his own haunt.
He's gotten information that they are indeed going for that alt orb at the very least, though.
Yeah,
so
so they all clear out.
Mojer as well, as he kind of lurks out towards the south side of the map.
Ooh, but he doesn't have an exit. He does. Okay, he's going to creep back out. The Prowler's here. You got to make a choice here. Mojer, you're going to go for the kill. He gets 1. Can he get the second one? He's buying enough time. He's thinking about taking the rope. No, he knows he doesn't have a choice, and Crystal eventually clears it out. However, time bought for the entry. Yep, the spike finally getting planted. NAOS Esports, they've now trying to take control of main, but there's too many members. Yoshi, what was that? Reading the minimap off of the Prowler. Now NAOS Esports, they have to push another part of the map if they want to create these cross angles. But Torneko denies it. Poppy Chulo shut down. Senor Carl, can you? Oh no, the aftershock has tabbed him. Allen comes in for another one with the Phantom Wits. Can you do it? No, he cannot against Crystal. And that's going to create map point for Scars.
Strong fundamentals from this team, and we're just watching how Torneko tears through apart the entire squad from the house. With the way that they peeked out together at the same time, last one delayed, Wits was not quite able to land that final spray transfer. Yoshi as well, you mentioned, reading that mini-map. It was a good idea. This is the only idea that NAOS had, just to pick up that alt orb, play it off of it, and that's sound. That's a good plan. However, it just got read by Scars.
And let's just say it like it is. When Crystal's putting up 22 kills already, what do you do, right? Coming into the second half, Quack, nobody on the side of NAOS had double digits. They all had single-digit kills. I mean, they were just getting shut down left, right, and center. And now, pushed up against the wall, using their second timeout. You know, they were hoping that they could save this for a later time, hope that they could creep up just a bit closer, hope that they could get that bonus round win. But alas, they have to throw everything at the wall.
Yeah, I just saw Wits. He often is wearing his jacket like half on his left arm. He just took it off. He's rolled up his sleeves. He's ready to play. It's up against match point. Their back's up against the wall, and they're doing this for the Philippines. They have to make it happen. It is looking near indomitable. It's so daunting, but they can't give up now.
No, absolutely not. I mean, they came through to the knockout stage, first seed of their group in Group Alpha. Now Scars, of course, after a lot of people watched the group stage, people said, okay, there's a reason why a lot of fans who followed Japanese Valorant think that this team is one of the favorites. However, now they had the bye. They want to make sure they can continue that advantage, but there's so many rounds to get through to make it happen. We now enter round 16. Could be the last one for NAOS Esports here at VCT Ascension Pacific. Just a quick hit.
Both fault lines, both blast packs. And Jemkin's waiting for them. Yoshi finds the first pick. Jemkin gets the second.
And Jemkin just holds. He hides away from that boom bot. They haven't gained nearly enough map control that they would want. Mojer's creeping up from Dish, but here's the thing, you don't have anyone entering, and here's Crystal once again sneaks into the smoke. He's waiting, oh no! Mojer, a crucial kill. Now they draw away the attention, however. Now it's Esports, you have a minute. Do you consider rotating over? Because on the other side, Alan's watching it. That's why no one from Scars has any intention of moving.
I think they're worried about their flank too, Will, and that's probably why they don't want to rotate too far back Aftershock just to try to flush someone out. But look at how comfortable Scars are.
Yeah, Torneko's watching Jemkin's back. Jemkin just has to wait until the sound comes through for the spike plant. They're suspecting it though. They go for the tags. He's still hiding it. Torneko works off of it. The setup from Scars is so good. Mojer now down to a 1v3. Oh, he sees the stim pack. They're trying to bait him in. And now Yoshi going for the flank. He has so many angles to clear. Torneko continuing to get information. And the Rolling Thunder, he can't escape it. He's trapped. And Torneko will finish the best of 3. Scars moves on to the grand final. And unfortunately, NAOS Esports will no longer have that chance to take their place in VCT Pacific as they get eliminated in the semifinals of VCT Ascension Pacific 2023.
Scars, that left a mark with how dominating that first half was, with that Rolling Thunder at the end. 0 options out from NAOS. They tried, they won the pistol in the second half, Will, but alas, it wasn't meant to be today.
So unfortunate. Now Esports I think we're going to probably say this about every team that eventually gets eliminated here from VCT Ascension, because they all showed so much promise. I think everyone around the world was impressed after the group stage by all these teams, and now Esports, perhaps one of those teams that really shined the brightest as they took that first seed from Group Alpha. However, as much as they wanted to claim that now was the time, today it was Scars who will continue on that hope, that chance to take their place, that chance to ascend into VCT Pacific next year. Scars continues their run. 2-1 victory as they now become our first grand finalists here in the single elimination bracket of VCT Ascension Pacific.
The waves, they carry them through, Will. Scars, they've managed to come back from such a bad half the first map on Pearl, right? It was 9-3, and then they took it home. Now it's coming back onto its Ascent, but onto the final map of Fracture, which was, by the way, a pick in away from NAOS. Amix banning out Bind and then going on to this one. Scars kind of had the perfect plans, the perfect ideas, their mechanics so crisp, and just knowing how to rush down the NAOS defense. NAOS was unable to hold sides no matter what they tried. And even on to the second half, with how sneaky Crystal has been on this map.
Yes.
This is a guy that you always have to keep in mind.
I mean, as great of a fragger as he is, sometimes he says, you know what, there's no shame in playing like a rat, because if it gets you kills, it gets you wins. And that's how he led the team today on Fracture, just like he did yesterday with the operator on that raise. Scars, they continue on to the finals. Looking forward to playing a best of 5 tomorrow. Their opponent's unknown, of course. It will be decided in the next best of 3. But what a game here. I mean, really showing the potential of the Challenger scene, and of course the best coming up from Challengers to try to enter VCT Pacific.
Yeah, right. I mean, the first two maps going all the way. And then the final one, it's such a dominating fashion. It just shows you how much there is left in the tank. I mean, just thinking about the Japanese region as well. Yes, we see how Zeta Division and TFN play, but Scars brings a whole new style to this region.
Yeah, and it's not just all one-sided either. They're starting to expand a bit, right? Some cheeky little plays, cheeky positions, and all of that. So Scars, I mean, all credit to them. But ladies and gentlemen, that's only the first best of 3 today. And also, we still have analysis coming from Komodo. We got the desk, we got the interview, so there's a lot coming up. First up, it's Komodo to break down one of the rounds over from Fracture.
Thank you, Will and Quack. Yes, I am back for what would be the final one of this matchup here. And this is going to be a fun one for you folks at home who want to play in your ranked games. Get a couple of friends and have a watch at this one. So it's going to be on, of course, Fracture here for a bit of a takeover to the B side of the map. Now, what you want to have is a Brimstone smoke going over towards Canteen and going over towards Generator. Those are the only two smokes that you need, because the importance actually is going to come in the form of your Raze and your Breach. So what you want is your Raze paint shells to go into the entry of tower with a fault line to be able to go through the tower. Later on, you can use your satchels and your Roomba if you want as well to be able to take some further clearance. But for the Breach, their job isn't just done with the fault line. You're going to want to make sure that you've got a flashpoint ready to go in towards the tower, and that's exactly what we are going to see come out from Scars for this execute. Now, also, the other players that you're going to have there, your other friends, they can have their focus on towards the site for any runouts that come out of the Generator or Canteen. But as we do see there, the fault line is able to get in towards tower with those paint shells from Gem Keen. Throws a satchel in there for good measure as well. It's the next satchel that he still does have available that's going to be one of the fun ones for him, because when they do get in towards the tower for Gem Keen, he's going to be waiting for Yoshi to get in here as well. There goes the Roomba. Now keep an eye, the flashpoint, that is crucial, because when that goes through the wall, anyone on the site is going to get blinded. Wits, luckily enough, he's able to dodge that, but that's where that satchel actually is going to come on. So if you've got your friend, you can run through this one together, get a little bit of practice in, satchel bops Wits off the line, and that's going to be the kill to come through for the guys over on Scars. Now in this 3 versus 2, one thing that I want to highlight specifically now for this round is Senior Carl uses the fault line and breach utility a little bit early. He's not able to set up Jar into a situation to be able to comfortably retake in towards this round. So Jar has to kind of go above and beyond in this round and get these kills, which he's able to do so quite successfully. But in the 1 versus 1, this is probably one of the more important things that I want to be highlighting when it comes to the game of Valorant. That's what you do in a 1 versus 1. So as you can see, the fault line comes out, Yoshi gets taken down by Senor Carl. And we're going to watch this one back in towards the replay when it did come out. So keep an eye on this, of course. The fault line comes through. We're going to slow it down here. The re-peak to come on out, real nice and slow. The dink on towards Yoshi. Senior Carl with the Vandal. That, folks, just goes to show that the Vandal in certain situations is going to be better, because that's just a one-shot headshot. A bit of fun there to come through from that one. Grab yourself some friends. Get in towards this game. It gets fun, gets exciting, but that is going to be all for this one. Of course, map number 3 done and dusted for the first series of the day. We're going to look to throw it back to the desk to get prepared for our next one.
Thank you, Komodo. Yes, in some situations, the Vandal is perfect for that little dink moment. Just when you think you're stuck. That's right. That Scars is 1 step away from reaching that VCT Ascension trophy. And you know what? They had a near flawless win in this Fracture map. And honestly, they had some silky smooth executes going on throughout the entire round. I mean, what do you guys make of it? It was a little painful to watch.
It was brutal. It was absolutely brutal. And I was like, okay, how are they going to bounce back after getting similarly devastated by Bleed? 13-5 reminder on that scoreline. But they just, Crystal just said, okay, I'm just going to go kill everybody again. I mean, the guy went absolutely crazy. Jemkin on the Raze as well. looking much better prepared in this series, and NAOS just could not find an entry when they, get over onto that attacking side. It's like, okay, maybe they can make a little bit of run back, they get the pistol, they get a little bit of that ball rolling, and then it just completely falls apart.
Yeah, the one-round win on the defender side, the side that I said was going to be, I think, a little bit more important for NAOS. Generally it is, just because attacker side is very favored for a lot of teams the way they play, but it was the one round that Komodo just highlighted. That was the only one, and it took a miracle, one-tap headshot, through a stun to get that round win. It was just complete domination from the side of Scars here, and yeah, Crystal was playing out of his mind, but so much of what Scars was doing here today was they were just clicking. I mean, you could see like the util dumps were great. Whenever they caught somebody out of position, like I think about that one time they caught Wits right outside of A main, and it's just like flash, nano, or not nano, but flash, stun, aftershock, just to, and then the haunt as well to keep a spot on him, to just completely isolate and eliminate him, get themselves the sights, things like that they were doing that were really good. And Crystal, yes, his score line is very good, but his utility was super impactful. See this with Fades a lot on this map, where if they can get those vision and get those tethers landed, you get so much info.
I mean, I was looking at those scores, and the question that I have to ask is, where's Ja? Where is he? Because he's so absent, unfortunately. 5-15 is just a brutal scoreline when you're coming out here as the lone duelist. You're just every twist and turn, not being able to find success, not being set up for success. Unfortunately, just complete and utter disjointedness here for the side of NAOS. It's a brutal way to go out, but a very good way to move forward if you're Scars.
Yeah, I couldn't say it better myself. And of course, Crystal here showing up one more time, this time as Fade as our MVP.
I mean, that KD8 is just bonkers. 3.9.
Can't not give it to him.
No, yeah. He is absolutely the MVP here, and has been arguably the MVP for Scars so far here in the playoffs. I don't think I would pick anybody else right now. What do you do against that? I mean, part of it also, when I went back and kind of watched it and looked through some of the highlights and stuff, I was like, well, he was getting a lot of opportunities to get some of these multi-frags where it would be one peek, he'd get the kill, and then as soon as he's done getting that first one, another member of NAOS has peeked, and he's so good that he can transfer over. You can't give Scars opportunities like that. Their individual mechanics are too strong. You have to be smothering them with utility, double peeking them at the same time, things like that I just wasn't seeing from NAOS on their defender side.
Yeah.
I think you said it perfectly earlier, Paper Thin, about Scars and how they just came together really well. Their executes and that util dump, it was just so perfectly timed. They were on point, and they're going to go into tomorrow looking really strong. If they can do this one more time, this is good. I mean, how do you think they're going to fare, whether it's Boom or Bleed?
I favor Bleed a little bit, or I guess, that's I think my pick. I'm leaning that way right now, depending on, of course, what happens next. But look, Scars could beat anybody at this tournament. It just depends on the day in some ways. I mean, if Jemkin can keep playing at a high level as well, like he did on the first couple of maps, should be good to go.
Yeah, we need to have him maintain that form, both on the jet and on the race here, carry that forward. Crystal, I don't have any concerns about him whatsoever.
Nope.
But even, Alan on that first map having a little bit of roughness, looked a lot more alive and involved when it got down to Ascent. So I think that if everybody does show up, I agree. I think that they absolutely can take down anybody else in this tournament. And we'll have to see how that gets extrapolated into a best of 5 grand final, but they've already shown that they can get it done in the past. So I think right now, if they look like this going into that final, regardless of if it's Boom or Bleed, I might have to give them the edge out here.
Yeah. Well, let's hear from the players themselves. Ishara, please take it away with the interview.
ก็กราบสวัสดีอีกหนึ่งครั้งนะครับผมทุกคนครับวันนี้นะฮะบอกเลยว่าเกมที่2ของเราคิดว่าจะจบแค่2เกมแต่กลับมีเกมที่3นั่นเองนะครับผมและตอนนี้เราก็อยู่กับผู้ชนะครับ and ladies and gentlemen we are done with our first game after such a roller coaster of a match we are here now with our victor of course it couldn't be anybody but Yoshi from Scars ขอบคุณสำหรับกำลังใจด้วยนะครับตอนนี้เราก็อยู่กับโยชินะครับผมจาก Scars นั่นเองนะฮะโอ้โหบอกเลยนะว่าผมคิดว่าจะจบตั้งแต่2เกมแล้วก็สำหรับทางแคสเตอร์นะครับก็เดาผิดนะครับไม่ใช่ตัว J นะฮะสำหรับคำถามนะผมอยากจะถามมากเลยเพราะว่าเกมเนี่ยเราคิดว่าเกมแรกเฮ้ยทางฝั่งของศัตรูของเขาเนี่ยค่อนข้างได้เปรียบเขากลับมาได้ในเกมแรกแต่ในเกมที่2โดนเคาน์เตอร์กลับมาเหมือนกันโอ้โหบอกเลยว่า อารมณ์นี้น่าจะเปลี่ยนไปเยอะมากพอสมควรครับ Of course I want to ask you the game was such a roller coaster for both of the teams. In the first match, you guys had a great comeback. In the second match, your opponent also had a great comeback. And of course, I really wanted to know how you guys were able to maintain the team's performance and such a positive mindset through all 3 games, and which resulted in a very smooth game number 3.
So we just did is like we talking about our mistakes and just forget about the last 2 games and just focus on the last game and just like that.
ครับก็ไม่มีอะไรมากนะเป็นคำถามที่เป็นคำตอบที่สวยหรูนะฮะก็บอกเลยครับว่าก็คุยกันตรงๆครับว่าปัญหามันคืออะไรก็แก้ตรงนั้นเลยนะครับแล้วก็ทำให้มันดีที่สุดนะครับก็เป็นคำถามเป็นคำตอบยอดฮิตเนาะแต่อย่างไรก็ตามครับเนื่องจากว่าเขาสามารถชนะในรอบนี้ไปได้หมายความว่าทีม Scars เนี่ยนะครับจะเป็นทีมแรกสุดนะครับผมที่จองที่ครับในรอบ Grand Finals ครับเลยอยากจะรู้ครับว่าทางฝั่งของโยชิเองเนี่ยนะฮะคิดยังไงนะครับกับการที่เขาเนี่ยจะเป็นคนแรกที่ได้ไปจองที่ใน Grand Final แล้วมันมีความหมายมากน้อยขนาดไหนกับเขาและทีมของเขาครับ And yes, as we all know, that match was really meaningful for all of you guys, and for the Scars fan. So yeah, I would love to know how you feel about being the first team that actually secured their place in the Grand Finals of Ascensions 2023, and of course, what this meant to you.
For me, I'm so happy right now because it's my first time like this, like international league, and I think we still need to focus for our match and grand final and just play our game and do our best and have fun.
ครับผมก็บอกว่ายังไงก็ตามครับรู้สึกดีใจนะแต่อย่างไรก็ตามครับก็ยังต้องหมั่นซ้อมต่อไปนะครับแล้วเราก็คิดว่าเราต้องเก่งขึ้นนะครับเพราะว่าบอกเลยว่าในรอบชิงเนี่ยไม่ง่ายอย่างแน่นอนนะครับ and of course thank you for your time Yoshi and good luck for the grand finals but at this point in time we still have one more match left to go today and that will be the victors of this match will be your opponent สำหรับนะครับวันนี้นะครับยังไม่หมดเพียงเท่านี้ครับเรายังเหลืออีก1 match นั่นเองนะครับผมซึ่งจะเป็นคู่ต่อสู้ของเขาเหมือนกันแต่จะเป็นยังไงนั้นนะครับทุกคนครับรอติดตามดูนะครับผมสำหรับตอนนี้เราต้องไปพักกันสักครู่หนึ่งนะครับผมแล้วเดี๋ยวเรากลับมาใหม่ครับ and of course ladies and gentlemen back at home just mentioned we have one more match left and that will be who Scars will be facing next in the grand finals but at this point let's go take a break and we'll be back for the next match
Hello, Asia, and welcome back to the VALORANT Champions Tour Ascension Pacific 2023. We just finished our match 1 of today with Scars, moving on to tomorrow's final games. We are still in the semifinals, though. We're going to move on to match 2 with Boom Esports and Bleed. I am very excited about this next matchup. We have 2 powerhouses here, I would say, of Ascension facing off. But I'm not alone, of course. I've got my analysts here from Pacific. We got Paper Thin and Achilleos. How are you guys feeling going into match 2, the last one of today?
I'm feeling maybe a little bit more uncertain about the result of this one. I think that this one is very much down to the wire, because if Boom show up the way that they did yesterday, they absolutely can take down Bleed.
Yeah, they were forcing a lot of errors out of Bonkers yesterday, especially on Haven. They looked really strong, really collected. Everybody was kind of on the same page. So I think if that can carry over here into today, if they can have that same level of sort of confidence and success, absolutely, they're going to give Bleed a run for their money and certainly can win this. These are 2 teams, a lot of history against each other throughout the history of the APAC, previously APAC, now the Pacific League. The last time in an official match, it was actually Boom who got the better of them. Now, a lot of those boys are on our RQ now, but it's still a very good team. And in third-party matches, Bleed has actually been getting the better of them recently.
I mean, there's those 3 players from Boom that I'm sure the org would love to get revenge against on the side, because that official match, the first time that they ever faced off, was in the LCQ. That was Boom then moving on, getting to go to Istanbul to play in Champions in a Tier 1 tournament, denying Bleed access. So I think that this is definitely going to be a bit of a revenge match. Obviously, there's a lot of differences here on both sides, but I think the organization is going to be very hungry to shut Boom down for once and all.
I think you're right. Now, Boom, having so much experience compared to the other Ascension teams, like you said, having been on the international stage with Champions, but Bleed has been, one of the favorites to win out Ascension. Now, let's talk about the roster. You guys are mentioning a couple of them you have your eyes on. We're going to talk about Bleed for Scary. We have a lot of Thai supporters here for Bleed because Scary, of course, is from Thailand, and he is
standing.
Yeah.
With Zersheggs, and he's the last one here to really root for the hometown crowd. And you can be damn certain that there's going to be plenty of people who are going to be cheering him on. But I mean, we're talking about Tier 1 experience. It's pretty much just Scary here for this squad as far as being on the biggest stage that he could possibly be on. And he's done a very good job of catching up the rest of the team to be able to play at a similar level as himself.
Yeah, he's a guy that a lot of Tier 1 teams are talking about wanting to potentially, be a guy who can swap into their rosters. A lot of people are looking at Scary and saying, why aren't you on a, why aren't you on a Tier 1 team? Well, if he can now get through with Bleed, he certainly will be. And he's been really, really good. Neff as well, another huge pickup for Bleed coming into this year. So these guys are really, really a stacked roster. What's really fascinating to me about this team is how there's so many different roles that most of them play. Juicy's going to be your dedicated duelist, but behind that, you've got a lot of different things that they can do. Neff, Killjoy, Breach, Darion, Jet, Killjoy. I mean, it's all over the place sometimes behind it, but still they have a ton of success almost no matter the map.
Yeah, I mean, historically, of course, the big one is that last chance qualifier matchup, but they have met each other many, many times, 4 times overall in different events, such as the India Invitational, the Penta Pro tournament as well. And consistently, it has been Bleed coming out on top, 3-1 the overall scoreline.
Just that one time.
That one time when it mattered the most, but now it matters even more.
Exactly.
Well, one thing's for sure is that Bleed definitely likes their contact plays. They love to go in heavy with the gunfire around like halfway through the game. They just suddenly pull out the guns, and they usually win them out. I don't know if that's going to work so much with Boom, but you know what? I think the best way is hear from the players themselves. I believe they're arriving now. Let's go over to Mac and see what they have to say.
Thanks, Vic. Bleed have just turned up here at the arena for their semi-final game. It was Darion's birthday yesterday, so we're going to have a quick chat with him as well. Mate, look, come over here. Happy birthday, of course. Look, good luck today in your game. What did you do for your birthday? How'd you celebrate?
I didn't really do much. I was just playing VALORANT and grinding the game because today's my game. Yeah, and I love VALORANT.
A true professional. Look, I'll let you go. Good luck today. And that's it. Back to you guys on the desk.
Well,
could have treated himself to a nice skin pack or something like that for his birthday. If you're going to play the game, might as well do it with a little bit of extra style.
Yeah, I mean, might as well go all out on those skins there. All right, let's talk about Boom Esports from Indonesia. I know we have a lot of Indonesian fans here in the audience today as well. Look, they've got also a lot of experience on their team. I mean, how do you think this is going to be playing out for them?
I mean, again, just given what we were able to see from them yesterday, they look so terrifying when everybody's firing on all cylinders, when they're all on the same page. They do look like world beaters. It looks like they can become unstoppable. I mean, the combination of like Famous as well as Berserks has just been absolutely fantastic to watch throughout this entire tournament.
Yeah, I mean, look, what we saw yesterday looked great. They've been pretty good throughout the most of this tournament, but going up against Bleed, who, we saw Scars, they're getting into the finals. They beat Scars 2-1 last time, and, the Pearl, was the one map they dropped. A lot of people consider that to be widely their best map, but it still went to overtime, and, Berserks was nuts yesterday. I mean, Severine, that absolutely tremendous esports career he's had. Blaze King, Shiro doing a great job at times there on those initiators and things like that, so certainly it's all about the coordination. Who can be a little bit better today with those protocols, with those reactions, with that IGLing. To me, this is absolutely a bit of a toss-up. I think this almost certainly goes to 3 maps. We're going to see how it all shakes out.
Yeah, I'm willing to agree on that. 3 maps for sure. It's going to be a close one between these 2 teams. I mean, they're also experienced here. Berserks just needs to continue, I think, from yesterday. I wanted to see him pop up. I mean, honestly, all of them. But if Berserks can really show up again, that'll help. But they've been kind of inconsistent throughout this particular Ascension.
They have had those ups and downs, but it's just about taking what you did yesterday and just applying that now to today. Yes, it is going to be a tougher opponent. Everybody loves Bonk, but they very much had their number yesterday. But if they can still have that kind of like hive-minded play where everybody is so much on the same page, then I think that they're still going to be in a very good spot to be able to challenge Bleed.
Yeah, and I think they have pretty good reads on the maps. It seems like, they're very much in tune with the meta even a little bit. We saw that on Pearl, whereas Bonk ran kind of a little bit of a different style, whereas, you have that harbor utility and things like that on the Pearl, which I think gives them a little bit of a more of advantage too. So, very much in kind of a groove in terms of what modern Valorant is currently. So certainly, I'm looking at Boom and thinking, look, if you can ride that confidence you had yesterday, if you can continue that momentum, no doubt about it, they can win. Yeah.
Well, with the Boom players now arriving, we're going to go back to Mac and see what they have to say.
Thanks, Vic. And we've just got Boom arriving in the backstage yet again. They're looking keen, they're looking excited, at least through the window. So we'll see if we can grab Severine and have a quick chat about what's changed from yesterday, because Boom were looking absolutely stellar. Where is he? It's always the back one that I want. It's always the one that gets out last, isn't it? Here he is. Big Severin. Come on over here. Have a quick chat with me, mate. Talk to me. Look, congratulations yesterday. You already knocked my boys out, so look, you need to be congratulated for that. But talk to me about what's changed, of course, today. It's going to be a much tougher affair on paper, right?
No, we just play our game. That's it. We're just having fun there and just try to hope that we can shut them down.
Okay. And good luck today.
Thank you.
No worries. See you later. And back to you guys on the desk.
I mean, if you can just play your game, then that's a perfectly fine way to get a win. But Bleed is absolutely one of the teams that can stop you from being able to do the things that you want to do. So I think that, and I hope that they have a couple of things up their sleeves perhaps they can pull out if they need to.
This is one of those situations, if both of them do their absolute best, do you favor one side or the other? If both teams are on points, or is it still a complete toss-up?
Bleed's got a little bit more firepower, in a little bit more coordination, I think, overall. I mean, what we saw yesterday with Boom was phenomenal, and no, not taking anything away from them, but Bleed is a team to beat coming into this tournament. Most teams were telling me that it was either Bleed, D+, or Scars, right? D+ couldn't get over the line. They were very up and down, but D+ is the team that actually managed to beat them somehow, some way in the midst of all of this to not get here. But I think absolutely this is Bleed's match to lose. They should be the ones getting through. They should be the ones that everybody's eyeing to be one of those top teams that can make it into Pacific.
I'll hide my prediction for till a little bit later when we have the graphic up. But, I did want to kind of highlight both of these guys who've been playing so much stuff. So Shiro and Crazy Guy, we've seen how much of an initiator meta this has been. Somewhat recently, also double controller. But initiator's always going to be important, and both of these guys have been putting up significant numbers. So while we did lose Fancy United, we still have some representation here with Crazy Guy.
Yeah, exactly. And look, both of these players are really, really strong. You can see their stats not too far off of each other. Crazy Guy having a little bit higher ACS and things like that. But overall, Bleed is so stacked top to bottom. That's what makes them so difficult to deal with, is they have so many cracked fraggers across the board that it's even maybe deeper than Scars. I think it is deeper than Scars, probably, with the way that they can play. So, and the Sovas are super important. If we get to those maps, we'll see. I don't know. But yesterday was Shiro, so impactful on that Sova, on Haven in particular. And we just saw it previously where, you know, Sovas in the Ascent, and I thought made a pretty big difference. We didn't get to talk about it too much in that previous matchup. But yeah, I mean, I'm really excited for this because they're both really good.
Yeah.
I agree.
I mean, that's fair. I also can appreciate some of Bleed's team comps. They're, you know, off meta, which I always appreciate. And I feel like we've been seeing so much of that here in Ascension, you know, teams experimenting a lot. Now let's talk about those predictions. Achilles, you're saving your prediction.
Yeah, it's also Bleed.
Oh, what a surprise.
I mean,
Shocker.
I mean, you talk to basically anybody coming into this event. Once the teams had been set, you could make an argument for, like, you know, D+, Scars, Bleed, top 3, but pretty much everyone would say, I think, expect that Bleed is going to be able to win this tournament. The way that they've just been dominant, the way that they've been able to best Boom in the past, the 4 times that they have met, 3 of those are victories. I think that they're going to be very hungry to get this win, to get themselves into that grand final, have that rematch once again versus Scars. And I think this is going to be close. I'm expecting a 3-map series, but I still believe that Bleed is going to be the one standing tall at the end of this.
Yeah, Bleed's map pool is too deep. I mean, they're just really good on a lot of different maps. It's probably not going to be Fracture because that's Boom's permaban, but I mean, Lotus, Pearl, Bind. I mean, you pick your map and they're pretty good at it. So it's really difficult to go up against them for most teams just because you can't really outban them. They're really just going to key in on you, and no matter where you go. Yeah.
You're a bit of a believer, though.
I am a bit of a believer. I know Bleed is from Singapore, but Boom, I feel like they're waking up. Yesterday was a showing of Boom waking up and realizing, hey, we're at the final 3 days right now. It's time to shape up. It's time to pull in all our experience and get together. And I feel like a lot of the Indonesian teams are a bit like this, very passion and motion driven. Whereas Bleed, I think you guys do have a point though. Their coach even said it in the press conference himself. They're aware that there have been some shakiness in some of their plays and not even playing to the standard that they want to be at. So whatever the outcome is, I know we're going to get really good games today. Both of these teams are going to be outputting their absolute best because this is it. This is the final day, and then we're going to find out who is going to be ascending to VCT Pacific tomorrow. With that, I believe we are ready to go over to the stage and see what the players are up to. We got our casters, Quack and Will, ready to go.
Okay, so we'll now begin the map veto process for today's second match. Boom is Team A and Bleed is Team B, so we'll begin with Boom banning the first map. Boom bans Fracture, first ban Lead. Lead bans Split, and now Boom can pick the first map. Boom picks Lotus, side for Bleed. Lead picks defense. Lead, you may not pick the second map. Pearl. Pearl, side for Boom. Sorry? Defense. Now Boom, you may now ban onto the map. We have Ascent, Haven, and Bind left. Boom bans Bind. Bleed, you can either ban Ascent or Haven. Play Haven, ban Ascent. Last map will be Haven, side for Boom. Defense, gotcha. I'll have a quick recap. So Boom bans Fracture, Bleed bans Split, Boom picks Lotus, Bleed plays defense, Bleed picks Pearl, Boom plays defense, Boom bans Bind, Bleed bans Ascent. Final map will be Boom playing defense on Haven. You good? I think good luck and have fun.
VCT Ascension, the very last match that will determine who makes it to the finals. We have the two Ascension powerhouses, Bleed from Singapore and Boom from Indonesia. And the crowd has been going wild the moment Scary stepped onto the stage. You can see who the crowd is favoring today.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's going to be shocked about that one. Boom would love to take the wind out of this crowd's sails and once again shut down Bleed, deny them access to a Tier 1 event, to joining the Pacific League. That would still be their job, not done yet. Obviously, they still have to get to the grand finals for themselves to earn that spot in Pacific. But to deny Bleed once more, to recreate that moment from the LCQ last year, I'm sure just the idea of that is absolutely mouth-watering for Boom.
It's pretty scary for Bleed to think about that coming through there.
I'm gonna slap you. Your bald head.
No, I mean this is gonna be tough though for Boom. If I'm being honest, after this map, pick and ban. I know, Pearl is gonna be Bleed's pick if it's open basically 90% of the time if it's available for them. Lotus, though, there are no slouches on it either. I know Boom is 3-0 on it. They've been playing great, of course. But Bleed is also really good. They're 3-1 here in Ascension on it. The only team they lost to is D+, a really defender-sided comp. They bring the Sage in for their Lotus. So that's why I think part of the reason they're picking defender side first. Now, it didn't go good against D+, but that day just didn't go good. So I'm really excited to see this Lotus.
Yeah, even in some of the wins, if you look historically, they've played this map quite a bit on the side of Bleed, but it's very rarely a clean victory for them. Always is typically down to the wire. A 13-11 versus Bonk, a 14-12 with the victory over Scars. So they do have to fight quite a bit in order to get those wins, typically. So I think if they're going to manage to somehow get it to 0, that would be pretty damn surprising if they're going to be able to do it in clean fashion here versus Boom. But like you said, limited exposure, only 3 times played, but 100% win rate for the side of Boom. So they're going to be feeling very comfortable, but this is a very different look as well with the Sage.
It is. It's almost like Ascent, where it feels really out of place on this map these days. Early on, a lot of teams were thinking, oh, Sage on Lotus, we can cut off like the A, entry point, so they only have the door to go through and things like that. But it turns out that most teams just, don't hesitate to spam down that wall in those situations. So you got to use it again in some of those narrow choke points, kind of create some of those Tetris walls where it's a lot difficult to quickly shoot them down before your opponent can react, but it still gets a lot of information, things like that. So yeah, for Bleed, I mean, like you said, yes, it is often very close, but this team is so powerful, they're able to kind of drag themselves over the line. And on the other side for Boom, playing a pretty standard comp for what you're going to see on Lotus for the most part these days. So they've been, like I said earlier, quite good. 3-0 on it so far. They've only played it 3 times, and they've won it every time.
I think my biggest concern for Bleed with this composition is a little bit similar to what we were saying on Ascent. Granted, that ended up working out, so hey, maybe I'll be wrong. Maybe the Sage is the way. But the info gathering, it's not there. You don't have that Sky. You're not getting those audio confirmations off the back of the Guiding Light. You do not have that Trailblazer to go ahead and try to check corners, check close spots that people like to lurk in. You don't have any of that. And on the opposite side, you also have triple flash if we're going to be counting that paranoia as well. So I think Boom, with this map pick, should be feeling very comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of info gathering, both of these teams had a lot of time to watch each other as we went through group stages. But you know what? This is it. This is the semifinals. We're going to go into the first map, Pearl. Lotus, man. Lotus. Got you guys there. Map 1, Lotus. We're going to go over to our casters, Quack and Will.
Well, Lotus it is indeed, and of course, as Des broke it down, we see some similarities in the comps, right? I mean, both these teams preferring that breach here for the hard fight. However, that Sage, will it work out again? Because we all kind of doubted it in the previous match, and it worked out quite well on Ascent.
Yeah, that's the main thing. I mean, first of all, this entire map Veto, it's the exact same as the story against Bonk versus Bleed. So you can definitely tell that Boom are trying to live that spirit. They're trying to find a way to counter Bleed's plays, and yes, I think Sage is one of those weaknesses. However, they have adapted. They have figured out ways to work off of it, walling off areas like stairs towards the A site, or maybe even B, just to block off some links and connectors. If you look at how the most recent match from Bleed went on Lotus, they actually had the highest impact play coming out from Scary. Now that he has the home crowd rallying behind him, this is scary, dude.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they mentioned it even just during the walkout, but on top of that, when you're playing up against a star player like that, not only is it his skill in-game, but anytime he makes a play, if the crowds roar, can you overcome that mentally? Are you sure you won't get shaken up? I mean, even just kind of hearing the rumble, right? Even though you don't actually get to hear exactly what they're saying, just the roar as we're hearing right now here in the stage, is that going to throw Boom Esports off? We'll have to wait and see. Bleed versus Boom, a best of 3 to determine who moves on tomorrow to meet Scars for a chance to get into VCT Pacific, and who will have to yet again go back down to Challengers and fight through another year.
I don't think Boom are going to get tossed up by this crowd. I mean, they have that experience. They know how to shut that out. In fact, some of the crowd are cheering for them. On the attacking side now, we're seeing how this composition could work out. A lot of flashes, a lot of possible executes. If they rush into the B site, only one obstacle, and that's the first one, gonna be Crazy Guy.
Yeah, and that's just an early slow orb just to buy time in the barrier orb as well. The Frenzy will burn it down pretty quickly, but the Aftershock off of the Sage Wall to make sure, and then the slow orb as well. Oh my god, Boom Esports, they're still gonna commit to this. They're walking through, the Paranoia is used. Can they clear it out though? Okay, Blaze King gets the first kill, opens up the site. He fills in the site, they flooded it. They have the alarm bot over on A-Link by that tiny door as well. They now push up into heaven. They get the kill onto C-Link. They hear the rotating door. Post-plant position, absolutely great here for Boom. Pop Flash will lead to another kill. Juicy gets traded out right away. The 2 remaining members Bleed. They're now stuck in the main entrance, but it is Darion and Scary, so we gotta wait and see, Quack.
I mean, they don't have any utility to work with. It's just gonna have to be duels all the way out.
Just trying to get those picks. Oh, Scary, he really was looking to even out the numbers just a tad bit with the early shots from the Ghost, but he can't get it. The turret will draw some aggro. Scary now down to a 1v2. Shiro's pretty weak though. Oh, Severine will be able to close things out, doesn't let it get down to the wire, and Boom Esports with a nice 1-0 lead.
Great way to start. One by one, they take down the Bleed members. Looking at how they approach this, first of all, yes, they continue to push through despite the slow orb, and I think that's one of those things that Bleed didn't quite expect. Off of that, still the pressure on towards Snap, and then Juicy, they heard those rotations coming through. Boom, they hit it. They hit Bleed where they least expected it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you get all of that utility from both the Siege and the Breach thrown out, and you still just creep walk into the site. We don't see that every day, and we just saw on camera Severine just taunting the opponents across the stage, and off of that momentum, they continue to push fast into A. Rubble already taken, rotating door opened up to put pressure onto the site. That gives them the time and space. Oh my god! I was gonna say to pick up the ult door, but meanwhile, Blazekin gets a quick double on the peek out from Bleed over on C Mound. The entire map is Boom Esports' oyster. They can just take their choice of site at this moment.
And of course, Bleed just doesn't really have the firepower. They don't have any guns to work off of. Unless they play close range, maybe a right click, maybe they will be able to pick up one off a corpse, but that's about it because Boom are sticking together as a team.
Yeah, Boom's gonna walk in. They have no plans to give up any weapons here. In fact, especially if Famous just gets the first duels every time. He's being sent in. He'll get the second one as well. And now it's just Neff left alone. He cannot get a kill, and Berserx with that Spectre is going to be able to clean it up. But flawless here for Boom Esports.
And the flawless means so much, am I right, Will? They got 3 Bulldogs, 2 Spectres. They get to carry that in the next round, and very potentially rushing down because of these guns. I don't know if Bleed are going to find a way to work around this because they have to hold it safe. They have to play and hold on to their rifles. The full buy is coming through. I mean, with such a pickup, you can see that Boom have done their homework. They're anticipating pushes outside of C Mound, and that's exactly where Blaze King picked up that double.
Well, with that flawless, you got 3 Bulldogs and the Spectres, and how do they plan to make use of that? They want to try to get into one of these sites that they could utilize the Spectres as well, even if they drop the Bulldogs. So a little pressure over on C. Not going to pick up the ult right away, though. They want to peek around, make sure they clear the area first. Don't give any information. That's the name of the game right now from Boom Esports. They're waiting to pounce onto Rubble. Juicy, are you ready for this? He does suspect that it could happen at any time, but not too much support for him. He dodges the fault line, but doesn't get the kill. He'll be able to stabilize once again, walks right by the Trailblazer. He's flashed to no end, but he's still staying alive. Back up now coming out from A-Link.
look at what's happening on the mini-map though, Will. I mean, although they're pulling this attention over, they're losing some members. The spike is being delivered over onto the C site. Crazy Guy puts up the wall though.
Oh, and the Nano Swarms as well. This time you cannot walk through that one because you will get your... Oh, well, you can jump over it. You can dash over it by all means. Famous, he's trying to break open the site. He can't find the first kill, but the spike's already committed. It will be dropped by Shiro as Crazy Guy gets that second kill. And now Reserve's just trying to do damage. He gets one. If he can pick up the rifle, maybe get another kill, he'll be able to continue to do damage. Now, time-wise, the round is over, and in fact, kill-wise as well as Bleed. 4 members up to live, puts a point on the board.
I mean, part of it is Boom Esports trying to bulldoze and trying to brute force their way through some of these positional setups coming out from Bleed. Juicy with the off angle initially, and then the tailwind. They were trying to sell the fake, but somehow it was also read by Bleed. Crazy Guy with that well-timed wall. It just blocked them off.
Yeah, and especially if you're pairing the Sage and the Killjoy together, that's going to put a lot of questions over on Boom's side of how do we eventually break into the site. Now, those are the things where macro-wise got to keep it in mind, but okay, Boom Esports are not giving us much time to break things down in hindsight because we're jumping right into round 4. Rubble already taken very clear. Now, Bleed had no intention of fighting for that as they put up the one-way over by C Mound. Now they're able to rotate their forces over to support A site.
There are a couple of players from Bleed, Boom, excuse me, who are 2 ult points away from their ultimates as well, so this could go well. And Famous actually gets that shot onto Crazy Guy, who was propped up on top of his wall. Such an upward flick. They got the spike planted off of it. Now control being granted. And all they have to do is to watch some of these post-plant positions. Bleed are trying to retake Juicy, dropping off.
Yeah, and also that Sage wall is still just kind of keeping that Heaven side blocked off. Now Darian's trying to draw out some aggro here by Broken Door, but he's not going to quite get it in time. Their teammates will clear it out. Scary now opens up the site. Famous, he's been stunned up. He cannot buy enough time. The Aftershock, but he's been spotted. The flash comes through. He's going to anti-flash around the wall. Shiro with the fault line, but he peeks out a little too early. Darian gets the kill. You see the shoulder to the diffuser has been killed. Half not done yet, and a headshot for Blaze King, and that's 3 through the wall as Blaze King clutches it up. 3rd round on the board for Boom Esports.
A hat trick for Blaze King to pick it up. And with that, the 3rd win. Yeah, you're right, Will. I mean, all they had to do with the setup was to just play off of the spike. Yes, Bleed, they had this sort of a delayed retake, just waiting for that peek out, that push out from Famous. And still, the rest of the squad knowing how to work around their utility. First of all, Shiro with the Aftershock, the fault line just to keep them at bay. And then Blaze King to strike from behind. They thought they could stick that spike defuse.
Man, and you can just see the players are getting heated on that stage. There's so much history behind these squads, these players themselves. Blaze King opens things up again. We saw this yesterday. Oh, he gets another one around the one-way, dodges away from the Blades as well. Blaze King, he led the team to victory yesterday. He's looking to do the same today. Berserks gets taken down. Bleed, they've stabilized. They're trying to hold down the site, but Famous, he has been great on the entries today. Jet doing what she has to do to break open the site. Now created enough of a distraction. Blaze King is back to support. Grouped up 2v2. They're going to use the lockdown just to be sure. Are they going to commit to A, though? I mean, they have their choices here.
They have a full minute, that's right. They could rotate back around. I don't know if the door's already broken, but now it's just making so much noise. I don't know about this play, though, because there's so much space being respected by Bleed.
Yeah, but they're just also trying to buy time on the side of Boom Esports as well. The Nano Swarm to deny the peek out against the spike plant. Famous planted in. Blaze King, he's just trying to gain information, but Famous, he can't win his own duel either on the other side. It's going to be Juicy and Crazy Guy with the Ys at the end to pick up the round here. 2-3 scoreline for Bleed.
It's a bit of a wise play coming out from Bleed. Just tiny jiggles back and forth, and they are carefully slicing the pie, moving forward with some of these duels. Boom, all they had to do was to hold out the spike, but still just a little bit of a tiny movement, and it's perfectly capitalized on by Bleed in some of these plays. And that's why I think the lockdown play was something that was a little bit questionable. You had so much that you could work with, but just committing to the site meant that Bleed knew exactly how to work around it.
Yeah, and also, I mean, Bleed not getting flustered by that, right? Not by the gunfire over by the tiny door either. They just say, well, it's a 2v2 anyway. They stabilize. Boom, they've been continuously defaulting over towards Rubble with the creep up into B. Blaze King's good for one, but Juicy trades it out. Now, that does take out the Sage, so Boom Esports, they don't have to worry about any artificial delays here. Of course, just working with ecos as well. So Pistols on the board, Blade Storm popped open by Famous. He's trying to hold on to Rubble, but it's not enough space for them to execute onto any of the sites just yet. They're going to have to creep forward.
I mean, look at how far back Darien is playing. First of all, yes, the utility just to gather information and block out the site with the Nanoswarm setup, but also his lockdown. He's intentionally playing so far back because if Boom plays into the A site, it's a retake setup from Bleed. We've seen this before in their game against Bonk, and it's working out again.
Yep, and the Seekers are being sent out. Boom Esports, they want to make this work. Now here's the thing, they also have the Rolling Thunder on their own side as well. Do they use it to set up? No, Famous, he's trying to look for one kill. He gets one. Can he get out though?
Run.
He can barely get out of range. Nobody detained. Now, that does mean they didn't get to plant the spike, but 30 seconds, and guess what?
left.
Boom Esports, they've done the damage. They've planted Famous as well, and they're running the spike over to C. Scary's trying to wait to see if there is a rotation, but Bleed, they're already one step too late. And Famous, he starts to creep forward. He starts to clear the site.
Oh, timing.
Yeah, can he find the timings here? Now, Bleed, they will arrive just about in time, but not enough to stop the plant. Famous, is he going to be too late, or will he be there just in time? The rest of Boom Esports, they exit.
Scary's right behind them. Yes, the exits, they're holding on to it. I love that they're sending Berserks just to check and watch the flanks as well, because they know Scary's right around the corner somewhere. But as soon as he peeks, Scary finds the headshot instead.
Yeah, the Vandal is now dropped, and the Paranoia is good. The Aftershock gets the kill onto Juicy, though, and Famous gets the kill onto Darien. Time not on the side of Scary. He's doing what he can to push through, but he knows there's too many members. Another smoke to try to creep in. He gets sight, but Severine comes in from the side. And a great win here from Boom Esports against all odds. Without great weaponry, the Blade Storm helping open things up over on A site.
And this is just experience from the IGL of Boom Esports as well. Looking at how they actually went with the mid-round adaptation. Yes, a bit of early contact outside of B, and then to push in towards A site, playing off of the lockdown. I think they kind of wanted to bait that out, and just making it out in the nick of time. They went through and rotated all the way through C site. Such a good read, such a good play, even watching out for Scary.
Absolutely, just really heads up play coming out from Boom Esports. Still has that Rolling Thunder as well. Now Darien, he's trying to peek out early with the Sheriff, but he can't find the headshots. Berserk just gets tagged up just a tad bit, can't heal himself, but Famous once again, he is playing that entry as well as he possibly could for Boom Esports. There's been a lot of talk about Famous. He's great in scrims, there's always been so much hype behind him, but has he been consistent enough? Well, today, when it matters most, he's trying to make it happen. Scary, nice kill with the classic, right across from back sight, but the weaponry absolutely in favor of Boom Esports.
Unless Juicy could do something about it. He's coming up from Waterfall, a bit of an off angle. Famous is still watching up though, and now they expect it. Here comes Juicy making a bit of noise. Scary trying to go for right clicks. It doesn't quite happen. And Berserk's Boom, they will be able to close down that door.
And look at this, Famous, he's clearly the confidence is there, right? Just even the updraft onto the box and dropping back down. He knows that he is always one step ahead of Bleed right now. He knows that he can be this menacing jet who's just flying around the site on these entries against the retakes. Sure, weaponry advantage here for Boom Esports, let's not forget that. But overall, momentum absolutely in favor of our Indonesian team.
And with that, they get to carry it forward. It's a great thing to have on your map pick. They want to hold on to it as much as possible, but Bleed are trying to wrangle it away. They're going with Juicy kind of aggressively peeking out through A. However, he gets blinded, so has to fall back.
Yeah, almost got caught on the wall there from the backwards tailwind as well. Now, that was Bleed's attempt to answer the constant default aggression onto Rubble. But while Boom Esports also gives it away, Bleed didn't gain control of it just quite. So this is where we start to see that compositional weakness that they talked about on the desk. We hinted at it before the cast as well, Quack, but with that Sage, you can't just dump so much more utility just to take control of A main, because then you really have nothing to stall the plant.
That's why they're still working their way slowly across. They're anticipating this Rolling Thunder execute coming out from Boom. Bleed just completely fall back, leaving it out open. A bit from the shadows, and Scary will punish him as well. They actually hold on to the Rolling Thunder.
Yeah, a little bit ambitious. Okay, well, that's going to be the Rolling Thunder coming out for the retake. The spike planted, reverse rolling thunder as well, just to buy time. But Boom Esports, they have to flood the site. The aftershock, he's trying to delay. He gets one, he gets two, Shiro headshots across with the Phantom. The spray transfer is impeccable. Scary will clear out the site. Blaze King, he's done it before. Trying to isolate. No, he cannot win the second duel against Crazy Guy, and Bleed, third round on the board.
And it's all about movement, all about the positioning, right? Look at how this retake goes through. Boom, I mean, I think they were a little bit read by Bleed with how they wanted to go in with the utility, the ultimates, and Bleed were just waiting for it. As soon as they peeked out, as soon as they went through, and the tiny duels at the end of it, they might not have expected Shiro to pick up those kills, but towards the end, Blaze King with Crazy Guy, the tiny bit of a shimmy just throws off that final shot. So again, great play from Bleed just to hold a bit of momentum, fighting it back.
Man, and Blaze King, yeah, he does what he can there, but guess what? We're moving right on into the next round. Once again, Bleed trying to answer back on this aggression. Okay, so they commit the slow orb, and Famous, he dashes above though. Juicy, he's a little stuck. Severine jumps right above on those steps to look over the barrier orbit. Juicy just has not had a good time trying to get planted into rubble. He hasn't found much success.
And this was a setup, a play that Bleed used in their game against Bonkers. Now this time read fully by Boom. They know that they can dump a lot of players just to clear out Juicy. Without that head, it's going to be a little bit tougher for Bleed to go in with retakes, to go in with duels. So now a bit of control, and they get to rotate back around. So many options still left up for Boom.
Yeah, they even have Blaze King holding on to that operator, just holding in B main as well. Now, they hear the aggression coming out from Bleed, but Severine's still stuck up here above the smoke. They don't realize he had that angle to just peek out across. Now Crazy Guy down. You already heard extra footsteps. You already heard Tiny Door being broken. Boom Esports has no reason to stay in A. And guess what? Do they know that Blaze King is here? He suspects at least one person. We gotta go back. Okay, the op shot is good. Right on time. Thank you, observers. Now the door opened up. They caught the rotation. B site, free for the taking.
Darian right around the corner too. He could peek out just to eliminate the spike planter.
But look at the plant location, right? They're well aware of this. They don't take that risk. Sure, they're covering each other, but they say no reason to drop any more weapons, no reason to give more ult doors over to Darian. That lockdown could still be a menace in future rounds. And Bleed, it looks like it's going to be a save. They're already too far apart. It's a 2v5 onto a tough site already for the retake. Now the question is, Boom Esports, you have a couple members with some extra credits. Do they push out eventually for the hunt?
I think they could, but also just trying to play it safe with the operator. Looking at their post-plant positions, how they secured every exit, now cover and movement as they go back towards pillars. Bleed are just trying to stay as far away as possible from Boom. Just keep him back on towards the C site. Yeah. I mean, the way that these rounds are going through, it's a lot of presence on the A area of the map, and that's precisely where Boom wants to draw attention to. Bleed might just kind of fall towards a bit of mental conditioning as well because of this.
Well, yeah, I mean, we already see it, right? With them pulling out these plays that they've shown here and there over by Rubble. But even that not working out, Boom says, okay, we're ready for it. And Boom's had great reads round to round. I think that's the important thing. The rounds where they read that Bleed's pushing out of A, they're ready for it. When they try to push out of C, they're ready for it again. They counter the one way with having Blaze King already swing out wide. Things like that just shows that the prep so far in the first half of map 1, I would say goes in favor of Boom.
Oh my goodness, and this is one of the first times that you only see Lagia call timeouts whenever there's something that desperate that needs to be corrected. And that just says a lot to how well Boom is playing this map. Like you talked about it, they are covering so many parts of the map. They are countering so many of Bleed's plays that sometimes even with the way that they were trying to perhaps cut noise with that Carver blocking off stairs, it's almost a bit of a question mark for Bleed at times. Are Boom still committing towards this site? And that's why I think we saw Crazy Guy Neff starting to push out, but that's also where they got punished.
Yeah, the biggest question is okay, you can choose not to fight at Rubble. That part's fine. But then if you hang back, again, with the Sage composition, you're kind of giving that A ult orb for free. And then on top of that, the C ult orb always in danger for the attackers to take, unless you get that first kill with the one-way smoke. So I think what Bleed's trying to do here is maybe stretch themselves a little too thin, right? Commit one way or the other, and now we're seeing that. Four-man stack, Fault Line and Paranoia at the ready. They not only want to plant Juicy, it looks like they might even want to push out of Rubble. Countdown Now down to 5 seconds. The barriers will go down. Is Boom aware of this after the timeout from Bleed Esports? Boom, nothing too different just yet. Okay, they're just taking the ult orb away early on, but Paranoia hits, and Famous is already taking control of Rubble. Bleed Esports, you're kind of in a tight spot right now. They do plant Scary into the smoke. Famous has no idea. Scary's the wild card here. Crazy Guy's gonna go for the peek. The trade comes in from Neff. Scary's still unspotted, and now Bleed, at the cost of Crazy Guy, have finally found a response to the Rubble default here from Boom Esports.
It takes 4 players to pull that off. Scary, such a looming presence. Boom back off, and Juicy actually pushes up front to call it clear. So now they know they don't have to worry about the A site. If anything, Bleed, they're the ones who have to watch out.
Well, Bleed,
King, okay,
yeah,
safe.
Yeah, here's the thing though, Bleed, because of the ability of taking out the enemy jet, and like you mentioned, Juicy planted in Rubble, they can all rotate over to see, okay, the fake, but Juicy's not shaken because guess what? You've still got 2 or 3 of your teammates. Juicy's good for 1. Can he get a second? No, he cannot. The reset does not snowball in, but this calls for the rotate. Bleed, they have to make a choice. You can see that they're flustered. They say, well, maybe it still was a fake, maybe it wasn't. Enough time, just enough time, in fact, from Boom to climb back into C site. And guess what? Darian, he's all alone. He cannot try to force this peak here. Has to wait for his teammates. You've still got the fault line coming back. Have another flashpoint as well.
One thing is, though, they planted so far deep into the site, so it comes down to how they hold these post-plant positions. You can't not really hold it out from Mount.
Yeah, I mean, they're kind of scared of their flank, too. It looks like they do have Berserks watching the back. But with the operator, Bleed, so much homework to do to try to break into Elbow right now in the site. Blaze King, he peeks out again. He doesn't find his target, but it's going to be Shiro who gets the first kill, but Neff breaks open the site. And now from Waterfall, Scary comes in for support. The defuse is getting stuck. He's trying to kill the diffuser, but half already done. More than enough time for Scary to bring that round home. 4-6. It's starting to get a little close for comfort if you're Boom Esports.
It's one of those things that I'm really curious and really worried about. They had an option to plant for Mount and maybe to play out from backside, because from that position, that operator would have been effective. However, just going that much deeper in, you're working with an operator at a slightly disadvantaged angle, right? You are trying to thread the needle, and you only have that little time to react to it. And at the same time, if you whiff your shot, your opponents get to push deeper in. The operator kind of loses its effectiveness. So it came down to that duel, and Neff came out huge.
Oh, yeah, just massive double kill to open up the site on the retake. Now Juicy keeping that operator for himself. The Seeker's being used early. Boom Esports says the tempo's worked for us before. Famous once again jumping over the Nano Swarm to make sure tempo stays on their side. He's cleared out the site. They're pushing the Trailblazer out into Waterfall as well. The Seekers to continue. So enough time bought. This time Planet safe on default for Mound. 4 people outside of the site though. I'm a little worried about this because while the spam could be good, if Famous dies a little too early, Bleed have a nice opening for the retake. The Paranoia is good. Famous, he just needs to buy time. He's good for 1. He's fully flashed, but he's just trying to stay alive. Around the Cloudburst, he clears out Juicy as well. The Resurrection's coming in, but Famous gets a 3rd. And Scary, he might get a kill here and there. And Crazy Guy is trying to push out, but the Rolling Thunder to make sure that the round is locked down for Boom Esports. Bleed, do you commit further? You don't have much time. No, they say we got to save the operator where we can.
And Aftershock for good measure as well. I mean, they did plant Famous in there just as a bit of a fail-safe, right? Maybe he gets 1 or 2, and maybe not. But if anything, they get the information that there is that push coming through, and then the Rolling Thunder comes out. Even an Aftershock for good measure. Boom, they read that. They played that to perfection. They made use of the tools at their disposal. And it comes down to how fast the C site hit actually came through. You can see that Bleed were trying to set up for a bit of a retake. However, that's not something that you can always pull off against such a fast team like Boom Esports. Now, Juicy pulling out his own operator, though.
Yeah, just being carried over by Darian from the previous round. And of course, we saw it over from Blaze King, buying up another one for themselves here on the last round for Boom Esports on attack. They're pushing the tempo again. It's worked for them so well. It's really allowed Famous to play a great entry fragger role here for Boom Esports. He's been good for a couple kills. Okay, the Blazer just even put pressure. He pushes in, gets the right click, and that's all he needs, because now he's with the pressure in that he could always push back out with the rifles. Once again planted for Mound. And look at the map. BlazeKing, he has control of B if he ever wanted to go for a deep flank. I don't think he will. Okay, Famous dies a little early. The Rolling Thunder comes in, and now it's crazy guy, but he cannot capitalize on it. Severine right up in his face. Okay, the defensive lockdown just to force them away, but they should still have an angle from the back of Mound. Should just be able to peek out right over it. Meanwhile, Shiro's close, and BlazeKing, he's gonna get a kill with the Nano Swarm as well.
And then getting detained at the end, but not a problem. I mean, such an unbelievable play. You talk about picking up the tempo, and boom, just show us how high of a tempo they can reach. You have Famous going for these huge entry frags, going off of the Blade Storm and just using the right click to secure even a single frag. It keeps Bleed at bay for one fraction of a second. And then they continue to go off of the retake. Bloom just continue to hold out back. They had Nano Swarms. They had everyone holding out from outside of Mound. And of course, that tap off the Rolling Thunder being connected. It's just great plays, great reads, and great holds coming up from Boom after they get the spike planted.
Yeah, I mean, that first half was quite the flash of a second here as Boom Esports kept up the pressure against Bleed Esports. Now Bleed, we saw during the draft, it eventually goes to even if we go to map 3. They haven't played it this tournament. Neither have they played Split or Ascent. So a lot of these more traditional maps they've been avoiding here for better or worse. But guess what? So far on Lotus, it looks like they might not even have a chance to get to Haven because Boom Esports is just not stopping at anything.
Yeah, and if you think about how Pearl goes as well, that's another scary map because that is one of Bleed's strongest maps after all. Juicy on the Reyna, Darren on the Jets. You always want to watch out for that, but we'll save that for later. Right now, it's an 8-4 scoreline. Not the worst thing in the world. Bleed can still come back from this, and it all starts with that pistol. Now that they're on the attack, though, I don't know how well this Sage setup can work out because it requires you to push that deep into the deeper parts of the map in order to make use of your wall.
Personally, if I'm looking at Bleed's side of the game, Quack, I'm hoping to see them focus a bit more on the C side, right? Because Boom Esports with the composition on the A side, they could still put on the same type of pressure that they did on attack, but they can't keep it as well around Rubble. So curious to see what will happen here in the second half. Of course, during pistols, a lot of teams sometimes favoring to go for different defaults, and that seems to be the case here for Bleed as they have 2 members standing back watching for aggression across the middle and east side of the map.
That's the thing about the Bleed attack. They operate as a unit. Everyone sticks together. If someone peeks out, they will be able to secure an isolated frag. But that's why Boomer plays so safe, so defensive.
Yeah, Juicy just trying to capitalize on the kill, but they haven't quite committed yet. The alarm bot cleared, and the right click is good from BlazeKing. He knew exactly where that Cloudburst Tailwind combo was coming through. And the aggression, it's been stopped entirely. Dead in its tracks. Bleed, no way to push their way through. Okay, BlazeKing, oh, that's dangerous from both sides, but they will both stay alive, and he's even drawn out more utility from Bleed. It's just going to be allowed to come in as the barrier orb is trying to buy time here for Bleed Esports, but Berserk comes out from Evan and he gets triple right in a row as that allows timing for Shiro to come out and clean up the site. 9-4 lead here for Boom.
Multiple parts of the map has been blocked off and controlled, right? And first of all, you got the C side. Yes, they got a little bit of a damage dealt towards Famous, but all that was information to prepare BlazeKing to counter Juicy's Tailwind. And as soon as Bleed tries to rotate back around, you have Berserk, who was just waiting on the B side for that perfect trap. Now, they're of course going to buy up, but Bleed with the force. Now that is interesting.
Yeah, without the plant either. I mean, perhaps feeling the pressure because it is on the attacker side. They should still be able to snowball this if they can get the round win. And they're not stopping at anything. And that's what you need if you're going to force buy like this. Now, a bit of a mishap there with the fault lines. Juicy gets stunned just a tad bit, but he will help clear the site for the time being. The barrier orb just soaking up a lot of those sprays coming out from the Spectre. Juicy, can he get the kill? He gets the spray down through the smoke. And now, position to exit back, takes out the Trailblazer, slow orb buying time. Bleed, they might want to push out a waterfall here just to try to expand. 1-for-1 trade, but it's not going to be enough information as Boom Esports still has Crossfire in both sides of the retake. All down to Darian. One stinger. Now he can't even get the kill onto BlazeKing. It was so low. 4 HP left.
Even swapped over onto a Ghost, just holding some of these angles with the way that Bleed tried to fend them off. The slow orb first, just deeper in towards defender spawn, right? But after it dissipates, Boom can just simply overwhelm them with numbers. Of course, Bleed kind of anticipated it, but then again, you have to think about firepower. Those Spectres, those Stingers, they weren't quite able to hold out against this full might from Boom.
Well, surely we slow things down in this next round, because I would also like to catch my breath. But no timeout, though, but just going to slow things down. I mean, we're just looking at Sheriffs and Marshals here on the side of Bleed, not even half armor across the board. Can't quite afford it if they want to look long-term into map 1. It's still not map point for Boom Esports. You have to remember that there's always such a massive difference between 10, 11, and then potentially 12 to get to map point. Aggression not being shown from either side. Just some far back Trailblazers and Guiding Lights on the side of Boom Esports. But Berserks, yeah, he has to continue with this jump piece because he used that utility so early.
Still, though, now he hears those sounds, and his team is rotating over. A very careful default hold from Boom because it's up to Bleed to actually press this issue, right? They're the ones with a slightly weaker buy, and they're trying to rush through.
Yeah, the paranoia is perfect into the vault line as well. That opens up for Scary. He gets 2, and now the weapon pick up the Spectre. And Severine still hiding out, though. He's in drop with the Bulldog. He gets 1, isolating 1v1s. And the jump right click coming out from Crazy Guy. 1v1. Blaze King at full health, though, and Crazy Guy had no idea where to look. Blaze King saving what could have been a disastrous round for Boom Esports.
A bit of a forward leap, and yes, Crazy Guy did manage to, turn the tide just for a second. But then again, with the weapons that they had, with the positioning from Blaze King coming up from behind, I don't think they really anticipated that. So it just went through to how, I guess, Boom kind of funneled Bleed towards this site. Yes, Scary got an incredible shot. But once again, numbers overwhelming. Boom Esports kind of reading them and just preparing for their site push. It comes down to this round.
Yeah, Boom Esports, if they can get to map point on the head-to-head buy round here. All right, just old door being picked up here by Bleed. They're trying to look long-term, playing the macro game. However, they gave up space on Mound. They know this. They want to fight back, and they will succeed. Juicy takes down Famous. Territory regained here for Bleed.
Yeah, Boom kind of just has to control themselves, right? Because, again, this is how Bleed operates on their attacking side. All 5 together, they were waiting for a bit of a potential push, and it worked out great. Now the rotations have been bought over onto the C site, and guess what? Bleed now has a free site. It's that perfect wall orb just to block off stairs. All they have to worry about now is perhaps Heaven, maybe drop, maybe the rotating door if you want to look behind.
Yeah, I mean, that, of course, you still have the alarm bot available as well. Should come back online as we see Darian kind of stepping back towards Tree. Now the fault line coming in just to try to open it up, and Severine's actually going to be able to sneak right in. He's in the middle of the site, and the Aftershock should lock them up with the stun. Crazy Guy gets hit, but he stays alive with 35 health, continuing to heal himself back up, and it's just going to be Blaze King. He's done some crazy moments before. Oh, man. Crazy Guy was very low, so Blaze King gets the kill, but Scary was in rubble already.
Yeah, and that whole retake scenario, yes, they fought fire with fire, just dropping off from Heaven, trying to find whatever they could. Blaze King slowly making his way through Tiny Door. Scary had already pushed so far deep into rubble that they could always count on that last contingency plan. And you look at how some of these duels go out, right? It's just this positioning, the post-plant position coming out from Bleed. They always do this, hiding on the site, a bit of a one-and-done positioning. And you have someone to bank him out, holding out from Tree as well.
Well, Rolling Thunder available here for Neff on Bleed, but of course, Shiro 1 point away as well. But a bit of a half buy, and Boom Esports trying to capitalize an amazing flash, but there's just way too many targets. Severine can't pick and choose. He only gets 1. Shiro, only 1 for himself as well. And Boom Esports down to 2 members with Sheriffs only in hand. Famous can't get the first shot. Juicy answers right back, and Blaze King, I mean, this time, surely, with the Sheriff, it looks very difficult. And worst case, Darion's got his lockdown, if it really comes to that. I'm sure he doesn't want to use it, But hey, you're 6 rounds behind. You got to do what you need to do if push comes to shove.
I am keeping my eye on those ultimates, though, because the next few rounds will be very, very important. That said, still on to Blaze King, and looking at how Bleed are holding this, it's a triple stack. As soon as he peeks out, they might rush into him. If he goes in to check them in, he's basically dead. So he doesn't want to give away any more ultimate points. He's probably looking to die to the spike. And that's going to be the whole round.
Yeah, and I love the setup there from Bleed as we hear shrieks of joy in the audience as Bleed tries to climb back into Lotus, but there's still a little ways to go.
And that's what I want to keep my eye on. As soon as the screen comes back, you can see 4 ultimates on Bleed's side versus the 3 coming out from Boom. I mean, this was a save round from Boom, and they were just looking to get whatever they could. And what they got was a couple of ultimates, Shiro's Rolling Thunder, which is very useful for retakes. And that's the game plan that I want to see coming out from these guys. So far, they've been trying to go for active map control outside of C and A, and then they get punished because Bleed are just waiting for it. Now that Bleed has this many ultimates, though, they can go in for some setups, some executes of their own, and then it's just going to be a whole back-and-forth gameplay.
All right, so Boom, they go for the heavy commitment over in the A side. That allows him to get the ult for the Seekers as well. And Bleed actually just going to happily use their own Rolling Thunder. Boom Esports is fine with this one as long as Blaze King stays alive and he gets the headshot. Oh, Bleed, they're starting to reconsider why they use that Rolling Thunder early. They do not have control of the back of sight. The Seekers are coming in from behind as well. The choke, and then the choke from both sides. The Rolling Thunder used from the defense. Spike does get planted, but Bleed Esports, they have to push out one way or the other. They're kind of stuck in the middle of nowhere trying to defend the spike. Ooh, crazy guy holding on to Mound. There's another one. Meanwhile, in the side, Blaze tries to open it up. Nep with the spray for 2, but Berserk and Severine, they even things out. Berserk has to come back to join. No, it's too late. Down to a 1v2. The pop flash. No, he's just going to send it deep, but he does not check his left side. A 4K for Neff. And now it's 7 points. Getting real close, Quack.
Very, very close. I mean, it forced out ultimates from both sides. However, with Darren just playing it a little bit safer, he managed to hold on to it for that retake scenario. It kept Boom at bay, and of course with Neff actually playing and pivoting around the site. The way that he positions himself, it's great for the way that he duels off the Vandal.
Okay, yeah, we do have the lockdown still available for Blaze King, and all right, it's gonna be a timeout. I was wondering when it was gonna happen, because both teams, I mean, you gotta imagine, when you look at pro games, I think one of the things that's hard to grasp is just how much pressure is on the players in the server, right? Especially when tempo's this fast. Even for us who get to watch the minimap, it's hard to keep track of everything that happened. But if you're the IGL, or if maybe you don't really have a dedicated IGL, but you're calming all the time, you need to have players who are keeping track of all of this despite the chaos.
And that's what the coach does. They can see, that's what the coaches do. They can see everything from that third person's perspective. So sometimes shedding a little bit of light on how you're playing, how your opponents are playing, you could find ways to work off of it. However, just a bit of a camera shot onto Scary, and the entire crowd is rumbling Will, the last shining star of Thailand, and everyone wants Bleed to succeed.
I mean, he's already made a name for himself globally, right? That just speaks miles to what he's accomplished. And now he is that last hope for Thailand to continue to gain some extra representation, trying to claim his spot once again, taking his place. That's the goal here for Bleed Esports and Scary. They want to get into VCT Pacific. Of course, they would still have to go through Scars, either one of these teams, in fact. And just a quick hit onto C-Mount. Once again, it's just an outdoor play. They've been doing this time and time again, waiting for the aggression on the other side of the map, and now they will regroup for that 5-man movement.
Pesky 5-man movement is so tough to work your way around that unless you somehow read where they are on the map and have some beautiful stuns or something to crowd control them. However, that's not very likely. Boom, they have to spread themselves thin.
Yeah, and you know, they're just going for mostly kind of long-range fights with the Sheriffs and Guardians. So get picks where you can seems to be the name of the game. Okay, we do see the Blaze Storms for Famous. He's going to try to walk through this on a tempo. He can't get the first kill, though, and Juicy's already taken off Berserks. Famous, he's stuck in the site. He hides in, okay, he hides in the enemy's Cloudburst for just a bit. Bleed They're going back and forth. They're flip-flopping just a bit, but now with the Barrier Orb, they should be able to peek through. Crazy Guy with a nice peek out, gets him through the wall. Shiro trying to stay alive, but he's only good for one. The Guardian, you can't spray that one. All single fire for you. Blaze King didn't spot him down below. He was way too focused on his own crosshair. Severine, I mean, the Stinger, you can get one, but you kind of have to isolate these 1v1s somehow.
Okay.
Just mind games? Well, Crazy Guy says, just in case. Insurance policy with the Phantom gets the headshot.
I mean, his teammates around the sides as well. Scary just watching the other dark cover. Of course, Crazy Guy with the spam is the one who got that final bit, but such an incredible fast play. It's almost a little bit weird how Famous wanted to peek out with that such an aggressive play, trying to tailwind back. He wasn't able to find anything. And it begs the question, like, what was that timeout called for? Was this the exact setup, or is it for the next round?
It has to be for this one, right? The way they were set up earlier, just long-range peeks, trying to get one pick or two. Now you've got the operator on Famous. He's been planted in Mound, and they just all leave. It's just the operator holding down C site. He repositions for a potential exit plan into site. Meanwhile, Nano swarms to buy time over on B. Shiro on standby with the fault line potential aftershock as well. Guiding lights being used on the other side on A. So Boom Esports, they're starving for information, but this also means all guiding lights now on cooldown. They only really have that Triller, so even going to use it just before the 1 minute mark to try to gain some information.
Does buy a bit of time though.
Oh,
rotating door.
But that spots the operator. So now they know, okay, let's not rush into C for sure. Let's go into A. Meanwhile, Juicy was hidden during that rotating door. Curious to see how that works out. Severine with the Judge in the dark cover. They suspect that they jump in, but the Judge does not stop for anything. Spike down, Severine getting a bonus for his troubles.
Oh.
The Nano Swarm just to shove him out. They know he was tagged. He runs away, he stays alive. Now B site, the Nano Swarms were used up to try to block off Juicy. They got contact earlier, but the operator's here. Oh no, Famous does not realize Juicy's already in.
30 seconds.
30 seconds on the clock. Blaze King trying to stop it as best as he can. Cannot reset for the kill onto Crazy Guy. Shiro, he brings out his rifle just in time, but the res. Juicy gets out with a sliver of his life. Bleed, they want to run even further. They want to get to safety, and that allows the timing for Scary to find unsuspecting members rushing for the rotate. 1v3, Shiro, can he bring Boom Esports to match point? Now, everyone on Bleed Esports also not full health. Does have a Phantom, the best weapon for the job in this moment, but look at the plan, look at these angles. Oh, there's just too many to care for, and Scary whips out from elbow.
Just peeking off contact from each other. Such a classic textbook play, and it works a treat. 9-11. Will, this is now 5 or maybe even 6 rounds, one in a row from Bleed Esports. The way that they're working around this, some of the aggression coming through, some of the trust in their teammates, despite how low the timer gets. This is a team that does it all. Boom, on the other hand, you think about that timeout being called by Coach Meow a couple rounds ago, and it was meant for this moment. They spread themselves thin, and again, you talked about that Sky Utility being thrown out. They do the same thing again.
Yeah, here's the thing. They know that they can't hold on to Rubble in a guaranteed way, right? At the end of the day, it's peak for peak. Hold that thought, though. Rolling Thunder comes in. Neither team wants to slow down on this map. Bleed, they flood the site. They know it should be clear with the Rolling Thunder, but they do not overextend. Drop not quite cleared. A slow orb just buying time on Heaven. They have the better weaponry. Now, they're not quite sure of the half-buy coming out from Boom Esports, but they have a suspecting idea. Juicy, he's going to wait for another peek coming out. Oh, he saw the legs, but he cannot find the crosshair, and Juicy's going to have to run away after getting tagged up quite a few bits.
Just by a bit of space. Now they'll be able to push up front, but Bleed still right around the corner.
And Juicy walks back into the smoke just in time to take out Severine. Neff on the other side, but the defuse, oh no! They hear it and they suspect it right away. Off with the Cloudburst, and Bleed now catching up to 10 rounds. 1 round difference, and Boom Esports is not yet at map point.
What is this crazy comeback from this team? Just plays on top of plays. Boom, we're trying to funnel them through. Boom, we're trying to get a little bit proactive with some of these pushes, but then here comes Bleed just rushing onto the A site. They block things off. They hold out the post-plant positions, and despite Severine trying to go off of drop, it's just Juicy and the way that he works around the map.
Yeah, Boom needs an answer for this A side, right? They've been using so much utility to basically not be able to keep control. Blazeking, that was a bit of a wide jump, but he gets out with full health. Only that half armor was bought here for this round. Now Bleed, they creep up. They want to clear out this Killjoy utility. Oh, but BlazeKing says, well, you'll pay for your troubles. The Champions Vandal lighting up as BlazeKing tries to make sure that Boom Esports crosses that finish line. Turret on contact, Berserks. He peeked out. He finds information that Juicy has made it in. BlazeKing's just holding through on the paranoia. He gets one. Just allows Juicy to live with his life. But Neff, meanwhile, gets one kill for the trade as well.
And now Shiro holding and pivoting around the B side. If they peek off of him, he needs to be able to keep them off.
Well, the Rolling Thunder set up for Severine here, but scary.
Oh, the hops.
Yeah, he just silently hops across, and the paranoia. The Rolling Thunder should lock him up in place. Shiro gets that kill. Severine peeks off of it as well. Boom Esports returning the favor on these trades on contact. They had no idea Darion was there, but now they do. Spike stranded in the site. He's fault lined. And Boom Esports, quite frankly, no reason to peek out. Over, under, and right side, a triangulated setup here. There's going to be way too many targets for Darion to pick up. Oh, BlazeKing's like, just in case he's rotated over. Oh, whoa. Darion. He's just going to run away, try to fake that out, see if they chase through. He's trying to capitalize on that impatience, but Boom. I mean, this time it's BlazeKing still alive. Oh no, Darion gets killed, but no time. And this was the setup. Shiro had already been running away to make sure that the round was secured. A little bit messy, but guess what? A win's a win.
A win is a win. It's not just any win. It brings them to match point, but still, you have to think how crazy smart that was coming out from Darion. Breaking the door, trying to sell a fake, and then also jiggling back and forth. So safe, so careful. This is what you have in the making of a great player. At the same time, though, with the way that Boom are working their way around the map, it's kind of smart with how they were trying to hold. You have to think the past couple rounds, just so much mental conditioning onto the A site just to set up on C.
Well, Boom Esports, you've got the Seekers this time around. Can that come to... Oh, BlazeKing! 5 HP. He's going to get healed up by the regen coming out from Berserk's Sky, and that'll top him off for now, but of course no armor left, only 100 hit points.
And also, I mean, just given how Boom's economy looks right now, if they lose this one, we could very well be going into overtime famous. It all comes down to him. He gets the shot, he tailwinds away.
And he's trying to fake out that he hasn't left yet. He actually gets a second through the smoke while he does go down. Enough damage done. Severine, if you can just hold time, it should be map for Boom Esports. But Bleed, they're opening up their options. They're creeping towards Tiny Door. They still have a minute. They understand this. They're not going to rush it. This is why Bleed is considered the favorites for a lot of people. They will not get impatient when it matters most. They cut noise once again. Slow creep in. Boom Esports. Everyone spread out apart, just waiting for contact, waiting to peek out when it's needed. The Guiding Light gets the tag, and there's the paranoia, but they all dodge it, and Darion will get the reverse peek. Only 30 seconds left. Berserk is just trying to delay the plant because they have B control. Oh, but this lockdown being used on stairs. Bleed, they know how desperate they need this round, and Boom says, okay, let's just give that up. No reason to rush in. Bleed wants us to come into the site.
It's not impossible for a retake, though. They still have some pieces of utility to work off of. Shiro with the flashpoints. Now he's going in for it. Look at how far back Bleed are, though, and scary again towards Rubble.
Yeah, he's going all the way back around in case they try to come at a different angle. But here we go, another flashpoint still left. Juicy gets one kill, Darion gets another, and Darion with 3 for the round. Boom Esports will not finish map 1 just yet. Bleed says we still have more Lotus to play tonight.
Such an extensive setup on the A side. You watch it happen every single round that they go to this spot. You have players watching out from tree, you have another one from the other side of stairs, and then scary layers on top of layers. Despite such a good hold coming out from Famous, that one lockdown earned from the previous round that Darion had changed it all. The tides have turned.
And again, this is that mental conditioning, right? That lockdown's used, and Boom says, well, they might be baiting us in. Let's not do this. Let's just, reset, make sure we can group up. And quite frankly, textbook-wise, that was the right play. That was the right play, but they couldn't win the initial duels. Now, Bleed, They want to slow things down. And you mentioned this earlier. They don't call timeouts for nothing. This is how much it means to them to try to get that set point lead as they try to push this into overtime. They don't want to waste this opportunity.
However, at the same time, this timeout is one that Boom can use. Meow is communicating at the same time. The only thing is, they don't have the best buys in this final round, Will. It's overtime or bust. And Bleed can very well take us through.
Well, let's take a look. What does the shopping result look like here for Boom Esports? Oh, just continuing on with a back-to-back timeout here. Of course, that can happen, so we'll have to wait and see what the eventual result is. But, you know, these are the situations where you're like, well, hold up. Like, what did we just talk about? Do we reverse that? Because, like, they were thinking the same thing. And you can see the players just kind of chuckling as well. I mean, we saw how heated Blaze King was getting. He wants nothing more than to serve the same dish once again to Bleed, to deny that opportunity. It would mean so much for him to continue on carrying his team forward into the grand finals here at VCT Ascension Pacific.
Just think about it, right? Next year, if either one of these teams make it through, yes, we still have Scars on the other side, but what if you got Scary playing up against Talent Esports? What if you got Boom Esports playing up against RQ? There's so many storylines that we could write, and it all starts with this series, this round.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a lot of personal history. And Scar's kind of the odd one out, right? They're kind of the new kid on the block in terms of entering this Tier 1 scene or even having a chance to do so. But of course, they're the ones who made it to the Grand Finals first. So we're still a couple steps away looking at the buys. Well, at least my favorite weapon is there, the Bucky, here for Blaze King. Wouldn't want it on any other player today. But yeah, you're right, Quack. It doesn't look good. The Guardian for Shiro, his aim's been good, but again, when Bleed come in as 5, it's not going to be as useful.
And Neff has a Rolling Thunder. Coach Meow, what did you say? What does Boom have in their bags? Can they pull it out right now? Because Bleed are coming in them with full force.
Oh, well, Blaze King, he did get hit, but he's holding close. Meanwhile, you have Berserks pushing forward, trying to get contact with the Stinger initially. Blaze King is trying to stay alive. He's taking damage, but the Bucky just needs one hit close quarters. And Bleed says, hold on, we're seeing a lot of opposition. We know they can't do full buys. Let's not rush into this. Bleed, they're thinking 2 steps ahead.
Oh, hold that. Famous is going in for it.
He doesn't get the kill, but he's done a lot of damage. He can't quite get it afterwards either, but a lot of damage done over onto Neff, Crazy Guy, and Scary. They're now trapped in B. Meanwhile, Juicy, he gets the kill onto Berserks. He hears the rotating door. He's waiting for Severine, and he gets the kill off screen as well. Now it's just down to 3 members of Guardian, a Bucky, and Spectre. What can they do? On B side, Bucky with 1 kill, but Famous can take it down, and now it's all down to Blaze King. We are going to overtime between Boom Esports and Bleed Esports.
Second series of the day. Such a big match. And you just have the coaches kind of fighting at each other as well. Bleed pushing us into overtime. Off of the timeouts. They knew they had the Rolling Thunder. They executed onto A just to rotate quickly on towards B. They pulled those rotations away from Boom.
Yeah, Bleed just had the upper hand across the front here, right? And it all started with that econ management. Of course, they kind of had a good read on what the setup would be. Now we go into overtime. No operators to be seen this time around. But ladies and gentlemen, I mean, just to put this into perspective, it was 11-4 for Boom Esports. Komodo's been standing by for the past 20 minutes to try to break down a round. He thought the game was over, but no, it's far from it. And once again, we start at full speed. Juicy, he hasn't been able to hold it, and once again, he cannot. The push from Boom is just too strong as Famous gets the spray transfer, clears out the site. He even goes all the way into heaven. He knows what the mission is. He is feeling it. Famous with 3 in the round already. The spike goes down. And Blaze King, he's returned. The alarm bot spots him, and he will clean it up. A flawless as we kick off overtime.
Just stand up, you know, put your hand to your ear. What are you listening for? And it's those footsteps. I mean, as soon as Bleed tries to go in for their patented A-side push on the defense, it doesn't quite work out because you got Famous feeling awoken, fearless, pushing out deeper in.
Now, can he do the same on defense? We saw him do it time and time again on the attacking half, but listen, that wasn't where Boom had problems. It was the second half. Meanwhile, this is also where Bleed felt rejuvenated, and Bleed says, all right, it's Odin time. Odin's on both sides, in fact. Now, this should give a bit of an opening for Severine, and this is why we see Boom. They're actually playing a little bit further off contact from Rubble. They say we don't need to rush it because we have Severine waiting in A link. The turret's still watching the entrance from B main as well. Oh, if you hear that tap. Oh, and he just goes for it, gets so much damage in. Avoids the Odin again, and he finds the Tracers. Oh my goodness, Bleed. They're the ones bleeding right now in this overtime. Crazy Guy down to 10 HP. Neff also quite scratched up. Juicy, no armor left.
They're just feeling that pressure. You fought so hard for this moment, but then you got tagged up. A tiny mistake and you could just lose it. Darian trying to keep it together, pushing through, trying to eliminate some of these Killjoy utility presence. And they have to fall back. They're cutting noise again.
Yeah, but this means Boom, they now know the game plan. They know that they could rotate, so they've already sent Famous. He's already cleared out Mount. He's already pushed all the way in. They still have Severine watching B as well. They know it has to be A site. The Nano Swarm now planted next to the rotating door. It's all about drawing out time. Severine, he creeps forward, he finds one, and he sprays out for two. You've still got 68 rounds left, and he goes for another, not hit by the paranoia. There are just too many bullets as Boom Esports clears the site, and they will be able to take the first map win.
What is a reload? Just hold on to that Gatling gun, and it keeps Bleed at bay, keeps them bleeding. No recovery today. They almost made it through. They almost made such a big comeback, pushing us into overtime. But when it came down to that final round, Achilleos is going to have a field day with this one because you have two Odins sounding off, but then Boom are the ones getting the first wall bang.
But we saw it right there. You have to have a game plan even if you buy the Odin. Severine had the angle ready, and he was ready for the counter spray through the wall as well. He followed the Tracers, did so much damage, and then they sent Famous out to push out. This just showed us that after, when they were going into overtime, Boom had finally recollected what had happened in the second half. Where were we failing? Oh, we had no idea if they would rotate or not. So let's stop them in A, then check on a timing on C, and Boom Esports will close things out on Lotus.
And that's precisely right, Will. The way that's precisely what that Odin was bought up for. That's precisely why we saw Famous pushing outside of C. And Severine's so smart as well. After losing that first bit of contact, rotating back just to watch in case anyone did push up in towards B. Such a match, what a series, and this is just the first match.
Yeah, that's the crazy part.
I feel like it's been an eternity.
Well, only map one in a best of three, but I mean, this is what it takes. If you want to ascend, if you want to take your place, you got to be able to persevere through matches like these. And neither of these teams are strangers to this kind of scenario, but that's what makes it an even better match.
That's the thing, right? Both teams kind of battling their demons. You have to face against your past demons. You have to overcome them in order to ascend. And that's exactly what we're watching right now. But this is only map one. We talked about it. There's still map two. Before we go to that, though, we're going to toss it over to Komodo, who's been waiting up there to break down a couple rounds for us. Komodo, please take it away.
Thanks very much, guys. Yeah, been waiting a little bit longer for that one, but a good game, of course. And now with this one, I want to show you guys at home the immense teamwork and communication to come out from Boom to utilize Famous positionary on the Jet, but most importantly, Berserks with the Sky. So starting this one off here, what we're going to be able to see is on the round number 6, the light buy to come through from Boom with the blades that Famous is going to pop and the Seekers later for Berserks. But most importantly, as I zoom in towards the radar, what we're going to be seeing is where the guiding lights actually go with the smoke. So we're going to see a cloud burst go out here from Famous, and immediately that guiding light is just going to pop through the smoke to allow Famous to quickly get out towards Rubble and take space towards the rotating door at Tree. Meanwhile, as I play out this clip, we're going to see the first duel happen over in towards mid pillars, and we are actually going to see a trade come out removing Crazy Guy. So for Boom, they do not have to worry about his walls any longer in this round. Now, just quickly back onto the radar, as I mentioned, look who it is, Famous, already by himself, getting a very forward position. Moving on to a little bit later into the round, and we are going to see all of the Boom guys group up over towards the A side of the map. A fault line is going to rip on through to provide entry in towards tree, but what I want to highlight here is going to be up towards the tower. A start cover to go down, but just before that, we're going to see a guiding light be commed to go on through and pop just before the smoke blooms. Again, really great timing to come through on that one, and what that's actually going to do is force out the lockdown from Darion. On the back of that as well, Famous to just completely get in towards the site, take full control, and he's going to count 3 players on the side of Bleed over at this A site. And that is going to be one of the pivotal moments in this round for Boom, because they're going to call the audible. They're going to realize that 1, 2, 3 players just spotted out. You see Neff is going to die, Darion's here because of the lockdown, and then Juicy was spotted on that updraft. And what that is going to entail is the kill for Famous, and now things shift for Boom. They respect the lockdown, they're going to maneuver over towards the C side of the map, but they're going to leave Famous here at A to shift onto a lurk for himself. So now over to the later stage of the round, where we get an open C site. Here's Famous playing lurk. Here is a guiding light once again from Berserks to go into the site. This one's actually going to go to Waterfall. A dark cover into the site. It's completely clear. And this is one of the differences that we do see when you're running an agent that can get some information as opposed to Scary Guy and the roster that Bleed are running with their agents here, who can't really get information unless they're putting bodies to the fights. Again, the flank from Famous is something that we're going to be seeing here come in and going to be very crucial. But as I zoom back in towards the radar, look who's flanking on the other side. This doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things, because with the spike going down on towards default, we're going to have a Paranoia and an Aftershock extremely at the ready for Boom to protect the spike from going on the defuse from Bleed. Again, just really, really concise communication to come through from Boom in this round. And without the utilization of Berserk's flashes essentially in this round, timed to perfection, I might add, they wouldn't have been able to get this round done on the Eco variety. Everyone, thanks once again for joining me on the breakdown. I hope you learned something new here. But for now, we're going to look to go to a break, and when we return, more Valorant.
The world from the eye of the Horus. If you Alexander the Great, then I am the Lotus. Coming straight from the mud like I am a Lotus. So हाथियों का बल कैसे सकेगा तू मुझे रोका? देख तू कैसे मैं लड़ूं, तुम लोगों से ऐसे ना डरूं. करूं मैं जिससे मैं तरुण, पानी पे चलूं मैं जिससे मैं वरुण. चाहे मैं जीऊं या मरूं, जो करना चाहूं मैं वही तो करूं. आता है तू ना गरीब, तू बेटी चीप, जब तक कटे ना तेरी ये जीप. Better believe you're gonna bleed. Pick up a seat, get your team. I'm the king of kings. Brother in arms in a battle. You all gonna die if you act like a vandal. Bring the realms to reality from every angle. This is the public service announcement from Mumbai to the rest of the world. I am a Raja. I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना. तू मेरी तरफ आना. आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाज़ाना. ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना. 'Cause I am the Raja. 'Cause I am the Raja. I am the. 'Cause I am the Raja. Look in my eyes, what do you see? I'm more than average, man. I'm a maverick, I can grow flowers on a barren land. Break a mountain with my bare hands and step back and cause a literal avalanche. Should've been about it traveling.
Welcome back to VCT Ascension Pacific, and we are kickstarting today's series with an overtime. Honestly, it looked like it was out of Boom's control, especially on their defense, but they brought it back, taking the first map win. Now, gentlemen, I mean, we were kind of clutching our seats at certain moments during this game.
Yeah.
Wow, what a reaction.
Yeah.
To say the least.
He's playing it cool.
Because, I mean, it really looked like that they had absolutely screwed themselves and that they were just throwing, just choking as hard as humanly possible. It ends up going to overtime, but they clean it out, they close it out cleanly from there, is what I mean to say, by winning those initial 2 overtime rounds, not allowing for a reset. But that was a bit of a scary streak for a very long time there. It seemed like Boom, after getting to 11, just weren't going to be able to get over that finish line.
Yeah, it just seemed like Bleed needed to warm up a little bit. The defender side was kind of lackluster. I really got to highlight Blaze King here, who was absolutely nuts on that on that attacker side for the side of Boom. He had 3 rounds in a row where he had the first kill. He was 8-1 on first kills total. Just absolutely disgusting what he was able to do on these just solo holds. I mean, a lot of times it was just at long C, but in other directions as well. Just absolutely phenomenal there. As a Killjoy, but really it didn't matter what agent he was playing there. It was just incredible the way that he was able to really give Boom those early openings, those early round wins that allowed them to snowball that first half.
I do want to point out something that you raised in the green room at the halftime mark, Achilleos.
What was that?
It was the first time that we've seen Bleed being pushed.
Yeah, this was the worst performance that they've had at a starting half ever on Lotus. They had never been pushed to that 4 and 8 kind of score line. Previously, the worst was a 5 and 7, but it only happened once. Every other time that they played this map, which is quite a few times, it's always been a 6-6 or them in the lead. So this was a very surprising performance here from them to kick things off, to put themselves in that really big deficit. I mean, good effort to run it back, but as you can see, you know, some of their 4v5 conversions pretty decent considering there's 17 first kills for the side of Boom, and still Bleed managed to pick up 12-round wins here. So decent 4v5, but so consistently are they playing without a player, and that is not good.
Right, exactly. That's what's concerning me here for Boom going into the next map, a map that nobody wants to play Bleed on, that Bleed all-time is like 91% on. They've only lost it once in 2023, and that was to Scars in overtime in this event. So certainly this is concerning, but the only thing that concerns me about Bleed is the fact that they went for that force buy on the second half. I think that actually is what pushed this into overtime and allowed Boom to get the win. If they don't do that, who knows? You know, the butterfly effect and all that, we don't know for sure what could have come through, but I think that Bleed might have been able to take that map and therefore gone into Pearl with that extra wind in their sails, and then maybe you don't even have to go to map 3.
I mean, for Boom as well, I think that them finally being able to lock down at Lotus saves the series for them, because if Bleed come away with Lotus, just given the win record that we have been seeing from Bleed, their dominance on the map overall, you would suspect that this now becomes a 2-0. But now I think that the hype, the expectations of going to 3 is very much alive, so we could see that final map come through at the very end. Could be a very long day for us, but given the excitement levels that we've been experiencing in the green room, that the crowd has been experiencing out here, because good lord, they've been losing their minds.
Oh, God. It was insane.
It's so worth it for us to go to 3, and it would be a great way to go ahead and cap off these semifinals.
It's been absolutely infectious. We can hear it all the way backstage, how hyped the crowd is right now for these games. Look, I'm glad that Famous finally stepped up on defense. He was not looking too good, but in that overtime, that very last match, last 2 rounds.
Yeah, crazy performance from him. I mean, that dash in, spray down 2, updraft, dash again to get himself situated all the way back around towards the defender spawn. Great mobility and just great reactions being shown there from Famous, who in his own right also had just a stellar performance. 5 and 2 over when it came down to those first kills, first deaths. So he himself also having an incredibly strong performance. That impact was felt from pretty much the outset. Even at the beginning of the map, it was already a really good showing from him as a Jet, and it took Juicy a very long time to catch up.
Yeah, it was a beautiful play, and honestly a great way to end out that first map. And look, they're going to need that confidence, that momentum going into Pearl. Like you said, this is Bleed's map. Like, no one has defeated them on this except the one time by Scars. So what's it going to take for Boom to you know, take it away.
You can't be throwing these rounds where you get the first kills. I mean, you absolutely cannot have that happen on any side of the coin, no matter what the situation is. You know, especially with Blaze King being as dialed in, as fired up as he is, you cannot be faltering in those situations. So the protocol's got to stay in place. You know, a lot of times you were giving the opportunities for those multi-kills. Now, granted, again, once Bleed kind of started to come together, the utility started to flow together and all those other things, that they played really well. So I don't think there's anything out of the ordinary here with the agent selection, except, oh wait, no, there is. Boom is grabbing the Harbor and the Killjoy here, but anyway.
They have been showing it to us. So they have some reps with this Harbor in the composition, so this isn't the first time that we have seen this from the side of Boom, but the question is it going to be good enough to take down Bleed, who have been so very consistent on this map? They have their work cut out for them, but Bleed have been shown to now bleed. They have been defeated on this map. It's now known that they are not immortal. They can be defeated. The question is, has Boom studied that tape and seen what Scars was able to achieve on this map to then try to take them down? Because remember, Scars, obviously, you know, you have a very different composition coming out from those guys when they play on this map. They have that Phoenix from Crystal.
Right.
We're not seeing that here from Boom, so some different tools to work with to still try to get the same result.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's kind of the new meta, you know, comp for the Pearl, for the side of Boom versus sort of this very unique Reyna, Brimstone, and the Sova that comes in. So it is very unusual for Bleed, but that's part of what makes them so successful. And Juicy's Reyna is something to be feared, no doubt about it. The Brimstone gives you a lot of that post-plant presence, kind of similar in a lot of ways to like if you have a Phoenix with some of those mollies and those kind of things, but it's the extra layer of smokes as well that he brings in, you know, instead of an Astra maybe, right, for that post-plant kind of situation, you're giving yourself a slightly different variation of it, you know, no gravity wells, but you have the molly and the orbital strike then for the ult to really give you a lot of presence in those post-plant scenarios. So really, really excited to see Bleed once again on this map. I think, you know, this should, I would assume, bring us to map 3, but you never know. Boom was, you know, really coming out the gate swinging and managed to kind of resolve their issues at the end, right when it mattered most in overtime.
Yeah. I think at this point, especially going into Pearl, it's going to be down to the coaches if they've done their homework, if over watching both, you know, the opponents, their strategies, weaknesses, and what Bleed has been doing with their double duelist strat. But with that, I believe we are ready to go. We're going to go over to our casters, Quack and Will. And because it's so hype right now, we're gonna stay at the desk.
Yeah, we gotta wait a little bit here. Just a little bit of a tech thing going on here, guys. So we're getting into it. We're get everything fixed here quick. Sorry about all this. Hold with us for just a moment, everybody, as we get ready for this match. But man, so much pressure here for Bleed now. I mean, to think that, you know, the one time that Boom beat them, again, was LCQ last year. I mean, when it mattered the most, would Bleed crumble. You know, sure, they've been defeating them in some third-party tournaments and other moments, but now, once again, Bleed is on that precipice of potentially being knocked out by this Boom team, who just seems to be able to come over the line when it matters most.
I mean, when it comes down to just denying them access to Tier 1, it seems like that's when Boom is able to rally up, but we'll see if they're going to be able to get it done. This is going to be the big test. They barely managed to get their victory on their map pick of Lotus. If they can do it on Pearl, they absolutely deserve that spot in the Grand Finals.
That's right. This is the make or break moment. If Bleed does not step up, take this Pearl map, that is it. End of the road for them. But we are going to go into map 2 now between Boom and Bleed. Let's go over to our casters, Quack and William.
Boom, they close it out in map 1. Can they continue the momentum? And guess what? I know everyone says casters start game, but we can only do so if the desk gives it to us. So now that we've been given you know, the authority, we should be able to jump right into Pearl here on map 2. Are you pressing the right button? Because we want to get in. The fans here want to get in. Yes. Everyone watching from home wants to get in. Because this map alone is hype, right? This whole weird Reyna comp. Bleed's been so successful with it.
Yeah, The fans really love to watch the double duelist composition coming out from Bleed Esports, right? You have Juicy on the Reyna, Darian on the, of course, the Jet, and there's just so much that they're doing. And it's precisely because of how Scary supports them with his Brimstone, the Stim Beacon. They rush down B-Long, and it works out so well. However, now that we've got Boom Esports coming into the fray with their own double controller setup, it's the one that we've seen so much throughout Pacific. You got the Harbor, you got the Viper. It works out well. I wonder if either team is ready for this, because first of all, while the whole, Boom versus Bonkers game was going on yesterday, where they did play Pearl, I must remind you, Bleed was in the crowd. They were watching.
They were watching. It was Darion's birthday, and he was still here watching.
Because he loves Valorant.
Because he loves Valorant. He said it so himself in that pre-interview today with Mac, but let's wait and see. Did watching that game really bring Bleed prepared here? Now, I mean, this is one of those compositions where, you can say you studied it, but you don't really know what that tempo feels like until you face off against it yourself. I'm curious to see what Boom's ideas are here. Now, it looks like we do have the toxic screen, as we often do, over on B, ready for that retake and to deter a little bit from Boom and the Harbor to potentially push back out of A main if they see some aggression.
And that's what they're kind of positioned for. Bleed, on the other hand, though, we've seen their attacking side. Oftentimes it would be the B-Long, but now they're in towards B main, just taking it slow, gathering information. The air is tense, Will.
Yeah, and the drone gets the tag right away onto Shiro. This actually draws Famous away from B for a split second. Boom, they react a little bit haphazardly, but they say, okay, well, we haven't heard any further utility. We haven't heard any footsteps. They actually push back out with a guiding light, and this gives Boom Esports the information they need that it is very likely either an ARC push or B. Well, BlazeKing just got contact. Oh, the toxic screen on top of the snakebite. I like this adjustment, right? They say, okay, well, they could always just rush in with the Reyna, so let's make sure we buy time 100%.
Now just waiting around the corner, but Bleed are tagged up.
Oh yeah, Juicy's way too weak, and it's a clean shot. Another shot coming in with the right click from BlazeKing. He does have to reload, but the mission right now is to stay alive. The heals coming in over from Berserks, and Crazy Guy, he cannot get, okay, he's able to adjust, but Berserks whips out his own classic right away. The spike never entering the site for a second here from Bleed Esports, and Boom. The answer so far looking quite promising here in the pistol round.
And just with 30 seconds left, again, they cut noise, then they go back in. Boom are quick to jump peek to gather information for this hit.
Yeah, Neff, he does creep back in, but there's way too many angles. The flash is good as well, and Berserks peeks off of his own pop flash. He's a little weak, but Famous with the Sheriff picks off Scary, and Boom once again leads with the very first pistol of this map.
And it all starts once more when you have how the map is being controlled. A bit of presence towards A main, and then just Bleed going back to their old B-Long default, right? They rush down this one spot, but this is precisely why you have players holding up close with the classic coming up from Boom. They were waiting for that push to go through, and then they struck just as soon as they tried to go close.
Well, we do see that Marshall buy coming out from Darian, trying to see if he can make anything happen at long range over here by B. Now it is just going to be Severine, so if he gets picked off, it would spell a little bit of trouble, but he is just going to run away. He says, I do not want to get contact when I'm left alone, potentially give over that Spectre. Calls BlazeKing for support. The turret's still watching B-Link, so Boom Esports, once again, really nice coverage of the map. They just cleared Art as well with mid, with the guiding light. And now we just see all that utility once again being piled on, so they cannot try to rush through the toxic screen. They now hear the Marshal just firing off on all cylinders, but it's not finding its targets.
There was a bit of a guiding light from Berserks just to clear out Art as well. And Bleed is nowhere to be found, right? So I believe that Boom Esports can confirm that these guys are still somewhere around the B-Long area, maybe rotating back and forth. And as time passes, your information goes bad, and that is why it comes down to how Famous holds down on the A site along with Shiro. You gotta jiggle peek for this, you gotta hold the angle. In fact, the angle that Famous is holding is one that Juicy has held before.
Yeah, now here's the thing is that Shiro can't just watch A main for him, right? He is afraid of that sewers mid push because they don't have a range anymore. And that's exactly the timing that Darian finds. No coverage for Famous. Bulldog now dropped. Shiro, he's trying to hold on to the site as best as he can, but he's already way too weak. He's been tagged up. Severine does come up in time, though. So no weapons being given over onto the side of Bleed. Berserk's finding the kill as well. Boom Esports, they still have a decent chance to recover. Oh, a nice shot scratches him up, but it's not a headshot. And oh, that one is Scary with the classic. 1v2, he picks up a Spectre. The molly has landed. Bought him time, but he's not quite sure where Blaze King is. Just trying to draw them out, waiting for the peek. The pop flash is good. Scary hides away. Oh, and he cannot find the tag. Blaze King with a nice angle will pick up the headshot, get another point towards his Viper's Pit.
All right, not a bad start.
Oh, never mind. Yeah, gives it over to Berserks.
Yes, because he is closer to his ultimate. I guess the Viper's Pit is something that, oh well, no, the Seekers is a little bit easier to obtain, but that is not the cleanest of rounds, right? You know, you're starting off round 2, it's a good win, but you lost 3 players in the process. Should have been cleaner, and that comes down to the positioning that Famous had. You were talking about it, Will, and it was a little bit too far out in the open. You leave a main way too out, and it's left unchecked. So moving forward, Boom needs to correct some of these mistakes, or Bleed just continues to overrun them, given how they have the full guns this time.
Yeah, I mean, this is something that we've seen in the last map as well, but we'll break that down when the action dies out, because already Boom wants control of this ult orb on A main. Once again, they cannot secure it. The early drone constantly being used over from Bleed. They don't mind investing the 400 credits right off the bat to push Boom back, to pick up that ult orb themselves. Lear potentially at the ready to break into the site. The ISOs come down. There's the Lear, there's the recon bolt. The site has been cleared out. Boom not taking any chances. And Darien just sprays right down from the roof of the site. And that's an early kill. First kill going over to Bleed. Boom already on the back foot with the weaponry. Darien now has already pushed down into Secret. Holds a close angle.
And it's something that the double duelists are so capable of as well. But a sudden swing out from Blaze King. He finds one, gets traded by Juicy.
Yeah, I mean, this round, again, for Boom, it's just about doing damage. If they can get one more, and they do, in fact, they'll be able to do some more damage. Of course, Spike was planted, so Boom just wants to get whatever more they can, and Shiro's going to go down to that shock bolt, and here comes the molly. So Famous, he knows he can't do anything. No, you can't shoot that one. That's not a molly you can shoot out. Oh, no! Steps on the molly once again. All his shoes have been burned down. He wants an exit frag. Oh, the turret! Okay, that's going to have to push him away. He does get that Vandal, though, right? So he's going to be able to carry that over.
Sure. But still, I mean, you can see in this round, the confidence from Bleed just to rush down the A site and then to go even deeper in towards Secret. We've seen this hole before. It works out very well because of how they can, you know, watch each other's backs. Derek can tail in away. Juicy can always hold. And if he gets a frag, then he'll be able to dismiss. There's so much that they can do, and it comes down to how Boom really plays around it. Now that they have the buys, this is where we start to see the game get real.
Yeah, and it's an early buy for this operator on Famous. So, Boom, this opens things up a lot more, right? You can now hold on to B long with that operator. Draw out this drone early. They've been doing it constantly. Shiro does have to back out, but this time, hopefully, Boom Esports has a better idea of how to hold on to the site. You've got that Nano Swarm to stop the Reyna. Sure, the Jet can jump over it, but now a Nano Swarm right next to default plant as well to stop the Jet of Darien.
Still, though, it's just that tiny bit of a moment that Bleed can capitalize on to rush in. The Hunter Spear being popped off.
Yeah, it's trying to scan them out and tags 2, but doesn't quite find the kill. Darien, meanwhile, trying to push him out of bunker. Berserk's right hidden in the back, though, and oh, the K comes in. Berserk's good for 2. Severine's still alive. He's avoiding a lot of the spray, just gets scratched up just a bit through the wall. They're not quite sure if he's still there. And oh no, that's gonna actually do a lot more damage to Darien. So Scary, as he's trying to fish for the kill, puts his teammate in danger. Now he's left all alone. 1v3, Blaze King, the only one with full health on the side of Boom Esports. We have to remember, Orbital Strike currently available. If Scary can get another kill, there is a very good chance he erases one side with his ultimate and can isolate that extra 1v1. He's just trying to buy time. He's trying to see if he hears any movement, you know, about the potential rotate. But Boom, they say, well, we've covered all our angles. No reason to rotate early. If he goes all the way around, so be it.
And this is the evolution from Boom as well. A team that's known to be so explosive, a little bit unhinged sometimes. They found this control. They're playing disciplined, and I love that from them. Scary's still trying to fight against all odds, but now that the timer's burned down, he just sticks in for the plant.
And he does it right at, oh no, it's not going to be enough. And Blaze King, he tried to time it right at the 4.0. He's just a millisecond off. And he's already late on the plant and even gives over the kill to Blaze King. So not quite working out the way Scary wanted. I like the idea of the mind game, but really it's Sorry Berserk's getting that double kill.
Yeah, just anchoring down the site, right? You send out that Hawk into its A main, you get so much information off of it, even breaking the drone as it pushes through. And you're just prepared to mow down anyone who dares peek out of A main. Yes, it was a good hit. Yes, there was a Hunter's Fury. But if you don't get tagged up by it, then you're good.
Now it's just going to be a Cascade, actually, instead of the High Tide, and they want to keep that on the cooldown. They know this drone keeps coming out, and they just bait it out. Boom is starting to evolve off of the defaults coming out from Bleed. Now, of course, just a bit of a half buy here. 3 rifles, but Blade Storm available, so that's 4, quite frankly, available. Oh, he falls down. He goes way too far forward on his own. No backup. Right in the middle of the map. Gets surrounded. And he does fall down, so now that should be weapons in everyone's hand. Well, actually, Crazy Guy is the only one that's left over on A main, so he can't pick that up. But his mission right now is to just hold to that space.
Yes, and that gives them the A split push, right? I mean, this is Bleed adjusting as well. They weren't anticipating that it's going to be that lurk coming out. Still, though, pushing through. It's going to be Darren now going in for the right click.
Oh, the right click's good, right as you saw where the Seekers were coming from. Once again, they're trying to take site control. Severine, though, he's been troublesome for them, but Juicy's already hidden in the Sky Smoke. Dismisses out to safety once again. Oh, but the timing on the Empress. Juicy had his arms held up high as Shiro said hello. Gets the double kill around the smoke. Oh, wow, and Famous with a pick off at long range. Now the orbital strike will deny the first attempt at the defuse, but still a decent amount of time available. The Molly going to be shot out early. Scary, he just wants to get the 1v1 and he cannot do it. And more than enough time for them to climb right back in at the end of this Molly. It's going to go over to Shiro, who will be able to get the Reckoning online.
An expensive round for Bleed, and one that kind of turns the tides because now Boom gets to bring off a bit of a reckoning of their own. Shiro now earning that ultimate, like you mentioned, Will. It's the way that they play around it, and of course Shiro just being able to come up with those 2 big double kills. Famous with the angle as he tries to entry around the road, the retake. Bleed, they know how to take sites, they know how to go in aggressive, but still, now that Boom are trying to play a little bit faster with how they come in, I don't know if Bleed are prepared for it.
Quite frankly, they haven't found the answer, and now they're going to try to switch things up, maybe put a little bit of emphasis over on B. Now, we do notice just a Guardian in the hands of Juicy, but sometimes on that Reyna, all you need is that first kill. Now, we'll have to keep a note of the fact that the operator now being held on Art by Famous. So a bit of a setup switch here for Boom. Guiding Light being supported there. That allows Berserks to rotate over to add a little bit more weight on the B side.
Which is why there are players heading over to reinforce. Famous having to anchor down Art. If anyone walks his way, he has to land that shot. Otherwise, they're going to lose this one entrance and potentially connectors through to B-Link as well.
He also has to consider which way he's going to exit. Is he going to join a main? He does get the first kill, but that should give him a little bit more breathing room to hold on site for another shot. And the Cascade actually just completely denies any possibility of an A split. I love the heads-up decision here from Shiro. Now that pushes him over. The turret gets contact on B-Link. Blaze King just holding on to mid, but Boom, yeah, they just say back off. All we need to do is buy time. We have all these ultimates. You've got the lockdown, you've got the Reckoning, the lockdown, in fact, to deny the plant. Can Bleed get rid of it? I don't think so, but they will just go for an early plant right in the middle of the site. It will complete, but they have to exit and not in time. Severine says hello from behind. And the Reckoning chasing them forward as well. Crazy Guy, he wants to try to deny the defuse, but he's sticking it way past half. Severine, he's just gonna stick with it. No, Scary denies it just in the last second, but already half done. 4 members still alive for Boom Esports. Scary, I don't know, you might be the hometown hero. Okay, the Molly evens it out to 1v3. He finds one, he finds 2. Can he get the ace? Famous, he lets go. He thinks he's gonna peek again. Oh, and the jump, it's keeping Famous on his toes. Scary with the mind games, just playing for time. Famous, you have to hold strong, and he does. Does he have enough time? Oh! Yes! In the sliver of 2 seconds, he will secure it.
Mind games on top of mind games. The way that he kind of just, tried to stick onto it on and off. Scary getting in a couple of good shots. Brought Famous down to basically 1 HP. But then in the final moment, just crouched down, lands the shot onto Scary, denying any joy from Bleed. I have to think about it. Is Lagia going to call timeout anytime soon?
You have to. Because here's the thing. I mean, Scary did the impossible. He gets the kill with the molly. He already threw it down, and he's able to get the jiggle peaks to isolate the 1v1s, but Bleed says no. No, we're going to keep going. Now, of course, not a full buy round for them, so maybe it'll come around the next time.
Blinded.
That orbital strike in the hands of Scary off of those extra kills. Darion can't find the first kill for Zerx. He's trying to escape, and he has support. No, he's actually just going to get 3 on his own, and BlazeKing comes from the side. The dismiss, not in time, but Famous will lock down A main as well as Spike stranded. Juicy, only 1 Leer and a Sheriff to his name. Is it going to be enough? Severine's just trying to cut noise. Juicy has no idea. There's the headshot. Quack, Bleed is crumbling right now on Pearl.
1 tap, 1 kill, 1 round 1 more for Boom. And yes, it is crumbling, Will. I mean, just thinking about how, we know this 5-man push, this 5-man movement coming out from Bleed Esports, right? They always do this on every map that they play. Now it almost feels as if the way that Boom are operating is just to kind of get a read for where they are and then dwindle down their forces as they try to approach, right? We get that information from Berserks with a guiding light, and as they try to continue through, we just tag them up bit by bit, fall back bound by bound, and everyone can find little bits of wind. So now timeout, yes, indeed, being called by Lagia because he needs to intervene.
Yeah, he absolutely does, and he hasn't needed to too much throughout this tournament, right? Not one known for using his timeouts too liberally, but currently they've been burning through every single one given to them in this best of 3, continuing to use their first one of this map. They already used both of theirs in the first map. BlazeKing looks confident after that little chat with their coach on the side of Boom Esports. Of course, both sides can talk during the opponent's timeouts as well, but you can see it on their faces, even on the coaches, right? That clearly the momentum favors Boom Esports. They seem a lot more relaxed. They're like, okay, our prep is working out. Meanwhile, Bleed's like, where do we go to find this answer?
That's the thing that they have to think about. I mean, so far we've seen insane performances coming out from Scary. Yes, a little bit of Darian and Juicy as well. It's very clear that Bleed, once they get the spike down, it's a lot of post-plant maneuvers, but it needs to be a little bit more than that too. With the way that they make their way around the map, it's a little bit slow, it's a little bit careful. It works out good, but when Boom are that much prepared, you're gonna have to find something different.
Okay, so quite a different setup here coming out from Boom. Now they're prepared for this potential lockdown from Neff if he picks up the ult orb. We see the Nanoswarm being set up off the map here.
It got shot.
Yeah, it gets cleared out, and BlazeKing says, okay, well, we'll put up the pit. Now, can he keep the toxins up long enough, though? There's quite a distance for him to exit away from this lockdown. He's been sprayed down as well. I don't know if he's going to have the timing because they can already enter early on enough. The spray down is pretty good, but Darion barely escaping the toxins in time. Now a lot of his health will come back. Okay, the site being taken over by Bleed. Neff, he just goes for the check. He doesn't want to commit too much. Orbital strike is Scary with a double up in heaven. They didn't have an idea of where that was landing in time. The sky smoke was just too strong to deny that vision. And now just down to 2 members on the side of Boom. Operator in hand, he does have the Blade Storm, but I don't know if you use it right now. You're quite far ahead. Perhaps it's just better to make sure you can continue this Operator forward. Bleed already has a really good post-plant setup. Shiro's trying to, okay, Famous good for 1. Opens up the timing for Shiro.
Sprays.
Picks up another gun. Currently for Shiro, if he can just even take the weapons away from them, that alone will be damage enough. He's gonna find the first kill. Scary's weak. He's gonna try to stick it, but it's, the molly lasts for a little bit too long. Shiro takes too much damage. He's just trying to draw him in for the extra kill, Otherwise, Shiro will just go for the save. Can't pick up the operator on his way out. Of course, enough credits in the bank for Boom Esports, though.
And with that, just maybe a bit of a lifeline. They get to go on through in this first half for a couple more rounds. Boom has already secured their 6, so they're looking pretty comfortable, but you want as many as possible. And that's why I feel that this setup, this play with the Viper's Pit might have been a little bit too overly hungry. You know that lockdown was coming through. You know that you heard the shot onto the Nanoswarm, so why stay in it a little bit longer? They managed to decay them, get a couple of shots in, but that was about it. And again, those post-plant positions, so darn good when they play so far back, so safe.
Yeah, well, now they say, okay, well, let's go back to what's worked. Put the operator over on B long, push out of A, the deep cascade, the Trailblazers to follow through, and Boom Esports does have full control of A and Art. So A split push, not quite the option. Guiding Light, no tag just yet, but Bleed was also purposely hanging back. They're waiting to see if that, lurk comes in a little early from Blaze King like last time.
Yeah, and then he got punished. This time, though, cutting noise, going slowly towards A. It comes down to Shiro and how well he jiggles, how well he stays alive. And then a little bit of presence towards B.
Oh, the drone
slowly
fake out.
making their way through.
Yeah, they always use the drone on A main, but this time they save it. They come back to B. They use the drone. Now, of course, they don't spot Famous, but that draws a lot of that weight away from Boom. However, as Bleed likes to do, they cut audio, and that bought a lot of time for Boom Esports to be aware. Bleed, do you understand that there are 4 members of Boom, including an operator, waiting here on the site? There's the cloud burst and the first kill onto Darian. The entry will be slowed down. In fact, it will be stopped. The Reckoning to stop them in their tracks. Scary tries to creep in, but he's already been tagged up. He goes down to Shiro. That's already 2. And Crazy Guy, he pops Hunter's Fury. Okay, he gets a kill, but it's already a little too late. Yeah, he has to check that. Yeah, he's not sure if they already pushed forward. He checks Severine. He's going for the spike, but Severine's just trying to draw it to, oh no! Severine goes out a bit too far, but Shiro, good for the headshot.
I got a little bit worried. There was a crossfire setup, but then Severin peeked out. Thankfully, playing off of contact, they still managed to secure the final frag. Such a good round from Boom. I mean, you talked about the cutting of noise. It is silent, and silence sometimes is deafening, Will. Boom, they make presence, they recognize the rotation off of that, and as soon as this operator was put in place on the A site, it was pulled in for full effect. Every single shot just kept Bleed a little bit further apart. The Reckoning as well just made it such that they have to keep moving around on their toes.
I mean, I love the commitment, right, just to secure the rounds here from Boom Esports, and now a little bit of a switch up for the operator. However, okay, well, that's a nice kill. I was going to say the Killjoy and Viper still double stacked on B, so it's not like B was kind of an open site. There's that snake bite again, and Darian, you can get over it, but your teammates can't. Of course, right now they're not quite grouped up either, so the Jet just trying to gain some information. Seekers comes out. And they know, okay, that one should be going towards the Jet. So one still lonesome one going all the way to B.
Although this is a lot of information off of the ultimate, what they can confirm is that Bleed are indeed playing so far back, they haven't quite committed to a site. Of course, Darian, cutting noise, still around B long. Comes down to Severine. They have players in place for this. Boom are ready.
Yeah, no, they did draw out the early snake bite, so that's why they think they have an opening, but the alarm bot buys enough time. There's a nano swarm in B hall, though. Oh, Darian with a nice early kill. However, they haven't checked the left corner on the screens. Severine gets 2. Darian finally realizes his mistake, turns around, but Nev deep into the site towards enemy spawn, and that will be the spike planted. 2v2. Blade still in the hands of Darian. He also picks up a Vandal. Both of them hiding. Oh, Darian just going for an early peek off of that turret. The high tide cuts off B hall. Boom Esports, do you start to creep forward? Do you go for a pinch? The pop flash doesn't get the tag. Berserk, he goes for a wide swing after the jiggle. He gets the second as well. And Berserk keeps Boom Esports way far forward with an 8-2 scoreline here in the first half.
Such movement. I have to see that from his POV. Berserks. Just a tiny bit of a guiding light just to bait them out too. I mean, if he got the flash, that would have been great, but if he didn't, just jiggle back and forth around it, and then the white swing, a full commit, and he makes sure that he gets the perfect shot. A great retake, a little bit scary, a little bit overheating from Famous perhaps, but Bleed still, that insane shot with the Blade Storm from Darian opens up the site.
Man, Bleed, I mean, they look so indomitable with this composition, but it falls for the first time here in VCT Ascension Pacific. And could Boom be the one to put the nail in the coffin, make sure that this composition is retired, because currently it's looking like it. It just doesn't have the utility to break down. The counter utility coming out, the snake bite once again. Darian's the only one who's able to make it in safely. Juicy will just walk across. He does pop the Empress so that if he gets a kill, he'll heal right back up. The lockdown, it's gonna shove them out once again. Darian just wants to wait as long as possible.
And then they just play post-plant.
Yeah, they will all make it out safely this time around. Okay, early Nanoswarm draw out though. Garion! 2 taps, 2 kills. Shock bolts, damage already being done. The Molly still in the hands of Scary. Oh, Severine does get the counter kill though through the smokes. The Molly's on its way down. Oh, Severine, he's come through. He gets the spot and he gets the kill. Can they stick it to the ab? Severine goes down, the Empress to push forward. But the COVID just goes down as Shiro gets 1 kill. Once again, Shiro versus Scary. Shiro, he's just gonna try to stick the second half. No! He cannot do it. Scary with the mind games once again in the 1v1. And Bleed gets a 3rd round.
It's that surmounting pressure, Will. You feel the spike timer beeping, beeping, beeping in your ear. And you just think, do I stick onto it? Do I let go? Because I know I have my opponent staring right in front of me. And when that opponent is Scary, you think twice. Such a good execute coming out from Bleed. A sudden change in pace. They take the side in full. You might think that, yes, it's a bit of composition diff, but also just how well Bleed actually truly plays off of their individual firepower sometimes.
Yeah, if Darren can always be good for the first kill, Juicy, he can start to creep around these snake bites over on B. So they're trying to force some default changes here from Boom, and Boom will respond in kind. Oh, a nice tag early on, though. Okay, May's been taken. Yep.
Severin.
Okay, Severin, he's hiding inside the smoke. They're trying to check for it. Oh, he gets 1. He ideally would have liked more. Oh, but Blaze King with another judge. He gets the 5 down and the standing Juicy. Neff finally getting the trade, but no, it's Berserk's already here for backup. Blaze King bought so much time. The Reckoning will deny the spike away from Crazy Guy. There's just too many angles. And Boom Esports, they will clean up the first half, 9-3.
That's the second 9-3 that we've seen today. Maybe even a little bit more, but still, I mean, given the place, given the buys, the last thing that Bleed expected would have been the judge. I mean, you start things off with the guiding light, you get information, and then rotating the way around it. They had no idea that this was about to happen. They had no idea that Blaze King would have been at the end of that alleyway.
Man, and just getting the flying jet right away first, right, buys him a bit of extra time to reset for the second kill onto Juicy, and that meant all duelists down. The rest of Bleed had to rush to try to go for the plant. We shall see if Boom Esports can continue on with this momentum to take down Bleed 2-0 potentially.
The Wolves, Boom, they've devoured Bleed once before. We talked about this on the desk. This is a bit of a grudge match between the two orgs. Last year, it was that team. They beat Bleed, they knocked them out of LCQ, and then secured their spot in towards Champions Istanbul. And this time, just when Bleed thought they were safe enough, they beat Bonkers. They beat their way through on towards playoffs. They secured the top seed from their group stage. Are they truly gonna get knocked out in this moment?
On their strongest map as well, with a composition that only they've been able to master. And now the cracks are starting to show. Boom Esports, they're not only saying we don't want to meet you again, Bleed, but they're also saying your comps, it's not good enough for this stage. We'll see if it holds true in the second half. We've had fans on both sides just cheering their hearts out, but of course, currently all the energy over on the Boom Esports side of this arena here in Bangkok, Thailand. Boom Esports only a couple rounds away from making it to the grand finals to face Scars for that shot to take their place in VCT Pacific. Second half will begin. The Pistols as Boom Esports rushes forward on that attacking side.
Yeah, moving a lot faster. The Wolf Pack, they continue to stride down B alley. And then, of course, you got Crazy Guy just trying to bait them in. We've seen this before when their game against Bonkers, because they know how these spike plants are set up and they just wait for it.
The counter arrow's way too good, and Bleed just get easy pickets as Boom Esports cannot make their way into the site. Blaze King, the only one left alive. His shots are still clean, but there's still 3 more. Now just waiting for the Sky Smoke timing. And Bleed, they have, they should have had the timing advantage. Oh no, they're trying to peek out one by one. Blaze King waits, he's trying to bait them in. Trying to create the 1v1s. Bleed, they calm things down. They realize that they were trying to rush into this. They do not have to, they have the spike down, in fact, towards their own spawn.
Toxin screen down.
Bleed just trying to double up. They are not, they're not at full health. The Recon bolt does get shot down, so they know Blaze King is still here. He did not rotate. Time-wise, he has to commit. They're trying to go for the double swing, and Crazy with the jiggle will get the headshot onto Blaze King, try to climb back as they get their 4th win.
Just came down to reactions. I mean, great attempt from Blaze King, getting a couple of frags, but then it's the exact setup that I was talking about from Bleed. Just getting the contact and then running all the way through. Your teammates are already there. It's just rolling out the red carpet out from Boom Esports. They played this specific setup kind of against Bonkers as well. There's so much that they can do with Crazy Guy's Recon bolts.
Yeah, exactly. The counter timing there with the Recon just to gain information on that dash in. That is indeed a shark. That org does not play in Pacific. But now, Bleed versus Boom Esports. Continuing on as Boom, they're back on pistols. Just trying to creep forward. They'll try to do whatever damage they can. They seem to feel confident with the round lead they have. And the site not quite giving up as Juicy gets the first kill. He will dismiss out the Lear. He realizes Famous is now trapped in the site. Second Lear waiting for the timing for his teammates to show up. Okay, it's used to reposition because Darian now able to hold the same position Juicy was earlier. Oh, that's an Ares! I mean, the Sheriff's got some decent wall penetration, but the Ares will do one better. And Crazy Guy's waiting for the flank as well.
I mean, I've seen this setup from before from Scary on the squad. But just thinking about it, is it a bit of revenge again from the Lotus map that they just played? Wall bangs. It is good, especially in this spot on the A site. I mean, that's the thing about Boom. You mentioned how they looked confident just to go in for it. They have those round leads, but if you think about it, these guys need to be careful not to overheat. Any single round going Bleed's way counts one more towards their comeback.
Absolutely. I mean, sure, Boom won the first map, but it wasn't exactly pretty and clean. So Boom Esports gonna have to calm things down just a bit. An early tailwind from Famous to make sure that there's no contest for that A main orb. Shiro and Blaze King both 4 points on towards their ults. Of course, Shiro gonna get it one step earlier, and the Reckoning will help clear out the sites for any type of execute.
Yeah, wanting to make this full buy count. But look at all that Killjoy presence too, right? They have to clear it and then maybe cause some questions, some rotations out from Bleed. But they have to be so careful about this as well. They hear the turret, they flash it, now going to take it out. Neff is already rotating, calling his team as well off of this.
Oh, but now they're going to be concerned about Crazy Guy, which should set up Darian for a potential kill. He's waiting. The Trailblazer passes him by.
Ooh.
It's just going to run right on by, and Boom Esports says, we don't want to deal with this. Let's fake them out. We have mid control. We are holding our spawn as well. There is no deep flank. They make it all the way through ours, and this should be an easy plant. However, Juicy, he's just waiting. He's making sure they can't take control of backside. The Lear to buy time for his teammates to come in through Flowers. They will be able to flood the site once more. The Lear to continue pushing forward. Juicy's holding the close angle. He's trying to deny the pop flash, but no, he has to turn away. And Famous gets the first kill, half done on the defuse. Darian trying to answer back with his own kills, but Boom Esports stays one step ahead. Darian, he's only got the op 1v2, but he's coming from behind. Severin had set up this flank a long time ago through sewers. That's the operator dropped, and Boom Esports with 10 rounds, 5-round lead here on map 2.
Double digits earned. But still, that was a bit of the eco round coming out from Bleed. They carried weapons over from the second. Now they get to buy up in full. And you have to watch out because I think I saw an Odin. And thinking about Juicy's positioning, he didn't really make his presence known because it was a Spectre, no wall bangs there. But the Lear came in support for the team. Of course, Boom answered perfectly with the way that they held around Art, Famous up on top of the boxes. But it's such a good angle, such a good position from Juicy when he can make it work.
And you called it the Odin in the hands of Crazy Guy. Now that's going to be over on the B side of this map. They also set up Darian way up forward on B long with that Guardian. Now Blaze King suspects this, goes for the jump peek and says, no, I'm not dealing with that. I just want to deny information away from you. Boom Esports, they will regroup. Now they're continuing to now obviously plant Severin on the other side as well. So they're not giving up on either side just yet.
The turn is on the Guardian too. Maybe not really giving it up, but they are still here.
It's creeping forward.
And the Alt Orb looking to be denied, but Famous. Ooh.
Yeah, clean shot from Famous. And Darien, he just wanted to take one extra step off of that tailwind. Couldn't get there in time. Now with that pressure, boom, they want to try to rotate back over, but Bleed has a decent read on this, right? They don't get shaken up on that entry kill. They say, okay, just hold your ground. Let's just leave Crazy Guy on his own over by B. You've still got that turret. We still have control of mid. Now here comes the Reckoning, though, so the site will have to be given up. Bleed, they're going to have to wait their turn.
Sprays. Maybe it catches someone, maybe it doesn't, but the tags up are good.
Yeah, Famous quite low. Sure, also. Okay, Famous eventually gets finished, and now the Odin's going to start to shine. Spike not quite planted, it actually gets dropped. Only 15 seconds on the clock. It's counting down towards the 10. And Berserks, he has picked it back up, but he is not safe. Blaze King has to protect him. Berserks will get the kill. 6 seconds on the clock. Blaze King, he's just watching for the peak. No! The spike will not get planted, and an instant double kill from Bleed as they get their 6th round win.
Such an unbelievable hold. You mentioned how they weren't shaken up, Will. And they definitely weren't scary, just holding down that one spot. And then, of course, Neff hopping up on top as well, snapping onto hit, back and forth. Juicy in this one pivotal position, it brings so much value to the team. And thinking about those sprays, yes, Boom kind of worked off of an assumption that they would safely be able to make their way through onto the site, but they guessed wrong.
Well, that Odin's going to continue to find some value here for Crazy Guy as they continue to hold that judge in the hands of Darien. But of course, that Blade Storm popped on both sides of this map on Pearl. Now, Art, a little bit of early aggression, but that Alarm Bot will get the information. However, we should point out, Neff's not really in a position to capitalize off of it. Yeah, so he has to back off, gives up mid, now just going to have to worry about the potential flank.
Ooh.
Juicy, oh, he tries to dodge the blade.
Oh my God.
With the reset, tries to buy enough time, but Neff is there to support. Double kills for both Neff and Scary. The aggression shut down, and once again, it's all Blaze King left alone, looking for that lurk, but not quite finding anything this time.
Maybe he could slowly peek out, find a pick or two.
He's good at that. We've seen it before. He'll dwindle down the numbers. Now, whether he gets a kill or dies, he will get his Viper's Pit. So, with the eco round, of course, no reason to shy away. But ideally, he wants to isolate 1v1 still. This is the foundation you want. But, yeah, your first... Oh! Crazy Guy! He tried to wait, but the jiggle was too fast from Blaze King. Scary says, don't worry, it's okay. Darren will pick up the Odin free. He only had a judge. Not a big deal.
Starting to become a comeback. 4 rounds won in this second half for Bleed. But if you think about it, a lot of these rounds come through because of A hits coming out from Boom Esports. And so many times you see Juicy and the rest of the squad, especially with Scary, with his Sky Smokes at the ready, all the way from the back of the site. It works out great. But the one round where Boom actually won was when they had that mid presence, pull Neff away, and then pull the rotation over back onto the A site. And then that's when Juicy is isolated.
Yeah, they got to remember that. Yeah, they have to force the shuffle away from the defender's side. It sounds like that's what you're trying to get at here, Quack, that they need to force them to shift their weight. However, we should also know that Bleed's been pretty good about not getting flustered too early, right? They still are able to keep those positions. They say, especially on A site, the idea is simply hold on to bunker. Just keep Juicy or, someone else there, just safe and sound, just stay alive, and then we'll rotate through Flowers. As long as backside is not given over, we can always go for a fast retake. It's worked out well for them so far. Now see if Boom Esports has recognized that. The chance starting to roll through here.
All in support for that last shining star of Thailand, Scary. Yeah. I mean, his presence has been felt throughout the entire series. First on Lotus, right now, top fragging for his team.
Yeah, and he has that orbital strike once again, so another opportunity for him. The operator being bought out by Scary as well for Darien. It's Darien now set up. We're going to have Crazy Guy help support him, get into a good position, the deep recon bolt, and that means Darien, he's not only waiting for the push from B-Long, but he says, if you even dare to peek, I will get the kill.
Very tiny gap that allows Boom to actually sneak on through the connector.
Yeah, it takes out that turret so that kind of forces Crazy Guy to say, okay, I got to calm down. We don't know how deep they've gotten. Now, Boom, you have to realize that if you've pushed in this far and you haven't gotten contact on that Killjoy, that it's always just been the turret alone, that they have to worry about the flank. But guess what? It's an alarm bot in sewers this time. They're not worried, and so they say, let's go back potentially to that one area we haven't poked at this round. Be long.
Oh no.
Are they ready? Do they understand that this could happen? They saw the deep recon bolt earlier coming out.
I've got your trail.
It's going to be the Seekers used right away, but they quite don't know yet. But the Cascade just for safety, and Darian says, okay, I got to get out of here. I have too much distance to cover up the Ascent. He's good for one. Does he peek out for another? Oh, a nice hide into Cubby. Do they expect it? No! He gets a second one as well. Pop drops, but Crazy Guy is able to shut down the site. Blaze King finds where the origins of the Tracers are. Oh, the orbital strike, it's going to deny the plant. That means you have to hold on the Viper's Pit as well, and now gets used more so as a smoke, but Neff already inside with the shorty. Oh, and Shiro was even trying to prepare for it, but it's not enough. One shot from the shorty, and Scary from behind. Bleed. They're making another comeback. They want to run it all the way back to the third map of Haven.
And that is a map that, although they haven't really shown throughout Ascension Pacific, they were great in MYSG Challengers. I mean, this is a perfect setup. You have Darian landing his shots. Yes, Boom were aware of it, but they weren't quite prepared for it to be an operator. And at the same time, Crazy Guy's Odin, he's been holding on to that for the past, I don't know, like 3-4 rounds now.
Well, Saboom says, okay, let's go back to A site, but it hasn't looked good so far. Only one round in the second half for Boom Esports. But let's see if they can even at least get close into the site. Of course, a couple stingers in hand, as well as the economy does not sit too healthy for Boom. High Tide comes out. Oh, no tag on the guiding light, and Juicy's able to heal back up, but the Leer isn't going to do, oh, actually it's going to do enough good because Scary will capitalize on it even though Juicy goes down. Once again, backside not entirely in Boom's control. Neff is just waiting for the waves to go down. Blaze King once again all alone. Spike in hand though, 50 seconds. There's enough time to play some mind games, to draw out some 1v1s. Tries to sneak by, he gets tagged by the shock bolt. He's trying to spray through the wall, trying to draw out at least one of these members. And he can't do it. Darren at full health peeks out aggressively, gets the kill. 1 round difference.
We saw this before, Will. It happened on Lotus, it's happening again. 4 rounds in a row so far for Bleed. And although they just spent their ultimates, it's starting to cycle back up again. The crowd is loving this. Boom, on the other hand, you know, they tried that B-side approach. It has been stopped by just a couple of players. Darian, Crazy Guy. Every time they go back towards A, it's Juicy, it's Scary, it's Neff. They haven't found an answer to this apart from that 1 round.
We should note, 2 points away for Shiro from his reckoning. Do they try to go for double orbs or even just an orb and a plant if they can manage to do so? But the plant themselves have not been clean for Boom Esports. We have to recognize that. The default continue to be the same for Bleed as Neff holds on to mid. Just the alarm bot on the turret is just for there for info. It's not there for contact. And Boom, they have to clear it early, but they also have to keep control of this area if they want to capitalize on this setup from Bleed.
That's why they're just sending Blaze King in. Eliminate some of that info gathering tool.
Okay, waiting on a bit of a longer timing, but I mean, just the, oh man, the discipline from Bleed is so good. They still waited. Juicy once again, same spot, same story, deja vu, kill into Leer, backup arrives, Neff just sprays it down, and we're not gonna see the spike planted. The reload has to come through at the worst timing for Berserks. Neff pops out as well as Severine. His shoes have all been melted, down to 2 HP. The spike not quite stranded in the site, but Boom Esports only 30 seconds. The spike's in A main, it cannot rotate. And even if they did, they would have to walk across the scopes of Darien over on by B. This has to be a save from Boom Esports.
The stakes are that high, yes. Economy not looking great. The river has run dry now for Boom. So the save has to be the option. And Bleed once more, they question them. They question Boom. And there's no answer, Will. They tried to send their forces through, but Juicy, being such a pesky thorn, just hiding inside of dugout repeatedly every single round. They have yet to eliminate him. The Nanoswarm was in a dead, but he still lands a shot anyway.
Yeah, and this time, of course, because of the Nanoswarm, he actually peeks out further ahead. And that's what throws him off, right? Famous was trying to clear backside first before he turns his head. But maybe, you know, Boom Esports didn't quite think that through, and the fact that the Nanoswarm would push him out earlier, and Famous a little bit too far forward on that timing. Either way, they don't have much time to discuss what's going on because you got to jump right into the next round.
Shiro is 1 point away from his ultimate. Maybe they pick up that ult, or maybe they use that to execute onto the B side, but Darian has his operator still. Yeah. Oh my.
Well, maybe you don't need it if you just turn on the blender as they try to cross forward towards that ult orb. But this is exactly what you mentioned, Quack. Bleed, thinking the same thing. There's very large likelihood that they go for the orb.
And they're pushing out of A main as well. They know where they're positioned, but such a shot from Shiro. And you don't need to pick up an ult orb if you get a kill.
Yeah, I mean, the timing's amazing. The Cloudburst flies forward and Shiro gets the kill. Now Juicy, he's already coming through, but Severine, oh no, he cannot win it! And this means Juicy free to continue pushing forward. And they realize the entry hasn't happened into B, so Scary, he hangs back. Just trying to buy time, just trying to listen for information. But the smoke.
I don't like this.
Yeah, I mean, they have to spend so much time to even, yeah, they go in double, that's great. But now you have to come in into top mid. And you can only come in one by one. That's 1, 2, and the third. Scary! 3 headshots in a row, 4 kills for the round. Puts Bleed in the lead for the first time here on Pearl.
I've seen it one too many times. It's in these specific moments. You have Scary and his smoke, and when he's left undetected, he comes out huge. He haunts your nightmares.
Man, and just the angle he holds, right? That narrow entry point, you know they have to come in one by one. And they did their best. The second member, I believe it was Berserk, he tries to swing wide.
Tried to trade.
Yeah, but even that, Scary just says, well, I'm not spraying. All I need is headshots. And a desperate timeout comes out from Boom. They do not, this time, they don't want to let it get to map point. But I can't imagine that their economy is in a great place.
Definitely isn't. The crowd loving this. Huge tie flag waving out around.
I mean, you would think there's a tie team on stage, but no, it's all for Scary and Bleed, right? It's all for him and his teammates. The last hope here in Ascension Pacific to gain a little bit more tie representation potentially in VCT Pacific. But let's be honest, Scary, it's not just Thai fans that are cheering for him. People have been starving to see him once again on the big stages.
Ever since he was up with Sersha last year, now that team kind of being picked up by Talent Esports, surely, Scary is one of those guys who would love to rejoin, but on the opposite side. Still though, back to the game. It is now Bleed in that lead by 1 round. 6 rounds won from past 6 rounds, and they've managed to put up walls everywhere. Will, it's Darian again and his operator.
Okay, but the Cascade pushes him out. They get the tags on the recon as well. Darian, he just wants 1 kill. He gets it, and he's able to tailwind and updraft out. And Crazy Guys there for the extra kill. They finally clear out back sight. They take down the Odin. But that just means Scary's already arrived. The operator's watching B-Link. Blaze King tries to find the timing. He cannot. Only 2 members left alive for Boom, and they are quite frankly stranded in B-Long. They have no information from the middle of the map. The pop flash doesn't tag anybody. Severine creeps forward, but they know they still have so many angles they haven't cleared. Severine, he's trying to check for his teammates, and his crosshairs were shaken up as Scary peeks out for a clean headshot. Berserks, he wants the 1v1s, but Bleed's not giving it to him. Another Sky Smoke comes down, and I mean, if you walk backwards, Neff's waiting for you. Only 40 seconds left on the clock. I mean, that's exactly what Berserks is doing. He's just trying to keep calm. There's not too many options, right? I mean, you just have to wait for these 1v1s. There's no way you just walk into your death. And quite frankly, Berserk's probably thinking worst case, I guess I'm saving because we don't have credits. But it looks like it's going to be an over under Darian. Darion with another headshot from his operator. Map point for Bleed, one step away from extending this match into map 3 of Haven.
And with all of those wins too, Will, it is now a Boom Esports with a crumpled economy, light shields, maybe some budget rifles. That's the best they can hope for. You got the Bulldog being bought up, and then the ultimates on the side of Bleed Esports once again. Everything standing in the way with Boom and their 2-0. Severine, he's got that lockdown. Shiro has got that reckoning, and they need to make it happen now.
I mean, the operator's showing up again.
Oh my God.
They're trying to plant Famous in deep, but they don't find him right away. Darion gets the kill on the Killjoy from behind, but thankfully Famous with a quick trade. Reckoning available as well. It will be used, and Bleed's well aware of this. They back out. They don't feel any need, but here's the most important part. On the other side of the map, BlazeKing, he's lurking. He's trying to find another kill because they haven't quite planted the spike just yet. Crazy Guy takes down Famous, and BlazeKing, he thinks the A side is clear. He's trying to come for support. Juicy will be able to get behind him at some point. Uh-oh, a little bit of a twist of fate as Nev hides behind the high tide. Finds the kill. Once again, 2 members only left alive for Boom. It's all up to BlazeKing, quite frankly. Shiro, he's at half health. He's trying to find a timing. He can't get the kill. He's just trying to stay alive until Blaze comes to support him. He's waiting for Crazy Guy, but Crazy Guy just sprays as he runs around the corner. They now know where Blaze is. And ladies and gentlemen, we are going to a map 3 as Bleed keep their hopes alive for a shot to get to the Grand Finals and ascend from Challengers into VCT Pacific.
They keep their dreams alive. A bit of a stare coming out through to the other side. Boom Esports and Bleed. The heralded story continues. I mean, just thinking about it, that final round, the way that they've been playing, that Otis, that operator from Darion, he pulls out the plays at the last moment too. It's just a little bit too slow to react. Boom Esports, they lose their grip.
Again, it's little things like that, right? Bringing out the blades. You've been pushing out with the op and then always backing off. And this time you say, no, I'm going to continue to press the issue. Go for that kill. I mean, we've seen some crazy teams do it before, always to great success, and Bleed will continue that trend. And they say, you know, it's not as clean as it used to be, but this composition with the Reign of the Duelist, it's still got legs. It still carries us forward to try to get to a map 3 in this single elimination best of 3.
I mean, maybe not on the attacking side, which was ended in a 9-3, but on the defensive half, oh my God, Bleed, with the way that they control the map, with the way that they put up roadblocks everywhere, it was just that much more difficult for Boom. And you have to think, just feeling, being able to smell victory right on the other side. You almost reached it. It injects adrenaline, cortisol into your veins, and these guys are starting to shake. They're starting to let their nerves get to them. Boom, it comes down to the final map, Bleed as well, and that's all that stands between them and that grand finals spot.
Yeah, and this is a map that both of them fairly confident in. Of course, I mean, also a map that's been around since the very beginning of VALORANT, so everyone's quite used to it. Curious to see how that pans out, but I'm just impressed at what's going on here in this venue, right? We're past 10 p.m. The crowd, it's still all here packing the venue because we still have another map to go. Ladies and gentlemen, before we get to that, we do have Komodo standing by to break down Pearl, and then we'll see you on Haven.
Oh boy, what a finishing that one was. And it kind of softens the round I'm about to show you all at home just a little bit for Bleed. We'll get started right in towards this one. It is, in fact, going to be round at number 6 early on. We already do see a opening kill actually in this round with Darion losing his life over towards R. But what I want to more so highlight is how the retake plays out for Boom and how close this round shouldn't have actually gotten. So what we're going to see is eventually a lockdown placed over at the top of tower. But more importantly, it's what time and impact these 2 nano swarms and the alarm bot, I guess you could argue as well, actually pose on this round when you combine them with the toxic screen that cuts across the site. So what I'm going to do is zoom on out and play for just a little bit whilst we wait for Bleed to get on into the site. So all of the back halls are going to be cleared out by a dart that was thrown earlier on, but here is where I want to highlight that utility. So with this Nano Swarm going up and this one going up as well. It's actually going to buy time for Boom to get in and capitalize on the time that this lockdown does provide. Neff is going to have to wait for this Nano Swarm time to expire, and with this wall going up as well, it's actually going to play a little bit of decay on towards Juicy as he intends to cross back over to a little bit of safety. A split second longer and he would have actually lost his life to this Nano Swarm. So I'm going to clear this and I'm going to play and keep an eye on this. So there's Juicy in the Nano Swarm. He takes the decay and he's actually taken down with that to 2 points of health. Meanwhile, the plant still goes down for Scary, and that Nano Swarm that I highlighted a little bit earlier here over in the corner is the one that actually has to get weighted out by Neff. So with that time, as Bleed start to fall on back, there's the drop down by Severine. And one of the biggest things that Bleed would have been hoping for in this part of the round is their post-plant utility, because if they can get behind that toxic screen, avoid the reckoning that's about to come, they'd be able to use the Incendiary, the Nano Swarms, and the Shock Darts in this post-plant, but they're not able to. With this kill that Severine gets on Neff, that eliminates one of those, and here is the reckoning. Now keep an eye on the circles that come on up, because with the tap on the spike, Crazy Guy wants to use these Shock Darts to be able to get it, but his position is actually revealed whilst he's blinded there by that guiding light. And with the Shock Dart going through the wall, he gets taken out. So now we're in a 2 versus 5 situation. This should never go the way of Bleed whatsoever. And what I want to highlight here is the Incendiary that Scary's about to throw in the picture-in-picture is actually going to cordon off majority of the spike when it gets on to the 1 versus 4. So I'll play this one here, and you can just see there's the Incendiary. Now this is the 1 versus 4. This is where this round should not go the way of Boom, but it comes down to Scary. And unfortunately for Blaze King, he walks into that Incendiary. Bit of a blunder there, he dies. The shots are going to come out from Scary here to make everything extremely close in the round. Should never have happened. He will indeed tag Famous down to 5 points of health in these Jiggle Peaks. But my oh my, the round that got away from Bleed, they still get the victory in the end on this one. There's that. Thanks once again for joining me here on the breakdown. Now we have another map to get to see where this series is going to close out. Who's going to get into that grand final? We're going to go to a break first, of course. See you soon.
Welcome back to VCT Ascension Pacific. We just completed map 2 on Pearl, and by golly, I thought we were going to go into another overtime at the pace that we were going at. Now, that was an incredible game. That first half, it really looked like Boom was going to take it home. We had incredible fragging power by Berserks, Blaze King, and Famous, but I'm sure there's much more to it. And again, we're going to go to our analysts, our experts. Guys, what happened in that first half? With with Bleed, rather. This was their map pick. We know they do so well on Pearl, but something was going wrong. Scary's left standing alone many times.
Everybody seemed really off in the first half from the side of Bleed. We were seeing some uncharacteristic misses. Scary, he was still putting up decent numbers for the team comparatively, but in the grand scheme of things, even that was a bit of a weaker performance for him.
Yeah.
But then as soon as they got over onto that defending side, they just had an absolute chokehold on the map.
Yeah, there were a lot of really good moments, like Severine's Killjoy is doing a great job. The Viper, like a lot of those vulnerables were actually really impactful with that utility from the side of Boom, but Bleed, man, like once they get over that defending side, they were just incredible. And frankly, a lot of it to me comes down to the op of Darion and the Odin of Crazy Guy. Like the op of Darion, he's doing a really good job with his awareness, keeping himself alive for the most part, except for round 3 when he bought an op and died in the site. But anyway, other than that one tilted me a bit. But other than that, they were great. And again, I think Crazy Guy here showing really why that Odin is such a great investment against the Harbor. You're able to spam through those smokes. You're able to spam through the coves, all these things. So really putting that gun to great use was Crazy Guy.
Yeah, I mean, time and time again, you see the pushes coming out of B, out over at B main, and then he's just spamming away, and they come running right into it. Headshot, gets a catch onto somebody like Famous, and after that, Boom just don't really know what to do. They lose that entry power. They're running just the jet here for the entries, and it all just comes falling apart. We see time and time again, they're drifting towards the opposite side of the map, but then it's like, oh no, at the end we have to just go back over to B. And it just felt like there was so much miscommunication happening back and forth in every single round here on this attacking half. I mean, they get one attacking round in that second half. That's it. They win the bonus, and then they lose everything else. It's 8 consecutive for Bleed to just go ahead and take the map 13-10. A huge run back for them, and I think that Boom, I'm concerned that as we get ready to go into Haven, a map that Bleed has not shown yet at this tournament, I'm concerned that Boom has boomed themselves. I think that after you have a map get away from you like that, where you have that 9-3, and you can only put up a single round win in the second half, that could shatter you moving forward.
Do you agree with that, Paper Thin?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, even though, you know, Boom was really good on Haven yesterday, we have no idea. We haven't seen Haven since May 26th from the side of Bleed. So really no idea if they're going to run their normal comp, which is typically the exact same comp that Boom runs, which is the, you know, the Sova Jet Killjoy, literally the same thing everybody runs. Omen instead of Astra is like the one thing that sometimes people change. So if it is going to be the same comp, sure, but you don't know exactly how they want to approach the map, with, you know, what their ideas are, which sites they're going to be leaning towards, those kind of things.
Yeah, you don't have tape on this, so it's really hard to judge whether or not Boom have cooked up something. Have they been hiding this map for a reason and not really, you know, picking into it and not, you know, wanting to go to it? Or are they going to be running the same thing? So I'm also curious in the same regard. I want to see if they have something a little bit different. We have seen some experimentation on Haven. We've seen people, you know, bringing out Viper Harbors as well. So I'm curious if they do have something like that in their back pocket that they can pull out here at a moment's notice now that they get into this third map situation. But this is going to be a big test, a big testament to Boom's mentality if they're able to come back after dropping that Pearl, because we were talking about it, how this has been such a staple map, 91% win rate going into that one right there for Bleed. They managed to bring it back. Boom, can they persevere? Can they turn this around?
Yeah, I mean, Bleed, you got to feel like they've got pretty good presence of mind here. So,
mirror comps.
Yeah, it is the mirror comp. So nothing out of the ordinary here in terms of the compositions. You know, Boom just really, really solid on this map yesterday, just really pushing the pace. I mean, it was go, go, go for Boom, and they had Bonkers on the ropes the entire time. So I don't know if you're going to be able to get that momentum, get that confidence against Bleed. Maybe in the first half, because that seems to be the way that these maps are going, that Bleed kind of comes out slow and then figures it out once they switch sides, no matter which direction that may be. With Bleed being on the attack side, you would expect them to do some damage here off the rip, but generally teams are pretty balanced on this map, maybe a little bit attacker side, but who knows with a mirror comp, anything's possible.
I'm pretty sure these are the same compositions that we had the last time that these two teams faced off on this very map. That was all the way back in December of last year, and it was a 13-6 for Bleed to walk away victorious Now everything rides on this for this Indonesian squad. They have fans here in the arena trying to cheer them on, but that did not prove to be good enough for them to get the win on Pearl. Can they bounce back? Can they rewrite history and deny Bleed once again, just like they did at the LCQ?
All right, this is it. Map 3, Haven. Can Boom turn this around, like you said, or is Bleed going to be the ones moving on to the finals tomorrow of VCT Ascension Pacific? Casters, tell me, how are you feeling about this rematch on Haven?
Absolutely thrilled. I think that's how I'm feeling. Quack, I don't know about you, but the crowd is absolutely exhilarated. Way past 10 p.m. A lot of, I mean, pretty much I think all of them have been here since like 3 p.m. because I remember the show match, the crowd was still filled up. And they can't wait to find out who moves on to the grand finals.
I just think this is a great way to spend your weekend, right? Come out here, QNSCC, and just QSNCC, excuse me, Queens Circuit National Convention Center. I got it. And this is how you kind of just spend your Saturday night. Enjoy some great VALORANT. The story could not be written any better than our Riot Overlords, because this is such an insane map. This is such an insane series. The way that Bleed has been coming back. Boom fought back in the first one, and then another comeback, and it's just that strong. That scary triple kill is something that I think I cannot forget. And now coming on towards Haven, yes, Achilles, it is mirror compositions. However, very different players, very different teams. If you think about Juicy versus Famous, they have very different tendencies.
Yes.
Not just that, Darian and Blaze King as well. Darian, you know, secondary duelist. I think on this map, apart from being such a great anchor with the Killjoy utility, he also plays the operator sometimes.
Yeah, and we've seen that time and time again as Killjoys, right? I mean, Killjoy doesn't need to always focus on her utility. It's kind of set and forget for a lot of times. Allows you to hold another angle with that operator. See if it comes into play. We do have Bleed Esports on the attack this time around for the first half. The Devs talked about it. They've always had a rough first half in the first two maps today. Now, only 13 rounds standing in between either of these teams, and a chance to play once again tomorrow on the stage here at VCT Ascension Pacific 2023. The barriers go up, and it's just a quick fire mid to try to contest against Severine. They draw out the Paranoia nice and early with the flashpoint.
Oh, that's an expensive piece of utility. You would have hoped that you saved that up for that A retake or A hold. But now it all comes down to Famous and his contact. He gets tagged up and stunned.
Oh no, the drone spots him as well. They know he's stuck in here. Scary. He dances after, sending the Paranoia deep into the site. Severine walks into the aftershock, takes so much damage. And Quack, for the first time, we're seeing a dominant start from Bleed in the pistol round today.
Blaze, he's still behind them though. Lands a quick tracing shot, and then his teammate's coming up from A-Link.
Crazy Guy trying to redeem it, but now it's really anybody's. Berserks, not much health, but neither does Scary. Only 5. Crazy Guy, that's the player they want to set up for here on Bleed. Scary really just trying to play contact, and then Crazy Guy ready for it. An over-under. You see the fault line coming in, and it's going to be Crazy Guy who gets the headshot. Bleed take the first pistol. The first time they've done so. The first time they have won the first round of a map today in this best of 3. They only got their first pistol round win in the second half of Pearl, and now they're continuing that trend.
And it just inspires confidence for the Bleed fans everywhere. But for Boom, I mean, with such an early Paranoia being sent out, with the way that they came back through, yes, it's a good couple of shots, but they almost look a little bit too loose with how they're playing.
Yeah, the Jess mentioned that as well, right? I mean, did you boom yourself a little bit after that loss on Pearl? You had a lead in both the maps. This time you let it go by. Now another quick hit into a lobby from Bleed, but they're not quite Boom Esports. They don't run all the way through. A nice shot from Shuro, just trading damage for damage. Yeah, just swapping guns there because Juicy doesn't want to let that go into enemy hands. He's only sitting at 5 HP. He's really just going to be a human drone this time around. Deep recon bolt will get shot down. So Boom, this time they have a better idea. Okay, they're still focusing on A for now. We are peeking out of Garage. We have eyes on B. Boom Esports, no reason to get a little too shaken up just yet. The drone to keep them at bay, though. I like that from Bleed.
And through play is still stuck up around the A site. Blaze hears all of this though.
Yeah, that allows...
Comes down to timing.
Yes, allows Severine to set up nice and early in the site. He's hiding behind the arrow, but there's the aftershock. It draws him out. They're trying to spray him down, but meanwhile, 2 kills across the map within the site. The flank already taken over by Blaze King. That opens up a timing for Severine, but the gunpowder isn't too much. No, they finally take down the Vandal. And now it's all Crazy Guy alone with the Spectre. Shiro couldn't pick up a gun just yet, just the Sheriff. But Blaze King, he tags him on the head, and Shiro gets the timing. Blaze King draws him out long enough. Vandal upgrade here for Shiro, and Boomancer back in round 2.
What a crazy way to turn things around. It's just round 2, Will, and you're already seeing how Boom still has legs to run for it. Blaze with such the presence, such a mind to just jiggle outside a garage, and then suddenly deciding to push deeper into mid. I think they were kind of considering the fact that, yes, that drone might be something that, Bleed are using to cut noise, because they have done this before.
Yeah, and you mentioned it. That's the exact timing that they had Blaze King start to walk out to gain that audio. Another shock bolt just to scratch up the members of Bleed. Juicy the only one to take some damage from that, but it is quite a bit as he didn't have armor. Blaze King spots him, couldn't get the first kill. Oh! Gets dinked right in the dome, has to back out with only 5 HP. The Sheriff will do that to you. Darion, he doesn't want to stop. He knows that they're backed up, that he's weak. He knows he got the dink. He heard it. He's trying to get the kill, but no, it's going to be Blaze King just trying to play for survival. Vandal dropped right in the hands of Juicy, but there's a trade. The flash goes for too long for Famous. He can't hold on to the site just yet. Backside entirely given over to Bleed Esports. 2 Vandals, and Nef steps right into the smoke, a second ahead of Severine. Boom Esports are starting to get rushed just a bit once again. Shiro and Berserks, they have to calm things down. Fault line at the ready. The smoke is cleared. Waiting on the timing. Oh, a twist of fate as Berserks doesn't find that peak, but they don't have too much time left now. They have to go recon bolt into Fault line. But Crazy, oh, they get the hit on 3! Instant 2 kills through walls on both sides, or the boxes rather. And Crazy Guy only has a classic. He cannot get it. And Boom will be able to stabilize with another round.
What a sudden twist of events. The way that they just managed to catch them through the boxes off the recon ball from Shiro. A great way to turn things around, but you have to admit, Boom, they almost let this get away. They were a little bit careless with how they played it around. Blaze trying to get a little bit greedy with a pick outside of garage, falling back, low HP, and with Severine as well, pushing into a dark cover that way. That's something that you always have to count for, because Bleed loves to do that inside of smokes.
Yeah, Boom. Hopefully they can keep track of this, because guess what? The night is starting to get extended a bit long here in Bangkok, Thailand. Both teams playing an endurance game. It's going to be another early contention, but a dash forward from Juicy. Gets stopped by the fault line.
And he's going to spam just to keep people at bay. The main thing is, though, you got 2 ultimates now in the bank of Bleed. Neff, he could very well use this to set up outside of A long to push and execute onto the A site. Severine just waiting for the contact, goes in for the peek, gets information off of the recon ball from Shiro, but still, it's not going to be so easy. Oh, so many players.
Yeah,
he has no idea.
Hunter's Fury uses well. He dodges the flash. The anti-flash is good. And he dodges the Rolling Thunder as well. Not hit by it just yet. The aftershock buys time, but the flash lasts for a bit too long. Shiro there for backup, and he survives with 10 HP, cleaning up Bay main and keeping Boom ahead 3-1.
The triple kill coming through. It was the Aldrone, that gathered so much information, kind of drawing the attention away just to allow his teammate to actually peek off of him. And then, of course, the utility through from Bleed as well. I mean, Boom, the Hunter Fury, yes, it did come through, and it just gives Boom so much more presence around the A side just to fight back. Expensive round for Bleed.
Absolutely. 3 stingers now for Bleed. That's all they got. 2 Sheriffs. Of course, we've seen the 145 dinks twice already in this map alone. The operator, Famous, he's good with it. He will escape away from the fault line, but they actually take that timing to plant Blaze King back into the site. Bleed not quite aware of this. Blaze King gets 1, he gets another on the escape. Darion also down. Scary and Crazy Guy with stingers. That's not the gun you want against these Vandals, but you didn't have a choice. You were put down into this round already on your back foot.
And with that, trying to find a bit of peace. Another gap, perhaps to sneak through. Maybe one pick gives you a weapon. But if not, I mean, look at how Boom are just holding up around this. The dark cover gives it away. Scary trying to sneak through, but easily spotted out by Shiro. It all comes down to Crazy Guy, who is sneaking his way onto the A site. But when you have 5 players coming up from Boom, this is a retake that you cannot hold against.
Yeah, I mean, quite frankly, Crazy Guy, you just got to take what you can get. Go for the plant, right? Boom's giving it to you. They don't want to take the risk. They don't want to give over the rifle upgrades. Oh, the fault line to keep him locked in, though.
He's on top.
Yeah, he's on top. If Shiro didn't get it, surely it would have gone over to Severine. But Shiro happily charging his Hunter's Fury back up. Yeah, there's quite a few members who wanted this one. For that ult point, it is going to go over to Berserks. You still have Blaze King with 1 point away from that lockdown as well.
Well, so far, this has been a great run. We've seen the first pistol win from Bleed, and then Boom coming back with 4 rounds in a row. In the previous maps, it would have been Legia calling the timeout right about now, just to turn things around. I don't know if it's going to happen again, especially on a map like Haven. It comes down to how the players actually frag out. And Famous so far, he's been starting to wake up a little bit. And we were talking about how loose Boom were starting to get, whether or not their mental got boomed. They need to calm down, and it feels like they're starting to come back into form.
Yeah, absolutely. Shiro with 11 kills. The Des pointed him out as that key player early on. The comparison up against Crazy Guy, the 2 Sovas. And this time around, I mean, nothing against Crazy Guy. He's doing what he can, but Shiro truly the hero for Boom Esports. Now a triple stack here. The drone will spot, and immediately they're ready for it. Boom. You're ready to trade. You've got the utility lined up as well.
And look at this setup too. Severine up on top. Bleed are going back to their roots, playing it slow, playing it careful. But unless Shiro can gather information for them, unless they can find some kind of an opening pick, they're not going to fully blindly commit. Meanwhile, on the other hand, it's just going to be that presence of an operator from Famous still on the C site. So Bleed are very much kind of either funneling to B or A. And if it is A, you got 3 players waiting.
Yeah, they're working off an assumption that they cut enough noise to draw out confusion from Boom, but especially with that turret getting taken out in Garage, and they're just trying to run this in, and Berserks, he has not enough time to get the fault line through. He didn't expect the flash. He tried to anti-flash away, but Severino, he cannot get the spade transfer as he sees Juicy run across his screen. The site giving up, but unfortunate timing on the side of Boom Esports. Berserks, he just had too many thoughts going through his head, couldn't find the right timing, and the operator has to be saved here for Famous.
And that's one of those things where you can feel it in the crowd, feel it in the arena, that moment. You hear the crowd going off, you feel that pressure in the air, you know what's at stake, and sometimes it becomes a little bit too much, and you get caught out with utility in hand. Maybe you're looking at the mini-map, maybe not, but whatever it is, those mistakes gives Bleed just a little bit more. Now Famous trying to hold on to this operator. He watches the angle. The crowd is starting to rev up again.
They say, okay, our team's coming back. Let's get behind them. Bleed now 2-4 score line. But of course, operator and plenty of credits on the side of Boom Esports. Triple ultimates as well. They're not in too much trouble just yet.
30 seconds.
Just a great entry, right? As soon as you saw that flash go through and it was hit, you knew you had the chance. I mean, you even saw, of course, the mechanical arm from the breach held up high, and that's going to be the easy entry coming out from Juicy. Going into round 7. Boom still in the lead, but can they recover, stabilize? Famous, he's been... Oh, Shiro's actually going to cover for him and takes out Juicy, and that allows Famous to creep forward. He's holding a closer angle as well. Just trying to fake away from the tag.
And then exploring B site. Blaze King loves to play pivot around C-Link, though, and this is where he can punish a lot of players. Known to be strong with his little bit of strafe shot. But again, Bleed cutting noise, slowly maneuvering around the map. You've got that alarm bot, and it only covers up the window.
Blaze King is going on a journey in mid. His turret was taken out in B. He creeps forward.
Though.
Yeah, he sees that, okay, no one's coming through. They hear the noise coming in to C site. The recon bolt denied, and there's the Rolling Thunder. The Aftershock, it's not going to do much damage as Famous gets the kill right as the smoke clears. Meanwhile, B site just abandoned by both teams. Okay, Scary trying to get a better position on A from the shadows, but he's spotted by Shiro. Scary just has to hold on to this position until his team comes. However, that means no one's watching the Link coming in from spawn, and that's exactly where Severine is for the double. And Blaze King will pick up the kill from behind.
Crumble beneath my feet. Just with the way that still they control their way around the map. Yes, Bleed, they might cut noise, they might, try to find a little bit of a sneaky rotate. When you have a player like Blaze King who knows exactly when and where to peek out, having that feeling, having that presence, just to go wrap up or back around A long, he catches them from behind. And also, Shiro finding Scary, kind of knowing that from the shadows would have been used.
And Shiro, 12, 2, and 4. I mean, every part of that number stat line looks impressive. And once again, he's trying to provide support for his Jet with that operator. Ace site, I mean, it's just not getting opened up too easily. Yes, Bleed had that 1 round 2 rounds ago where they found an opening. But the recon boats, the operator, the support, the setup off contact with the fault lines, it's just too much. Blaze King, oh, he cannot stand that tempo. Just the bulldozing through of 4 members of Bleed.
And now they surround the site. A bit of a garage presence as well from Crazy Guy. And then he rotates back around mid. Bleed are now spreading out across the map despite the spike being planted. They want to catch them on the rotations. Crazy Guy has such a great timing for this flank.
Yeah, exactly. They don't suspect him because they see people climbing out of garage, and it's going to be Darian who draws the attention for Crazy Guy, getting the last kill of the round. And it all started with being able to push out towards C-Link, getting that kill in garage that opened up that entire other half of the map.
A little bit messy, a little bit strong coming up from Bleed. And like you mentioned, yes, it's that kill towards C-Link. It's something that you have to think about as Boom Esports right now. Yes, this is how you play. Yes, this is what you are known for. But it's because you are so known for it that Bleeds start to find their way to adapt around some of this. They want to punish you in your most predictable spots.
We also have to remember, okay, well, let's not remember, because right now the round's kicking off right away in round 9. Famous dashes forward to try to make something happen. Oh, and he tries to spray. It wasn't even the Vandal, and Juicy still able to answer back, gets the pinpoint precision. Man down for Boom Esports. Shiro also very low trying to support his teammate.
You just can't go off with these crazy aggressive pushes against Bleed, especially when they play this slow together. We talk about their 5-man movement all the time, and they're doing it again. Maybe you get a little bit of control outside of C long, but what's going to happen on A site? Unless Blaze King is going to pull off a miracle. Bleed, they are coming through.
Oh no, Blaze King, you're going back into the site. You still have the lockdown in hand. You have to stay alive. The Hunter's Fury, yes, it's being used to buy time. It's actually good for 2 kills. Draws away enough attention of Blaze King. Now able to get another kill. He does eventually go down, but the Rolling Thunder has to be used preemptively just to create space. Bleed knows that if they just planted without using that they would get caught off guard. They're trying to bait in the aggression, but Severine on a nice timing from a short. Spike down, way far away from Neff. He just wants to get at least 1 more kill to try to even the numbers, but even if he does, he's not going to have enough time. Yeah, he can't chase too far forward.
And this is where I want to see that discipline, that control, that hold from Boom. You've gone aggressive before, not at this moment, not right now. 15 seconds left, and Neff might be looking to possibly pick up the spike at the last moment, or maybe not.
Yeah, he's just going to go for the save. I mean, that drop would have been too risky to begin with, even if he tries to get onto that box. Now, Boom has no intention of letting him carry over that rifle. They're trying to come through. Oh, is Neff going to peek out? No, he will play it safe. He knows how valuable that Vandal can be.
6-3 right now, Will.
Oh, and this was just incredible. I mean, gets a kill with the first one, and then, of course, got the double tag. And with that chaos, that opens up the timing for Blaze King to peek out.
What are you doing on your phone? You gotta watch this game.
Well, the eyes were still on the screen, okay?
It's not good enough. I mean, you need your ears too.
Well, listen, maybe it was their mother, right? If your mother calls, you always gotta pick up, all right?
Tell your mom to watch. But okay, so the score being 6-3, yes, it's a bit of an expensive round, but such a great way to bail your teammate out. Good reads coming out from Boom, and then the timeout being called by Legia, Bleed's coach, finding that impact. It's happened before, especially in the past two maps. And this is what I'm worried about, because despite Boom having a lead, sometimes they let that slip away. Sometimes they overheat a little bit. I want to see Meow just kind of calming down the team. And at the same time, for Bleed, what is their next play going to be?
Yeah, because it looked like, maybe they had that, answer against the fast aggression and things like that. Now, what I wanted to mention at the beginning of this round was the fact that, okay, earlier in the rounds, Bleed went with their traditional setup of creep around, take out the turret, creep around again. And then when they hit B site, they just bulldoze through, right? So this mental conditioning, the mini game is starting to come online for Bleed. Curious to see if they work off that mental conditioning once again. Now, it would be a little tough if they run into the sight lines of Famous, though, as he picks up yet another operator here for the defensive side. 6-3 lead for Boom Esports.
However, bear in mind, Crazy Guy does have his Hunter's Fury. All the lockdowns, all the ultimates in this round could very well make an impact, and it all starts with this A-short rush. Severine is prepared for this. He hears it and backs up, trying to set up the crossfire.
And Shiro's trying to play for contact as well. The shock darts just trying to get some damage, just trying to draw them out. The aftershock coming through as well. Yes, the lockdown absolutely goes down, but the question is, no, they were not ready to push through a main on a timing. Bleed thought they might be able to just let the lockdown go through. Boom Esports had no intention of doing so. They were very prepared for this round.
And now just holding. Cutting noise again. They're trying to sell this fake that maybe they rotated through, but Boom aren't budging. They're still holding down on this site. It comes down to how well they hold. They send out the drone to gather information, but here comes the hit.
Oh, and Shiro with a nice timing to peek right around. They hear the Hunter's Fury coming through. It actually does enough damage, gets enough tags to clear out the site eventually. Sure, Shiro gets the first kill onto Juicy, but he was really just the main. Oh, the timing on the smoke. Blaze King did not have the right information on that one, and Famous, is he going for it? 1v3, he's trying to walk through. I mean, you know what, I get it. It's a nice attempt mentally, but at the same time, you had an operator in hand. You couldn't just keep swinging out. That's a rough one.
Incredibly rough. And now, although they do have quite a bit in the bank, maybe this round's just given away to Bleed. It costs them a couple of ultimates, right? The Hunter's Fury from Shiro, it was great in giving them control over the site as the rest of the team, as the rest of the squad pushed through. The retake there, a little bit weak coming up from Boom, and you hope to expect more. Now that Severin brings out the Odin.
Oh, we've seen the Odin do work before. See if he can continue here on Haven.
Oh, fast movement though.
Yeah, once again, Bleed, they're pushing up the tempo. Worked for them in that previous round. And this gives them full control, but Juicy thought he had cleared all the angles, but there was just a sliver left for Famous on that platform. And now with the jet down this early, I mean, when you're dying going into the site, that's one thing to draw crosshairs, but now, Bleed, that fast tempo, no longer possible.
Noise cut again, and then the dark cover to possibly sell a bit of a fake outside of Garage, inside of Garage. It's going to come down to Shiro and how ready, how prepared he is for this. Hovering back around A-Link, he hops in through the site again.
Yeah, he just
sees that utility, and now he gets punished.
He tries to grade for extra information. I was about to point out, Quack, as you were talking, that he was correctly backing out, playing it safe, trying to play the numbers game. But then he goes in and says, well, maybe I should check for information. That leads to his death. Severine gets 1-for-1 traded. I mean, sure, Bladestorm available here for Famous, so they could go for the retake 3v3. They will be going for it. Blaze King opens things up for the first kill. The turret taken down, but Darren answers back on contact. Both members of Bleed in a main, but Boom not quite sure where. Okay, now they see the paranoia coming through. They know where both members are. Half defuse already done. Scary with a nice headshot. He knows he's not sticking the defuse. The shadow step just to play the mind games. They know he's not sticking it yet again, and Scary gets him through the corner of the wall. 5-6 scoreline.
Coming back now, and it's no longer a 4-8, no longer a 3-9 for Bleed. These guys, they are in control. As soon as the spike is planted, as long as it is planted, they have that advantage and they will play off of it. Boom, on the other hand, just a little bit sloppy with how they go in for the retake again. Being too confident, going out for those duels, going out for those peaks. When Scary is in control, you can't take those fights against him.
No, you definitely cannot. And a lot of these is Bleed just taking initiative, right? 2 rounds ago, they used 100 Fury knowing that the lockdown was still available for Boom, but they just say if we pile on through, that lockdown will not find use. This time, they get the plant. They're able to get out of range fast enough. They once again wait for the aggression because they know Boom is starting to get antsy.
Oh my god. And so antsy. They are up a long. Severine not quite yet discovered, but Bleed does have an inkling.
Yeah, there's the fault line. They go for the clear right away. A nice swing off of that stun. Crazy Guy opens things up. And now once again, they cut noise, right? Bleed just says, okay, if we just go step by step, Boom Esports, they will try to creep forward. The recon bolt gets cleared, no information. There's the shock bolt, but Juicy's ready for the peak. I mean, Bleed's starting to get into the heads of Boom Esports, Quack. They know the mindset of Boom, that they're always going to try to swing for these duels. A short, not quite clear just yet. Oh, the Odin, it's doing work. Oh! Blaze King. Now the spike will get planted. Blaze King's going to try to do some damage with the Nano Swarm, but not going to quite find his target. Famous waiting up in heaven. The smoke clears just now, and he gets the kill on to Darion. Next position, though. Are they quite aware? Well, now they will be. Famous, very low on health. Nev's going to try to rotate over to Heaven.
They don't know.
He tries to jump over and he gets the quick kill onto Shiro.
Are you kidding me?
The ball line as well. He sees Famous was surely tagged out by the stun. And Nev with the celebratory rolling thunder as if foreseeing the victory in hand. 6-6 half tied up as we switch sides.
A 1-on-3 clutch, Will. Having the mind to go back up on top of Heaven, and Famous trying to updraft or hop up, hovering through, getting that shot. He just couldn't find it.
Yeah, I mean, oh man, the fault line as well. Sure, he didn't make the jump right away either. So the height not quite there, but the fault line all but secured that round. Now 6-6 half, and you kept mentioning it, Quack, and I think it's important to remind everyone once again, the most they had gotten was 4 rounds, 3 rounds in the first 2 maps. This time, they tie things up. The Desk talked about it as well. Okay, Bleed always had this really slow start, and they figure it out once you switch sides. Well, this time, it's tied up. They only need 7 more rounds to go.
And that's not all. It's the same as before. Now we will have Bleed on their defense. And there's so much that they can do. First of all, you have to be wary of Darion's operator. And like we mentioned before, right, same composition, sure, different players, different team. The stark difference between how Scary and Severine are playing right now. Severine a little bit too aggressive with his utility and how he positions himself as that controller player. If you lose that early in the round, you just don't have your smokes anymore. So needing to see that control coming out from Boom Esports. They have to make it happen. Are we going to rewrite this history book, or are we going to let it repeat itself?
It's been 337 days since Bleed got knocked down to the lower bracket last year in the Last Chance qualifiers. Nearly a full year they've been waiting for this chance to get some revenge when it matters most. Sure, they beat Boom during the offseason in a couple third-party events, but this is where they want to prove that they deserve to get up to the big stage. Famous gets tagged quite a bit. He's going to need some teammates to peek with him. Oh, the flash of the dash timing, but no! What's Juicy with the fadeaway ghost headshot onto Famous. And they have to run away. They've all been flashed. Boom Esports, they're trying to do whatever they can. The paranoia comes through from Scary, but Blaze King not tagged by it. Only good for 1 kill. Scary now here with the ghost as well. The site is flooded with players from Bleed, and they just do not let go of it. Bleed take yet another pistol win in the second half of map 3.
Stu Blind fully committing down through A short as well as A long, and it almost feels as if Bleed were prepared for that first shot from Juicy and then just falling back. They worked off the information that they had. They were prepared, coming through so quick on the rotation. Yes, Boom, they got a bit of close contacts with the right clicks and the pistols, but still, Bleed having the numbers to trade it out in the retake.
And we just saw it on the cameras of the players, but this looks the most relaxed that Bleed has been all night. And it's map 3, it's getting late into the night, and if this is when they're starting to heat up and get comfortable, that's not good news for Boom! Oh man, not even the Marshall duel going in favor of Famous. Juicy online, ready to go, trying to close things out. Oh, and he swings right around to A long to get yet another kill. And you called it, Quack. That smoke going down early, absolutely devastating on a map like Haven.
You just no longer have any cover as you push into a site. You walk into C, and that's all that Killjoy getting contacted. Shiro will be able to shoot out the drone, but that's about it. Neff is now prepared for this. He's calling his entire team to surround the site. Blaze King on a deep lurk, but I don't know how much that can do.
Yeah, trying to escape from the aftershock. Okay, Neff tried to get a read on it, but Shiro quick on the trigger. But can he make it across the sight lines of Juicy? He's pretty much trapped right now. Yeah, you're right. It's all up to Blaze King, but guess what? Crazy Guy has a read on that as well. Juicy good for 3 with a Marshall. Crazy Guy gets the flank, and everything that Boom Esports trying to throw at Bleed, it falls short of the finish line.
Just not quite finding the answer just yet. Bleed having such a quick reaction to everything. Such a good read as well. Juicy doubling back out towards A-Long to find a second pick, and then in towards B site.
Man, even getting that quick peek to the right after seeing the re-combo, things like this, it just shows that Juicy is way more focused.
Still though, full buys now coming out from Boom. And they're working their way around this, maybe trying to take it slow. Juicy wants to push up the tempo.
Yeah, I mean, momentum-wise, carrying over from the end of the first half, it sounds like Bleed has the advantage. However, it's only an 8-6 scoreline, and in theory, right, the full buy round coming in for Boom, they should be able to try to turn things around here. The question is, how many weapons do they lose?
Hopefully not too much. Working their way down A-Long, Juicy just repositions, recalibrates, and he's waiting for them to show up. Crazy Guy's here as well, and you know how useful those recon bolts can be.
Yeah, they've already pushed out for Bleed on the side of C main as well, waiting to see if there is a rotate. And the recon bolt as well. The alarm bot gets cleared, and then Bleed backs off. They are still one step ahead strategically. Blaze King, if he gets this kill, it'd be huge. He misses the first one, and that allows the trade to happen from Scary. That's a rifle drop.
Wants to pick it up too, but attention drawn back. The paranoia now, Severine. Can you win out your duel against your counterpart?
Yeah, the counter, paranoia as well. Severine gets the spray through the smoke, recognizes where it came from, but he does not realize there could be 2. Neff hiding in between the smokes, Famous. He's doing what he can. He needs to keep hold of the site, and he will do so. Now, a 2v1 Marshall for Juicy, still full health and half armor for both Shiro and Famous.
Swaps over the Spectre.
Run and gun possible here, but no, Famous will not give him the time of day. So, Boom Esports, they get the round they're supposed to, but we question how many weapons do you drop? 3 full rifles.
It definitely wasn't the cleanest round, I'll tell you that much, Will. And it all took so many rotations through, back and forth. Definitely a lot of presence being felt by Juicy just up around the A-Long area. But also, when Scary is up around a corner, you have to watch out for that guy. And just knowing that he would have gone back for that weapon, Blaze King, a good pick off the start. He knows how to work around his utility when he gets that information, but you need so much more than that. You need to make it clean.
Yeah, well, an early alarm bot down right in front of A lobby makes it seem like Boom Esports, they just want to commit to a fast hit onto A. Just
Juicy.
Ooh, okay, spots the operator as well. So operator spotted, but not quite the Odin just yet. There's another expensive weapon. Okay, they start to hear it now on A short. I mean, if you're Boom Esports, yeah, you gotta imagine, okay, well there's like 100 bullets on one side, and then there's 1 bullet that counts for 100.
And at the same time, you got Neff slowly pushing up. He's under window right now. If they double back, he's gonna hear everything, Will. If they drop down, he's gonna get the perfect opportunity just to punish Boom.
Boom, it looks like they might want to just try to fish for information on mid and then decide the timing. Can they get Neff? No, he gets 1 kill before Severine's able to get the timing around towards Garage. And that just means they still do not have full control of mid. Boom Esports starting to run out of options, running out of time as well. 40 seconds on the clock. You have to make up your mind. They try to throw a fake smoke, but guess what? No one's around to even fall for it on the C side of the map. Operator still watching A long. You've got the Odin watching the entrance from A short. I feel like they're gonna hit a brick wall, Quack.
Oh, that's everything right there. Bleed already arriving on the crime scene.
Yeah, and here's the Blaze Storm just to get prepared for a multi-person duel. Juicy, he gets the anti-flash as well.
Fake TP.
Yeah, but Severine with the fake TP picks up the kill, and Berserks will get the timing to come in for an extra kill. Open up the site, but it's Scary. What? You can never count him out. 1v1. Scary versus Shiro. They know of each other's position. Shiro with the jiggle, and Scary holds true on his aim, and he will get the 1v1 clutch.
How does he do this? Slight bits of movement back and forth, and as soon as he sees Shiro, despite the white swing through underneath the hell, Scary drags him down with him. 7-9 Bleed, very much so in the lead, and they're not looking to let go anytime soon, Will.
And this is why Scary has such a huge following all around the world, right? Not just here in Bangkok, Thailand, but this is why he's been this feared player from all across Southeast Asia. And you can see it on the faces of Bleed. They're getting fired up. They're cheering each other on. They no longer look nervous. They no longer look under pressure. Meanwhile, we haven't even had a chance or a reason to look at Boom Esports' cameras during replays because they haven't been getting the clutch kills they need.
Oh god, now Darren with a judge.
Oh, well, he jumps right around, and that's just a way advantageous fight. So now a judge to go with the operator. It's always something. Neff, they're starting to feel it. I mean, they are just in the minds of Boom Esports. For Bleed, it's really just another day where they're checking corners, checking smokes, but it's Boom who's not really quite being aware of those possibilities.
And that's the thing. The players are starting to get too nervous or too tense with how they go in for these fights, how they go in for control around the map. Bleed are exploiting this all in full. One more player down, Will.
Yeah, and Neff also trying to draw attention from window as well. Yeah, they don't understand that Darion can still be here. Severine, yes, he tries to go for the check, but Darion already a step to the left, a little bit wide away from that swing. Berserks all alone, only one flashpoint. The fault line does come back, but there's 5 members on the other side. He gets spotted as well. Only 30 seconds, not much you can do. And Bleed now only 3 rounds away from climbing back forward, getting a rematch, potentially against Scars in the grand finals of VCT Ascension Pacific.
And that's a match that they've won before. Off that one kill, Crazy Guy picks up another Hunter's Fury. And just in this round, yes, it is a bit of a save coming out from Boom, but you would have expected a little bit more success. The way that they re-peek back in the garage, you have to know that Darren's still here. What are you doing? You expect the coach to call a timeout right now because these players need it more so than ever.
Well, it's coming through. The timer's paused. And boy, oh boy, we haven't really seen both coaches look this tense. All throughout this best of 3, it's always been, the side of Bleed looking so pressured, looking nervous that they might let things slip away. But this time, both teams feel the pressure. Sure, Bleed's in the lead, but they understand that Boom has the firepower to carry through. And at this point, sure, it's not overtime just yet. It hasn't gotten that far, but it is 11 p.m. here in Bangkok, Thailand, local time. The day started at 3 p.m. The crowds have been here supporting all the players on stage because you only get this one shot to move on. Take your place towards VCT Pacific.
If you don't, your opponent takes your place instead. And then you gotta wait a whole year before you get your second shot. You don't want that to happen. Boom, it's now or never. And they're gonna have to try. 3 ultimates on both sides. And Bleed once more in control. You've got Juicy still on that operator, this time watching towards C-Long.
Yeah, and he's not the one who's been needing to get the kills either. Neff with 20 kills to his name. Only 11 deaths, still 6 assists as well. So doing whatever he can, everywhere he can. Rolling Thunder and Hunter's Fury available for Bleed. Now with all the gunfire coming through, we do have Boom just being a bit more aware. So we're starting to see that change, right? They're calming things down. They're aware of the potential spam coming through.
Okay.
Nanoswarm cleared out. Famous tries to get the peek onto the Sova, but Crazy Guy will hide away just in time. Draws out a lot of utility. Are they going to recommit? Famous, no, he has to dash out before the tailwind expires.
Yeah, it's just the B side. It's so easy to rotate around that they cannot recommit into this. If they did, it would have been a death trap. So rotation's back on through now. They have a bit of garage presence, Juicy, fire shot, and now they have to play around this.
They have a minute left. They do not need to rush this, and they correctly back out. And here's the thing, they've drawn out 2 huge ultimates from the side of Bleed. For the first time in Haven, it's actually Bleed who's getting a bit too flustered. They're trying to rush through with their utility. And Crazy Guy, he just wants to get 1 kill, but he holds the trigger for too long. Blaze King finds the origin. Oh, a nice sneak in from Darion, though. Are they aware that he's already here? They heard him. Yep, they heard the jump. What? He gets the kill on Toshiro, and he still stays alive. Well, that forces a lockdown to have to be used. Famous with a nice flake on the drop on to Juicy, as if he fell to his death straight from heaven. And Darion just trying to come around to get the lockdown, but he doesn't have the range to combat that Vandal from Blaze King. Once again, scary, but this time only 5 HP. There's no way he could have done that one. Boom Esports, the timeout was what they needed to get another round on the board.
Multiple rotations, and it's not an easy one, Will, because it's so scary with how you actually peek inside of B, dodge back out, slightly in towards Garage, and then all the way through over onto the A site. A tiny mistake, a tiny sliver, and you never know. Bleed might have punished you, but thankfully it worked out for Boom. With that, those ultimates drawn out, they managed to secure the A site. Still a little bit scary though, because Darion got away with that classic kill.
Yeah, I mean the focus individually still on the side of Bleed, I would say, but team-wise, Boom's trying to recover and stabilize. Operator still available for Bleed. They have another round of full buys. Ontra's Fury trying to clear out one side of the map. But Severine, can he get the kill off the peak? He does. He clears out Scary. No smokes, no paranoia available. The fault line also gone from the side of Bleed. But Darion, he's alive once again. Terrorizing the site as he did last round. Holding back sight. And it's not a double peak. Darion good for one. Blaze King finally trading for that one. Now a 1v2. They don't know where he's coming from, but it is the operator. Oh no, the drone. Oh no, the timing. He jumps to try to avoid it. What? It actually just gives him a better sight line as Juicy goes for the flick.
Oh, and he's baiting for it.
I love it. He fakes out the gun drop, and now he's trying to spam. Oh, but he does not realize. Has to second guess himself, and it's Blaze King clutching the 1v1.
Just a little bit more experience, knowing that he would make his move around the site, crouched down and waited. Sudden push out into C site. And despite that presence from Scary, this time Severine comes out on top. The shrouded step towards the backside, and then he gets the flick. Teammates here to back him up as well. Darion, almost a bit of a menace. But then, calling out, you could see those communications coming through from the team. They were trying to spam and triangulate Darion's positioning. You want this team to continue to stay alive this way.
Oh, and the round kicks off once again with an early fault line, and finally the credits burning out for Bleed. They cannot buy up the rifles they would want, only a Guardian in the hand of Neff. An early from the shadows just to clear out backside. They've always had trouble with that one over on C. And boom, they're finally starting to answer back. Checking every smoke, checking every corner. That's how Bleed was getting so many advantages throughout this map. The timeout has done wonders for this Indonesian squad.
That's it though, Neff has the Guardian. He finds that first pick. So many angles, not quite yet covered by Boom. They have to go back. They have to play calm. And then the Rolling Thunder comes through. It does take up a couple players, so it buys a bit of time.
Yeah, I mean, whatever to try to tie up the points. And Blaze King now with the timing. I like this fake out on the timing, right? The Rolling Thunder's not what he's trying to capitalize on. Oh no, but Neff swings out with the Guardian. Blaze King, you gotta get here quick, you gotta get here fast. Gets one, but he can't get the second kill. Down to Berserx. Berserx versus Crazy Guy. 1v1, holding to the half. Crazy Guy doesn't bite it. But no time. Crazy Guy has to get the kill right now, but it wasn't fast enough. Berserx, he did what he had to do, tying it up 10-10.
Still a little bit expensive, not quite the cleanest, but a win nonetheless. 3 in a row now, Will, and boom, they tie it up. Bleed, they still have timeouts. They still have options, and the crowd is counting on them. Boom, on the other hand, though, trying to claw their way back into this game. Still not quite the cleanest rounds, but they make it nonetheless.
Once again, a 10-10 score line between these two teams. Boom Esports, they haven't had the lead for the past 11 rounds. Can they bring it back? Juicy spots Famous on that sliver. Famous says, I just want to back out. We don't want to commit too much utility. Blaze King's trying to shake up the middle of the site, but he cannot overextend because Neff's ready for this one. Oh, he lets Blaze King through. He can't quite get the first shot. Famous will survive. He's trying to just stay alive in the sky of B site. This time it's meant to be a committed plant here. The Aftershock not going to be able to push him off of it just yet. Famous not hit by the paranoia. The lockdown No one's ready to take it off just yet. They have to start exiting the site, and Bleed catches that timing to get 2 exit frags before the retake even begins. Shiro finds the gun barrel, but he cannot find the second as Darion stops at nothing. Berserks, you have to buy enough time for Severine. Exactly. They don't know where Severine is just yet, the paranoia, but now they are quite well aware. Still enough time to start sticking that defuse. Even the smoke coming out. You cannot find that right angle. Severine, he's gonna get the kill, but Bleed will answer back. They should have more than enough time to close this one out once again, keeping the lead 11-10.
Unbelievably smart. You see how they play that 1-on-3. Yes, Severine was coming out from behind. They might not have known it until that Perno was sent out, but letting a weakened player go onto the defuse just to bait out for that shot through the smoke. So smart coming out from Bleed. They practiced for this. And given how aggressive Boom were onto the B side, it's high risk, high reward. And that time, because it was so risky, Bleed knew exactly how to punish them.
Well, Bleed, the setup this time once again with an Odin and an Operator holding down A side, practically just letting them know A side is closed for the night. Please go to B or C, Boom Esports. Will they play by the rules? Even a dark cover, they just want to force them into C site, because guess what? A Rolling Thunder's waiting there. Juicy is pushing out. Okay, clears out the drone, but that's a bit of a warning shot for both sides of the team. Meanwhile, Darion looks like he got tagged up quite a bit over on by the C side.
And it's that Odin once more from Crazy Guy.
Yeah, well, the drone spots not 1, not 2, but 3 in the middle of the map. He wants that reload because he thinks he's going to need 100 bullets ready to go.
We've got a full minute to work with, and Boom doesn't quite have to commit to anything, but they are looking to punish Juicy. The crowd's starting to cheer up, and he backs off.
Yeah.
Boom, once again, I mean, it's a little bit risky, but they're going in for it, Will. If they don't make it happen, that could be deadly.
He tries to go for the first kill. He's trying to hold on to the site. It does buy enough time for his teammates to arrive, but Dark covers, cutting up the entire site. He's above them. They do not realize the Blade Storm's good. The Odin continues to grind up all of the members of Boom Esports, and it's only Famous left alive. Scary finishes it off in fashion, and Bleed will get to match point.
I mean, just going in for it. Juicy backs up. We saw this on Pearl. Again, just the reads, and then floating up on top of them. Boom had no idea.
Yeah, I mean, amidst all that chaos, just not quite aware of that updraft coming through. Doesn't have the awareness to do so, and that alone allows Crazy Guy to hold that trigger on the Odin. 1 round away for Bleed to finally get revenge in a tournament that potentially gives you that chance to enter a Tier 1 stage of VCT. The Rolling Thunder being used early here from Bleed. They see all the utility flying in, and they just don't want to have to deal with that. Now, they do still have the Hunter's Fury from Crazy Guy. So not everything dumped early, but this is good news for Boom Esports, because guess what? Here's Famous, but he's been stunned up, and he can't get the first kill. They suspected it right away, and Scary's able to clear that out. Now without a jet, how do you plan to break open the site and distract this Operator? Because Juicy's just waiting for a shot through the wall. Clips Severine. He is down now. No smokes, no entry. Blaze King doing what he can to disrupt the other side of the map, but they know the forces are here. He's been tagged. Berserk goes down. Shiro only with a Sheriff. Blaze King, you have to come back with that Vandal. You have to support your teammate. Oh, but it's too late. Shiro drops the spike as well. And Scary's waiting for Blaze King. And fate would have it that the hometown hero would get to play another day here in Bangkok, Thailand, in front of the home crowd as the last hope moving on to the grand finals of VCT Ascension Pacific.
Finally redeemed. And it starts with this one guy, Scary, pulling it off on Pearl and then back onto Haven. Such a lead. Boom, not quite able to find those answers. Slowly making it out with some comebacks, but then towards the end of it, on the attacking half, the way that they try to find some of these gaps, some of these leaks, it just couldn't happen. Juicy with the Operator, Crazy Guy with the Odin, the Killjoy utility to anchor down the C site.
Yeah, and Darion with great movements, right? Whether it was with the Judge or the Vandal, he's always ready for that second fight. He's not trying to get caught off guard. I mean, this entire squad, quite frankly, all 10 players that were on stage today, they play their hearts out. But alas, it is the end of the road for Boom Esports. They will not get to relive the moment from last year where they were able to send Bleed down from the upper bracket, make them lose their shot at the last chance qualifiers. Well, this time it's going to be Boom Esports who has to go home just a day too early, and Bleed, representing Malaysia and Singapore, including the hometown hero, the last reigning Thai player here at VCT Ascension Pacific 2023. They will be moving on to get a rematch against Scars from Japan tomorrow in the grand finals.
And this time it's not going to be a best of 3, Will. We will have a full best of 5. Limits will be tested. And you're just going to have to think about it, right? The Pearl map being picked out. Fracture perhaps another run back, but so far the story being written inside of Ascension Pacific, the first one of its kind, 2023. And you just see Boom play their hearts out, trying so hard, so darn hard. 2 leads on the first 2 maps, and it all crumbles away on the last one.
For Bleed, if you're a supporter of Bleed, I think the promising moment today, sure, it's Scary who ends, who puts down that period at the end of the sentence of both map 2 and 3. However, it was a lot of these other players that started to shine. Neff with a great scoreline, some amazing clutches as well. I mean, we saw Crazy Guy continuing to put up crazy numbers and support. Darion, of course, we've always talked about his potential, but he does it once again on that Killjoy. Juicy not missing a beat either. I mean, every single one of these players, they were able to carry on through and bring home the victory to play one more day in Bangkok, Thailand for a chance to take their place in VCT Pacific.
And without a doubt, a great effort from Boom as well, right? I mean, They came in prepared. They came in and showed us what they had for those first 2 maps. It's just that on Haven, still, you talked about every single one of those players, Will, and they all had something to say. I mean, just imagine this team in Pacific next year. There's so much that they could do.
I mean, either Scars or Bleed at this point, right? We've seen them continue to dominate throughout the past 2 weeks. And no matter which one comes up, I think it's going to be very promising prospects. However, we can say that as viewers and fans, but for the players that remain, this is that one shot. Change your career, change your life for the next 2 years to compete against the best of Pacific.
And that's things not over yet. It all comes down to that match for tomorrow. So mark your calendars. You have to watch in for it. But for now, we're going to toss it over to Komodo's Corner, where he will break down that insane map that we just saw.
Thank you once again, guys. A banger of a series that one was, but a mess of a round I have for you folks watching at home. We're going to go over into round number 3. This was the eco round to essentially come through from Bleed. And we're going to start it off with Blaze King here actually getting dinked down to 5 HP, overstaying his welcome in Garage. But the important bit is what actually happens afterwards. So when we do look at the radar, this is where the spice will happen. So we're going to see a smoke thrown over towards this location to help him out. But the problem is already you have a mass of members coming in from Bleed to overwhelm the Garage. And he is just going to get stuck and isolated on the side. He's actually going to get caught going into that smoke from his team. And that's when the rotations are going to have to try and come over from the side of Boom. But it's a little bit too late. Now remember, this is an eco round. These are the ones that Boom should not really be dropping. So as we do see here, Blaze King low on HP, there was actually a paranoia that went through and blinded off Famous. So he's out of the round essentially for the time to try and help out Blaze King. So I'll go ahead, once again, play this one, and there's that kill onto him. But stop, pause. This is the problem where things get a little bit scrappy for Boom in the round. This flash here that we can see, that's a team flash that actually comes through from Berserk. So Famous is completely blind, and unfortunately for him, his tailwind leads him in the wrong direction. It's actually going to go in front of the site. And meanwhile, Neff already ready with a flash of his own. Famous has no vision for a couple of seconds, and that's when the site is just completely overwhelmed. We see it just here. Scary gets on in, and this is going to turn into a 4 versus 2 in just a moment, where Severine is going to try and do something, pushes into a smoke while reloading. What a goober. But 4 versus 2 is the real argument in this round because of the utility that Boom still have to play. With that kill from Shiro there on towards Neff, I want to highlight to you this really important timing and reset on the round that Boom come through. They call the audible to wait for Shiro's dart to come, and that is the most crucial thing that they have actually done in this round. Because of the timing actually that he takes to bring that one out, we're going to see Scary here go into the dart cover form. He's going to launch a dart cover to go on the radar here to protect him. But what that actually entails is that the dart is not destroyable from him. He can't break it, and that's actually going to reveal both players on the side itself, netting the Boom guys a kill apiece. And for Crazy Guy, he only has a classic, doesn't want to use the Hunter's Fury. He'll get a dink for his troubles, but apart from that, he gets taken down. So in the end, a mess of a round that comes through on both sides a little bit there, but at the end, Boom's still able to get that one over the line, but not the map, unfortunately. That's going to be it for today on The Breakdown. We'll see you guys tomorrow, but for first now, back to the desk.
Thank you, Komodo. And it is Bleed who moves forward one step closer in the finals for VCT Ascension Pacific. And the crowd is going really wild. They're so proud of Scary right now. But gentlemen, I gotta say those last couple rounds were really juicy, if you know what I mean.
Yes.
Yes.
Well, look, Juicy was looking a bit dry for the majority of that map, but by the end, started having some really big impact with that operator.
Yeah.
But what a heartbreaker here for Boom.
Yeah.
Pushing it to the very limit. I mean, for a little while there, it was looking like we were going to have a complete just repeat of Pearl, where it's like, okay, one round pickup on that attacking side and everything's going to fall apart. They managed to run it back. They get themselves up to 10. They gave it such a strong effort. They played their hearts out, but I don't know, man. Bleed, when they get onto these defending sides, it just seems like they have things on lock.
Yeah, it was really wild how swingy it was today. I mean, one side to the other. It's like both teams seem to just have like each other's number one way or another. Now, the first half of Haven being kind of the exception where it was 6-6, but otherwise it was very back and forth between both of these teams, as the score lines, if you go back and look at them, is very indicative of. So, yeah, a phenomenal map here by Neff. Some just crazy good moments. That Guardian shot he had there, that last one where he scoped in to Garage, was absolutely bonkers. But Scary today, just absolutely nuts in front of this hometown crowd. I mean, the roof was literally blowing off this place every time he did anything, but like he had a couple of those 4Ks that were absolutely pivotal and just sent this place into orbit.
I mean, he would just take a drink of water and the crowd was going crazy for him. that level of just like, oh my God, everyone's just going absolutely insane for him. But I mean, this kind of tells the story. Kill a player, win a round. 13 versus 10 as far as first kills are concerned. But yeah, I don't know. Bleed just really started popping, and to be able to counteract what was happening in that first half after Shiro was just absolutely dominant, you know, kind of to the very end, had a few blunders here and there, but widely was the best performing player on Boom until we saw Blade King catch up to him. It just speaks again to the tenacity and the perseverance of this squad to fight to the bitter end. They have gotten revenge on Boom. They will not be denied access into that grand final like they were denied access to champions last year. They managed to break their way in, and Neff, after that last map, very good candidate, 100% clutch rate. I mean, I don't know how many opportunities we had for that one, but there was a couple there on Haven. But for me, I think I would still have to go with Scary just because of his impact when they were there on Pearl. He was the one who kept them in that game.
Yeah, for the whole day. For like all three matches for Bleed, it was Scary today. I mean, he was all over the place. He was keeping them in rounds on Pearl where they had no business still being in them, and he just came up big again here with that Omen. A couple clutch paranoias to back up some of those insane, multi-kill rounds that he was putting together. So just a really spectacular effort from him in front of the home crowd. And, if that's any indication of what tomorrow's going to be like, we are in for an amazing series.
100%. I feel like that was quite a way to end the semifinals, going into a full best of 3, and really at no point could we predict how it was going to end in any of the 3 maps. But with that, I believe our interviewee is ready. We're going to talk to the winning team. And again, congratulations to Bleed.
สวัสดีครับโอ้ดึกก็ไม่หวั่นนะครับรู้แล้วครับรู้ เอาละครับผมก็จบไปแล้วครับสำหรับเกมที่ 2 ของเราในวันนี้ครับได้ผู้เข้าชิงนะครับผมในรอบ Grand Finals อีก1ทีมนั่นก็คือทีม Bleed Esports นั่นเอง And of course, ladies and gentlemen, back at home who's viewing this, and of course everybody who's left at the venue, we have our winner for the second match of today. That will be the contenders for the grand finals, and that will be Bleed Esports. And today, we have with us the hero of the Thai crowd, Scary!
ขอบคุณครับ
ชอบ energy ทุกคนมากนะฮะแล้วก็บอกเลยสุดยอดจริงๆเกมเมื่อกี้นี้
ขอบคุณครับ
สุดยอดจริงๆเกมเมื่อกี้นี้นะครับ and of course there's so many things that we want to ask but we've got a limited amount of time so I really wanted to know first things first you know I think there's a lot of questions right for me but what I want to know is knowing that this was a really difficult match I wanted to know how you and Bleed Esports prepared specifically for this matchup against Boom Esports ก็สำหรับนะครับผมคำถามแรกก็คือว่าอยากรู้ว่าเฮ้ยเข้ามาในแมตช์นี้รู้อยู่แล้วว่าบูมเนี่ยน่าจะเป็นงานที่ไม่หมู่แหละนะเลยอยากจะทราบว่าเฮ้ยเราเตรียมการยังไงบ้างในการต่อสู้ครั้งนี้
ครับจริงๆการเตรียมการก็เราคงไม่สามารถทำภายในวัน2วันได้จริงๆเรื่องการเตรียมการเราเตรียมกันมาตั้งแต่เราจอยทีมกันครั้งแรกเมื่อ8เดือนที่แล้วเราทำทุกอย่างตั้งแต่8เดือนที่แล้วยันตอนนี้ก็เพื่อวันพรุ่งนี้ครับ
So the preparation phase doesn't take 1 day or 2 days or 3 days. It took us 8 months since I joined this team to prepare for this outcome, and our performance was not just built in a day or two. It was built since the day all of us joined this team, and yeah, we're very proud of what we've done today. ก็เป็นคำตอบที่ดี นะครับสำหรับคำถามต่อมาแล้วกันนะขอเป็นภาษาอังกฤษก่อนนะครับผม and of course the next question and guys back at home I wish you could see how electrifying the crowd was today and of course I wanted to know how much of being able to play in front of the Thai crowd and of course in the home game how much that had an effect on you so สำหรับคำถามที่2อยากทราบว่าการที่ได้เล่นท่ามกลางของแฟนๆชาวไทยนะครับผมแล้วก็มาเล่นที่บ้านแหละมีครอบครัวที่น่ารักนะฮะแล้วก็ทุกคนที่ชูป้ายตัวนี้คอยซัพพอร์ตเนี่ยมันมีผลกระทบต่อเราอย่างไรบ้าง
ครับก็เวลาแข่งมันก็มีเรื่องความกดดันเรื่องกระแสบางครั้งมันก็โดนคำพูดที่ไม่ดีใส่บ้างเวลาเราเล่นไม่ดีอะไรเงี้ยก็แฟนๆครอบครัวเพื่อนๆที่คอยให้กำลังใจก็มีส่วนช่วยให้พวกเรายังคงโฟกัสแล้วก็ทำให้เพอร์ฟอร์แมนซ์ดีเหมือนเดิมหรือว่าดีกว่าเดิมได้อยู่เสมอครับก็ขอบคุณทุกคนจริงๆที่คอยเชียร์ครับแล้วก็สำหรับคนที่ซื้อบัตรวันที่9ผมมาแล้วนะครับตามสัญญาเจอกันแกรนด์ไฟนอลครับ
โอ้โหสุดยอดจริงๆนะ Alright so I mean, there's always going to be pressure coming into the local home games and everything because people will always criticize you if you do something wrong. But again, thanks to all the fans, all the support from my close friends and family, I got to this point with such great support from you guys and keeping a positive mindset all throughout the journey. So I'm really thankful for that. And especially for those who bought the ticket on the 9th. I am here and I will be there on the 9th as well to conquer it all. So be prepared for Scary and Bleed Esports because they are going to be there for the finals on the 9th, which is tomorrow as well, right? สำหรับตอนนี้นะครับผมก็ขอบคุณมากแล้วก็
ขอบคุณครับ
สุดยอดจริงๆเป็นกำลังใจช่วยนะครับจากแฟนๆชาวไทยทุกคนด้วยนะครับแต่อย่างไรก็ตามครับท่านผู้ชมที่อยู่ทางบ้านครับเรายังไม่จบเพียงเท่านี้ครับหมายถึงว่าวันพรุ่งนี้นะวันนี้จบแล้วนะครับผมแต่ว่าวันพรุ่งนี้ครับคือวันที่สำคัญอีก1วันครับนั่นคือวันรอบชิงนั่นเองครับ and of course ladies and gentlemen back at home we are still not over yet I mean yes for today but for tomorrow it is the day. It is the grand final. So please stay tuned for VCT Ascensions tomorrow as well. But as of right now, I would like to pass on back to the panelists. And of course, congratulations again. And I'll let the panelists take it from here. Thank you.
ขอบคุณครับ
Thank you, Shara. And what inspirational words from Scary. I mean, he's like, look, I'm going to be playing on that last day. Thailand, I'm going to see you there. And sure enough, Bleed makes it. And the question is, tomorrow, who's going to be the one to ascend to VCT Pacific? Is it going to be Bleed or is it going to be Scars from Japan?
It's really tough to say because we've only seen these teams square off once in history. It was when they faced earlier during the round robin of their group that they faced for the very first time. Bleed got the better of them there with a 2-1 victory, but that was them dropping that Pearl, and now we get ready to move into a best-of-5 format. So more maps to be played. Plenty of stuff still that Bleed have not shown us here at this tournament. We got to see their Haven for the first time. They scraped by with that victory. It was looking dicey for a while. Who's to say that that's not going to be the same case when we get ready to go over to a map like Ascent?
Yeah, you got to think it's impossible that there won't at least be one more map that Bleed hasn't shown us here yet that's going to come through in that after that pick ban. So I'm really excited for tomorrow. I think either team could win. I think both teams are really darn good right now. Bleed a little bit of shaky moments here today at the beginning, and I think they would admit that. But overall, the ability for them to recover here mentally, to come back strong, to be able to bounce back after so many rough starts to all these maps, and to get themselves over the line just barely here 2-1 against a really good Boom team. It has to be encouraging for Bleed, but Scars, that tremendous firepower they've got, it's going to be an absolute banger tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot more pressure for both of these teams compared to ever before. Now you're here, the final hurdle. You're still fighting for your lives, but if you can just get that win, you are through. Ascension will have happened for your squad. You'll be able to join Pacific come 2024. I'm interested to see how both of these teams are going to be preparing for that because it's a very swift turnaround to get ready for that best-of-5. Bleed, they come into this, a lot of people, once we saw the groups, once we saw the teams that were qualified for this tournament, said they're the clear favorites, this team is going to win. That was the case for them during the LCQ when Boom was able to take them down. Can they get it done this time?
That is the question. I think this is actually the most appropriate matchup in the end. Like you guys said, they only matched up one time before, and that was one of the closest matchups, especially for Bleed. Scars gave them the most challenge until Boom today. So tomorrow, it could be anyone's game, but we're going to dive into that then. You guys should tune in. Tomorrow's going to be really exciting. Besides that, it's the finals day. We got a show match, another show match, featuring the best of the APAC region. So we got players, casters, cosplayers, all going to be playing tomorrow at another show match, and we're gonna have a special guest from Paper X joining us at the desk for a little bit, so I think you're going to tune in for that too. He will probably have some opinions about another Singaporean team playing and possibly joining Pacific. With that, gentlemen, thank you so much for joining me again at the desk, Paper Thin, Kilios.
Absolute pleasure.
Always good to have you. And for the rest of you at home watching, have a very good night from here in Bangkok, Thailand, and I'll see you tomorrow for more VCT Ascension Pacific action.